At 6:30 in the morning, the sky was only beginning to pale. The third construction site of the Eastern District was still wrapped in ashen mist. The iron arm of the tower crane turned slowly while rebar was piled up like small hills. Lin Xiao was squatting beside a heap of ribbed steel bars, hands braced on his knees as he caught his breath. He straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His work clothes were covered in cement, stains, the cuffs frayed and worn. The old scar at his right brow bone burned faintly, as if foretelling rain. He was not wearing a safety helmet. On a construction site, such a thing was all too common. No one cared, and no one reminded him. In this line of work, he relied on quick hands and feet, not on rules. Lin Xiao bent down, preparing to hoist the next bundle of steel bars onto his shoulder. The moment his fingers brushed the icy metal, an ear-piercing screech of friction suddenly sounded above his head. He looked up. A rust-streaked iron bucket was slipping free from the scaffolding 20 meters overhead. Its rim caught for an instant, then it completely broke free and plummeted. Lin Xiao instinctively stepped back half a pace. But he only managed that half step. The iron bucket smashed into the right side of his forehead with a dull, heavy thud. His whole body toppled backwards, and to the side, his head cracking hard against the ground. His vision blurred in an instant, his ears ringing. Blood streamed down along his brow bone, sealing his right eye in red. He tried to shout, but no sound came out. His body would not obey him, only his fingers twitched faintly. Wang Dazhu was 10 meters away, pushing a wheelbarrow. Hearing the commotion, Wang Dazhu turned his head. He saw Lin Xiao lying on the ground, blood spreading beneath his head. The iron bucket rolled off to one side. He abandoned the barrow and sprinted toward him. Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao. He dropped to one knee and reached out to feel for Lin Xiao's breath beneath his nose. There was still air, but faint. He raised his head and roared, "Something's happened. Somebody help." His voice tore through the quiet of dawn. Several workers ran over from different directions. Someone fumbled out a phone to make a call. "Is this 120? Someone's been hit in the head by an iron bucket at the construction site. We need emergency aid." Wang Dazhu pressed down on Lin Xiao's shoulders, not daring to move him. He knew you must not casually move someone with a head injury. He tore off his own jacket, wadded it into a ball, and placed it carefully beneath Lin Xiao's head. "Hold on, the ambulance will be here soon." As he said it, his hands trembled slightly. Construction materials were piled high all around, and ambulance could not drive in. The workers hurried to clear a path. Someone brought over a canvas stretcher, but Wang Dazhu shook his head. "Don't move his neck." They could only wait. Lin Xiao lay on the ground, his consciousness sunk deep into darkness. His head throbbed, as if someone were hammering it again and again. Yet within that chaos he saw something. It was neither light nor shadow. It was flowing lines. Faint luminescent threads glided through the air. They rose from the ground, coiled among the steel bars, burrowed into the earth, then emerged again in the distance. He did not know what they were, but he knew they were not an illusion. He could feel their presence as distinctly as wind brushing across his skin. Then a voice sounded inside his head. Mechanical, cold, devoid of emotion. "Chi fluctuation detected. Report to the state." Lin Xiao wanted to protest. "I want to speak. But right now I can do nothing at all." The voice came again. Phantom words surfaced within his consciousness. Black characters on a white background, crisp and sharp. "Report to the state." Confirm, cancel. He did not understand. What Chi? Report what? He was just a menial worker on a construction site who had not even finished high school. Words like that had nothing to do with him. Yet throughout his life, what he had heard most were orders. When the foreman said, "Carry the steel bars," he carried them. When the police said, "Register your ID," he produced it. When the doctor said, "Sign to consent to the surgery," he signed. Obedience had become instinct. In his muddled state, he directed a thought toward the confirm option. It was like pressing a button. A jolt like electricity surged violently through his brain. It shot from the crown of his head down to his soles, then rebounded. All his muscles clenched, his fingers suddenly curled tight. Wang Dazhu noticed the movement. He moved. Lin Xiao moved. At that very moment, the sounds across the city shifted. Red characters flashed across electronic billboards along the streets. The broadcast systems on buses automatically switched channels. Every person's phone vibrated at once, pushing a notification to their screens. Emergency announcement: Citizen Lin Xiao has discovered the first stable Qi node at the third construction site of the Eastern District. Validated by the system, he is hereby granted the title of Special Class Auxiliary Officer of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, designation X001. A citywide live conferment broadcast is now commencing. The unified voice blanketed the entire city. Workers on the construction site all stopped what they were doing. Some tilted their heads to the advertising screens, the others lowered theirs to scroll through their phones. Who's Lin Xiao? Isn't he the one who just got hit? Wang Dazhu stood there dazed. He looked down at the unconscious Lin Xiao, his lips moving slightly. What are they saying? You've become an auxiliary officer. The ambulance siren wailed nearer and nearer. Red and blue lights cut through the mist, splashing across the piles of steel bars. Medical staff jumped out of the ambulance and rushed in with a stretcher. "Where's the injured?" Wang Dazhu stepped aside. "Here. Head trauma, still unconscious." They quickly checked his vital signs. Blood pressure is low, pupils respond to light, obvious external cranial trauma. He must be taken to the hospital immediately. Two of them carefully rolled Lin Xiao onto his side, fitted a cervical collar around his neck, and secured him to the stretcher. Wang Dazhu climbed into the ambulance with them. The moment the doors shut, the radio clicked on by itself. Repeating, Citizen Lin Xiao for reporting the first Chi node has been awarded the title of Special Class Auxiliary Officer Designation X001. This is the first time our nation has confirmed the existence of abilities through the nationwide perception system, marking humanity's entry into a new era. The driver glanced into the rearview mirror. "Hey, isn't that the very guy we're hauling?" Wang Dazhu did not answer. He sat in a corner staring at Lin Xiao's face. The bleeding had stopped, but his complexion was still ashen. His breathing was steady, his chest rising and falling slightly. Wang Dazhu reached out and felt the pocket of Lin Xiao's trench coat, the new work uniform issued yesterday, which he had not yet changed into. It was hard and rigid, as if something were tucked inside. He did not take it out to look. This was not the time to touch another man's belongings. The ambulance accelerated as it pulled away from the construction site. The tires bounced over gravel, making the vehicle shudder. Lin Xiao's body rocked gently on the stretcher. His fingers twitched again. Deep in his consciousness, that electric sensation had not fully dissipated. He could not make out the sounds outside, only capture fragments. "Report, valid, designation X001. He did not understand what any of it meant. But he knew that something was no longer the same. Those lines of energy remained. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense them flowing. Clearer and denser than before. Like a vast net cast over the entire city. The mechanical voice did not return. Yet that single act of confirmation was like a seed already planted. Leaning against the interior wall of the ambulance, Wang Dazhu clenched his fists. He remembered how Lin Xiao had been when he first arrived at the site 3 years ago. Thin, taciturn, working as if he did not care about his own life. When asked why he pushed himself so hard, he had said, "My mom's alone back home. She has to eat." Now this same man lay on a stretcher, turned into the special class auxiliary officer from the news. His name now resounded across the nation. Wang Dazhu opened his mouth and in the end only murmured, "Kid, you're something else." The ambulance threaded its way through the morning rush hour streets. The streetlights shifted from yellow to white. A dawn was almost upon them. Lin Xiao's fingers slowly relaxed. His breathing grew even. His consciousness still drifted in darkness, but no longer in chaos. A strange tranquility rose from the depths of his heart. It was neither reassurance nor fear. It was a sensation of having been chosen, even though he did not yet know what that entailed. The wheels rolled on. Their destination was the emergency building of the Central City Hospital. In the rearview mirror, the tower cranes of the construction site grew smaller and smaller until they vanished into the morning mist. Lin Xiao's life, too, was veering away from its original track. There was no farewell, no forewarning. Only an accident, a mistaken touch, and one nationwide broadcast. The gears of fate had begun to turn, and he was still unconscious. The ambulance siren wailed on without pause. The city was waking up. The broadcast kept looping. Citizen Lin Xiao, designation X001, has officially become a special class auxiliary officer of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. This is a historic moment, the first time humanity has established a connection with the world of Qi. Lin Xiao could not hear any of it, but something within him had already awakened. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. Above him was a deathly pale ceiling. The fluorescent tube light hummed, its glare burning hot against his right brow bone. He instinctively raised a hand to touch it. His fingertips found a hard scab, crescent-shaped with jagged edges, exactly where the metal bucket had struck. His head still ached, a dull pain, as if a nail were being driven bit by bit into his skull. He swallowed. His throat was so dry it felt tight. A metallic sweetness lingered at the back of his nose, but he did not move, only stared at the upper corner of the ward. Something was flowing there. Pale blue threads, fine as spider silk, seeped out from a crack in the wall, crawled down along the four-stand, swirled once over the bedsheet, then burrowed into the floor. They were not light, yet clearer than light itself. They made no sound, yet he could hear faint fluctuations like wind passing through an empty tube. He blinked. He shut his eyes. The threads were still there, even sharper now. They floated beneath his eyelids, tracing along his nerves. Hallucinations. After effects of a concussion. He had worked 3 years as a laborer on construction sites, had seen men with broken legs and pierced skulls, and had heard of those who, after a head injury, began babbling nonsense. He knew that people with brain damage saw things that did not exist. But this was different. He tried to focus, fixing his attention on one single thread. It suddenly quivered, thickened, its color deepening as its flow slowed. His breath hitched. This was no hallucination. It was responding to him. A sound exploded in his mind, mechanical, cold as a sheet of iron scraping across glass. First report successful. Perception enhanced tenfold. Words surfaced in his consciousness, black on white, just as before. System binding complete. Spiritual energy perception module activated. Report. A strengthened mechanism synchronized. Lin Xiao did not move. He lay on the hospital bed, fingers curled under the sheet, his palms slick with sweat. Report. Report what? Had he pressed some confirmation button while unconscious, and then the whole country announced that he was a special coordinator? He had heard such terms before on television and in the news, features on national special talents and pioneers of technology. Those people wore suits and glasses, standing at podiums giving speeches. And just yesterday, he had been squatting amid piles of rebar counting his wages. Yet the scar was there, and the threads were there. He bit the tip of his tongue. Pain flared, and reality came back to him in part. He slowly raised his right hand, aiming at the thickest thread hanging in the air, and reached out with his will to grasp it. It froze. Then all the threads in the space trembled faintly, like harp strings brushed by a passing wind. They began to converge, drawing toward the center of his gaze, arranging themselves in some pattern. His heart gave a jolt. If he could look above, could he also look below? He sank his attention downward, like diving into deep water, penetrating the floor layer by layer. Tiles, concrete, rebar mesh, drainage pipes. Deeper still. 30 meters down, a luminous band stretched beneath the ground, running horizontally and flowing slowly. It was 100 times thicker than the threads in the air, its surface rippling faintly like a river ruffled by wind. Scattered tiny threads around it all streamed toward it like tributaries joining a main river. That was a spiritual vein. He did not know how the term arose in his mind, but that was simply what it was called. He knew what it did, knew it was supplying power, knew it was not meant to be discovered. His breathing grew rapid. Just then the door handle turned. With a creak, the ward door swung open. A woman in a blue and white striped nurse's uniform pushed in a wheelchair. She was around 30, her hair tied in a ponytail, a medical chart tucked in her hand. Lin Xiao. She glanced down at the chart. CT review, you need to go for a scan. Can you sit up? Lin Xiao did not answer. Just as he was about to withdraw his focus, the moment the nurse drew near, he saw something else. There were threads inside her as well. Very faint, on the verge of going out, yet in her chest they wound into a tiny knot that pulsed gently with her heartbeat. At the same time, the ECG monitors down the corridor, the fluorescent lights overhead, and the wires in the walls all released chaotic electromagnetic fluctuations like countless needles stabbing into his net of perception. A burst of light detonated before his eyes. A high-frequency buzzing shrieked in his ears, sharp enough to pierce the eardrums. His temples throbbed violently, heat surged in his nasal cavity. Blood gushed out. Bright red streams flowed from his right nostril, dripping onto the front of his hospital gown and blooming into a dark crimson flower. He immediately raised a hand to clamp his nose, his knuckles white. What's wrong? The nurse looked up and saw the change in his complexion. Dizzy. Postoperative reaction. Lin Xiao bowed his head, his voice hoarse. It's fine. Let me sit for a bit. He leaned back against the headboard, eyes closed, gulping for air. The threads still rampaged through his mind, the image of the spiritual vein and the electromagnetic interference tangling together like a vortex at the heart of a storm. He clenched his teeth and forced the surging senses down. A few seconds later, the humming lessened. He opened his eyes, his vision blurred for an instant, then gradually cleared. The bleeding had stopped, but his nasal cavity was filled with the taste of rusted iron. The nurse had already come to the bedside and was recording his blood pressure. She did not press him with questions, only said, "Rest for 2 minutes, and then we'll go. Don't delay the examination." The wheelchair stood silently by the bed, its metal footrest catching the cold light. Lin Xiao slowly loosened the hand covering his nose and stared at the traces of blood between his fingers. He did not wipe it away, he simply gazed at it. He knew what he had just seen was not an illusion. He knew that luminous band beneath the ground was real. He also knew there was no going back to the life he had before. He lifted his eyes toward the window. In front of the hospital's main entrance, traffic flowed slowly past. Pedestrians walked, road bikes talked on their phones. No one looked up. No one saw the threads gliding through the air. No one felt the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. Only he did. Because he had pressed that confirm. Because the system had said his perception was enhanced tenfold. He leaned against the headboard, his shoulders trembling slightly. Not from fear, but from the release after holding himself taut for too long. He remembered what Wang Dezhu had once said, Shaolin people like us spend a lifetime just chasing a bit of stability. That stability was gone now. Yet he did not shout, did not call for a doctor, did not tell anyone what he had seen. He merely sat up slowly, one hand bracing on the bed rail, the other wiping away the blood beneath his nose. His movements were light as though afraid of disturbing something. The nurse closed the chart. All right. Can you sit in the wheelchair? Lin Xiao nodded. He lifted the quilt and set his feet on the floor. The chill of the tiles seeped through his socks into his soles. He stood swayed once then steadied himself. The nurse helped him sit and adjusted the wheelchair's angle. He sat there with his back straight, his gaze resting on the floor. Beneath the tiles the spiritual veins still flowed, gentle, steady, known to no one. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again his gaze had changed. It held neither confusion nor fear, but a kind of affirmation. He truly was different now. The wheelchair rolled slowly out of the ward, the corridor lights passing overhead one by one. Lin Xiao lowered his head to look at his hands. His 5 fingers spread then slowly curled into a fist. The next second, he suddenly raised his head. At the corner directly ahead a man in a dark suit stood beside the nurse's station, head bent over a file folder. The man looked to be in his 40s with a touch of white at his temples and a silver ring on the ring finger of his left hand. As if sensing the gaze, he lifted his head and met Lin Xiao's eyes. His face was expressionless and he said nothing. After 3 seconds, he withdrew his gaze and continued turning the pages. Lin Xiao did not look away. He knew this man was not an ordinary doctor. He knew that what came next would no longer be his burden to bear alone. The wheelchair turned the corner toward the elevators. Lin Xiao leaned back against the seat, his right hand secretly clutching the hem of his gown. There was still a trace of dried blood beneath his nose. The wheelchair stopped at the entrance of the CT room, with Lin Xiao still seated, the veins on the back of his hands slightly bulging, his fingers caught in the armrests of the wheelchair without loosening. He stared at the corner ahead where the man in the suit was no longer at the nurse's station. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. The sound of leather shoes striking the floor was not hurried, but each step fell in perfect rhythm. Lin Xiao did not turn his head, but caught a glimpse of a pair of black formal shoes appearing on his right side, followed by straight-cut trousers devoid of any wrinkles. The man stood before him, pausing. His face in his 40s had straight brows and eyes revealing no emotion. He wore a silver ring on his left hand's ring finger identical to the one from earlier. He looked down at Lin Xiao, his gaze akin to examining a freshly signed document. ID number X001, Special Coordinator. The man spoke, his voice neither too high nor too low, effective immediately. He took out a black metal case from his briefcase and placed it on Lin Xiao's lap. The case was cold to the touch, its surface marked with subtle anti-slip textures. Lin Xiao remained motionless. The bloodstain beneath his nose had dried, leaving a thin crack. He remembered having just experienced a nosebleed, his vision exploding with light and his ears ringing. But this man acted as if nothing had happened, standing firm, speaking clearly. Even his breathing rhythm remained unchanged. Who are you? Lin Xiao asked. Shenzhen, the man replied, Deputy Director of the Administration. What you have seen falls under our jurisdiction. Hand it over, and we will provide you with corresponding rewards. Lin Xiao looked down at the case. The fingerprint lock beeped, lighting up with red. He reached out to press on it. The lock opened. The lid popped up. Inside were 3 items: a black chip the size of a fingernail attached to a data cable, a silver-gray wristband engraved with X001 on the inner side, and a syringe filled with amber liquid labeled Emergency Nutritional Support. The chip is to be implanted at the nape. The wristband provides real-time location tracking, and the medication is for backup, Chinjin said. Your duty is simple. Any abnormal energy fluctuations you perceive must be reported immediately, and the resources you can access far exceed what you can currently imagine. Lin Xiao remained silent. He picked up the wristband, examining it from different angles. The metal felt solid, its edges smooth, fitting perfectly around his wrist bone. I never said I wanted to do this. You are already doing it. Chunjun looked at him. The moment the system binding was completed, you ceased to be an ordinary awakener. You are a state-registered coordinator, the only X001. He paused. I have looked into your father's incident. In Dongqing District, the second construction project, a falling object broke his lumbar vertebrae. The company shifted responsibility, and the foreman fled. In the end, 8,000 was paid out, and it rained on the day of cremation with no one to see him off. Lin Xiao looked up sharply. Chunjun remained calm. We are different. When you report an incident, there will be nationwide response. If something happens to you, someone will back you up. Do you believe it? Lin Xiao's throat moved slightly. He recalled the day the iron barrel fell, Wang Deju squatting beside him calling for help, while the construction supervisor was still on the phone arguing about whether to report it as a work injury. He lay on the ground, hearing the sound of raindrops hitting the steel bars like a hammer striking metal. Now this man said it would be different from now on. He said, hand it over, and we will bear the responsibility. Lin Xiao stuffed the chip into his pocket, put on the wristband, and snapped it shut with a click. What about the mission? He asked. Chunjun's lips curled slightly, as if smiling, yet not quite. Activate the tracking module. The moment the words fell, a chime echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. Tracking function activated, detected unregistered spiritual energy fluctuations. Target abandoned metro line, 3B, 7 section distance 8. 6 kilometers. Recommended method of travel, walking, short distance connection. A map materialized in his consciousness, the gray-blue path, clearly marked like navigation software projected into his mind. At the same time, a slight pain radiated from his temples, as if a fine needle were gently pricking him. He closed his eyes. It was not an illusion. The system was pushing commands. He recalled his father lying in the hospital bed, his complexion ashen, mouth agape, the oxygen mask leaving red imprints on his skin. No one cared, no one saved him in the end. They couldn't even gather the medical fees. This time it was different. He stood up, his work pants still stained with mud at the knees. His feet touched the ground, feeling a bit unsteady, but he didn't lean against the wall. "Shall I go?" he asked. "You just need to go," Chen Jun said. "I will wait for the results in the monitoring room." Lin Xiao turned and walked down the corridor towards the hospital's back door. Sunlight streamed through the glass ceiling, illuminating the floor, tiles, the reflection dazzling. He squinted and expanded his perception. The strands of spiritual energy in the air were much sparser than in the hospital room, like smoke blown away by the wind. But deep underground, the main spiritual vein still flowed steadily. And on the west side of the city, a faint yet clear energy signal was flickering on and off like a malfunctioning light bulb. He followed the feeling. Crossing 2 streets, the crowd thinned out. Shops along the road were closing, some were being demolished, utility poles leaned to one side, and the cement barriers were spray-painted with the words "Danger, keep away" in red. Further ahead, the metro entrance had partially collapsed, the iron fence pried open, revealing a dark entryway. B7 station had been abandoned 3 years ago due to geological subsidence and had never been repaired. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance, and the wristband vibrated. Entering target area, energy source locked, central crack in the track, suggested sensitivity adjustment reduced to 40. He pressed the side button to lower his perception. As he entered the tunnel, a musty odor assaulted him. The emergency lights above had long been broken, and only the bottom of the wristband emitted a faint glow, illuminating the debris and severed cables beneath his feet. He walked down step by step. The steps were slippery, large sections of wall plaster had peeled off, exposing the steel bars beneath. The further he descended, the colder the air became. The scar on his right brow began to burn as if it had been scorched by fire. He did not stop, continuing onward. At the end of the tunnel was the platform. The track had a crack in the middle about half a meter wide, and its depths were unfathomable. A plant grew from the crack, entirely blue, its leaves as thin as a cicada's wings, with its roots wrapped around a fist-sized black crystal. It did not sway, but the light pulsed once, then again, as if it were breathing. Spiritual herb. Lin Xiao crouched down and took out the insulating pliers from his resource pack. He did not dare to touch it with his hands, fearing it would trigger an energy reaction. He pinched 2 centimeters above the root and cut firmly. Crack. The crystal trembled slightly, blue light flaring up. He immediately placed the herb into a sealed jar and tightened the lid. The jar sensed automatically, the inner wall lighting up with a red glow as it scanned, displaying sealing complete. Target acquired, please submit immediately, system prompts popped up. Lin Xiao stood up and looked back toward the exit. The way back was pitch black, with only the wristband illuminating a small circle on the ground. He exited the metro entrance, and the sky had darkened. A white van without a license plate was parked by the roadside, its door swung open, and a person in uniform extended a hand. "Hand it over to me." Lin Xiao handed over the sealed jar. The other party accepted it, scanning it with a device and nodding confirmation of receipt. The next moment, Lin Xiao's mind buzzed. Mission complete, reward issued 500 merit points, current total 500, unlockable items, updated basic spiritual energy induction technique, requires 200 points. The numbers clearly materialized, as if etched in his mind. Before he could react, he caught a flicker of reflection from the rooftop of the building across the street. Looking up, he saw a figure crouched on the parapet, holding something in their hand. A camera. Not just from one direction. By the corner garbage bin, another lens flashed. He was being recorded. Lin Xiao stood still. The wind tousled the stray hair on his forehead, and the scar on his right brow gradually cooled. A few seconds later, the communicator on the wristband rang. "Lin Xiao?" It was Chen Zhen's voice, directly transmitted into his ear canal. "Mission completed, performance satisfactory. You have been registered in the National Coordinator roster, and formal equipment will be issued tomorrow." Lin Xiao looked up. Above the city, a black drone skimmed past the clouds, silent and unseen, like a bird with its wings clipped. He knew that from now on he could no longer hide. He raised his hand to touch the back of his neck, where the chip was soon to be embedded, the skin still warm. In the distance, the first streetlight flickered to life. At 7 in the morning, sunlight slanted through the gaps between the city's buildings, casting a soft glow on the cement pavement. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance of the temporary reception point of the management bureau, his trench coat draped over his left arm, the black fabric heavy and the edges neatly stitched. He did not rush to put it on, instead he felt the inner side of the cuff. There was a hidden pocket just right for a folding pliers. Chunjin stood 3 steps away, a briefcase tucked under his arm. The screen of his wristband lit up with the equipment handover confirmation page. IDX-001, Lin Xiao, Chunjin said. One standard black trench coat, with a bulletproof fiber lining, impact-responsive materials covering the shoulder and chest area, automatically locking structure upon violent contact. A multifunctional detector attached to the waist supporting low-frequency scanning, pulse capture, and abnormal waveform alerts. He raised his hand and handed over the detector. Its silver-gray metallic shell featured a top button with a groove to prevent accidental activation, and a faint blue light pulsed at the bottom indicating standby. Lin Xiao took it, feeling its weight. It was sturdier than he had imagined, not merely a decorative item. Let's try turning it on, Chunjin said. Lin Xiao pressed the top button. The screen lit up, displaying a gray-green waveform that slowly rolled, accompanied by faint static noise reminiscent of raindrops hitting tin. Current environment shows no significant spiritual energy fluctuations, Chunjin observed on his terminal, but the instrument is capable of capturing potential risk signals, including non-supernatural social threats. It serves not only to sense danger, but also to verify whether your safety net is genuine. Lin Xiao did not respond. He slid the detector into the right side hook of his belt with a swift motion. It serves not only to sense danger, but also to verify whether your safety net is genuine. Lin Xiao did not respond. He slid the detector into the right side hook of his belt with a swift. How does it feel? Chunjin asked. Like wearing a layer of steel, Lin Xiao replied, but warmer than a work uniform. Chunjin nodded. You are free to go. There are no task orders today. Oh, feel free to test the equipment. The command center will monitor the signal flow throughout. Lin Xiao stepped forward. The soles of his shoes brushed over the tiled seams, producing a soft sound. He did not look back, knowing a camera was turning behind him. The street widened, and the flow of people began to surge. The breakfast stall emitted rising smoke, electric bikes darted by, and advertisement screens cycled through promotional messages. He walked down the center of the sidewalk, instinctively pressing down on the detector's outer casing with his right hand to ensure it was secure. Suddenly, the scar above his right eyebrow felt hot. He paused. The detector's screen showed a waveform anomaly, high-frequency vibrations causing the red serration to flicker. He immediately adjusted the sensitivity to 30, shielding it from electromagnetic interference from the advertisement screens. The waveform stabilized somewhat, but there were still intermittent pulses from the alleyway, exhibiting a strong regularity unlike natural noise. He slowed his pace, approaching the alleyway. 2 young men were leaning against the wall. One wore a blue jacket, head down, engrossed in his phone, while the other wore a hat, chewing on something. 10 meters away, not too close, yet not far. The detector emitted a short, sharp beep twice. Lin Xiao stopped, pretending to examine the items displayed in a storefront. In the glass reflection, the 2 figures were clear. He perked up his ears. It was not just sounds he heard, he listened to their content. The staff change occurs from 9:03 to 9:05 with a gap. 2 minutes in a blind spot, that should be sufficient. Smash the glass, grab the cash register, and run to the back alley. The snippets were clear, as if they had drilled directly into his brain. There were no emotional fluctuations, only statements. He stared at the man in the blue jacket in the reflection, noticing the man's fingers moving across the phone screen, while his gaze occasionally darted toward the convenience store across the street. Time 8:57. Lin Xiao turned and walked toward the street corner. The public telephone booth remained in place, its green paint chipped the glass door half open. He stepped inside, closed the door, and dialed 110. At the intersection of South Street and Liberation Road, he lowered his voice. A man in a blue jacket is about to rob the convenience store, expected to act in 3 minutes. Target 2 individuals unarmed. The person on the other end confirmed the location. He hung up, retreated to the shadow behind the telephone booth, pressing his back against the wall. The wind lifted the hem of his trench coat as his right hand rested on the detector, his knuckles pressing against the button. At 9:02, the man in the blue jacket glanced at the camera on the streetlight pole and nodded to his companion. The 2 approached the convenience store. The rolling shutter door was pried open slightly, and the man in the blue jacket reached inside, feeling for the internal latch. The sound of a police siren grew closer, maintaining a steady pace, without rising in pitch. A patrol car silently slid to a stop at the street corner, the door flung open as 2 policemen dashed out, heading straight for the scene. Just as the man in the blue jacket pulled the door open, he was pinned to the ground. The man wearing the hat attempted to flee. He had barely taken a step when a takedown maneuver caught him by the neck, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Lin Xiao stood in the shadows, watching the red and blue police lights dance across the surface of his trench coat, reflecting the cold gleam of the metal zipper. The detector vibrated slightly, the screen's red light extinguished, returning to the gray-green waveform. He raised his hand and touched the scar above his right eyebrow. The heat had dissipated. The trench coat felt light, yet it weighed down on his shoulders. For the first time, he felt that this outfit was not a burden. Across the street, the police were placing handcuffs on the two men and ushering them into the police car. The convenience store clerk rushed out looking completely shaken. Bystanders paused to watch, but no one noticed him in the corner. He stepped out of the shadows and walked along the sidewalk. His steps were steadier than before. In the pocket of his trench coat, the detector still held warmth. He did not look back. The main thoroughfare of the city was bustling as usual. Buses arrived at the station and passengers embarked and disembarked. He crossed the crosswalk and headed toward the next block. His wristband vibrated slightly, indicating that the signal was normal and the location synchronization was complete. He knew that the command center could see every step he took. He also knew that the call he had just made was genuinely responded to. It was no coincidence. It was not an act. The nation had caught the danger, and he had merely provided a clue. The collar of his trench coat slightly raised, revealing a dark seam along the lining, where a chip slot was reserved, yet to be activated. He did not touch it, nor was he in a hurry. Right now, he only wanted to confirm one thing: could this set of equipment allow him to survive a few more seconds before the next crisis arrived? He continued walking forward. Ahead was an intersection in the old town. The left led to a residential area, while the right extended toward the industrial zone. He chose the right side. The road was uneven, piles of renovation debris cluttered the roadside, and a few workers squatted at the shop entrance eating breakfast. He passed by a hardware store where wrenches, screwdrivers, and insulating tape were displayed in the glass case. He stopped and looked for 2 seconds. He had used all these tools before. In the past, he relied on experience, strength, and reaction speed for his work. Now he had the trench coat and the detector. Things were different, but he did not feel relaxed. Instead, he felt more vigilant, because he understood that the real test had never been about robbing convenience stores on the streets. At least now he knew one thing: this outfit could truly see danger. He raised his hand, adjusting the cuff of his trench coat, flipping the hidden pocket outward for easier access. Then he continued walking. The sunlight shone on his shoulder, and the surface of the trench coat took on a matte black sheen. In the distance, a drone passed over the roof of an old building, its body unmarked, flying steadily. He did not look up, but he knew it was watching. He did not hide either. Reaching the end of the street, he turned into a narrow alley. On either side were old shops with crooked signs, air conditioner units, dripping water. 50 meters ahead was a construction site, barrier marked third construction site of the Eastern District. The red paint faded. He stopped. He was too familiar with this place. Rebar, concrete tower cranes, hard hats, the smell of Wang Daz's cigarettes, the foreman's shouts. All were embedded in his memory. He stood for a few seconds, but did not enter. He only looked over the barrier at the inside. The tower crane was motionless, the ground overgrown with weeds, clearly abandoned for a long time. He ran his right hand over the detector's casing, confirming that the power was still on. Then he leaned against the wall and slowly squatted down. He took out a crumpled map from the inner pocket of his trench coat. It was the task area map pushed by the system yesterday, marking the abandoned subway B7 station as cleared. He tore it in half and tossed it into the nearby trash can. The motion was decisive. As he stood up, his wristband vibrated. Equipment usage record synchronization complete. Environmental adaptability assessment good. Risk prediction accuracy 87. 3. He did not look for long, raising his hand to wipe the screen clean. He knew he could not turn back now. The trench coat clung to his spine like a new layer of skin. He cast one last glance at the construction site's entrance, turned, and walked toward another street. Lin Xiao's footsteps halted at the end of a narrow street. The hem of his trench coat was lifted slightly by the morning breeze, and his work boots crunched softly on the gravel. He stared at the construction barrier ahead, where the faded red letters of East District 3rd Construction Site hung askew on the iron door frame, resembling an old scar. He did not continue walking forward. The wristband had just vibrated once, indicating that the equipment synchronization was complete. Yet the emptiness in his chest felt heavier than before. He glanced down at the detector at his waist. The screen displayed a steady gray-green waveform with no abnormal alerts. But this place felt different. It harbored dangers that the system could not scan. He turned around and walked back. The iron door was ajar, the rusted hinges creaking dryly. He squeezed inside, his footsteps landing on a cement path covered with spider webs. The crane stood still, its hook dangling in midair, tangled with a few strips of rag, swaying gently in the wind. Weeds sprouted through the gaps in the steel bars, crawling over the abandoned mixer chassis. He walked straight towards the dormitory area. 6 worker sheds stood side by side, their numbers painted in white on the door frames. X3 was in the innermost corner, the door slightly askew, and the lock had long since disappeared. He pushed the door, the hinges screeching. Inside, the light was dim, the air stifling, mingled with the scent of mildew and dust. An iron-framed bed leaned against the wall, its mattress sagging and the sheets were crumpled in the corner. A thick layer of dust had settled on the table except for a circular area in the middle that was clean, where he used to place his cup. He opened the drawer. It was empty save for a few yellowed sticky notes with faint writing. He began to pack. An old safety helmet rolled out from under the bed, its brim cracked. It was the one that had been hit by falling debris during his last overtime. Both gloves were there, the palms worn through and the knuckles patched with tape. Finally, he pulled out a photograph from under the pillow. 3 people stood in front of an unfinished building: his father, wearing a mud-stained work uniform, his mother holding the young him with a crane in the background under the blue sky. He stuffed the items into the canvas bag he had brought, moving slowly but without pause. Just as he zipped it up, footsteps sounded behind him. "I heard you're leaving." Wang Deu stood at the doorway holding a bag of apples, wearing a faded blue work jacket with rolled-up sleeves that revealed his rough wrists. A smile hung on his face, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. Lin Xiao nodded. "Just coming back to grab a few things." "You should have come sooner." Wang Daju stepped inside, placing the fruit on the table. "It's a shame to leave this place empty. Your dad lived in X1 back in the day, even closer to the edge than you are now." Lin Xiao did not respond, merely slinging the canvas bag over his shoulder. Wang Daju pulled out a copper cigarette case from his pocket and handed it to him. "Keep it as a memento. Your dad used to love fiddling with this." Lin Xiao took it. The copper case felt solid in his hand, its surface oxidized and darkened with noticeable wear at the corners and fine scratches along the edge of the lid. He opened it, revealing a line of tiny engraved letters inside, scratched in with a sharp object, some of which had been worn away, but he could still make out H7K9. East. He looked up. "What is this?" Wang Daju did not meet his gaze, his eyes drifting to the window, his throat bobbing slightly, and his right hand instinctively rubbed the edge of his clothes. "It's an old item," he chuckled, "awkwardly passed down from those who worked at the factory, not much significance." Lin Xiao closed the case, his fingertip tracing the surface patterns. He remembered that his father did indeed have a cigarette case, but he had never seen it. His mother said that it had been lost after his father's accident. Just as he was about to ask again, the detector at his waist suddenly vibrated. It was short and intense. He immediately pulled out the device, and the screen flashed a red alert: abnormal energy residue, detected, source unknown, immediate analysis recommended. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, pressed the scan mode, and brought the probe close to the inner wall of the cigarette. After a few seconds of oscillation, the waveform stabilized, displaying a high-frequency, low-amplitude fluctuation curve with the bottom marked as matching degree similarity to known black market level 3 spiritual plant samples 83. 6. He slowly closed the cigarette case and raised his eyes to Wang Daju. "Has this thing been used?" Wang Daju abruptly turned around, his eyes flashing before he grinned widely. "No way, I've kept it locked in the drawer. Ooh, I've never given the key to anyone." As he spoke, his left hand subtly touched his pants pocket, a slight movement, but Lin Xiao caught it. Reading micro-expressions was beyond his capabilities, but after 5 years on the construction site, he understood what it meant to be nervous. He did not press further. He simply placed the cigarette case into the inner pocket of his trench coat, his movements slow but resolute. The inner pocket was close to his chest, and he could still feel the coolness of the copper case through the fabric. The room fell silent. Wang Daju stood there holding an empty fruit bag, his knuckles turning white. He seemed to want to say something, opened his mouth, but swallowed it back. Lin Xiao slung the canvas bag over his back and walked towards the door. He did not stop as he passed by Wang Daju. "Don't come to places like this anymore." Wang Daju suddenly spoke, his voice lowered. "It's not safe." Lin Xiao paused, but did not turn back. "What about you?" he asked. "Me?" Wang Daju smiled. "I'm right here, not going anywhere. The lottery shop is closed, but the regulars still come to ask me for numbers. Oi, life has to go on." Lin Xiao glanced at him. That smile remained simple, but his eyes were evasive, unwilling to meet Lin Xiao's gaze. He stepped outside. The sunlight hit his face, somewhat blinding. The wind lifted the hem of his trench coat, revealing the mud splatters on his work boots. He retraced his steps, his feet heavier than when he entered the construction site. Behind him, Wang Daju stood at the entrance of the shed, not following. His silhouette was cast against the mottled wall, remaining motionless. Lin Xiao passed through the iron gate of the barrier, his pace unbroken. The main road of the city extended ahead, with traffic gradually thickening. He pressed down on the inner pocket of his trench coat with his right hand to confirm that the cigarette case was still there. The detector returned to calm, the waveform reverting to gray-green. He knew he had not reported it, not out of hesitation, but because the clue was too thin and the evidence insufficient. An old cigarette case with energy residue, a vague remark about always being locked up, was not enough to trigger the system's broadcasting mechanism. Moreover, the subject was Wang Daju, the man who had propped his head, fed him water, and intervened with the foreman while he was unconscious. Yet he also understood that some things had already changed. His father's work injury was not an accident, he had suspected that long ago. But now even a relic that should have been sealed away bore traces of black market spiritual plant energy. He walked along the roadside, his steps steady. The trench coat clung to him like a new shell. Up ahead at the intersection, a gray van passed by, its windows darkly tinted, the license plate unclear. He glanced at it without paying much attention. The wristband vibrated slightly, indicating that the signal was normal and position synchronization was ongoing. He did not look. He simply quickened his pace, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Lin Xiao's footsteps did not falter. The hem of his trench coat brushed against the gravel by the roadside while his work boots struck the cracks at the edge of the asphalt, producing a muffled thud. As the wristband vibrated for the second time, he pressed his left hand against the detector at his waist and retrieved the communicator from his inner pocket with his right hand. The screen lit up, displaying the call Idaho Z01, indicating a direct connection to the headquarters. He answered. Energy mutation detected at monitoring point 3 on the outskirts of the city. Shenzhen's voice cut indirectly. The spatial rift has torn open, preliminarily identified as a low-level demon beast breach. You are the closest. Proceed immediately to coordinates K7G9. Activate the perception module and locate the main source. Lin Xiao swallowed. Received. The call ended. He looked up at the sky. The gray-white clouds pressed down on the distant mountain silhouettes, while a whiff of sulfur began to waft through the air, reminiscent of ignited slag underground. The road ahead forked, one path leading to the old town, the other stretching along the barren slope towards the wild ridge. He turned right and quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, the warning line appeared at the edge of his vision. 2 armored vehicles emblazoned with the words Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau were parked horizontally in the middle of the mountain road, their red and blue warning lights spinning and flashing. Several tactical team members in armor were setting up a metal net connected to ground insertion suppression stakes. On the distant hillside, a 3-meter-wide fissure slanted downward, exposing the rock wall, which gleamed with a dark purple glow at the fracture. Several creatures resembling wild boars were charging outside the warning zone, their backs covered in gray-black scales, tusks protruding, and sturdy limbs with webbing. Lin Xiao presented his assistant's credentials, and the guards allowed him to pass. He crossed the blockade and stood on the temporary platform set up for observation. The detector powered on, and the screen displayed the environmental scanning interface, with gray-green waveforms rolling slowly. He closed his eyes, concentrating. The perception of spiritual energy felt like a thin membrane pressed against the surface of his skin. Deep underground, something pulsed rhythmically and heavily, akin to a heartbeat. He adjusted the frequency, filtering out the interference emitted by the demon beast, locking onto the most stable energy pulse. The coordinate data formed in his mind. He opened his eyes and inputted into the communicator, main source point localization complete. Coordinates K7G9338, a depth approximately 17 meters, energy fluctuation frequency 4.7 Hz, steadily increasing. Received. The reported data has been synchronized with the command center. A response came through the earpiece. The special task force will arrive in 5 minutes. Please maintain observation status. Lin Xiao nodded, even though no one could see him. He leaned against the platform railing, staring in the direction of the fissure. The wind caused the detector's wires to sway slightly. He knew that what came next was no longer his concern. He could see, he could report, but he could not fight. Without enhancements, without combat powers, he was merely a snitch here to join the fun. A voice came from behind. It was low and sharp. Lin Xiao turned around. Zhao Taiquan was leaping down from the armored vehicle, the hydraulic sound of his mechanical legs softly echoing as it hit the ground. He was clad in full tactical armor, wielding an electric spear over his shoulder with the visor pushed down to his chin, revealing a taut jawline. Following him were 4 tactical team members, all equipped with reinforced exoskeleton devices. Lin Xiao did not respond. He merely pulled the detector half an inch closer to his side. Zhao Taiquan stepped a little closer, his gaze sweeping over the instrument screen. You're relying on this little box to find the coordinates. I thought it would be something more impressive. He sneered. We charge in to kill, and you just press a button to earn merit points. This job really pays well. Lin Xiao looked up at him. If the coordinates are wrong, you'll be the first to die. Zhao Taiquan narrowed his eyes. Lin Xiao fell silent. He turned back, his gaze returning to the fissure area. The detector's waveform suddenly fluctuated, a group of abnormal heat source signals rapidly moving from behind the rubble. Proximity 82, trajectory locked on the target, right at Zhao Taiquan's location. He immediately raised the detector high, the warning light flashing on while shouting 3 o'clock. Above, Zhao Taiquan instinctively rolled to the side. Almost simultaneously, an undetected demon beast leaped out from behind the rubble, its claws grazing his left shoulder armor, leaving 3 deep scratches on the metal layer, sparks flying. The creature landed awkwardly, and two approaching team members brought it down with an electric net. It convulsed for several seconds before going limp. The scene fell silent for a moment. Zhao Taiquan propped himself up, breathing heavily. He looked at Lin Xiao. His expression changed. It was no longer pure disdain, but mixed with something else, suspicion or hesitation. Lin Xiao remained standing in place, still holding the detector aloft, the light unextinguished. He glanced down at the screen. The residual data was still fluctuating. Residual activity from the secondary rift. Continuous monitoring recommended for 30 minutes. You're lucky. Zhao Taiquan brushed off the dust from his armor, his tone softer. Don't expect me to thank you next time. Lin Xiao pulled the corner of his mouth upward. I don't expect that. He turned off the flashing light and clipped the instrument back to his belt. The wind blew down from the mountain pass, stirring up dust that clung to the front of his trench coat. He raised his hand, wiping the dust from the detector's screen. The energy halo at the edge of the fissure was weakening, and the main source point frequency had dropped to 3.2 Hz, indicating that the suppression net was effective. No new demon beasts were appearing, and the 3 captured were being loaded into a specially designed cage. A medic approached to check Zhao Taiquan's shoulder injury. The armor was dented, but not penetrated. Zhao Taiquan waved off further treatment and walked straight towards the evacuation vehicle. As he passed by Lin Xiao, his footsteps faltered for half a second. He didn't look back or say anything. He merely brushed his left hand lightly against the switch of his right arm's exoskeleton, producing a brief mechanical sound. Then he got into the vehicle, and the door closed. The convoy of armored vehicles gradually started, the red and blue lights fading into the distance. Only 2 suppression stakes remained operational, emitting a low-frequency hum. Lin Xiao stood in place, breathing slightly heavier, his right hand still gripping the detectors, casing knuckles turning white. His trench coat was dusted with a scratch on his right shoulder, uncertain if it was from the flying rocks or from climbing the barrier. The sky remained gloomy. Although the fissure had not closed, it had stopped expanding. The communicator vibrated once, indicating an update on the task status. First task completed. The notification for merit points had yet to pop up, and the system displayed pending review. He glanced down at the inner pocket where the cigarette case lay. The copper box pressed against his chest, its coolness still lingering. In the distance on the mountain road, a gray van slowly drove away, the tinted windows obscuring its interior, the license plate indistinct. He glanced at it, not paying much attention. The wristband vibrated slightly, the signal normal, and the location was synchronizing. He did not look. He simply stood there, gazing at the gradually dimming fissure. Lin Xiao kicked his work boots to the side of the bed, the heels thudding against the concrete floor. He hadn't taken off his black windbreaker, which draped over the back of the chair, the dust on the cuffs still unbrushed. He sat at the edge of the bed with the detector resting on his lap, the screen dark. The bracelet vibrated twice, a notification banner popping up with a new message: the task, sealing of the rift at Suburban Mountain No. 3 inch has been approved, 500 merit points have been credited. Awarded the Emergency Contribution Award. Please attend the award ceremony at the main hall of the Municipal Administrative Center before 1:40 today. Live broadcast throughout. He stared at the line of text for 3 seconds, swiped away the notification, and stood up to open the wardrobe. Inside hung a neatly pressed dark gray suit, the formal attire issued by the administration. He glanced at it, turned around, and grabbed the black windbreaker from the chair back, shaking it before putting it back on. At exactly 14 o'clock, the lights in the hall illuminated. The red carpet stretched from the entrance to the stage, flanked by cameras. Lin Xiao stood in the corner, the windbreaker zipped up to his throat, the hood hanging down his neck. Chen Zhen walked onto the stage, the shoulder insignia shining under the spotlight. Representatives from various bureaus, media reporters, and a few students in uniforms holding signs that read tribute to the Guardians sat in the audience. In this Rift Incident, Senior Coordinator Lin Xiao independently completed the primary source point localization without support or armament. Chen Zhen's voice was steady. The time reported for the coordinates was 8 minutes and 17 seconds earlier than the Special Operations Team's arrival, securing a crucial window for network suppression. Without precise perception, there would be no subsequent eradication. The audience fell silent. Reporters lowered their heads to take notes. In the era of supernatural abilities, combat is not the only way to contribute. He paused. The first person to discover a fire and the last person to leave the scene are both deserving of remembrance. Applause erupted. It was not fervent, but it was persistent. The camera cut to Lin Xiao. He was guided onto the stage. Chen Zhen handed him a silver medal with red patterns, the reverse engraved with National Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau Emergency Contribution. The host handed him the microphone. Would you like to say a few words, eh? Lin Xiao took it, tapping the metal casing lightly with his knuckles. As long as the coordinates are correct, that's enough. Some in the audience chuckled. The live broadcast comments flooded in. This person really can't talk, looks like he came from a construction site, but he's quite genuine. After the photo session, he stepped down from the stage. Flashes from cameras pursued him for several seconds. As the crowd dispersed, a reporter approached Mr. Lin. Some netizens question whether it is fair for you to receive a high-level reward based solely on system reports without participating in actual combat. Lin Xiao halted. The hem of his windbreaker brushed against his calves. Who developed the system? Who analyzed the data? Where were you when the monsters emerged? The reporter was taken aback. If the coordinates were wrong, they would have been the ones to die. He pointed towards the special operations team's seating. I may not use a gun, but my data is faster than a bullet. He stuffed the microphone back into the assistant's hand and turned to leave the hall. The car was parked at the side door. He opened the car door, and just as he was about to get in, his phone vibrated. Weibo trending topics popped up. Value of the emergency contribution award ranked 3rd. Clicking in a highly liked comment read, can I get a medal just by reporting? Then can I go to the park tomorrow and shout, I discovered an alien, to also receive a medal? Another reply said, don't be sarcastic upstairs. Do you have the ability to sense spiritual energy? Can you lock onto the rift frequency? The data is out. He reported the time 8 minutes earlier than the special operations, so shut up. The debate spiraled down several hundred layers. Support and ridicule were split evenly. He put down his phone and leaned back in his seat. The car started driving towards the city. 2 hours after the live broadcast ended, the Bureau's official Weibo released a set of screenshots. The first image was from the command center's backend. Record coordinator X001 reported the primary source point coordinates, time 132204. The second image was from the Special Operations Team's departure log, eradication team boarding order, issued time 133021. The third image was a graph of energy fluctuation marked with the precise difference between the report time and the suppression network activation time. The caption read simply, facts do not require embellishment. The comments section quickly reversed. I take back what I said earlier. 8 minutes earlier is crucial, so non-combat positions are also this important. Yet there were still voices. Technical endorsement does not equate to personal ability. He's just a trigger. If someone else operated the system, the result would be the same. Lin Xiao was unaware of this. He returned to his rented room, twisted the door lock twice, and engaged the bolt. The room was small, with a bed, a table, and a chair. A city map was affixed to the wall with several points circled in red pen, all locations where rifts had recently appeared. He took out the beginner's manual for spiritual energy adaptation from his bag and opened the first page. The title was Perception Convergence and Breathing Control. Below were 3 actions listed. Sit upright, close your eyes, tongue against the palate. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, exhale for 6 seconds. Focus your intention on the brow area, filtering out the noise. He followed the instructions. Breathing gradually stabilized. The tension that had been taut in his mind all day loosened slightly. The detector was placed on the table screen, facing down. Outside, the sky turned purple and the streetlights across the building lit up one by one. Midway through the third cycle, a sudden sharp pain struck at his temple. It felt like a needle prick, as if something was brushing against his nerves. He did not stop, continuing to exhale. By the 4th time, the sharp pain dulled, becoming a persistent pressure pressing inward from the corner of his forehead. He opened his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead. Standing up, he walked to the window. The alley below was empty, a stray cat rummaging through a plastic bag by the trash can. He reached to close the window, but suddenly froze. On the edge of the roof of the 7-story-old building, across, a silhouette swiftly darted past. Dressed in black mask, moving as lightly as if walking on paper. Cold wind rushed in, causing the lining of the windbreaker to billow. He turned, grabbed the detector, powered it on, and switched to wide area scanning mode. The green light rolled values. Cold wind rushed in, causing the lining of the windbreaker to billow. He turned, grabbed the detector, powered it on, and switched to wide area scanning mode. The green light rolled values, fluctuating, environmental energy reading normal. No rift fluctuations detected. No supernatural signals identified. He squinted, staring at the screen for 10 seconds. His finger slid, switching to thermal imaging. The image refreshed. There was no one on the opposite roof. The temperature was uniform, with only a few thermal-retaining concrete slabs. He turned off the device, walked to the door, and dragged his work boots to the bedside, toes facing outward. He didn't take off the detector at his waist, casually hanging it on the bed frame's hook. The windbreaker was removed and draped over the chair, positioned close enough to grab promptly with his right hand. Sitting back on the edge of the bed, he closed his eyes and continued practicing the breathing technique from the manual. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, exhale for 6 seconds. The pressure in his mind persisted, as if a wire was tightly wound around his nerves, tightening further. During the 5th cycle, he opened his eyes and looked at the map on the wall. The 3rd point within the red circle indicated today's rift location. Next to it was a small pencil-drawn cross added by him before bed last night. At that time, he felt that the geomagnetism there was somewhat chaotic, but after reporting it, the system assessed it as low priority. Now beside that small cross a faint azure line began to appear. Only he could see it. That was the trace of spiritual energy flow. He remained still, simply staring at that line until it gradually faded away. Outside, the cat in the alley jumped onto the wall with food in its mouth, flicking its tail before vanishing into the shadows of the stairwell. The light from the street lamp sliced through the glass, casting a line of light and shadow on the floor. Lin Xiao lay down without covering himself with a blanket. His right hand hung by the side of the bed, fingertips just 2 centimeters from the detector's button. His eyelids grew heavy. The headache neither intensified nor eased. It was there, steadily existing like a shard of stone embedded in bone. The clock downstairs struck 9. He did not open his eyes. On the bedside table, the phone screen was dark. The latest unread message came from the Bureau's internal network. The routine health check schedule for tomorrow has been issued. Please sign in on time. He was unaware of this message. His breathing became shallow and even slipping into a state of half. His ears still slightly twitching, capturing the sounds of footsteps in the corridor outside, dripping pipes, and the grinding sound of vehicles turning in the distance. In a fleeting moment, his eyelashes fluttered. The shadow on the roof did not reappear. Yet he knew someone. The headache had not dissipated. It had taken root in Lin Xiao's skull like a red-hot iron stake, piercing through his brow, burrowing deeper. He lay on the bed in his rented room, grayish-white spots flickering beneath his eyelids, and the map on the wall distorted in his vision. The cracks circled in red ink began to ooze blue lines flowing slowly like the veins of a living creature. He closed his eyes, following the breathing technique as usual. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, exhale for 6 seconds. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, concentrating his thoughts on his brow. But just as he entered the state, his brain jolted violently, as if an electric current surged up his spinal cord. He opened his eyes, feeling warmth in his nasal cavity as blood trickled from his lower lip to his chin. The detector lay quietly on the bedside table, its screen facing down. He did not wipe the blood, but reached for the device and powered it on. Environmental energy reading normal. No crack wave fluctuations detected. No abnormal psychic signals recognized. Data showed no anomalies. But his body was not normal. A system notification popped up, framed in red with bold text: disordered psychic energy reflux, detected risk level elevated, immediate termination of self-training recommended, please report to the psychological intervention team. Lin Xiao stared at the text for 2 seconds before swiping away the pop-up. He closed his eyes again, attempting to suppress the throbbing pain. However, on his third attempt, a blinding white light erupted in front of him, accompanied by a sharp buzzing in his ears. He gritted his teeth and held on, cold sweat trickling down his temples and dripping onto his chest. No more training. He took out his phone and dialed the internal line. In a low voice, he said, B block, 3rd floor, psychological intervention department. Send someone to pick me up. 10 minutes later, the logistics staff knocked on his door. Lin Xiao had already put on his black trench coat, the zipper pulled up to his throat, the hood hanging at the back of his neck. He stood up, his combat boots feeling slightly unsteady on the ground. The detector hung at his waist, and he steadied himself by gripping the edge of the table. Can you walk? The logistics staff asked. I can, he replied, stepping out and locking the door behind him. The corridor's lights were harsh and white. The two of them walked towards the elevator, with Lin Xiao's steps slower than usual, his right hand always pressed against the inner side of his trench coat, as if ready to pull something out at any moment. In reality, he just wanted to grasp something for support. B block, 3rd floor, psychological intervention department. At the end of the corridor stood a metal door, accessible only with a permission card. As the door opened, a mix of disinfectant and ozone rushed in. Room number 307, with a small line of text beneath the doorplate: special consultation room for emotional stability assessment and perception system calibration. Yi Zhenjin was already inside. She had her back to the door, adjusting equipment. Her silver gray hair was tied into a low ponytail, wearing a turtleneck sweater paired with a bulletproof vest, and on her left hand was a gold ring. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned around, and her gaze landed on Lin Xiao's face. You're bleeding. Lin Xiao raised his hand to wipe his mouth corner, his fingertips stained with dark red. I overdid it during practice just now. She did not speak further, but gestured for him to sit on the treatment chair. The chair resembled a dental chair equipped with a headrest and arm restraints. Lin Xiao did not move. Do I need to be restrained? It's a procedural requirement, she replied. Those with perception overload may experience unconscious eruptions, so we need to prevent any accidental harm. He sat down. His wrist rested on the support, and he did not let her fasten the restraints. Yi Zhenjin activated the system panel and brought up his file. Real-time physiological data scrolled across the screen: elevated heart rate, abnormal beta wave activity, delayed pupil response. In the past 3 days, how long did you practice on your own each day? Over 5 hours. Did the reporting system indicate any risks? Yes. I turned it off. She looked up at him, her gaze devoid of emotion. You are X001, not a test subject. Don't joke with your nervous system. Lin Xiao tugged at the corner of his mouth. No one taught me how to be an assistant. I can only practice by myself. She stopped speaking further, turned on a bright flashlight, and aimed it at his eyes. Don't close your eyes. Look directly at the light source. As the light pierced his pupils, Lin Xiao's muscles tensed. This was not ordinary illumination, but high-frequency pulsed light, flashing 12 times per second, specifically used to test the stability of the visual cortex. He clenched his jaw, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Immediately after the sound wave calibration device activated, an 8,000 Hz test tone entered his ear canal, like a fine needle scraping against the inner wall of his skull. Lin Xiao's fingers dug into the armrest of the chair, his knuckles turning white. He could feel his heartbeat pounding against his ribs, each thump heavier than the last. Yi Jinjin observed the monitoring screen. Hang in there. This is the standard screening procedure. It will end in 30 seconds. 30 seconds felt like 30 minutes. Just as he felt he could not hold on any longer, his vision suddenly blurred. The white light before him cracked open, transforming into flowing patches of color. He saw a blazing orange-red wave surge out from Yi Jinjin's chest, wrapping around her head, only to be pushed back by layers of gray-blue rational barriers. That was emotion. She was very afraid. Afraid that something would happen to him. You? His throat tightened, his voice hoarse. Are you actually very afraid I will get into trouble? The consultation room suddenly fell silent. Yi Jinjin's hand froze above the control panel. She did not turn off the lights or stop the audio. She just looked at him, her gaze cracking for the first time. What did you say? I saw it, he gasped, fresh blood seeping out of his nose. Your worry is red, very hot, and pressed down by yourself. She quickly shut down the equipment. The bright light extinguished and the noise ceased. The room was left with only the faint hum of the standby device. Preliminary assessment indicates a sensory overload causing neural synesthesia. Her tone returned to calm as she lowered her head to record the data. Suspend high-intensity training for 72 hours. During this period, refrain from using the detector and any self-meditation training. Lin Xiao leaned back in the chair, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Blood dripped onto the front of his trench coat, spreading a small dark stain. Synesthesia. Your psychic perception has broken through physical boundaries and started capturing emotional residues in the bioelectric field. She handed him a tissue. This situation rarely occurs in early awakeners. Your condition is special. He took the tissue and pressed it to his nostrils. So I shouldn't train. You shouldn't train alone, she replied, pulling out a printed notification from a folder and handing it to him. After recovery, report directly to the first floor of Building C to join the Awakener training class. This is an order. Lin Xiao took the notification. His fingertips brushed against the edge of her gloved hand. It was cold, dry, and stable. He did not ask further. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, fading away. The consultation room was brightly lit, revealing no escape. Yi Jinjin stood before the console, pulling up his brainwave chart and magnifying the areas of concern. Lin Xiao slowly stood up. His legs felt a bit weak, but he could walk. Thank you, he said. She did not look up. When you leave, let the logistics staff log your departure time. He opened the door, the hem of his trench coat sweeping across the threshold. Just as he was about to step out, he heard her quietly say, next time you have a headache, don't force yourself. He paused for a moment, but did not turn back. Understood. The door closed behind him. The corridor's lights remained harshly white. The logistics staff waited around the corner, approaching him as he came out. Shall I take you back to your residence? No need, Lin Xiao shook his head. I want to take a walk. He proceeded along the main passage of B block. His steps were steadier than before. The notification in his hand was crumpled into a ball shoved into his coat pocket. The overhead fluorescent light buzzed. The emergency exit sign on the wall glowed with a green arrow pointing towards the safe exit. As he passed a mirror, he caught sight of the crescent scar on his right brow and the blood vessels still visible in his eyes. He knew what he had seen moments ago was not an illusion. He knew she was genuinely concerned. But he also understood that such a capability should not exist, at least not now. The 7 Titwohor ban would put him at a disadvantage. And falling behind meant he might be excluded from the next mission. Yet if he forced himself to train, the next thing he saw might be more than just the color of emotions. He walked into the courtyard of the administration bureau. The glass dome above let in the dim light of the evening sky, gray and overcast. A few artificial plants stood in the corners, their leaves collecting fine dust. He stopped and looked up at the sky. The clouds hung low, pressing down on the entire city. A corner of the notification peered out from his trench coat pocket. Printed on it in black song typeface were the words Awakener Training Class First Session Enrollment Ceremonies, and sharp latecomers will be disqualified. At 6:17 in the morning, Lin Xiao stood at the entrance of the training hall on the first floor of Building C. The zipper of his trench coat was caught beneath his throat, and the hood hung over his shoulders while his work boots made muffled sounds on the non-slip tiles. His right hand was tucked into the inner pocket, fingertips brushing against a crumpled and smooth paper notification. The edges of the paper had begun to fray much like his current nerves. The hall was fully lit, blindingly bright. 30 numbered seats were arranged in a fan shape, the metallic chair backs reflecting cold light. Lin Xiao glanced down at his watch, 0852. 8 minutes left. He didn't look for a seat, instead leaning against the wall. The detector at his waist was off its shell, cold to the touch. The headache had subsided, but there was still a slight dullness in his temples, as if the blood flow had slowed down. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again his gaze swept over the front row. Zhao Taekwon was adjusting the microphone at the podium. Dressed in a tight training outfit, his right prosthetic leg and left leg bore weight evenly and his movements were crisp. When he spotted Lin Xiao, he paused for a moment, not speaking, only lowering the microphone stand by 2 inches. 0859 Lin Xiao walked towards his position. Seat X001 was in the corner of the last row far from the main aisle. He sat down, the hem of his trench coat brushing against the chair, making a slight friction sound. At precisely 0900 Zhao Taekwon picked up the attendance sheet. When your name is called, please report. His voice was flat. Wang Lei. Here. Chen Yong. Here. One by one responses echoed. Lin Xiao stared at his own hands resting on his knees. His knuckles were slightly curled, calloused palms, shaped by years of carrying steel bars. He knew what was coming next. Lin Xiao. He raised his eyes. X001. Here. Zhao Taekwon closed the attendance sheet, his gaze landing on him. The entire room fell silent. Some people, he began, his tone suddenly shifting, rely on betraying their kind for medals. He paused, a cold smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. We do not harbor informers here. Laughter erupted from several rows in the middle. Someone whistled while another banged on the table. Lin Xiao remained still. He felt his breath grow heavier, but his face showed no reaction. He simply slid his left hand slowly into the inner side of his trench coat, pressing down on the crumpled paper. Zhao Taekwon stepped down from the podium, standing in the center of the room. The first item today is outdoor perception training. The objective: locate 3 hidden spiritual energy nodes within 30 minutes in the simulation area. Any means may be used, but offensive abilities are prohibited. The team moved towards the back mountain. At 0932, a group of 10 entered the simulation area behind Building C. The terrain consisted of artificial hills with dense shrubs and scattered rocks. Each person was equipped with a basic scanner, the screen displaying gray and white noise. Others immediately dispersed. Some crouched down to test soil conductivity, while others jumped onto rock piles, testing for changes in airflow. A bespectacled trainee opened the external antenna of his device and walked in circles. Lin Xiao stood in place, not moving. He closed his eyes for 5 seconds. It was not for meditation, but to block visual distractions. The headache had ceased, but his nervous system remained sensitive. When he opened his eyes, he had already caught the faint traces of energy in the air, like ripples left by a fish swimming beneath the water, fleeting and ephemeral. He turned towards the northeast slope. The layer of fallen leaves was thick, soft underfoot. He brushed aside a cluster of dead branches, crouching down, fingers pressed against a rock half buried in the soil. The temperature was more than 2 degrees higher than the surroundings, with a slight tremor. He tapped 3 times. The assistant instructor approached quickly, holding a calibration device close to the rock. With a beep, a green light illuminated. Confirmed discoverer of Node 1, X001. The crowd stopped their movements, turning to look at him. The assistant instructor glanced at the recording board, then looked at him again. First successful positioning, mark with excellence. He quietly told the recorder beside him, add to the potential list of candidates. Lin Xiao stood up, brushing off the dirt from his hands. No one applauded. Several trainees exchanged glances, one muttering, just luck. The training continued. At 1007, the second node had still not been found. Most were concentrated in the southwest hollow, with frequent alarms from the instruments, but all were disguised interference sources. Lin Xiao did not make another move. He stood at the crest of the slope, watching the pale blue trails moving between the shadows of the trees in the distance. Those lines were clearer than before, like spider silk blown by the wind. He knew the third node was below the northwestern cliff, but he did not move. It was not hesitation, but restraint. He understood that once he hit consecutively, it would only deepen the hostility. But he also knew that total silence would be seen as mere luck. At 1018, 12 minutes remained in the countdown. He stepped down the slope, heading northwest. This time he walked slowly. Each step felt like assessing the wind direction. Finally, he stopped before a stretch of rubble. He bent down and lifted a flat stone slab. A warm airflow rushed to his face. The assistant instructor checked again, nodding. Node 2 confirmed. The recorder updated the data on the spot. X001, a double node hit, overall score raised to a This time, even Zhao Taekwon glanced at him. The assembly whistle sounded. At 11 o'clock sharp, the comprehensive physical fitness test began. The total length of the route was 400 meters, including a climbing net balance beam, low wire obstacle course, and weighted wall traverse. The order was determined by drawing lots. Zhao Tiechuan, as the team leader, had the authority to supervise process adjustments. Lin Xiao, you're the second to start, he announced. Lin Xiao nodded. The first was Zhao Taekwon himself. At the sound of the whistle, Zhao Taekwon dashed out from the starting line. His movements were clean and decisive, climbing the net to the top in 35 seconds, landing with a roll into a sprint, swiftly passing through the front section of the balance beam. As he reached the midsection, his right foot seemed to inadvertently brush against a fixed knot. Lin Xiao stood behind the starting line, clearly seeing that foot. But he did not shout. The whistle blew again, and he set off. His speed was steady. He controlled his acceleration within a safe threshold. The climbing net took 38 seconds, his arms exerting smooth force. Upon landing, he headed straight for the balance beam. The surface was 30 centimeters wide, 1.5 meters off the ground, with no railings on either side. He stepped onto the first board, his steps steady. As he reached the midsection, his center of gravity tilted slightly. His right foot missed the edge. The knot loosened, causing the entire beam to shift by 20 degrees. He reacted quickly, pushing off with his left foot in an attempt to adjust, but in that moment of turning, his ankle was already caught. When he landed, his right knee hit the ground, body leaning forward, steadying himself with one hand. Pain exploded from his ankle, shooting up his calf. He did not cry out. Slowly standing up, he steadied himself. He dared not put weight on his right foot, his entire weight resting on his left leg. Surrounding trainees passed through one after another, no one stopping. Some glanced at him and quickened their pace. The assistant instructor ran over, crouching down to check. Slight sprain does not affect walking, but requires bandaging. 1 point deducted for an error. Lin Xiao nodded. Understood. The medical room was at the end of the corridor on the east side of Building C. 11 minutes later, he sat on the treatment bed, his pant leg rolled up to his calf, his ankle wrapped in elastic bandage. The nurse cut the binding and packed up the toolkit. Avoid vigorous exercise within 24 hours. Got it. He slowed his movements while putting on his shoes. The moment his right foot slid into the boot, and needle-like pain shot up. He gritted his teeth and tied the shoelaces tight. The door opened, and a logistics staff member peeked in. Team leader Zhao wants you to return the detector to the equipment room after you finish. Lin Xiao looked up. I can go now. He supported himself against the wall and walked out of the medical room. The corridor lights were still harshly white, reflecting off the tiles. His right hand rested against the wall as he walked, his steps unsteady, but refusing to use a crutch. The main passage of the training area in Building C ran east to west. He walked along the north side, passing by a mirror. The reflection showed a pale face, the crescent scar on his right brow, particularly noticeable under the bright light. The pocket of his trench coat bulged slightly. It was the notification. He did not look at his reflection. He continued walking. At 11:53, he arrived at the equipment room door. The door was open, and Zhao Taekwon was counting the gearboxes. Hearing footsteps, he turned around. The two locked eyes for a second. Zhao Taekwon set down the registration form in his hand. How's your foot? I can still walk. He turned and took an empty box from the shelf. In future training, don't push yourself too hard. Lin Xiao took the box, remaining silent. People like you, Zhao Taekwon suddenly said. I don't believe you can survive just by reporting. Lin Xiao looked down at the number on the bottom of the box. X-Rays, a specialized recycling container for assistance. I don't survive by reporting, he said. I survive by completing tasks. Zhao Taekwon did not respond. Lin Xiao turned and left. The box held to his chest felt very light. He knew it would soon be filled. New detectors, new task instructions, new assessment standards. But he also knew that some people would never change their words. He walked past the perimeter of the training field, passing by an outdoor equipment area. A few trainees were doing pull-ups, sweat dripping onto the sand. No one looked at him. Each step with his right foot sent a dull pain through him. He did not slow down. Ahead was the entrance to the internal passage, which required a permission card to enter. At the other end of the passage was the main building of the Management Bureau, with the Merit System Service Desk located in the west side of the second floor of Zone B. He pulled out his identity card. Swiped the card, a beep sounded. The door opened. He stepped inside, the sounds of the training field cut off behind him. The lights turned a warm yellow, and there was a faint smell of machine oil in the air. The passage went straight ahead, ending at the elevator hall. He stood before the elevator, pressing the up button. The number jumped from 1 to 2. When the door opened, he stepped out with his right foot first, supporting his body as he entered the cabin. His left hand gripped the handrail tightly, his knuckles turning white. The elevator ascended. He stared at the floor display. 2, 3, 4. The notification in his trench coat pocket had flattened out. The black text on it was still clear: Awakener Training Class, First Session, Opening Ceremonies, and sharp entry, latecomers disqualified. He did not look at it again. The elevator stopped, the door opened. As he took his first step, his right foot wobbled slightly upon landing, but he quickly adjusted his center of gravity. Ahead in the corridor, a sign for the merit exchange counter hung overhead. The blue letters on a white background pointed to the right. He walked in that direction. The elevator doors opened and Lin Xiao stepped out with his right foot, the sole of his shoe lightly tapping against the metallic threshold. A sharp pain shot up from his ankle, but he did not hesitate. His left hand steadied himself against the cabin wall as he walked into the corridor on the second floor of Area B. Warm yellow light illuminated his face, and a faint scent of machine oil mixed with ink wafted through the air. Ahead, a blue sign hung overhead: Merit Exchange Center, turn right. As his right foot landed, it slightly turned outward, his weight shifting onto his left leg. The work boots made a dull thud on the anti-slip tiles. The hem of his trench coat swayed gently with each step, and the edge of his ID card in the inner pocket brushed against the outer side of his thigh. After taking a dozen steps, he turned into the right passage. The exchange window was lit, and behind the glass sat a uniformed clerk, head bowed as they organized files. Lin Xiao approached the counter, took out his ID card, and placed it in the sensing area. With a beep, the screen switched. X001, Lin Xiao. The clerk looked up. Available merit points 1,000. Exchange for the basic spiritual energy cultivation method. The clerk typed 2 keys on the keyboard and pulled out a manual with a deep blue cover, handing it through the window. The silver embossed title was clear: Basic Spiritual Energy Cultivation Method Beginner's Guide. No chip, no QR code, purely paper. This is a beginner's text. It is recommended to study it in a safe area. The first cultivation is likely to trigger perception fluctuations. If dizziness or nosebleeds occur, please stop immediately and contact the psychological intervention department. Lin Xiao nodded and took the manual. The cover felt slightly cool, the paper thick. He turned to the first page, the handwriting neat: breathing rhythm guidance. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 2 seconds, exhale for 6 seconds. Focus on the dantian and eliminate distractions. He closed the book and turned to leave. At the end of the corridor was a resting area with a row of gray benches against the wall. He chose a spot in the corner to sit down, leaning against the wall, removing his right boot and resting his bandaged foot on his other leg. The sole faced outward and his work pants were rolled up to his calves, revealing the elastic bandaging around his ankle. He opened the manual and found the breathing method section. Closing his eyes, he began to adjust his breath. Inhale for seconds. A faint pain throbbed in his ankle, as if a wire were tugging back and forth inside. His muscles were tense, unable to fully relax. Hold, 2 seconds. Distractions flooded in. Zhao Taixuan's gaze, the laughter from the training ground. The moment he lost balance on the beam. He gritted his teeth, pulling his focus back to his abdomen. Exhale, 6 seconds. Inhale again. On the third cycle, his consciousness suddenly sank. The sounds of the outside world faded, yet there was a stir within. A faint azure light rose from his lower abdomen, slowly ascending along his spine. It was slender like a thread swaying in the wind, yet it undeniably existed. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. The manual was still in his hand. Sunlight slanted through the window, falling onto the third line of the paper. Those who first sense spiritual energy commonly trigger meridian pathways while at rest. He looked down at his hands. His palms were sweaty and his knuckles were pale. That earlier light was not an illusion. He closed his eyes again, re-entering the rhythm. Inhale 4, hold 2, exhale 6. This time the azure light was clearer. It started from the dantian, traveling up the governing vessel to the dasui point, pausing briefly, then dispersing into his shoulders and neck. He attempted to push it further upward with his mind, but as soon as he exerted force, his temples throbbed and cold sweat beaded at his brow. He could not force it any further. He stopped and opened his eyes. The manual lay across his knees. He had memorized its first page. He slowly tied his shoelaces, still hesitant to put full weight on his right foot, but he felt much lighter in spirit than before. Rising, he walked toward the exit. The corridor lights remained bright. As he passed a mirror, he did not pause his steps, but his peripheral vision caught his reflection. His complexion was still somewhat pale, the scar on his brow prominent in the light, yet his eyes were no longer dull. Exiting the main building of the management bureau, the midday sun was blinding. The street was bustling with noise. The sounds of traffic, honking horns, and the distant thumping of a piling machine at a construction site blended together. He stood on the steps, shielding his eyes from the sun, then suddenly realized something and lowered his hand. He closed his eyes. The city's noises receded, and another kind of vision emerged. Countless faint energy points floated in the air, the pale blue halos flowing around pedestrians, the orangered heat spots emitted from vehicle engines, the rhythmic pulses from underground cables. There was too much information, like a torrential rain hitting the surface of a lake, creating intertwined ripples that were hard to discern. A headache began to brew. He leaned against a lamppost at the side of the street, pressing his palms against his temples, recalling the mantra from the manual: focus on a point, let your heart follow your breath. He anchored his attention on his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Each pulse brought a slight tremor. After 3 minutes, the background noise weakened and his perception stabilized. With a radius of approximately 1 kilometer, the system prompt silently popped up: perception breakthrough to level 2, detection range expanded to 1 kilometer. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He stepped forward, testing the stability of his movement. With each step, his perception updated synchronously. The electromagnetic field of the convenience store's freezer, the vibration frequency of the air conditioning unit in the upstairs apartment, even the heartbeat of a stray cat 100 meters away, all fell within his detectable range. He walked slowly through the intersection, turning onto a commercial street. Shops lined both sides and advertisements flashed. As he approached the bank's entrance, 2 men caught his attention. They stood in the shadow beside the automatic door, wearing matching black caps and ordinary jackets. One handed over a brown paper bag, while the other received it, their palms briefly touching. The action was casual, like ordinary friends exchanging items. But Lin Xiao saw something else. A thin, dark red thread of energy flowed from the opening of the paper bag, connecting the 2 men's palms. It lasted less than 3 seconds before snapping. Before the red thread dissipated, it flowed toward the ventilation ducts inside the bank. He paused his steps, but did not approach or linger. He walked past slowly, his peripheral vision sweeping over the contours of the 2 men's faces. No distinct features, they looked like ordinary people. He stopped diagonally across from the bank, leaning against a newsstand. Closing his eyes, he replayed the 3-second scene. The red thread's texture was different from that of human spiritual energy and did not resemble natural energy either. It had a viscous feel, flowing slowly with its end pointing toward a certain place inside the building. He replayed the perception image repeatedly, confirming it was not an illusion. He took out the detector from his waist, adjusting the knob with his thumb to switch to residual energy scan mode. The screen lit up, and among the gray-white noise, a faint red spot appeared, matching the location of the handover point. 5 seconds later, the signal faded to 0. He silently noted the coordinates and put away the device. Turning, he walked back toward the management bureau. With each step of his right foot, there was still a dull pain, but his stride remained steady. The hood of his trench coat hung over his shoulders, and the manual was tucked inside his coat. After walking 20 meters, he suddenly stopped. He looked toward the outskirts of the city. There lay an expanse of wasteland with old factories shrouded in dust. A certain pulling sensation transmitted from the nerve endings, like an invisible thread gently tugging at the nape of his neck. He did not move. The sunlight warmed his face, the heat palpable. The street remained noisy. A delivery tricycle passed by, its bell ringing. Lin Xiao raised his hand, touching the scar on his brow. Then he turned and changed direction, stepping toward the outskirts of the city. Lin Xiao's footsteps halted at the edge of the wasteland on the outskirts of the city. The wind whistled through the broken walls of the abandoned factory, stirring up a layer of grayish-yellow dust that brushed against his face with a coarse texture. He raised his hand to wipe his right brow, where fragments lodged into the old scar, causing his eyelid to twitch. The sunlight slanted down, and the jagged remnants of the tin roof reflected blinding spots of light, as if someone had sliced through his retina with a blade. He closed his eyes for 3 seconds and took a deep breath. For seconds and 2 seconds, held 6 seconds out. The azure light in his dantian gradually ascended, crawling along his spine. A headache pressed down, yet it was lighter than before. His perception expanded, revealing energy points within a kilometer, the heartbeat of wild dogs, the pulses of underground cables, and the low-frequency hum of a distant transformer station. But the buildings were too dense. The reinforced concrete and rusty metal distorted the signals like a tangle of wires. He moved forward, pressing against the outer wall of the factory. Red bricks flaked away, exposing the blackened steel bars inside. His work boots crunched on the shattered glass, emitting a faint crackling sound. He pressed the back of the detector against the rusted iron plate, turning the knob with his thumb to switch to deep scan. The screen flickered and noise rolled. Half a minute later, a rhythmic pulse emerged from 0. 8 meters below the ground, occurring every 1.3 seconds, as if some device was operating. This is the place. He circled around to the back wall, finding an entrance to a drainage tunnel. A crack in the cement cover barely allowed for a person to crawl through. He stowed the detector and bent down to crawl inside. The walls of the pipe were slick and coated with oil and mold. His work boots gripped the ground as he inched forward. Halfway through, his left shoulder brushed against a protruding steel bar, causing the entire pipe to shudder slightly. Footsteps resonated from above. He immediately froze and held his breath. The creaking sound of an iron door opening echoed above, followed by voices. "Third brother, go check the ventilation duct." "I just checked, there's no one." "Look again." Lin Xiao lay in the pipe, his forehead pressed against the cold metal. He dared not move. The hood of his windbreaker was knocked askew by the pipe, and dust seeped into the wound on his right brow, stinging painfully. He gritted his teeth, refocusing on his breathing rhythm. For seconds and 2 seconds held 6 seconds out. The azure light flowed slowly within him, calming his restless nerves. Minutes later, the footsteps receded. He continued forward and finally reached the grill of the ventilation duct. The barbed wire had long rusted, and he used his multi-tool to pry open the screws, gently pushing it aside. Below was an underground space of about 30 square meters with cement walls and a ceiling hanging a single emergency light. 3 men sat around an iron table where several plants were displayed. They were entirely a deep blue, their leaf edges glimmering faintly with dark red threads entangled at their roots, being cut and packed into small boxes. Lin Xiao squinted to observe. A black triangular flag hung on the wall, emblazoned with a distorted serpentine pattern at its center. The lines coiled in a loop, the head and tail connecting, resembling some sort of totem. He noted the shape, preparing to exit, when one of the men suddenly stood, hand resting on a square metallic box at his waist. Lin Xiao retreated back into the ventilation duct, tightening the screws of the grill. But just as he turned, the detector's screen automatically lit up, a line of small text, silently popping up: detected reverse reporting shield signal, reporting function locked. His pupils constricted. He couldn't report. The system was silent. The national broadcast channel was completely shut down. He had become a lone point. He quickly turned off the detector's screen to prevent the light from exposing him. He flipped down to the ground, pressing against the wall, feeling around in the corner for a metal storage cabinet. The door was ajar, and he slipped inside, gently closing it. The gap in the door was not sealed tightly, allowing him to barely see half of the outside view. The air was murky, mixed with the smell of machine oil and rotting wood. The footsteps approached. The man held a square device, slowly patrolling the room. With each circuit he completed, ripples spread through the air like water waves expanding. Lin Xiao held his breath. He knew that was the shielding wave scanning the area. As long as one got close, all supernatural signals would be suppressed. The man walked to the iron table and stopped, bending down to check the progress of the spirit plants being packaged. Another person handed him a cigarette, which he waved away. The third person whispered, "Recently the situation has become tense. The higher-ups want us to speed up the processing." "What are you afraid of? The shield is on and no one can locate us." "But yesterday at the bank, the person who was supposed to hand over hasn't returned." "Shut up." The man with the shield interrupted sharply, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Lin Xiao leaned against the cabinet wall, his heartbeat steady. He didn't move. His right hand quietly reached for the dagger at his waist, while his left hand pressed down the hem of his windbreaker to prevent any noise from friction. The footsteps moved again. The target walked towards the storage cabinet. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The distance closed to 2 meters. The person stopped, looking down at the ground. Lin Xiao peered through the gap in the door, seeing a pair of combat boots caked in mud. The person slowly raised his hand, seemingly about to pull open the cabinet door. At that moment, a clatter sounded from the side door. A figure stumbled in. It was Wang Daju, wearing a dirty jacket and holding an empty bottle, mumbling, "Oh, this place. I really need to pee. Can I borrow a spot?" The 3 men inside turned their heads simultaneously. "Get out. You're not allowed in here." Wang Daju swayed unsteadily, squinting as he assessed what's going on. "Are you guys stealing? Stop talking nonsense, get lost." Wang Daju slowly turned around, but suddenly raised his hand to slam down the circuit breaker as he passed the electrical box. Bang! The lights went out. The entire space plunged into darkness. Lin Xiao sprang into action. He kicked the cabinet door open and dashed to the ventilation duct below, reaching out to snap the last screw. The iron net fell away. He rolled and leapt up, both hands gripping the edge as he dove into the pipe. Behind him, shouts and the sound of searching for a flashlight erupted. He crawled forward. The pipe sloped downwards, rusty iron cutting through his gloves, blood seeping from his palm. He didn't care. He accelerated. His knee slammed against the pipe wall, a dull ache from an old ankle injury flaring up, but he didn't slow down. After crawling almost 100 meters, a hole appeared ahead. Moonlight streamed in, illuminating a patch of weeds. He jumped down, rolled upon landing, and instinctively drew his dagger across his chest. Wang Daju followed closely, tumbling into the pile of grass, gasping for breath. The two lay still. From the distant factory came the sounds of shouting and crashing. The flashlight flickered at the window a few times before going out. Lin Xiao slowly sat up. Blood continued to flow from his right brow, mixed with dust that caked the corner of his eye. He raised his hand to wipe his face, glancing at the Detector 63 battery. The edge of the screen was smeared with a piece of paint, skin scraped from the ventilation duct, bearing a blurred serpentine mark that matched the symbol on the wall. He clenched the metal piece tightly, his knuckles turning white. Wang Daju sat beside him, removing his hat and shaking off the dust casually, plucking a wild grass stem from the ground and chewing it. He said nothing, only softly uttering, "Don't linger here." Lin Xiao nodded. He stared at the paint skin in his hand, the serpentine pattern flickering under the moonlight. He did not report. The system remained locked. The left sleeve of his windbreaker was torn, revealing a bruised forearm. He slowly stood up, brushing off the dirt from his pant legs. Wang Dazhu also stood up, patting his shoulder. The two walked towards the outskirts of the wasteland, the night breeze blowing through the grass, swaying. In the distance, the city lights twinkled like stars, quietly shining. Lin Xiao pushed open the metal door on the third underground level of the management bureau, the soles of his work boots thudding against the anti-static floor. Blood seeped from the torn area of his left sleeve, mixing with dust and sticking to his forearm. He ignored it and walked straight to the exclusive terminal for his level assistance. The screen lit up, a blue light scanned his iris, and a system unlock prompt appeared. Reporting channel has been restored. He stared at the emergency report button, his finger hovering for 3 seconds before pressing it. The data packet automatically uploaded. Layout diagram of the secret chamber, photos of spiritual plants, a rubbing of a serpentine emblem, and audio clips of gang dialogues, all bundled for transmission. Only when the submission success prompt popped up did the tension in the muscles of his neck ease slightly. Footsteps approached from behind. Chun Jin stood 2 meters away, holding an encrypted tablet, his white hair meticulously styled. He wasn't in uniform. The collar of his gray jacket revealed a glimpse of an old scar. "You recorded everything," Chun Jin offered, handing over the tablet. "But do you know we've been monitoring that point for 3 months now?" Lin Xiao took the tablet. On the screen was a structural diagram, codenamed Ghost Scale, with 17 red dots scattered across a world map. The third marked address in the domestic support points was precisely the string of numbers engraved on the inside wall of Wang Daz's cigarette case. "This address." Lin Xiao looked up. "It's completely consistent with the one on your master's cigarette case." Chun Jin retrieved the tablet, tapped a few times, and brought up a screenshot of the records. The registration information from 3 years ago shows the legal representative's surname is Li, and the associated company is an abandoned construction materials firm. No abnormalities on the surface. Tax reports show 0 submissions. Lin Xiao pulled out his portable recorder and replayed the close-up of the cigarette case. In the shot, the inside of the copper cigarette case bore a tiny engraving YL0379K. This overlapped with the code for the third support point shown in the projection. "He didn't tell me this." Lin Xiao lowered his voice. "Should we ask?" Chun Jin glanced at him. Lin Xiao turned and walked to the corner communication station, dialing Wang Daz's number. The phone rang 5 times before being answered. "Hello." Wang Daz's voice carried fatigue, with the background filled with the hum of a fan. "About that cigarette case," Lin Xiao spoke directly. "Who gave it to you?" There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. "I saved someone on the construction site back then," Wang Dazhu said. "He handed me this cigarette case and said it could save my life." "Do you remember what he looked like?" Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the receiver. This sentence was unlike any questions he had rehearsed in his mind. "I can't recall. That day there was a collapse. I dragged him from a pile of rebar, and he just said, 'Don't let anyone see this thing,' and left." "Have you ever used it?" "No." Wang Dazhu paused. "I didn't even dare to open it." The call ended with a tone indicating disconnection. Just as the call was ending, the wrist detector vibrated, and a new prompt appeared on the screen. "Detected residual spiritual energy in the target's body. Energy waveform matches microexpression interpretation type abilities." Lin Xiao stared at the line of text. He didn't know when Chun Jin had left. The terminal room was empty except for him. He accessed the backend permissions, entered Wang Daz's ID number, and extracted his physical examination records from the past 3 years. Then he activated the portable spectral analyzer, importing the physiological signals captured during the call. On the screen, 2 curves gradually overlapped, one from an anonymous screening sample taken 3 years ago, the other being the peak data just collected. The difference rate was below 0. 4. The target possesses level potential ability qualifications unregistered, unreported. The conclusion box popped up. Lin Xiao stared at the result for a long time. He did not click for secondary reporting. He closed the interface and saved the analysis report to the local encrypted area. The corridor lights suddenly dimmed. He looked up at the surveillance camera. His face appeared cold and hard in the mirror reflection. The wound on his right brow was still seeping, blood trickling down to his chin. He wiped at it, smearing the blood onto the cuff of his coat. The terminal screen automatically switched to standby mode, reflecting the emergency exit sign in the corner. The green arrow pointed towards the door like a silent prompting. He stood up, reattaching the detector to his belt. The hood of his coat hung behind him, exposing a crescent-shaped scar. The bleeding had stopped, but his nasal cavity was filled with the taste of rusted iron. The nurse had already come to the bedside and was recording his blood pressure. She did not press. "What meeting?" "A preparatory meeting for the cross-border spiritual plant channel inspection. It starts in 10 minutes. Lin Xiao paused. "I'm not on the attendance list." "Now you are." He didn't move. Can I take care of my wound first? Sure, but don't be late. Lin Xiao nodded and turned towards the medical room. As he passed by the sink, he turned on the faucet, cold water rushing over his brow. Blood flowed through his fingers into the porcelain basin. He stared at the water for a moment, turned it off, and took out a tissue to dry his hands. On his way back, he took a detour through the side door of the archive room. After swiping his access card, the green light lit up. He didn't go in, or instead he stood against the wall waiting for the patrolling robot to pass before slipping inside. The room was dimly lit with only a few rows of server indicator lights flashing blue. He found a temporary storage cabinet in the 7th row and entered his personal key. The drawer popped open, revealing a piece of lacquered skin fragment, a remnant of the serpentine imprint scraped from the ventilation pipe. He took it out, placed it in his inner pocket, and casually transferred the cigarette case as well. Having completed these tasks, he finally walked towards the conference room. When the door opened, Chen Zhen was speaking in front of the projection. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, he paused for half a second before continuing. Currently, the 3rd node in the confirmed transaction chain is the most active. The last 3 transports of spiritual plants all passed through here, yet we have never been able to catch anyone in the act. Everyone's gaze swept over Lin Xiao. He stood in the back row, remaining composed. We have more information than this. Chen Zhen switched the image, displaying a blurry street photo. This was captured yesterday afternoon at the lottery station in the eastern part of the city. The features of the person match highly with the Wang surname informant. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. In the photo, Wang Deju stood under the sunshade holding several lottery tickets, looking up towards the road across. He was still wearing that old jacket, the cuffs worn and frayed. Has this individual been controlled? Someone asked. Not yet, Chen Zhen replied, but he has been placed on the watch list. The meeting continued. Lin Xiao listened to the various deployments, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the inner pocket of his coat. The piece of lacquered skin had sharp edges, and it produced a slight sting as it grazed his fingertips. After the meeting adjourned, he didn't leave immediately. Once the crowd dispersed, he walked to the projection screen and accessed the original document path. The last frame that lingered on the screen was a social security photo of Wang Deju taken 6 months ago. The system marked it as ordinary citizen. He exited the system and turned to leave. The night breeze blew in through the window at the end of the corridor, swirling up a ground of shredded paper. He passed through the blind spot of the surveillance camera, stopped, took out the detector from his inner pocket, and rescanned the inside of the cigarette case. This time the device captured a very faint energy echo, the frequency matching the pulse rhythm of the abandoned factory's underground space. He stowed the equipment and walked towards the elevator. In the parking lot downstairs, a black government vehicle flashed its hazard lights. The driver didn't get out. The window lowered halfway, revealing half of Chen Zhen's face. "I'll take you back," he said. Lin Xiao opened the backseat door and sat down. A faint scent of tea filled the car. He didn't buckle his seatbelt. "Do you think he knows?" "I don't know." Lin Xiao looked out the window, "but I've seen the way he looks at people at the gambling stall. It's too quick, unlike an ordinary person. Sometimes knowing too much can be a burden." Chen Zhen started the car. "You did the right thing by reporting everything." The vehicle exited the underground passage, streetlights flashing past the roof. Lin Xiao closed his eyes against the seat, his palms still pressed against the surface of the cigarette case. The string of numbers felt like a brand burnt into his memory. The car stopped outside his rental building. He opened the door and got out without looking back. As he ascended the stairs, his phone vibrated. A new message from an unknown number read, "Don't trust the person in the gray jacket." He halted, standing at the corner of the 2nd floor, staring at the screen. The hallway lights flickered. He deleted the message and continued upstairs. When the key was inserted into the lock, he suddenly turned back to glance downstairs. In the dark of night, the street was deserted. The key turned halfway in the lock and Lin Xiao paused. The corridor light was still on, casting a dim yellow glow on the tips of his shoes. He didn't turn back or enter. He let go of the key and slowly crouched down against the wall. The wound on his brow was tightened by the cold wind. The blood had dried, forming a hard crust. Suddenly a face jumped into his mind. The man he had seen during the day at the branch office in the east of the city. His suit was wrinkled, standing in front of the ATM, repeatedly banging on the machine's screen, muttering, "Give me back my money." The security guard approached to advise him, and he suddenly swatted his hand away, his gaze vacant. At that time the detector hadn't gone off, and he didn't think much of it. But now that face overlapped with the thug he had seen in the factory's ventilation duct. Both of them were frozen, their breathing rhythms chaotic, the whites of their eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He took out the detector, pressed the remote scanning button, and locked onto the bank hall area. Beep. The readings appeared. The concentration of spiritual energy was 8.7 times the baseline value. The fluctuation frequency, 0.63 Hz. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted. This value was only 0.02 off from the last recorded data of the 3 rampaging thugs before they were captured in the underground factory. He stood up, the hem of his windbreaker sweeping across the stair railing. He turned and left his steps 3 times faster than when he had come upstairs. The street was empty. The streetlights retreated one by one behind him. He didn't run, but every step matched the rhythm of his heartbeat. The sound of his work boots on the ground was heavy, urging him to speed up. The LED screen on the outside wall of the East Branch was still rolling with financial advertisements. Inside, the lights were bright. A security guard was sitting behind the service desk looking down at his phone, while another stood by the revolving door smoking. As Lin Xiao approached, the detector vibrated slightly. He slowed his pace, his right hand brushing against the edge of the detector at his waist, while his left hand slowly pushed open the door. Ding dong, welcome. As the voice dropped, chaos erupted inside. Bang! The service desk was toppled over, its metal legs crashing onto the ground, sending sparks flying. The guard who had been smoking flew out, crashing against the wall and sliding down to the ground, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. A man in a suit was gripping the guard's neck, his bulging muscles distorting, veins crawling like worms across his temples. Where's my money? He shouted. You swallowed my deposits. Give it back to me. The guard struggled, grasping the man's wrist, his nails leaving bloody scratches. But the man felt nothing at all, instead increasing his grip. Lin Xiao rushed over, grabbing the man's shoulder and pulling him back. For a moment, he was stunned by the sensation. The muscles felt impossibly hard, like a burned iron pipe. The man turned his head to glare at him, his eyes bloodshot, pupils constricted to pinpricks. Give me back my money. Give me back my money. Lin Xiao released his grip, taking half a step back, activating his spiritual perception sight. The world changed colors. In the pale blue environment, a mass of black mist coiled above the man's head, continuously rolling, as if alive, entwining with his brain region. The mist's edges emitted fine threads, drilling into the carotid artery, spreading down through the blood vessels. This aura was exactly the same as that of the thugs in the factory. Just as he was about to move closer for observation, the sound of sirens grew closer. 2 black SUVs screeched to a halt at the entrance, the doors flinging open. 4 individuals in gray-blue protective suits rushed down, their helmet visors gleaming coldly. The person in the middle had silver-gray curly hair tied into a ponytail, wearing a high-neck sweater over a bulletproof vest, the golden ring on his left ring finger reflecting the light. Yi Xinjin took off her headphones and glanced at Lin Xiao. Did you report the incident? I didn't call the police. Lin Xiao stared at the rampager, but I scanned an anomalous reading. Understood. Yi Xinjin nodded, raising her hand to signal her team to set up a perimeter. She donned a neural coupling headset, activating the handheld resonance generator, the screen displaying that the emotional waveband was being adjusted. Step back, she said. Lin Xiao didn't move. I said step back. Her tone remained unchanged, but her gaze pressed down on him. He sidestepped, allowing half a meter of space. Yi Xinjin stepped forward, standing 5 steps away from the rampager. The resonator emitted low-frequency sound waves, barely audible, but the ground tiles trembled slightly. She closed her eyes, slowing her breathing, and lightly touched the emotional guidance groove on the side of the device. 3 seconds later, the rampager's movements paused for a moment. The hand gripping the guard loosened by half an inch. The guard took the chance to pull away and roll aside, being dragged to a safe zone by his teammates. The man gasped for breath, his body swaying, his gaze showing a hint of clarity. Where am I? He mumbled. Yi Xinjin continued to emit signals, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Xiao kept his perception sight activated. At that moment, when the hint of clarity emerged, the black mist surged violently, and a pulse flashed from within. 0.63 hertz. Exactly on point. This was no coincidence. It was the same thing controlling him. He tightened his grip on the detector, knuckles turning white. Yi Xinjin's therapy was still underway. She gradually enhanced the gentle emotional waveband, trying to rebuild the target's self-awareness channel. The rampager's knees began to tremble, his arms slowly dropping, his whole being going limp, as if his bones had been pulled out. He was on the verge of being controlled. Suddenly, the black mist contracted, forming a clump that violently sank toward the brainstem. A strange cry rolled from the man's throat, his neck twisting at an unnatural angle, his eyes turning red once more. You tricked me. He screamed. The money is gone. The card has been emptied. You did this. He suddenly looked up, his gaze sweeping across everyone at the scene, finally landing on Yi Xinjin's face. Yi Xinjin's face turned pale, and the headphones emitted a harsh noise. She staggered back a step, her left hand instinctively reaching for the high-powered flashlight at her waist. Lin Xiao stepped in front of her. Don't look him in the eyes, he said. The man's throat made a rattling sound, his chest heaving violently. The black mist spun within his skull, forming a vortex-like structure. His mouth opened and closed, no longer producing complete sentences, but rather intermittent mechanical whispers: data, synchronization, failure, reboot, execute. Lin Xiao's entire body tensed. This was not a case of mental illness. Something had invaded him. Yi Jinjin propped herself up on her knees to stand straight again, putting her headphones back on. She increased the output power, adjusting the resonance frequency to 4.2 Hz close to human alpha brainwaves. The low-frequency sound spread again. The Rampager's movements slowed once more. The black mist trembled but did not dissipate. Lin Xiao fixated on the mass of energy. It didn't seem to be naturally generated, rather it seemed artificially inserted. Moreover, it could replicate. It could spread. He recalled the numbers on the cigarette pack of Wang Daju, the snake-shaped flag at the abandoned factory, and the warning in the anonymous text. Don't trust the one in the gray jacket. These things were initially unrelated, but now they were connected by an invisible thread. Yi Jinjin gritted her teeth, her breathing becoming rapid, her temples soaked. Yet she didn't stop, instead she intensified the penetration strength of the emotional signals. Finally, the black mist showed cracks. The Rampager fell to his knees, clutching his head, letting out a pained moan. Help, save me. He choked. I don't want this. I have children. Yi Jinjin opened her eyes, her voice calm. You are safe now. We won't let you harm anyone. Lin Xiao watched the mass of black mist, noticing it was slowly retreating, hiding toward the cerebellum. It wasn't over. It was merely lying in wait. He raised the detector, aiming it at the Rampager's head, preparing to record the residual energy waveform. At that moment, the man suddenly looked up. The corners of his mouth twisted into a smile that didn't belong to him. You saw it, didn't you? He said in a hoarse voice. You saw them too. Lin Xiao didn't reply. The man's laughter abruptly ceased, his head tilted, and he fell unconscious. Yi Jinjin immediately stepped forward to check his vital signs. 2 team members brought a stretcher, preparing for transport. Outside the perimeter, a patrol car flashed red and blue lights. Onlookers were kept 10 meters away, some holding up their phones to record. Lin Xiao stood still. The screen of the detector froze on the last frame of data. The residual waveband of the black mist 0.63 Hz was steadily declining, consistent with the factory samples. Not an isolated case. It was a pattern. He looked at Yi Jinjin. She was directing her team to put a suppressive headband on the Rampager, her movements swift, but her hand trembled slightly. Can you hold on? He asked. I can still manage, she said without looking up. This level is nothing. Though she said so, her left hand never left the high-powered flashlight. Lin Xiao tucked the detector back into his belt. The hood of his windbreaker hung behind him, the crescent-shaped scar exposed to the light. He took 2 steps forward, standing outside the psychological intervention team's perimeter. His gaze never left the Rampager's head. Although the black mist had retreated, he knew it would return. Or perhaps it had already awakened in someone else. Yi Jinjin stood up, took off her headphones, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She glanced at Lin Xiao, her eyes showing fatigue and questions. How did you end up here? Just passing by, he said. She didn't believe him, but didn't press further. The roar of engines came from a distance. A heavy armored vehicle turned the corner and slowly approached. Lin Xiao didn't look at the vehicle. He stared at the man on the stretcher, whispering, this is not the first time. What did you say? Yi Jinjin paused for a second. He didn't answer. The armored vehicle screeched to a halt. The doors opened and Zhao Taixian led the team down, fully armed and radiating menace. Lin Xiao remained standing. His right hand pressed against the detector, his fingertip rubbing the switch button. The light illuminated the scar on his right brow bone. The blood had dried, leaving a thin crack. The armored vehicle came to a halt, and the door sprang open. Zhao Taiquan jumped out, his steel prosthetic legs striking the ground with a metallic clang. He waved his hand, and 6 special task force members quickly spread out, forming a fan shape as they advanced towards the bank's main entrance. The exposed parts of each person's right arm gleamed with a bluish-gray metallic luster, with subtle patterns lighting up at the joints, indicating the activation of the steel bone enhancement ability. Lin Xiao stood motionless on the steps, still holding the detector. His gaze was fixed on the man on the stretcher, sensing that the black fog in his field of vision had already sunk into the cerebellum, but the pulse was still present. 0.63 Hz, stable and unchanged. It's not cleaned out yet, he said, his voice low enough just for Zhao Tiechuan, who was approaching, to hear. Zhao Taiquan stopped, his eyes sweeping over Lin Xiao's face and then landing on the detector at his waist. What did you say? The thing in his head is still there. Lin Xiao pointed to the head. The frequency hasn't changed. He might wake up at any moment. Zhao Taiquan squinted. He didn't trust individual perception, he only believed in tactical processes. But he glanced in the direction of Yi Jinjin, who was leaning against the wall, panting, her earpiece slipped to her neck, her face pale. He turned back and ordered seal off the main entrance and establish a vibration isolation zone. Team 2 advance along the wall. Team 3 set up an electromagnetic barrier. The team members responded and sprang into action. 2 steel bone enhancers pressed their palms against the ground, their metal arms emitting low-frequency shockwaves that spread along the wall. The tiles on the bank's exterior trembled slightly, and thin black strands escaped from several cracks, only to be shattered by the vibrations as soon as they appeared. Lin Xiao frowned. Does it fear vibrations? No one answered. Yi Jinjin straightened her body, pulled out the emergency broadcasting terminal from her backpack. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she had to try twice to connect the cable. The system screen flickered, indicating the signal was interfered with. The broadcasting system is blocked, she said, her voice very low. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, focusing on his perception. The spiritual energy fluctuations in the berserker's head were clearly distinguishable, like a slowly beating heart. Coordinates confirmed. He opened his eyes. There is still a living energy cluster in the central area of the head, 3 centimeters to the left at a depth of 4.2. To awaken consciousness, we need to interrupt its synchronized rhythm. Yi Jinjin nodded, stuffing the terminal into the explosion-proof box. I need to go in and manually restart the circuit, inserting audio during the switch to the backup power supply. Too close, Lin Xiao said. If he suddenly opens his eyes, you won't have time to react. Then don't let him open them. Zhao Taekwon stepped forward, blocking the doorway. It'll cause the tremor, and you transmit the data during the 3-second window. Lin Xiao focused on the energy changes, ready to shout stop if the fluctuations exceeded the threshold. He glanced at Zhao Taekwon. This was the first time Zhao Taekwon accepted his judgment. Yi Jinjin did not hesitate, picking up the box and moving forward. 2 special task force members followed closely behind her, shields pressed against the wall. Zhao Taekwon stepped back 2 paces, his arm muscles tensed, the steel structure extending from his wrist to his shoulder with a soft clicking sound. Lin Xiao held his breath, fully attuned to the situation. Yi Jinjin entered the hall, maneuvering around the overturned service counter, crouching at the entrance of the technical room to remove the panel. The wires were exposed and sparks flickered and extinguished instantly. She connected the circuit, her fingers hovering over the start button. With a thunderous crash, the entire building shook. Dust from the ceiling fell in a shower. The shockwaves from the walls dispersed, scattering all the black mist strands hidden in the cracks. Now's the time. Yi Jinjin pressed the switch. The broadcasting system beeped once, briefly coming back to life. A recording began to play. A childlike voice pierced the silence. Daddy, I'm waiting for you to come home for dinner. Lin Xiao's gaze was fixed on the berserker. The black fog writhed violently, attempting to sink and reinforce its control. But that voice was like a knife cutting through the chaotic neural circuits. The man's body jerked violently. A whimper escaped his throat. His eyes opened for a moment, neither red nor hollow, but awake. His lips trembled, squeezing out a few words. Sorry, child. As the words fell, he lost all strength, collapsing onto the stretcher. The black fog retreated to the base of the skull, and the pulse frequency plummeted, falling out of the danger zone. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It stabilized. Yi Jinjin leaned against the doorframe of the technical room, her hand propped on her knee, taking 2 seconds to remove her earpiece. She looked up at the outside. Lin Xiao nodded at her. Half of the task was complete. The rest was escorting. Zhao Taekwon waved his hand, and 4 team members stepped forward to prepare to lift the stretcher. He himself stood still, his right leg prosthetic slightly tilted, shifting the weight to his left foot. No one noticed that a faint burnt smell was seeping from the edge of his pant leg. The stretcher was lifted, passing through the cordon. The crowd of onlookers was kept 10 meters away, flashes of cameras going off continuously. Someone held up a phone to take photos, the footage being uploaded in real time to the management bureau's backend. Lin Xiao stood on the steps, the detector still on. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. A very weak energy flow was seeping from the berserker's mouth and nose, spreading silently along the ground like an oil stain. The target direction was exactly where Zhao Taekwon was standing. Watch your step, Lin Xiao shouted. Zhao Taekwon looked down. The black fog had climbed up the connecting ring of his prosthetic ankle, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the surface, the metallic luster fading away. He did not move. He did not call out either. He simply shifted his weight to his left leg, pressing his right hand against the communicator at his waist, his voice steady. Continue the escort, maintain formation. The team pushed the stretcher toward the armored vehicle. The door opened, revealing the interior filled with suppression nets. The berserker was secured on the stretcher bed, the cabin door closed and locked. The mission was complete. Only then did Zhao Taekwon lean against the wall. He rolled up his pant leg to inspect the prosthetic interface. The cracks penetrated deep into the alloy layer, exposing internal wiring with scorch marks. He reached out to touch it, his fingertips collecting black powder that crumbled at the slightest contact. Corrosive, he said softly. Lin Xiao approached, standing 2 steps away. Zhao Taekwon looked up and met his gaze. They were silent for 2 seconds, then he nodded. This time, thank you. His tone was stiff but devoid of hostility. Lin Xiao did not respond. He knew that this statement was heavier than any battle. Yi Jinjin walked out, carrying her equipment bag, her bulletproof vest dusted with ash. She glanced at the armored vehicle, confirming the escort was complete, and turned to walk towards another SUV. As she passed Lin Xiao, she paused for a moment. Are you still standing there? She asked. They'll be leaving soon, he replied. She said nothing more, opened the door, and got into the car. The engine started, and the convoy departed in order. The street returned to silence, leaving only the streetlights illuminating the empty roadway. Lin Xiao stood and placed the hem of his trench coat, blowing in the night wind. He glanced down at the detector. The screen showed normal environmental readings with no abnormal fluctuations. He packed up the equipment and turned to leave. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught movement through the bank's glass door. In the reflection, a man in a gray jacket stood before the ATM, bending down to operate it. His movements were stiff. His breathing was erratic. Lin Xiao paused. He slowly turned his head to look inside the bank. The hall was dimly lit, the service counter overturned, and there were still traces of blood on the ground. The ATM area was empty. There was no gray jacket. There was no one. He squinted, reopening his perception. In the pale blue flow, everything returned to calm. That glance just now felt like an illusion. But he knew it wasn't. He took out the detector, restarting the scanning mode. The screen lit up, readings appearing: spiritual energy concentration, baseline, fluctuation frequency, 0.63 Hz. Source location: inside the bank ATM operation area. Lin Xiao held his breath. He slowly walked up the steps, his hand resting on the detector at his waist, his knuckles tightening. The trench coat hood hung behind him, the crescent scar reflecting the streetlight, splitting open a thin seam. Lin Xiao stood on the steps of the bank, the hem of his trench coat lifted by the night breeze. He cast a final glance at the detector's screen, the readings at 0, with the street quiet except for the faint hum of the streetlights. He turned and walked down the steps, his footsteps echoing clearly on the cement ground. He did not head straight home. He had walked this street for 3 years. He passed this road every day at 5 in the morning on his way to the construction site. He knew which streetlights flickered due to poor connections and which neighbor's dog barked 3 times at midnight. Tonight the dog did not bark. The lights did not flicker. It was too clean. His right hand was tucked into the pocket of his coat, his fingertips touching the edge of the detector. His perception field remained active. A pale blue fluid flowed slowly in his field of vision, resembling algae at the bottom of the water. 20 meters behind, at a sparsely populated street corner, there was an anomaly in the energy flow, like someone had grasped a stream of water in their hand and was slowly releasing it, forming a sluggish vortex. Lin Xiao slowed his pace. The person behind him slowed down as well. He turned into a narrow alley on the left. Brick walls flanked the path with only a narrow strip of night sky above. He walked close to the wall, his ears picking up sounds from behind. Footsteps followed him, neither fast nor slow, matching the frequency of his steps on the gravel. He stopped. The other person also stopped. Lin Xiao did not turn around. He raised his left hand stealthily, pulling the detector halfway out of his pocket, his thumb pressing the activation button. A cold light illuminated an old scar on his chin. He closed his eyes, concentrating on his perception. In his field of vision, the outline of a shadow emerged. It was not completely invisible, but distorted by some kind of force field, like viewing a distant road through heated air. The person wore a dark hoodie, the hood pulled low, and was pulling out a palm-sized black device from their pocket. A ring of rippling waves appeared on its surface, slowly expanding. A source of interference. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his heart racing. He continued walking forward, gently bumping his right shoulder against the wall, using the recoil to glance back. The shadow stood at the mouth of the alley, unmoving, their hands still tucked in their pocket. Lin Xiao looked down, staring at the cracks in the ground. He remembered that this alley led to the main road of the old city, with 2 branches in the middle ending at a 24-hour convenience store. He needed space and light. Suddenly, he turned right, diving into a narrower side alley. The ground was slippery, littered with discarded cardboard boxes and plastic buckets. He deliberately stomped his feet, letting the sound bounce off the walls. Behind him, the footsteps quickened for 2 steps, then steadied again. He had arrived. He stopped, leaning against the wall, breathing softly. His left hand gripped the detector tightly, while his right hand reached for the hook at his waist, where an emergency stun grenade should have hung, but he hadn't retrieved it yet. Empty. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait any longer. He suddenly raised his hand, initiating the reporting command. The detector's screen flickered red, displaying a warning: strong interference source detected, reporting channel closed. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears: energy wave interference reporting function disabled. It was over. He immediately withdrew his hand, no longer attempting. The shadow had already approached within 10 meters. The footsteps were steady, neither speeding up nor hiding anymore. Lin Xiao bent down, snatching a metal trash can from the ground, swinging it with both hands towards the intruder's face. Clang! The shadow dodged to the side, the can crashing against the wall, and exploding metal flying everywhere. Lin Xiao did not wait for the other to react and turned to run. His work boots splashed in the puddles, sending up large splashes of water. He burst out of the side alley, heading straight for the main road. The convenience store was just 50 meters away. The glass door glowed white, the surveillance camera's red light blinking. He could see the cashier behind the counter organizing the shelves. There was no one chasing him from behind. He dared not look back, sprinting with all his might. His lungs began to burn, but he could not stop. He had learned that there were two types of abilities when pursued. One was explosive, overwhelming speed for the first 20 seconds. The other was endurance-based, locking onto the target through perception and gradually closing the distance. This was the latter. He reached the store entrance and pushed the door. The bell rang. Cold air hit him. He stumbled a step, steadying himself against the beverage cabinet. "Are you okay?" The cashier looked up, frowning at him. Lin Xiao gasped, glancing back at the door. The shadow stood across the street, unmoving. Wearing an ordinary gray jacket, hands in pockets, their face hidden in the shadow of the hood. They stood there, their gaze piercing through the glass, staring directly at him. Lin Xiao pressed against the door frame, his fingers gripping the edge. He dared not take his eyes off the shadow. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The shadow remained motionless like a statue. The cashier approached, following his line of sight outside. "Who is it? Looking for trouble?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "Call the police." "Huh. Call 110. Lin Xiao's voice was hoarse. "Someone is following me." The cashier hesitated for a moment, but picked up the phone to dial. Lin Xiao stared outside. The shadow finally moved. They slowly raised their right hands, seemingly checking the time on their watch. Then they turned and stepped away. Their pace was steady, without panic. Lin Xiao rushed to the door, continuing to observe through the glass. The shadow walked 20 meters and stopped at the intersection. The streetlight illuminated them. They raised their right hand and adjusted their hood. In that instant, Lin Xiao saw clearly. They wore a ring on their right pinky finger. A snake design coiled and biting its own tail flashed with a cold metallic light. Lin Xiao held his breath. A snake pattern, just like the black flag on the wall of the underground factory. He took out the detector, wanting to record the image. But the screen still displayed signal obstructed, unable to start recording. The shadow had left. Disappeared around the corner. The sound of sirens grew closer. 2 minutes later, a police car stopped in front of the store. Officers got out and inquired about the situation. Lin Xiao briefly described the tracking incident, concealing details about the detector and abilities. The officers took down his information, promising to review the surveillance footage along the way. Lin Xiao did not wait to finish reading the report. He took the receipt, thanked them, and walked out of the store. The street returned to calm. The convenience store's lights reflected on the wet pavement, resembling a shattered lake. He stood by the roadside, his trench coat soaked in sweat. The crescent-shaped scar tingled faintly. He glanced at the detector. The interference had vanished. The system returned to normal. The reporting function was reactivated. He did not report. Not out of unwillingness, but fear. This device could block national systems. And the target was him. After failing to act once, what would happen next? Would they change targets? Change methods? Were there accomplices? He looked up at the night sky over the city. Between the tall buildings, the clouds hung low. There were no stars. He stepped forward, his pace steadier than before. His direction was towards the management bureau. He needed to file a report. He needed to change equipment. He needed to know who was behind that ring. But he could not go back now. He turned into a nearby bus stop, sitting on a bench. He pulled out a cigarette from his inner pocket and lit one. The flame flickered, illuminating half of his face. Smoke rose up. He exhaled a puff, staring at the flickering ash. The ripples in the alley. The system's disruption. The shadow's calm actions. And that ring. None of it was coincidence. He finished the cigarette, extinguishing the butt in the metal trash can. He stood up, brushing off the back of his trench coat. In the distance, a night bus slowly approached. He did not board. He stood in place, waiting for the next one. Or perhaps waiting for someone who would not appear easily. Lin Xiao stood at the edge of the bus, stopped, the tails of his trench coat fluttering in the night wind. He stared at the empty street, his fingers caught at the edge of the detector. The image of the snake-shaped ring lingered in his mind. He remained still, unwilling to board the vehicle. The person he was waiting for had not yet arrived. 10 minutes passed, and a black government car slid around the corner, neither honking nor turning on its headlights. The car door opened, and Chunjun stepped out, wearing a dark gray jacket, carrying a silver metal case. "What did you see?" Chunjun's voice was low and direct. "The tracker has a ring on its right pinky finger shaped like a snake swallowing its tail," Lin Xiao replied. "It matches the black flag pattern of the underground factory." Chunjun nodded and handed over the case. "Open it." Lin Xiao did not take it. "The reporting function has been disabled. I'm not sure if this can still be trusted. This time is different." Chunjun pressed the fingerprint lock on the side of the case. "The data channel is an independently encrypted link from the headquarters, bypassing all public nodes. When you reported to the convenience store, the system logs had already recorded the interference wave characteristics. This upgrade package has avoided all known vulnerabilities." The case clicked open. Inside lay 2 items: a handbook with a dark blue cover titled Intermediate Spiritual Energy Cultivation Method O, and another detector, thinner in design, with a curved screen that fits snugly in the palm, featuring an additional red identification ring on the side. "New version," Chunjun said, picking up the detector. 2. 0. It added the functionality of energy wave pattern analysis. It can dissect complex signals and identify disguised spiritual flows. Lin Xiao took the detector, his thumb gliding across the screen. A cold light flickered on, revealing a simple interface with only a rotating wave model at its center. Try it out. Chen Zhen pulled a miniature generator from his pocket and pressed the button. A slight distortion rippled through the air. The old detector sat on the table, entirely unresponsive. The new screen immediately pulsed, displaying a three-dimensional waveform graph with a jagged red line, slowly rising, labeled weak interference source frequency 13. 7 Hz, currently diminishing. I can see it, Lin Xiao said. Not just see it, Chen Zhen replied as he turned off the generator. It can remember. The database is connected to the headquarters for real-time monitoring records over 72 hours. Any anomaly that deviates from the baseline by more than 15% will trigger a warning. Lin Xiao pulled out the manual and turned a page. The paper was not printed but dynamically displayed text that turned automatically with his line of sight. How do you practice this thing? Follow the guidance. The breathing rhythm and spiritual energy conduits are all set. The key point is, Chen Zhen paused, it can alleviate neural stress. You've been experiencing frequent headaches. The system detected that your sea of consciousness is under pressure. This is not a side effect, it's your body calling for help. Lin Xiao closed the manual and tucked it into the inner pocket of his trench coat. He'll give it a try? The technical handover room was adjacent to the meditation chamber. It was a closed space with sound-absorbing materials covering the walls and a metallic recliner in the center. A clock hung on the wall, its ticking sound clearly audible. Lin Xiao sat down, placing the detector on his lap. He took out the manual and activated the page. The first instruction appeared: close your eyes. Take 3 deep breaths. Activate the spiritual energy perception module. He followed the instructions. A light blue fluid emerged in his vision, like mist seeping into the corners of the room. Above him, an air vent contained a sluggish vortex resembling energy remnants trapped in old pipes. Guide the spiritual energy to sink from the center of your eyebrows along the governing vessel to the Mingmen, completing a full circuit. He concentrated, attempting to mobilize the flow within his body. As soon as he made a move, a sudden tightness gripped above his right brow, a sharp pain piercing into his brain. He gritted his teeth, refusing to open his eyes. Continue. Slow down the rhythm. He adjusted his breathing, elongating his inhalation. The spiritual energy moved slowly, like pushing a heavy slab of stone. After 3 minutes, the pain began to recede, replaced by a warm sensation that spread along his spine. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, but he sighed in relief. A system prompt sounded: perception level has broken through level 3. Detection radius expanded to 3 kilometers. He opened his eyes. The city had changed. He could previously only see the strands of energy between nearby buildings, but now his gaze swept outside the window, capturing the flow of spiritual energy within a 3-kilometer radius. On the east side, the air conditioning unit of an office building exhibited slight leakage, forming a circular disturbance. Deep within the northern subway tunnel, the electromagnetic tides generated by the running train were clearly visible. He grabbed the detector and activated the pattern analysis mode. The screen quickly constructed a 3-dimensional grid, partitioning the entire urban area into thousands of monitoring units. Most areas were stable, colored in blue. However, in the southwest direction, there was a point flickering dark red. The park. He stood up and hurried out of the meditation chamber. The monitoring platform was located at the northwest corner of Central Park, 5 meters above the ground, with blast-resistant glass walls. As Lin Xiao rushed in, the duty officer was yawning. Adjust the lakebed sensor data, he said. Which lake area? All ranges. The past 6 hours. The duty officer typed on the keyboard, and the large screen on the wall switched to an underwater thermal map. The sediment layer at the bottom of the lake showed a slight increase in temperature, with the central area being 0.8 degrees hotter than the surroundings, and it continued to rise. The energy density curve indicated a deviation from the normal threshold of 17 over the past 6 hours. Not obvious enough, the duty officer frowned. It could be geothermal activity. Lin Xiao placed the detector on the control panel and activated the synchronization interface. Instantly, a new layer overlapped on the screen, the spiritual energy fluctuation spectrum. Within the chaotic waveforms, regular pulses were hidden, peaking every 4 minutes and 17 seconds, resembling a heartbeat. This is not a natural phenomenon. Lin Xiao pointed at a series of numbers at the bottom of the spectrum. It is periodically intensifying. If this is a precursor to a fracture, it may breach the critical point in another 8 hours. The duty officer stared at the data, his expression changing. Should we report this? I have already sent it. 5 seconds after he spoke, a response came through the earpiece. X001, information received. The emergency team is deploying, initiating a low-intensity warning procedure. Please maintain observation status and do not approach the lake area. Lin Xiao removed the earpiece and walked to the window. The surface of the park lake was calm, the streetlights' reflections swaying in the water. No one knew what was brewing beneath. His hand still rested on the detector, his knuckles white. Chen Zhen walked in quietly. Do you think it appeared by chance? Lin Xiao asked. No, Chen Zhen stood beside him. The interference source can block the reporting system, indicating they came prepared. They have been watching you not just for a day or two. Then why not take action? Perhaps they are waiting for the right moment. Chen Zhen looked at the lake's surface, or testing your reaction speed. Lin Xiao lowered his gaze to the detector screen. The red dot continued to flash, the frequency unchanged. I can detect up to 3 kilometers now. Will it be further next time? Yes, Chen Zhen replied. But you have to hold up as well. Lin Xiao remained silent. He recalled the day of his father's work-related injury, the sound of the scaffold loosening, the trajectory of the iron pipe falling, and Wang Dezhu holding him and shouting for an ambulance. At that time, he could do nothing. Now he could report, warn, and avert danger. Yet the enemy was also evolving. He tightened his grip on the detector. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the lake's surface, small, but exactly at the coordinates corresponding to the red dot. He squinted. Did it just move a bit? The duty officer turned back to check the surveillance footage. The replay showed that the water surface rippled on its own, without wind, lasting for 1.3 seconds, with a diameter of about 2 meters. Animals. Doesn't seem like it. Lin Xiao focused on the detector. The energy reading jumped by 0 for units. It's small, but it is indeed an increase. The earpiece buzzed again. X001. Please confirm the target status. We just received satellite-assisted scanning and found no large biological activity. Not biological, Lin Xiao said. It's structural change. There may be a cavity forming at the bottom of the lake. Basis. The pattern analysis indicates that the energy gathering point is slowly rising. Depth decreased by 0.6 meters in the past 30 minutes. After a brief silence, the directive came: maintain vigilance. Reinforcement team will arrive in 20 minutes. You are to remain on standby. Lin Xiao nodded, though no one saw. He leaned against the window, the sleeve of his trench coat brushing against the edge of the control panel. The crescent scar felt warm, but it no longer pained him. He knew this was the result of spiritual energy operation. The new cultivation method suppressed old injuries and expanded his perception boundaries. Yet he also understood that each breakthrough drew more risks closer. Outside the window, another ripple formed on the lake's surface. This time it lasted for 2 seconds. As the ripples on the surface of the lake rose for the third time, Lin Xiao's detector screen suddenly erupted with a red light. A siren blared from the headset, not a warning tone, but the highest level of emergency response. He stood up abruptly, the hem of his trench coat sweeping across the edge of the control panel. The detector's interface had switched to tracking mode. A high-energy life signal was fleeing the park at a speed of 8 meters per second, heading northwest in a straight line. X001, urgent report. A voice in his earpiece said urgently. An outbreak has occurred in the greenhouse of the Management Bureau. The G7 mutated spirit herb broke through the protective glass 2 minutes ago, escaping after destroying 3 electromagnetic interception nets. Preliminary assessment indicates the target is aggressive with energy readings equivalent to a level 3 demon beast. Lin Xiao stared at the moving red dot on the screen. Where is it going? Based on the trajectory, the destination points to the abandoned subway station in the Old District Area D tunnel. He grabbed the detector and rushed toward the door. The elevator hadn't arrived yet, and he had already vaulted over the guardrail, jumping down the fire escape. When he landed on the third-floor platform, his ankle sank, but he didn't stop crushing the cement block at the staircase corner with his work boots, launching himself into the night. The trench coat billowed behind him like wings. As he ran, he brought up the city map, the red dot continuing to move, speed undiminished. 3 kilometers away, the spirit herb he had personally delivered was now tearing through the darkness beneath the city, heading somewhere. It knew the way. When he arrived at the perimeter of the Management Bureau, the greenhouse was a mess. Tempered glass lay shattered as if struck by a giant hammer. Several thick vine remnants hung on the warning line, oozing light green mucilage from their broken ends, while the air was filled with the mixed scent of decaying leaves and burnt electricity. Zhao Taiquan stood outside the isolation zone, arms crossed, his tactical vest open, the steel bone module on his right shoulder radiating heat with a dark red sheen. Are you here to deal with the trouble you planted yourself? He spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Lin Xiao ignored him, squatting down to examine the drag marks on the ground. The mucilage trail led north, embedding into the gaps of the drainage cover. He activated the detector to scan the residual energy waves in the air, spreading in a wave-like pattern, the frequency astonishingly similar to the pulses he had monitored at the lake bottom in the park. It's not just running amok. Lin Xiao stood up. There's something pulling it under the subway station. Plants follow their instincts, Zhao Taiquan scoffed. Are you expecting it to use logic? Instincts are signals too. Lin Xiao raised his hand, the detector locking onto the trail. It sensed an energy source of its kind. The remnants of the old fissure are not highly concentrated, but they are continuously releasing energy. This thing is heading home. The communication channel crackled to life. X001-003, the psychological intervention team, led by Yi Jinjin, is in position requesting to form an action group. The lights swept over. Yi Jinjin emerged from around the corner, her silver-gray hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a bulletproof vest over lightweight combat gear, holding a powerful flashlight in her left hand, the lens reflecting a cold white light. She walked between the two men, her gaze sweeping over the ground markings. The emotional waveform shows high agitation, but no autonomous consciousness. It is being drawn, not fleeing. So what? Are we chasing a mad plant on a leash? Zhao Taiquan frowned. It's a weapon, Yi Jinjin said. Planted in the greenhouse waiting for it to mature, then letting it run back to the predetermined location. This isn't a loss of control, it's a trigger. Lin Xiao nodded. We must intercept it before it enters the tunnel. The three of them simultaneously gazed toward the end of the northern wasteland, where the collapsed entrance resembled a black mouth swallowing the entire subway line. They advanced on foot. The entrance to the abandoned subway station was blocked by rusted iron bars, but there was a gap in the middle wide enough for 2 meters, as if something had forcibly torn it open. Lin Xiao led the way, the detector display refreshing constantly. The energy readings climbed. For every 10 meters they advanced, the values jumped. A low-frequency vibration resonated underground, as if some creature was breathing. There are many forks ahead, Lin Xiao lowered his voice. The main passage splits into 3 branches. One leads to the maintenance chamber, another to the old platform, and the last directly to the abandoned ventilation shaft 30 meters underground. That is where it wants to go. Yi Jinjin looked at the mini detector on her flashlight. The air ion concentration is abnormal, matching the greenhouse sample by 91. Zhao Taiquan moved his shoulders, the steel bone module cracking. He'll take the lead. You stand out too much, Lin Xiao pointed at his glowing right arm. It reacts sensitively to metal. Those automatic doors we passed earlier only closed when they heard you. Zhao Taiquan glared at him, but did not refute. I'll guide from the center. You provide rear defense. Once it lunges out, don't take it heat enough, force it to change direction. Yi Jinjin adjusted the powerful flashlight to standby mode. I can interfere with its perception system, but there's only a 3-second window. The three exchanged glances, silently reaching a consensus. They dove into the tunnel. Water dripped from the pipes above, falling on his shoulder and feeling icy. The walls were crawling with mold and dead vines, and the ground was littered with gravel. The detector's light drew a blue line ahead, guiding their direction. Having walked less than 200 meters, a scratching sound came from the darkness ahead. Lin Xiao immediately raised his hand. The two stopped. 3 seconds later, a massive silhouette slowly emerged from the corner. 3 meters tall, its main trunk was as thick as a tree stump covered with scaly skin, and 6 vines extended from its back, branching at the ends like fingers. Its head had no facial features, only a ring of circular cracks that opened and closed with its breathing. A ball of eerie green light pulsed slowly at its chest, resembling a buried heart. It stopped in the middle of the fork, seemingly listening to something. Lin Xiao held his breath, the detector quietly. The energy vortex concentrated around the chest light source, but at the very center and nail-sized area showed no fluctuations. This was the core of the original plant, the only part that had not been consumed by mutation. The weakness is in the center, he mouthed to Zhao Taiquan. Zhao Taiquan nodded, slowly stepping back. Just then the demon beast suddenly turned toward them. Lin Xiao reacted the fastest, pushing Yi Jinjin aside. A vine brushed against his cheek, crashing into the wall, causing bricks to crumble. It has discovered us. Yi Jinjin rolled to her feet and switched on the powerful flashlight. The white light pierced the darkness, shining on the demon beast's face. It let out a hiss like a tree trunk, breaking. All 6 vines raised, and the ground trembled. Zhao Taiquan shouted and charged forward, his right arm fully hardened, blocking a sweeping blow. With a thud, he was knocked back 3 steps, his feet carving deep grooves on the cement floor. I can take it, he yelled. Again. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao pressed close to the side wall, the detector locking onto the blind spot at the chest. Data confirmed, energy flow stagnated, structure fragile. Yi Jinjin. Shine in its eyes, he shouted. Yi Jinjin immediately switched to a strobe mode, the strong light flashing 7 times per second. The demon beast's head shook violently, the cracks closing, and the vines waved chaotically. Zhao Taiquan seized the gap, lunging forward, locking one of the main vines with both hands, his muscles bulging as he forcibly pressed it to the ground. Lin Xiao now. Lin Xiao dashed out from cover, directing the detector at the chest's green light. There. Hit there. Zhao Taiquan roared, his entire steel bone module overheating, turning red as he leaped up, delivering a punch to the designated spot. Boom. The green light suddenly went dark. The demon beast's body convulsed violently, its vines going limp, and its trunk began to shrivel. The ground tremors ceased. The three of them gasped for breath as they gathered closer. Yi Xinjin approached using her flashlight's dim light to inspect the core area. Life signals are diminishing, but it won't move anymore. Footsteps were heard approaching from afar. The support team arrived. Lin Xiao put away the detector, his trench coat covered in dust, his right hand still gripping the instrument. He looked up toward the tunnel exit, the night sky, faintly visible. The mission was complete. He turned around, walking toward the ground. Zhao Taekwon sat on a stretcher, his left shoulder bandaged, nodding at him. Yi Xinjin followed, whispering, "The data recording is complete." Its final emotional waveform resembled a plea for help. Lin Xiao remained silent. He knew that this herb should not have survived to this point. It had merely been exploited, returning to the place of its birth. The wind blew and stirring the dust from the ground. He stepped down the last step, standing in the open space outside the ruins. In the distance, the management bureau building was brightly lit. He raised his hand, glancing at the detector. The signal was normal. Breathing steady. His body could still hold. At 6 a.m., Lin Xiao opened his eyes on the narrow bed of his rented room. Dawn light seeped through the window, his trench coat hung over the back of a chair, and the detector rested silently in the corner of the desk, its screen dark. He sat up. The crescent-shaped scar above his right eyebrow glinted faintly in the morning light. His fingers brushed unconsciously at his waist. His gear belt was empty, the equipment had not yet been reissued. His phone vibrated twice. A notification appeared, "Awakened Citizen Open Day will be held at 9:00 a.m. in the Administration Plaza. Senior Coordinator X001 is required to attend the award ceremony." He stared at the screen for 3 seconds, then snatched up his trench coat and slipped it on, swift, precise, just as he had before every mission over the past 3 years. At precisely 9 o'clock, the plaza teemed with people. Colorful banners draped the perimeter fencing. A large screen cycled through the promotional film, Guardianship, Shared Governance. Citizens, media personnel, and representatives of awakened citizens occupied designated zones. Beyond the security cordons, crowds jostled, phones raised high for live broadcasts. When Lin Xiao entered the backstage area through a side door, Chunjun stood before the operations console, leafing through documents. The old man wore his standard uniform, collar unbuttoned at the top, 2 buttons, left leg leaning lightly on his cane. He glanced up. "Slept 4 hours?" Chunjun asked. 3, Lin Xiao replied. Chunjun closed his notebook. "Enough. You'll do only 3 things today: ascend the stage, speak, and demonstrate. No explanations. No evasions. Lay out the process plainly." "I know," Lin Xiao murmured, fingertips brushing the spot on his chest where his medal rested. "They need an answer they can see." "Not just them," Chunjun said. "Everyone." A broadcast echoed across the plaza. "The Awakened Citizen Open Day has officially commenced. Senior Coordinator Lin Xiao, please proceed to the stage for the award ceremony." As the spotlight struck him, Lin Xiao stood motionless at the center of the main stage. His black trench coat impeccably tailored, his work boots landing with a low, resonant thud upon the metal platform. Cameras swarmed beneath him, real-time comments scrolled rapidly across auxiliary screens flanking the stage. "Here comes the informant fanatic. He reported that spirit herb, and it went berserk, injuring people. What kind of hero is that? Let's see how he spins this." Lin Xiao did not glance at the screens. He lifted his face to address the crowd. His voice was quiet, but amplified. It carried clearly to every corner. "My name is Lin Xiao. My designation is X001. 3 days ago, I reported a spirit herb. It later escaped and injured civilians. I am here today not to justify myself, but to show you firsthand how we prevent the next incident." A hush fell over the plaza. He withdrew the detector from his inner pocket and powered it on. A soft blue beam swept across the miniature urban model before him. A precisely scaled replica of the city district within which 3 artificial fissure signal sources were concealed among the buildings. The detector emitted a gentle hum. Lin Xiao held it steady, slowly traversing it above the diorama. The main screen instantly switched to a first-person feed. Pale azure filaments shimmered into view between architectural seams, converging upon 3 pulsing red nodes. Here, and this one, 17 meters underground." He pointed toward the projection. "All are latent risk zones. Right now, no one knows they exist. But if we wait for them to rupture spontaneously, releasing energy entities, the response won't conclude tonight." A murmur rippled through the audience. The host stepped forward. "We'd like to invite a young guest on stage for a demonstration." A primary school student in a red scarf was gently guided onto the stage by staff. Lin Xiao knelt halfway, handed the detector to the child, and adjusted its settings. "You're now a senior coordinator," he said. "You've detected a chi node. Do you report it?" The child nodded vigorously. "Yes, or monsters will emerge." A ripple of gentle laughter spread through the plaza. Lin Xiao patted the boy's shoulder. "Then begin searching." 30 seconds later, the detector chimed again. The child pointed at a residential building model. There's light here. Applause broke out. The live comment feed shifted, so this thing actually works. It's not informing. It's an early warning system. Isn't he basically a human radar? The second segment began with a QA. A journalist rose cautiously from the press section. Do you believe all awakened citizens should like yourself surrender every discovery to the state? Could this not infringe upon personal liberty? Lin Xiao did not reply immediately. He straightened his gaze, sweeping the assembled crowd. I'm not here to debate liberty. I'm here to discuss safety. You may distrust me, but you cannot dismiss the data. Every report logs location, energy magnitude, and dispersion trajectory. The state deploys response teams instantly. Our containment and eradication are completed within 72 hours. This isn't my solitary act. It's an entire operational mechanism in motion. He paused. I'm unafraid of being called an informant. Because I know, each time I report someone somewhere breathes a little easier. Silence lingered for several seconds. Then scattered applause began swelling into a sustained wave. The final question came from the host. Online some refer to you as the informant fanatic. How do you respond? The plaza stilled. The auxiliary screen flashed. Live viewers exceeded 10 million. Lin Xiao remained still. A breeze stirred the plaza and lifted the hem of his trench coat. He smiled, suddenly effortlessly, and unfastened his coat. From his chest, he drew forth the silver and black senior coordinator medal and raised it into the sunlight. Metal gleamed, flashing blindingly across the lens. My system is called Reporto Empower, he said. So yes, informing does make you stronger. 3 seconds passed. The comment feed erupted, unbelievably delicious. Emotionally breached. I want to become an informant too. Applying for X series enrollment. Lin Xiao, my god. The trending list refreshed instantly. Lin Xiao informant surged to number 1, amassing 500 million views in 5 minutes. Comments flooded in, lighthearted, supportive, unified in tone. A grassroots campaign, the nationwide reporting challenge, launched spontaneously. Even elementary students streamed videos using toy detectors to hunt for fissures inside their homes. Lin Xiao tucked away the medal and refastened his coat. His expression retained its familiar, irreverent grin, but his eyes had grown solemn. The event concluded, yet the crowd lingered. Reporters surged forward with questions, citizens reached out for photos, children pressed to the front calling Uncle Lin. Staff cleared a path. Lin Xiao walked forward, nodding politely, saying nothing more. His phone vibrated again. He pulled it out. His name still dominated the trending chart. Beneath it, a small line read: Training Camp registration tomorrow at 8:00 m. Location: B-Zone Training Ground. He slid the phone back into his pocket. Shunjin stood at the far end of the elevated platform, watching him from a distance. Their gazes met. The old man's lips curved faintly. Then he turned and disappeared through the glass doors of the administration building. Lin Xiao paused and tilted his head upward, gazing at the sky. Sunlight burned fiercely. Clouds hung thin, nearly translucent. He lifted a hand to adjust his cap brim and kept walking. The trench coat flared behind him with each stride. The detector at his waist flickered back to life, its soft blue glow reigniting. To the east of the plaza, a black commuter vehicle waited. Its door stood open. The driver's seat was vacant, as though the car had been stationed there solely for him. He approached. One foot settled onto the step. A sunbeam reflected off the vehicle's rooftop solar panel and landed precisely upon the crescent scar above his right eyebrow. At 6 in the morning, as the iron gate of Area BS training ground swung open, Lin Xiao stepped into the morning mist. The hem of his trench coat was stained with the dust raised by last night's square activities, and the sound of his work boots echoed dully against the cement floor. He did not look around, striding directly towards the assembly area, the detector at his waist swaying slightly as he walked the screen in standby mode. Zhao Taiquan was already standing in front of the roll call platform, wearing tactical combat gear. When his right leg prosthesis made contact with the ground, it emitted a faint metallic clink. He flipped through the roster, checking off names one by one. When it came to Lin Xiao, his finger paused for a moment before skipping over it entirely. X001 here. Lin Xiao stood at the end of the line, raising his hand in a crisp gesture. A few people around him began to murmur. Some snickered while others frowned. Zhao Taiquan closed the roster and looked up at him, his gaze hard. You who rely on reports to earn merit, are you even qualified to participate in real combat? His voice was not loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear. Is there no one left in the management bureau? Lin Xiao remained still, offering no rebuttal. He simply took the detector from his belt, held it in his hand, and lightly tapped the device's casing with his knuckles. A blue light flashed, and the system self-check passed. The instructor stepped onto the high platform, holding a megaphone. Today's subject: urban simulated battle zone confrontation drill. 2 teams, red and blue, aim to seize control of the opposing side's base terminal. There are 3 rules. No lethal attacks, no destruction of primary structures, and elimination decisions will be based on the system's red light. Now for the team assignments. As the voice fell, the electronic screen lit up. The red and blue dots were automatically assigned. Lin Xiao was placed in the blue team, with Zhao Taiquan as the leader of the red team. Move out. At the instructor's command, both teams quickly dispersed. The urban simulated battle zone was composed of over 20 abandoned residential building models, with concrete panels covering steel frameworks, narrow streets, and numerous cover points. The 5 members of the blue team swiftly navigated through the alleys, with Lin Xiao trailing at the back, his eyes slightly closed as he gradually expanded his perception. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes and lowered his voice. There's a disturbance at the eastern intersection. The frequency is off. They're coming. His teammates nodded and immediately scattered to conceal themselves. Lin Xiao retreated into a 3-story building model, hiding behind a concrete wall on the 2nd floor, adjusting the detector to vibration sensing mode and placing it flat on the ground. Footsteps approached. The 4 members of the red team advanced in a fan shape, with Zhao Taiquan in the center. The steel enhancement activated, his arms glimmering with a metallic sheen. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the building where Lin Xiao was concealed. You go check that building. He pointed to one of his team members. As the teammate took a step forward, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke, "Don't move." The voice was soft, but it made the entire team pause. "He's waiting for you to get closer." Lin Xiao focused on the detector. "He's luring you into a trap." Their real target is the western tower, where there is a backup power node. The blue team leader immediately reacted. 3 people go to the west tower to set an ambush. 2 will guard here against an assault. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud explosion erupted. Zhao Taiquan suddenly leaped up, his right fist whipping through the air, smashing violently into the wall where Lin Xiao was located. The entire concrete wall shattered with a loud crash, debris flying everywhere. Dust soared into the sky as steel reinforcements twisted and broke, and the entire building groaned under the strain. Lin Xiao had already rolled away the moment Zhao Taiquan jumped. Using the cover of the dust, he quickly climbed the stairs of the adjacent building, reaching the 2nd floor platform. The detector updated its data synchronously, and he whispered into the intercom, "Zhao Taiquan's right leg is under critical load, having sustained high-intensity output for over 40 seconds. There will surely be a gap in his next strong attack." Received. A response came through the intercom. Zhao Taiquan's punch missed, and his expression turned darker. He turned and strode forward, with 2 team members closely following him. But as they charged into the alley, an alarm sounded from the direction of the western tower. The blue team had seized control of the power node first, and the red team's communication was cut off for 10 seconds. Useless. Zhao Taiquan roared, the steel covering his body, increasing his speed dramatically. He lunged towards Lin Xiao's position, alternating punches that pounded against the cover, breaking through walls as he advanced. Amidst the flying debris, Lin Xiao continuously evaded, never engaging him directly. "Dodge. Keep dodging." Zhao Taiquan bellowed, "Do you dare to fight a real battle?" Lin Xiao leaped onto a broken bridge platform, looking down below. He pressed the side button on the detector, projecting the real-time trajectory onto his teammate's tactical optics. "He's getting aggressive, but the energy feedback from his right leg prosthesis is abnormal," he said calmly. At 3 o'clock, encircle him. 2 members of the blue team quietly moved around to the back. Zhao Taiquan was about to leap onto the platform when the ground suddenly trembled. He turned around abruptly, realizing that the 2 had blocked his escape route. He let out a furious roar and charged at one of them, his steel fist coming down. The opponent was unable to block in time and was forced back several steps. But at that moment, as he exerted his strength, the right leg prosthesis emitted a piercing alarm, flashing red light. A system prompt sounded, "Energy overload, movement restricted." He stumbled back a step, kneeling on one knee. The blue team leader rushed forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. The red light illuminated. "Red team eliminated. The confrontation has ended." A whistle blew. At the edge of the training ground, sunlight slanted down. Dust slowly settled. Zhao Taiquan removed his helmet, his face flushed, veins throbbing on his forehead. He glared fiercely at Lin Xiao, his voice squeezed through clenched teeth. "You didn't even fight a single fight. Relying on dodging, on reporting on the system. What kind of skill is that?" Lin Xiao stood on the platform, the buttons of his trench coat tightly fastened, his expression unreadable. He put away the detector and descended the steps, walking step by step towards Zhao Taiquan. The 2 locked eyes. "My system is called reporting to the nation," Lin Xiao said, "while you are a warrior of the nation." Zhao Taiquan's lips moved, but he said nothing more. The surroundings fell silent. Other trainees stood at a distance, no one daring to approach. Lin Xiao did not look back at him and turned to walk towards the eastern gate of the training ground. The hem of his trench coat swayed with his steps, the soles of his shoes crunching over gravel, producing a soft rustling sound. The detector at his waist swayed gently, the screen flickering as if waiting for the next signal. He walked out of the iron gate, his steps unceasing. Ahead lay the road leading to the garrison, where a black commuter vehicle was parked by the roadside, its doors tightly closed and unattended. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He did not take it out to check. The wind swept across the training ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the distance, the lights of the tactical replay room were still on. Zhao Taiquan sat in front of the monitor screen, replaying the last 30 seconds of footage over and over, his helmet resting in the corner of the table covered in a thin layer of dust. Lin Xiao's figure vanished at the end of the road. Suddenly, a blue light illuminated the detector's screen. At the edge of the highway in the early morning, dust was kicked up by the wind and then slowly settled down. Lin Xiao's footsteps did not falter, the soles of his shoes crunching over the gravel. The screen of the detector at his waist flickered erratically, as if waiting for a signal to restart. He had just exited the training ground's east gate when the black commuter vehicle ahead suddenly activated its hazard lights, and the door swung open automatically. A voice came from inside the car, "Get in, there's an urgent mission." Lin Xiao did not ask about the location, nor did he look at the driver. He opened the rear door and quietly took a seat. The hem of his trench coat was still dusted with the residue from last night's plaza event, and his work boots left faint imprints on the carpet. The vehicle immediately started, the tires crunching over the road debris with a sharp sound. "We will arrive at the site in 10 minutes. Chun Jun, sitting in the passenger seat, did not turn around this time. "No support team will be dispatched, and the command network won't be connected. You will handle this alone." "What do you mean?" Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the detector, his knuckles turning slightly white. Literally, Chun Jun finally turned his head, his gaze piercing like a nail. "You have 10 minutes to prove you can handle the crisis independently, not relying on reports or system broadcasts. It's all on you." The vehicle drove out of the urban area, the sides of the road gradually becoming desolate. Abandoned factories with exposed steel frames flashed by, and the sky was tinged with a steely gray. 20 minutes later, the vehicle stopped outside a collapsed wall. In the distance, the ground had cracked open, and gray-green mist was slowly seeping from the crevice, spreading along the surface. "This is the location." Chen Zhen opened the car door. "The unsealed crack has allowed toxic mist to spread to a level 3 concentration. Conventional communications are down, and drone dispatch authority has been connected to your detector. Let's get started." Lin Xiao jumped out of the car, his trench coat billowing in the wind. He activated the detector, and the interface displayed a signal delay of 70%. In the upper right corner, a countdown appeared, remaining time 9 minutes 47 seconds. He closed his eyes, extending his senses. Threads of spiritual energy twisted in the air like disturbed water currents. The toxic mist carried corrosive fluctuations that interfered with most frequencies. But he soon caught a hint of abnormality. A rhythmic pulse emanated from deep within the crack, increasing in intensity every 3 seconds. That was the location of the core energy source. Found it, he opened his eyes, quickly pulling up the map module and marking the coordinates on the detector: X827, Y309, approximately 4 meters deep. In the next second, he pressed the side button connecting to the Management Bureau's series drone dispatch system. The D7 ceiling deployment machine responded, and the sound of rotors starting came from afar. "Path planning completed," the system prompted. The aircraft ascended, approaching the target point. Lin Xiao focused on the screen, his finger hovering over the confirmation button. As soon as he pressed it, the ceiling device would be dropped to cover the core area. But at that moment, the detector's alarm blared suddenly. "Reporting channel obstructed, signal from anti-reporting shield detected, interference source location 30 meters northwest." Lin Xiao jerked his head up. There was a row of collapsed power distribution rooms, the walls leaning and cables hanging down. The interference signal was emanating from one of those buildings. He had no time to report, nor could he remotely eliminate the interference. If he waited for support, the toxic mist would cover the surrounding 2 kilometers within 7 minutes, affecting residential areas. There was no choice. He stowed the detector and ran. His work boots crunched over broken bricks and rusty metal sheets, his breath crystallizing in the cold air. He covered the 30 meters in 8 seconds. As he burst into the power distribution room, he unleashed his full perception. In the corner, a metal box was heating up, its surface covered in serpentine patterns, matching the black flag emblem from the underground factory. This was the shield, but it couldn't be dismantled. Any contact might trigger self-destruction or signal transfer. The only way was to isolate the wave transmission path. He removed his trench coat and covered the metal box with it. Yet the shielding effect persisted. He had to use his body to sever the connection. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and dropped to his knees, pressing his entire upper body against the gap between the box and the ground. His skin came into contact with the scorching metal, burning with pain. The interference wave crawled up his spine, his head feeling as if it were being pierced by a drill. "Forced report," he shouted in his mind. The system stalled for 2 seconds, then finally responded. Report request sent National Broadcasting Channel activated ability, reverse enhancement, initiated currents surged through his body. His previously suppressed perception skyrocketed tenfold. Every thread of spiritual energy in his field of vision became crystal clear. He could see the flow of the toxic mist, the weak points in the cracked structure, and even the subtle displacements of the underground rock layers. D7, execute delivery. The command was issued. In the sky, the drone adjusted its posture, and the hatch opened. The silver sealing device dropped vertically, precisely inserting itself into the deepest part of the crack. Boom! A muffled sound resonated from the ground. The sealing device expanded, its metal petals releasing high-voltage arcs. The toxic mist ceased to spread and began to retract. The rocks at the edge of the crack emitted a brittle sound as they slowly closed. Lin Xiao remained kneeling on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold concrete. Warm liquid flowed from his nostrils, and his eardrums buzzed incessantly. He could feel blood sliding down his jaw, dripping onto the screen of the detector. Yet he did not move. Until the system prompt sounded: crack sealing completed, environmental hazards eliminated, mission evaluations level response efficiency. He slowly lifted his head. Shenzhen was already standing at the door holding a data recording board. He approached, looked down to check the status of the shielding device, and then glanced at the detector log. The operation process was compliant, he said. Judgment, accurate decisions, decisive execution, without delay. Lin Xiao leaned against the broken window frame, trying to stand up, his knees buckling and nearly causing him to fall. He supported himself on the fractured window frame and gasped, "Did I pass?" Shenzhen did not answer immediately. He stepped closer, raised his hand, and gently patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. The gesture was light, yet heavy. "You passed." As soon as the words fell, the detector suddenly vibrated. A golden prompt box popped up in the center of the screen. Merit points accumulated exceeded 5,000. Unlock conditions met. New function activated. Group perception enhancement. Lin Xiao slid down against the collapsed concrete pillar, his back resting against the rough wall. His right hand still tightly gripped the detector, his knuckles white from the strain. Blood trailed from his nostrils to his chin, only to be dried into dark red lines by the wind. He looked up at the gray sky, his eyelids heavy, yet his consciousness exceptionally clear. In the distance, the black commuter vehicle illuminated its tail lights. Shenzhen stowed the recording board and turned to walk toward the vehicle. The car door closed, the engine revved, and it gradually receded. Only he remained at the scene. The wind swept through the ruins, stirring the hem of his blood-stained trench coat. The detector's screen continuously refreshed data streams, the new function interface, quietly waiting. The city's silhouette blurred into the horizon, while deep underground a stable pulse was quietly emerging. Lin Xiao raised his left hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His right thumb slowly slid along the edge of the detector, preparing to activate scan mode. Lin Xiao leaned against the collapsed concrete pillar, his back pressed against the rough wall. The wind swept through the ruins, stirring the hem of his blood-stained trench coat. The detector's screen continuously refreshed the data stream, and the new functional interface awaited silently. His right thumb slowly traced the edge, preparing to activate group perception enhancement. He took a deep breath, the scent of rust lingering in his nostrils. His knees ached, the cracked blood scabs at the corners of his mouth tightened in the wind. Yet his consciousness remained clear. He closed his eyes, summoned the system's underlying commands, and shifted his perception from a focal point to an expansive coverage. Group perception enhancement activated. In an instant, the vibrations of the underground rock layers transmitted to his nerves. The previously scattered strands of spiritual energy began to emerge, illuminating like streetlights in the night. He controlled his perception to seep downward, penetrating through layers of sand and gravel, fault zones, and underground water veins. 3 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, the depth continued to extend. The underground landscape of the city took shape in his mind. It was not a chaotic flow of energy. It was not the random distribution of naturally formed mineral veins. All the spiritual vein nodes connected systematically, radiating outward to converge at the center, ultimately forming a vast network covering the entire city. The lines were too orderly to be natural products. Rather, they resembled a man-made road system. His brows furrowed. This did not conform to geological logic. Spiritual veins should be generated randomly with tectonic movements and could not be so symmetrical. Moreover, it was impossible for them all to point to the same coordinates. He called up the positioning module to lock onto the network's core. X903, Y151, approximately 85 meters deep, beneath the city government. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his pupils constricting. The detector synchronously displayed the energy density curve with the values in the central region soaring to over 100 times the normal level. This was not simply a gathering point, it was an actively operating hub. He immediately closed the public reporting channel. The system alert tone did not sound. The national broadcast was not triggered. He understood the rules. Only when the threat level reached 3 or higher, or if traces of foreign ability activity were discovered, would it automatically report. Currently, it was merely a structural anomaly posing no direct danger. But he could not report it. Once reported, the entire network would know. And the location of this node was far too sensitive. The city government was not an ordinary building, it was the administrative hub. If there truly were secret projects in operation, this information could easily alert them. He needed evidence. Lin Xiao braced himself against the wall and stood up, his legs feeling somewhat weak. His work boots pressed firmly against the ground, stabilizing his body. The lining of his trench coat was stained with dust and blood, and the crescent scar on his right brow throbbed faintly. He ignored these issues, stowed the detector into his waist pocket, and walked towards the city area. He hailed a black car along the way. The driver was a middle-aged man with Buddhist beads hanging from the rearview mirror. Lin Xiao sat in the back seat and reported the construction site entrance on the south side of the East District Municipal Square. The driver asked if he was in construction. He nodded, saying he was a temporary worker rushing for the early shift. The car bounced along the road. Outside, the sky gradually brightened and pedestrians began to move along the streets. Lin Xiao leaned against the car door, closing his eyes to rest. His mind repeatedly replayed the network structure he had just seen. Each line emitted a faint pulse occurring every 3 seconds, similar to the frequency in the toxic mist fissures. But this was not an interference signal, it resembled a rhythm of operation. 20 minutes later, the vehicle stopped outside the construction barriers. Lin Xiao paid and got out, looking around. This was an old city renovation project. Surface work had halted, but the underground pipeline was still under maintenance. Several workers in orange reflective vests were opening the manhole cover for ventilation. He donned gloves, climbed over the low guardrail, and followed the drainage ditch to the nearest maintenance access. The manhole cover was half open and a ladder hung down. He checked the detector's battery, confirmed that silent mode was activated, and slid down with a kick. The shaft was about 7 meters deep. As he landed, his knees absorbed the impact, and he gritted his teeth to stabilize himself. Beneath his feet was a concrete channel flanked by pipes of varying sizes. The air was filled with the scent of dampness and metallic oxidation. He activated the low-light scan on the detector, and the screen immediately captured a faint bluish glow. The underground spiritual flow was accelerating. He advanced along the main channel. The detector indicated a continuous increase in depth. After 3 turns, he entered a sloped passage not marked on the municipal blueprints. The wall material transformed into an alloy coating with fine patterns on the surface resembling etched circuit lines. Lin Xiao halted his steps. This was not the structure one would expect from civilian facilities. He continued forward, slowing his pace. At the end of the passage was a sealed door embedded with a biometric device. The red light was on, and the access was locked. He stepped back 2 paces and circled around to the left side ventilation duct. The duct entrance had a protective net, but the screws were loose. He pried it open with a tool and crawled inside. After crawling 15 meters, the duct sloped down. He dropped from a maintenance access point, standing on a second-floor balcony of a circular hall. The sight before him took his breath away. The entire space had a diameter of over 100 meters, the dome covered with luminous crystals casting a soft blue light. In the center stood a tower-like structure composed of countless interwoven metal arms, each entwined with flowing azure energy. The base of the tower delved deep into the ground, merging with the rock layers. Surrounding it were 12 circular platforms on which devices resembling server cabinets were arranged, their surfaces flickering with data streams. The detector blared alarmingly. High-intensity spiritual energy field detected, energy density 987 units, fluctuation frequency 3.0 Hz, sustained and stable. Lin Xiao crouched in the shadow of the balcony, recording the coordinates and waveform. This was the core node of the network. It not only received spiritual energy from the entire city, but was also processing something. Those cabinets appeared to be storing or converting spiritual energy. He took out a sample bottle, preparing to collect a strand of dissipating energy. Just as he approached the railing, the detector suddenly vibrated. Warning: invisibility force field activated. Intruder marked in the next second. Alarm lights at all 4 corners illuminated, spinning red. 8 passageways opened simultaneously on the ground, and 8 fully armed special operations team members charged out, holding electromagnetic suppression guns, and quickly forming an encirclement. With their guns aimed at the balcony, a commanding voice came through the loudspeakers: "Put down the equipment. Hands on your head. Surrender immediately." Lin Xiao froze in place. He did not move. Nor did he speak. The sample bottle still gripped in his hand, just half a meter from the target. Footsteps approached from the staircase behind him. Chinjin climbed up. In a crisp black commuter uniform, his left prosthetic leg echoed sharply against the metal steps. He waved his hand, and the special operations team withdrew their weapons. Stepping in front of Lin Xiao, his gaze swept over the detector and the sample bottle. In a crisp black commuter uniform, his left prosthetic leg echoed sharply against the metal steps. He waved his hand, and the special operations team withdrew. The spiritual veins of the entire city have been interconnected. Hidden beneath the city center is such a thing. Chen Zhen did not respond. He took out a metal USB drive from his pocket and handed it over. The surface of the USB drive was smooth without any markings. When Lin Xiao received it, the internal chip activated, projecting a line of text: Global Anomaly and Extraterrestrial Object Correlation Analysis Report. The font was stark against a background of continuously scrolling data. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg, Chen Zhen said. Lin Xiao stared at the line of text, his fingers tightening. The edge of the USB drive pressed into his palm. Chen Zhen turned to leave. His footsteps gradually faded. The special operations team withdrew and the sealed door closed again. The alarm lights extinguished and the hall returned to silence. Lin Xiao stood still. Below the balcony, the central tower continued to operate. The azure energy flowed along the metal arms, converging deeper. The detector was still recording data, but he had stopped collecting. He placed the USB drive into the inner pocket of his trench coat, pressing it against his chest. There was also an old cigarette case left by his father there, now accompanied by an item that should not exist. He made his way back to the ventilation duct. Crawling, sliding, he returned to the shaft. Climbing the ladder, he pushed open the manhole cover. The morning sunlight pierced into his eyes. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, emerging from the ground and resealing the manhole cover. The street returned to normal. Workers were chatting and a bus was pulling into the station in the distance. It was as if everything that had just transpired had never happened. But he knew things had changed. He glanced down at the detector. The screen was quiet. The functional interface remained in the group perception enhancement state, yet he no longer dared to activate it easily. Lin Xiao stepped forward. The soles of his shoes crunched over the gravel, producing a rustling sound. The hem of his trench coat brushed against his knees, carrying the dust and scars from the night before. He walked towards the direction of the management bureau, his pace steady, yet unhurried. The USB drive pressed against his chest like a piece of red-hot iron. Lin Xiao pushed open the office door. The hem of his trench coat swept across the threshold. Sunlight slanted in from a window at the far end of the corridor, striking the corner of a newly opened encrypted report on the desk. A USB drive was inserted into a dedicated reader. The screen scrolled past the title page, Global Anomaly and Extraterrestrial Object Correlation Analysis. He had barely sat down when the detector vibrated sharply. A red pop-up window flashed. High concentration black mist detected. Energy signature matches historical case, a 07 bank rampage incident. He shot upright. The chair slammed against the wall. The corridor lights flickered twice. From afar came the metallic clang of a heavy door sealing shut and urgent clipped voices. He snatched up the detector and bolted out his work boots, striking the tile floor with heavy resonant thuds. Outside, the psychological intervention unit quarantine tape had already been erected. 3 staff members stood rigidly behind the safety line, their hands trembling as they clutched clipboards. Yi Jinjin stood alone before the double doors, her high-intensity flashlight piercing straight into the darkness beyond. In its beam, a man in a white lab coat knelt on the floor, fingertips gouging furrows into the tiles, his knuckles bleached bone white. Black web-like veins pulsed across his eyes, fine tendrils of obsidian mist seeped from his nostrils and tear ducts. As Lin Xiao arrived, Yi Jinjin switched her flashlight to low-frequency pulsing mode. The man's head jerked sideways. A guttural, distorted syllable rolled from his throat, like a corrupted audio recording played backward through static. Without turning, she whispered, voice taut and low, don't approach. He's teetering on the edge of resonance. Lin Xiao crouched, adjusting the detector to the xenogenic energy capture interface. The screen warned of signal instability. 5 seconds required for stable lock. His gaze locked onto the black mist spilling from the man's eye sockets. His finger hovered suspended above the sampling key. Conventional dispersion protocols failed, Yi Jinjin said, retracting her flashlight. We administered neural inhibitors, immediately consumed by the mist. She suddenly removed a gilded ring from her left ring finger and stepped forward, pressing the metal band against the man's forehead. I am Yi Jinjin. Her voice surged sharp and commanding. Your daughter is waiting for you to come home. Last Friday she drew your birthday card. Do you still have it? You said you'd frame it and hang it in the living room. The man's body stiffened. The black veining receded momentarily, his pupils refocused. His lips trembled. Xiao? Xiaoyu? Yes, Xiaoyu. Yi Jinjin's cadence quickened. She has a math exam today. At 7 this morning, she called asking about the formula. You told her Dad will be home as soon as this shift ends. If you don't go back now, how will she fall asleep? His throat convulsed. Slowly his right hand rose, as if reaching for her face. Black mist churned in his eyes, ebbing like tide, only to surge again. 3 seconds later, darkness swallowed his entire face. His arm collapsed, striking the floor with a dull, hollow thud. Lin Xiao slammed his thumb onto the sampling key. The detector hummed, waveform data streamed rapidly onto the screen. Signal capture complete. The display froze, frequency 4.7 Hz, harmonic distortion rate 68. The man snapped his head upward, neck twisting at an impossible angle. He lunged toward Yi Jinjin, speed defying human limits. Lin Xiao pivoted sideways, intercepting him and yanking her behind his back. The detector locked onto the black mist erupting from the man's mouth and nose, continuously logging residual fluctuations. Yi Jinjin staggered 2 steps, steadied herself, then yanked the fire alarm lever overhead. A shrill siren erupted, and airtight blast doors descended from the ceiling. The metal panels lowered deliberately, not fast yet enough to delay the rampaging figure by half a second. Lin Xiao seized the opening, retreating 10 meters while dragging Yi Jinjin with him. Crunch! He crashed into the narrowing gap of the closing door, his shoulder bones snapping audibly. Yet he did not stop. His right arm grotesquely swelled and warped, forcing itself through the fissure as he crawled forward, relentless. Black mist bled from his orifices, coalescing in midair into gossamer filaments that spread outward like creeping roots. Lin Xiao swiftly powered down the detector and slid it into his waist pouch. Eyes fixed on the expanding web of mist, he murmured, "Can we initiate full area lockdown?" Tier 3 quarantine protocol is active. Yi Jinjin replied, leaning against the wall, breath ragged, sweat beating at her temple. Oxygen supply to this floor has been severed. 3 minutes until inert gas infusion. Lin Xiao nodded, gaze unwavering. The rampager's body was collapsing inward, skin losing elasticity, muscle tissue visibly eroded from within. The black mist no longer confined itself to his flesh. It detached, swirling in the air, condensing into a fist-sized orb of roiling shadow. The detector vibrated again. A new alert flashed, consciousness level activity detected. Non-biological vital signature. He said nothing, only pressed the device deeper into his chest. The airtight doors sealed shut. The corridor dimmed, emergency lights cast blood-red halos across the walls. The black orb hung motionless before the doors, rotating slowly. For an instant, a faint shifting semblance of a human face surfaced upon its surface, then dissolved. The medical team entered via a side corridor, deploying remote sedative injectors behind the observation window. 2 nurses moved toward Yi Jinjin for preliminary assessment, but she shook her head, accepting only a bottle of water to soothe her parched throat. "You used a deep memory anchor just now?" Lin Xiao asked, leaning against the wall. "Family bonds are the strongest emotional anchors," she replied, tightening the bottle cap. "As long as he still remembers being a father, there's a chance to pull him back." Yet he remembered, and still got consumed. Yi Jinjin paused for 2 silent seconds. Not consumed. Overwritten. His consciousness remains, suppressed but intact. Lin Xiao touched the inner pocket of his trench coat. The USB drive rested there, still warm against his sternum. The report had stated extraterrestrial entities may possess consciousness parasitic capabilities. He'd read it as speculation. Now he saw it for what it was, a warning. "I've secured the frequency data," he said. 4.7 Hz, identical to the bank incident. Yi Jinjin turned to look at him. Under the light, bloodshot streaks lined her eyes, but her gaze remained lucid. "It confirms this isn't isolated. Someone is replicating it. Or perhaps it's all the same source." Neither spoke further. At the corridors, in the surveillance monitor, displayed the isolation chamber, the rampager lay supine on a stretcher, fully restrained, breathing shallowly. The black mist had withdrawn into his body, but the EEG showed aberrant brainwave activity, emitting a steady rhythmic pulse at precisely 4.7 Hz. Lin Xiao glanced down at his detector. The sampling record had auto-backed up, awaiting upload. Yet he didn't press the reporting button. His last unauthorized probe into the municipal underground network had nearly ended with his immediate detention. This data was even more volatile, something capable of hijacking human consciousness. If made public, the city would descend into chaos. Yi Jinjin took the high-intensity flashlight and reattached it to her belt. She slipped the gilded ring back onto her left ring finger, slightly askew, and gently straightened it with her thumb. "Go write your report," she said. "I'll stay here." "Won't you rest?" Lin Xiao asked. "He was my on-duty physician," she replied, eyes fixed on the observation window. "Last night he reminded me to take my medication." Lin Xiao turned and walked toward the Western Emergency Command Room. His footsteps echoed in the hollow corridor. Passing a surveillance terminal, he caught sight of his own reflection, black trench coat, dusted with grime, the crescent-shaped scar above his right brow stark under the crimson emergency glow. The command room door stood open. He entered and locked it behind him. The desktop computer lit up. He inserted a blank memory card and copied the detector's data onto it. The original file remained in the device, mandatorily submitted per protocol. The duplicate slipped into his inner pocket resting just beneath the USB drive. He opened his duty log template and entered the mission ID, time, and location. He paused at event description. Official reports demanded objective precision. Yet some things could never be written: the fleeting face-like contour that formed within the black mist, how it had deliberately angled itself away from the detector's scan zone as it struck the door, as if aware of being recorded. He deleted the first 2 lines he'd typed and began again. Subject exhibited acute psychological destabilization accompanied by non-natural emission of black energy. On-site intervention failed to halt parasitic progression. Energy waveform sample acquired frequency 4.7 Hz. Immediate cross-referencing with historical databases and origin tracing protocols are recommended. Saved. Submitted. The system confirmed receipt data archived. Pending review by Central Command. Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for 3 seconds. When he opened them again, his gaze drifted outside. The city skyline lay serene and unchanged. Morning traffic flowed steadily, sun glinted off the mirrored glass facades of office towers. No one knew that just hours earlier something capable of devouring human consciousness had opened its eyes at the heart of the city. He rose and walked out of the command room. Corridor lighting had returned to normal brightness. Yi Xinjin still stood outside the medical isolation zone, hands folded over her chest, watching the undulating EEG trace on the monitor screen. Lin Xiao stopped 5 paces behind her, silent. The detector rested quietly at his waist. Inside his trench coat, the edge of the memory card pressed faintly against his ribs. His left hand slid into his coat pocket, fingertips brushing the cold metallic shell of the USB drive. Yi Xinjin spoke suddenly. "Do you think it will seek another?" Lin Xiao watched the unwavering 4.7 Hz waveform on the screen and said, "Not it." Lin Xiao stepped out of the emergency command room, the corridor lights having returned to their normal brightness. He did not pause, his work boots tapping against the tiled floor, the sound overshadowed by the faint hum of the ventilation ducts above. The detector hung at his waist, its casing still warm from his palm. In the inner pocket of his windbreaker, a data storage card containing replicated information pressed against his ribs, its edges slightly uncomfortable. As he turned the corner, the communication ring on his wrist vibrated. Emergency summons, Intelligence Analysis Center Level 3, Underground, code name Silence. Depart immediately. The order came through Chunjun's personal encrypted channel without any further explanation. Lin Xiao did not slow down, he merely adjusted the detector and quickened his pace through the long corridor of the eastern wing of the main building. As he passed by, the surveillance cameras slightly adjusted their angles, scanning his identity code before returning to their original positions. The entrance to Level 3 Underground was located at the end of the logistics elevator, requiring passage through 2 biometric recognition doors. After completing the authorization, a cold breeze swept out as the metal door slid open. The interior of the intelligence center was circular, with a hemispherical projection platform at the center and the surrounding walls covered in dynamic data flow screens. Chunjun stood at the control console, facing away from the entrance, holding a cup of cold tea. "You're here," he said without turning around. "The results of the data comparison have come in." Lin Xiao walked to the edge of the projection platform. A transparent panel slowly rose from the ground, displaying a waveform. 4.7 Hz frequency, harmonic distortion rate of 68, precisely the characteristics of the black mist he had sampled from the rampaging individual. Southeast Asia, suburban Bangkok, 7 days ago. Chunjun pressed a button and the scene switched to a satellite thermal map. An abandoned pharmaceutical factory experienced a spiritual energy fluctuation lasting 3 minutes with matching signal characteristics. The map zoomed in the light, point moving north. Eastern Europe, a small town on the Ukrainian border, 4 days ago. Local police reported that a doctor suddenly attacked hospital security personnel, displaying abnormal behavior. When our people arrived, the target was already dead and the brain tissue of the corpse was completely carbonized. A trace of a synchronous energy field remained at the scene. The image changed again, revealing a blurry organizational emblem, an eye embedded within interlocking gears with tiny runes etched at the pupil's position. Entropy Shadow. Chunjun said, an overseas extreme ability organization active across 13 countries. For the past 3 years, they have been collecting high-grade spiritual plants and attempting to establish connections with unknown consciousness entities. So this isn't a coincidence. Lin Xiao stared at the emblem. No. Chunjun shut off the projection. The energy structure of the black mist is highly consistent, indicating a unified source. This is not an individual loss of control, but a systematic infiltration. He turned to face Lin Xiao, his gaze steady. The General Bureau has decided to activate the Green Crossing contingency plan. However, our intelligence is limited. Lin Xiao awaited further details. Shenzhen called up a text record projecting it onto the side wall screen. Tip off the night owl will transfer a batch of high-grade spiritual plants at the border city in the southern region in 72 hours. The buyer is a biotechnology company Novigen registered in Cyprus. Method of transaction payment with ability crystals. Location to be determined. The credibility of the information source is rated B. At the end of the message, a string of codes is marked as meeting code. Lin Xiao's gaze fell on the words night owl. He had seen this name in the training materials, a top black market intelligence dealer controlling over 90% of illegal ability trading clues worldwide. No one knows his true identity. It is only known that each transaction is accompanied by at least one agent going missing. Have we confirmed the authenticity of this information? Lin Xiao asked. Partially confirmed. Shenzhen pointed to a line of small text at the bottom of the screen. Novigen transferred $20 million to an overseas account last week, with the funds ultimately tracing back to an offshore shell company. Simultaneously, the International Monitoring Network detected multiple recent records of crystal core cross-border transfers with concealed paths but similar methods. The most critical thing is the types of these spiritual plants. Ghost scale grass, shadow fern root, blood dew flower. All are medium plants capable of hosting consciousness parasites. These plants themselves are harmless, but once activated by specific frequencies, they can become a breeding ground for alien consciousness. Lin Xiao fell silent for a few seconds. If Entropy Shadow has mastered the technology for mass cultivation, I will participate in the operation, he said. Shenzhen glanced at him. I can sense the energy fluctuations of the spiritual plants, Lin Xiao stated, meeting his gaze with more accuracy than any tracker. They emit a scent like burnt rust mixed with damp soil. Oh, as long as I am within 3 kilometers, I will not miss it. Shenzhen did not respond immediately. He set down his teacup, walked to the control console, and called up a file. Lin Xiao's report summary. From the initial mission at the abandoned subway station to the positioning of the urban rift, and then to the warning of the bank rampage incident, each item was marked as Class A effective response. Do you know the rules of the night owl? Shenzhen suddenly asked. Lin Xiao shook his head. He never has a fixed trading location. The buyer is only notified 12 hours before each handover. Moreover, he is accustomed to conducting exchanges in environments with multiple disguises. Abandoned stations, underground pipelines, cargo container ships. The environments are complex with strong signal interference, making ordinary reconnaissance methods basically ineffective. He turned to Lin Xiao. More importantly, he can read memory fragments. Anyone approaching him with a clear task intent will be detected. Lin Xiao understood the implication. So I can't intervene officially. You can infiltrate as an independent tracking unit first. Shenzhen opened a drawer and took out a black card, temporary operational authorization, allowing you to perform preliminary reconnaissance tasks within the border city area. No firearms, no support, no reporting of real-time coordinates. If any suspicious energy aggregation point is detected, immediately transmit the signal. He handed over the card. This time there is no jamming interference, but the night owl is very dangerous. Lin Xiao took the card. The material was cold with no markings on the surface, only a number X001 alpha. I know, he said. Shenzhen nodded, saying no more. He turned and pulled up a map of the southern border city, marking 7 possible trading areas. Old train station, cargo area, cross-border logistics center, abandoned water purification plant, river port dock, old site of the border checkpoint, underground cable tunnels, and abandoned military radar station. You have 48 hours to prepare, Shenzhen said. At 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow, take a commercial flight into the jurisdiction. After landing, assess your course of action. Lin Xiao tucked the authorization card away, placing it next to the storage card in the inner pocket of his windbreaker. The detector emitted a soft sound, automatically syncing the new geographic database. He turned to walk towards the exit, his steps resolute. Lin Xiao, Shenzhen called out just as he was about to push the door open. Lin Xiao stopped. Don't think about capturing anyone. Shenzhen turned his back to him. Your task is to find the object and then leave. Returning alive is more important than anything else. Lin Xiao did not look back. Understood. The metal door closed, isolating the light and shadows within the intelligence center. The corridor fell silent, with only the ventilation vent emitting a faint airflow. He retraced his steps through the eastern wing of the main building. Outside, the sky was darkening and the city lights began to flicker on. He did not return to the rest area, but instead headed directly to the equipment storage room. After unlocking with his fingerprint, he retrieved a spare battery pack, a portable filtering antenna, and a moisture-proof backpack, checking each item's status one by one. The detector was fitted with a new battery and passed the self-check. A prompt appeared on the screen: positioning module update complete, supporting cross-border signal tracking. He reattached the device to his waist and tightened the zipper of his windbreaker. The sound of a commuter vehicle starting came from the end of the corridor. Tomorrow was the graduation ceremony for the awakened training class, and many trainees would set off for the base tonight. He heard someone in the distance shout the name, Zhao Tietuan, the voice quickly fading around the corner. Lin Xiao paid it no mind. He glanced down at the communication ring. The time displayed 1947. There were 11 hours and 13 minutes until departure. He picked up his backpack and walked towards the underground parking lot. The garage was evenly lit and the floor was clean and dust-free. He climbed onto a gray electric vehicle, inserted the key, and the engine started silently. In the rearview mirror, the management bureau building gradually receded. The glass curtain walls reflected the evening glow, resembling a burning iron roof. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and drove towards the exit. The training base sky hung heavy and leaden clouds pressing down on the barbed wire at the edge of the drill ground. Lin Xiao stood on the concrete path outside auditorium, his work boots planted on the seams of the paving stone soles stained with the dried mud left by last night's rain. His trench coat zipped up to his chin, a detector swinging at his waist. Its casing still held the faint warmth of an electric scooter seat from the garage. The auditorium door opened. The assistant instructor stepped out holding a roster. From inside came sporadic applause, intermittent and perfunctory. Lin Xiao did not move. He knew the applause was not for him. Ever since the first roll call, when Zhao Taekwon skipped his name, he had understood what he was in their eyes. A felicitous anomaly conjured by the reporting system, an outlier who traded informants for merit. The assistant climbed the makeshift platform. A banner behind him read, "First Session Awakener Training Graduation Ceremony." The hum of a microphone test swept across the hall. "We will now announce the potential list," the assistant said in a steady voice. "Based on combat responsiveness, teamwork awareness, and risk tolerance, 5 candidates have been selected for the Bureau's priority cultivation track." Silence settled in the audience. Zhao Taekwon. When the name rang out, a tall figure in the front row rose. The metallic sheen of his skeletal reinforcement flashed once under the lights. He walked to the front, accepted the certificate, and as he turned, his gaze swept the crowd and landed on Lin Xiao. He paused for 2 seconds, then continued reading Lin Xiao. There was no applause. Low murmurs drifted. Some muttered, "So it's him again," while others said, "If he hadn't held the interference source during that toxic fog rift, we never would have gotten in." Lin Xiao stepped forward. The hem of his coat brushed the armrest as he mounted the stage and took the certificate. The paper was light, its edges neatly trimmed. The assistant rolled up the roster and announced, "You 5 represent the highest standard of this session. Future missions will be prioritized for you." Silence lingered below. Doubt lingered in people's eyes. Zhao Taekwon did not leave. When Lin Xiao descended the steps, he came forward, and their eyes met in the corridor. Zhao Taekwon was half a head shorter than Lin Xiao, yet stood as straight as a stake. He stared for 3 seconds, then spoke. "I, Zhao Tietuan, admire 2 kinds of people. The ones stronger than me, and those who dare to fight desperately for the weak." His voice was not loud, but it carried far enough. Lin Xiao did not reply. He understood the weight of those words. This was the same man who had once loosed his knot on the balance beam. Now he stood before everyone and admitted defeat, acknowledged the other man. Zhao extended his hand. Lin Xiao looked at the palm, calloused and worn, and took it. The grip was rough, the force sincere. People around them began to clap. The applause was sparse at first, then swelled into a chorus. The ceremony ended. Cadets dispersed. Some went to collect luggage, others gathered to discuss their postings. Lin Xiao did not join any cluster. He slipped the certificate into his inner coat pocket alongside the unused Border City operation permit. His comm ring vibrated. Encrypted directive: proceed immediately to the East reception room of the administration building. Codenamed Silent. Lin Xiao angled off the main corridor and crossed the gravel path that ran between the landscaping. The administration building's exterior was coated with damp-proof paint. A few hairline cracks ran along the base of the wall. He remembered that during last month's drill this had been a sealed-off zone. The reception door stood ajar. He pushed it open. The room was empty. On the table lay a craft paper folder sealed with red wax stamped with the Bureau's emblem. There were no surveillance cameras nearby, only an old air purifier in the corner humming low. Lin Xiao removed his gloves and broke the seal. Inside there were no files, only a folded note. When he opened it, the handwriting was messy. Chunjun scrawl, go to the Shibe Gobi. There is an ARC core controller there that must be protected. There was nothing else. No coordinates, no deadline, no support code, not even a mission number. Lin Xiao stared at the scrap of paper for 7 seconds. He pinched the edge and made a crease. Folding the note twice, he tucked it into the innermost pocket of his coat against his chest. Then he turned and left. The corridor was empty. Outside, the sky had darkened further, as if rain were approaching. He quickened his step, went out the administration's back door, and took the ramp down to the underground parking. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was the equipment depot's automatic reminder. Your reserved filter antenna calibration slot is scheduled for tomorrow 09:30. He did not stop. Rounding the final bend, he saw his gray electric scooter parked in sector row 7. The key was still in the lock, the same one he had failed to remove when he left earlier. He sat the engines start rebounded off the ramp walls. He backed out steering hard. The tires rolled over the drain cover. In the rear view, the training base gate shrank away. The sentry in the booth glanced up, but made no gesture. The scooter merged onto the main road and flowed into the evening traffic. A red light glowed ahead. Lin Xiao pressed the brake, both hands on the handlebars. The sleeve of his coat rode up, revealing a strip of wrist where veins twitched faintly beneath the skin. His detector chirped softly. The screen flashed. Positioning module pending calibration. Recommend connecting to headquarters base station. He did not touch it. The light turned green and traffic moved on. His gaze passed over the taxi roofs toward the city's edge. There were no mountains, no Gobi. Only a gray sky carved into segments by towering buildings. In his inner pocket, the two papers lay folded together, the mission note and the unexecuted border operation permit. One priority had overwritten the other. He twisted the throttle and speed rose. He lowered the window a crack and cold air rushed in, sweeping away the lingering scent of retained heat. The next right turn would reveal the bureau's building profile. The glass curtain wall reflected the cloud light like a slab of black iron. He planned to go first to the equipment depot to retrieve the filter antenna, then to the tech team to upgrade the detector's anti-dust interference mode. Environmental data for the Shibe Gobi was not in the standard library and would have to be loaded manually. He might also stop by logistics to collect a field survival pack. The 7 Titwohor minimum kit contained emergency power water purification tablets and a thermal blanket, where he could see Chinjun first. But he knew he would not. This man never explained orders. Like the day 3 years ago when a falling object struck his head. When he woke, he found himself on the awards platform, wearing a badge marked X001 and the roar of a live-streamed ovation in his ears. No one had told him why it had been him, and no one had asked if he agreed. Now it was the same. The light turned red again. Lin Xiao glanced down at his comm ring. The time read 2013. There were 9 hours and 57 minutes until the scheduled departure for the border city. He would not be departing. The scooter stopped at a third red light. A delivery truck ahead was unloading. The driver stood by the curb, smoking the cigarette tip pulsing dimly in the half-light. Lin Xiao closed his eyes. When he opened them, his hand was already in his inner pocket. Through the fabric, his fingertips found the folded corner of the note. Shibe Gobi. Arc Core Controller. Protect. Just those 3 words. No motive, no context, no escape. He pressed his palm against his chest to steady the paper, as if to confirm it was still there. The light turned green. He released the clutch and surged forward. On the 3rd underground level of the management bureau, the metal door of the equipment room slid open before Lin Xiao. Cold fluorescent lights extended from the ceiling and rose to the end, illuminating the ground with a bluish-gray glow. The air was filled with the mixed scent of rust-proof oil and electrostatic dust removal nets. He walked straight to workstation B3, the detector still hanging at his waist, its casing slightly warm, freshly removed from the electric vehicle. Technician Old Zhou was checking the list at the terminal. He glanced up at the time and said, "Lin Xiao, you scheduled a filter antenna debugging which starts at 9 o'clock. The task has changed." Lin Xiao placed the detector on the operating table. First install the desert interference module, then calibrate the positioning system. We'll discuss the filter antenna later. Old Zhou frowned. There is no desert mode package in the standard library. The charged characteristics of the sandstorm in the northwest Gobi are not included in the conventional environmental database. A custom program is required with the earliest delivery in 3 days. Lin Xiao remained silent. His right hand reached into the inner pocket of his coat and felt the note warmed by his body. 3 words: go to the northwest Gobi, protect the core controller of the Ark. No deadline, no buffer. Just as he was about to speak, footsteps approached from behind. Chinjun walked in carrying a sealed silver-gray metal box, its surface marked with the red-lettered seal, special supply from the bureau, do not open without authorization. He did not look at Old Zhou, directly placing the box on the table. With a swipe of his finger, the seal automatically broke. Use this, Chinjun said. The box popped open. Inside was a piece of dark gray fabric textured like a blend of carbon fiber and spider silk, with microconductive wire sewn along the edges. Another compartment held a black chip the size of a USB drive, labeled Samode 01. The anti-radiation lining can shield the interference from geomagnetic disturbances at night in the Gobi on the perception system. Chinjun picked up the fabric. Also, the desert mode program package extracted from the reserves of the old model is compatible with detectors below the 3rd generation. Old Zhou took the chip and inserted it into the terminal, bringing up the installation interface. This version hasn't undergone safety certification. If it crashes during operation, I will sign a liability waiver. Chinjun interrupted. Lin Xiao took off his coat and draped it over the back of a chair. It was a standard black model, the shoulder seam worn with fine fluff and the right cuff had an unsewn tear. Chunjun put on gloves, laid the lining flat, and trimmed it along the edge of the original inner layer. His movements practiced as if he had done it 1,000 times. The sewing machine started, the metallic needle biting into the fabric, producing a rapid clicking sound. Lin Xiao stared at the progress bar on the screen. 73%. The detector's casing opened, exposing the motherboard with thin dust accumulating on the heat dissipation fins. This was the device he had been using since the first day of training, accompanying him through abandoned factories, toxic fog fissures, and rampaging banks. Now it was about to enter an area that had never been recorded. The Gobi is not a training ground. Chunjun suddenly spoke, his hands continuing their work. Radiation, static electricity, and charged sand particles can all interfere with perception. If you report once, the country broadcasts once, and your capabilities are enhanced tenfold. But the premise is that the signal can be sent out. Lin Xiao nodded. This time no one will be there to back you up. You will find the coordinates yourself. Support codes will not be issued. You are in the light while the enemy is in the dark. The sewing machine stopped. Chunjun cut the thread and handed back the coat. The lining fits snugly, adding about 2 kilograms of weight, yet it still draped comfortably. Lin Xiao put it on, pulling the zipper all the way up, tightening the cuffs, and fastening the belt. The detector was reassembled and connected to the desert mode chip. The screen lit up, displaying a new option: environmental mode, Gobi SH01. He tapped to confirm. The system self-check completed with a crisp notification sound. All done, Old Joe said. The positioning module has also been upgraded, extending the scanning radius to 5 kilometers with an error reduced to 3.2 meters. Lin Xiao removed the detector and tucked it into the inner pocket of his coat. He turned to leave. Wait, Chunjun said, pulling out a folded A4 paper from his pocket and handing it over. When synchronizing data, don't skip the encrypted cache scan. Some information the system won't actively inform you about. Lin Xiao took it. The paper was thin, folded into 4 layers. It had no signature and no number. He placed it in the inner pocket next to the task note. Exiting the equipment room, the hallway lights were brighter than when he entered. He turned towards the data synchronization room on the right. The access control beeped, and the green light lit up. The room was small, with a central operating table surrounded by shielding cabinets. He sat down, connected the detector to the main interface, and initiated the full data archiving process. The screen scrolled through logs, uploading Chapter 24 task execution, record verifying spiritual energy fluctuation spectrum V3. 7 cleaning temporary cache fragments. As the progress bar reached 89%, it suddenly froze. A pop-up appeared: detected associated encrypted fragment file, source unknown, would you like to read? Lin Xiao stared at the prompt. Such cache remnants usually came from device cross-contamination or residuals from old tasks, mostly gibberish or advertisement inserts. But he recalled Chunjun's words: some information the system won't actively tell you. He clicked yes. The file decompressed, and the image loaded. It was a yellowed newspaper clipping, pixelated and with curled edges. The headline was only half visible. The shepherd girl plays the bone flute. Villagers claim it can stop sandstorms. In the photo, a young woman dressed in a coarse robe stood on the Gobi Desert, holding a white bone flute with both hands, her lips close to the blowing hole, the background filled with swirling yellow sand. Lin Xiao zoomed in on the image. The woman's features were blurred, but her gaze was clear. She was not performing, she was focused on doing something, as if resisting an invisible force. Along the edge of the clipping, a handwritten note read: Su Hongxiu, a geomantic resonance ability. User may know the secrets of the arc. The handwriting was hurried with varying ink thickness, as if written in haste. Lin Xiao recognized it. The same handwriting as the task note that Chunjun had given him. Just as he was about to delete the file, the detector suddenly vibrated. It wasn't an incoming call, nor an alarm. It was an autonomous activation. The screen lit up with red light, text appearing line by line: detected spiritual energy fluctuations related to the Gobi source, direction locked. Recommended to immediately scan high-density image areas. Lin Xiao was stunned. The detector had never reacted to static images before. It only recognized energy flows in real space and never processed two-dimensional information. Yet he picked up the clipping and laid it on the operating table, aiming the detector's lens at the flute. Scanning initiated. The progress was slow. The fan whirred at high speed. 30 seconds later, the results popped up: analysis complete. The surface of the bone flute is inscribed with geometric patterns matching degree with the National Spiritual Vein Monitoring Network's main node patterns 93. 7. Note: suspected homologous structure, field verification recommended. Lin Xiao stared at the data. 93.7. This was not a coincidence. The Spiritual Vein Network is one of the country's top secrets, consisting of 20 primary nodes forming a radial system, with the core located underground at the city government. And a shepherd girl's bone flute shockingly shared the pattern structure with this system. He zoomed in on the image again. The surface of the flute indeed had intricate engravings arranged in a manner that did not seem decorative, but rather like some sort of encoding. Certain turning points bore a striking resemblance to the runes he discovered in the circular hall beneath the city. Inside the inner pocket of his coat, 2 pieces of paper were pressed against his chest. One was the task directive, the other was the clipping. One pointed to a location, the other to a person. Between them was a connection he had yet to decipher. He pulled out the detector and turned off the terminal. The room returned to darkness with only the exit sign glowing a faint green. Lin Xiao stood up, the hem of his coat falling, the new lining rustling softly. He exited the synchronization room, the hallway empty. He pressed the elevator button, the numbers lighting up one by one. It took 47 seconds to travel from the 3rd basement level to the ground. Leaning against the wall, his right hand brushed against the innermost pocket of his coat. His fingertips touched the folded corner of the paper. Before the task even began, clues had already emerged. It was not a system broadcast nor a superior report, but an unclaimed clipping hidden in the encrypted cache, like a letter stealthily slipped in. The elevator doors opened. Outside was the bureau's backyard. The night breeze swept in, carrying the scent of city exhaust and dust from a distant construction site. His electric vehicle was parked next to the charging station, fully charged. The key turned in the lock. The engine purred softly. He did not get on the vehicle. Standing still, he looked down at the detector's screen. Last refresh, current mode Gobi SH-01, positioning status standby, reporting channel clear. Lin Xiao folded the clipping and placed it into the inner pocket of his coat, right next to the task note. Then he mounted the vehicle and twisted the throttle. The headlights sliced through the night. The road ahead was straight, leading to the edge of the city towards the Gobi. The headlights sliced through the night as the electric bike sped along the suburban highway. Lin Xiao could feel the outline of 2 pieces of paper in the inner pocket of his windbreaker, the task note and a yellowed clipping. The wind blew in from the Gobi Desert, carrying the faint sound of sand particles scraping against metal. Ahead at the intersection was an all-terrain electric motorcycle coated in black, with a reinforced chassis beside, which stood a figure tall and straight, with a right leg slightly turned outward. Zhao Taiquan. He turned around, his face devoid of expression. I've been waiting for you for 10 minutes. Lin Xiao slowed down and parked, turning off the engine and removing his helmet. Who sent you? The headquarters orders, Zhao Taiquan replied, slapping the seat of the motorcycle. Switch to this. The electric bike can't handle the Gobi buffer zone. Lin Xiao didn't ask further, locking his electric bike to the roadside railing before mounting the motorcycle. The detector vibrated in the pocket of the windbreaker, and the screen lit up automatically. Environment mode Gobi SH-01, location status standby. The 2 men started the vehicle and drove deeper into the desert. The terrain gradually sloped down, and the gravel road turned into soft sand. The wind began to pick up, whipping fine sand into spirals that formed columns in the air. Lin Xiao glanced at the detector, watching the values fluctuate. Wind speed, 18 milliseconds, static electricity index, threshold exceeded. He raised his hand to signal for a stop. Zhao Taiquan pulled over, removing his goggles. What's going on? There's a strong sandstorm expected within 3 hours. Lin Xiao pointed to the detector's interface. The wind speed is still rising and static electricity is accumulating abnormally. We need to speed through this depression or we'll be trapped in an unprotected area. Zhao Taiquan squinted at the sky. The dark edge of the sky was already tinged with gray-yellow, and the sand was hitting his face like fine needles. Do you believe in this thing? He tapped the shell of the detector. Lin Xiao did not respond, only focusing on the ground. The sand flowed in an unusual spiral pattern, contradicting the regular wind direction. His perception quietly expanded, capturing and reorganizing the movement of every grain of sand in the air, forming a dynamic flow field model in his mind. It's not about belief, he said. If we leave now, we can beat the storm. Zhao Taiquan fell silent for 2 seconds, readjusting his goggles. Then let's move faster. The motorcycle roared back to life, tearing through the wind. The 2 men sped along the low rock hills, with the sandstorm rising higher behind them. In less than 20 minutes, the sky turned completely dark, and the yellow sand surged like a wall, visibility dropping to 0. Lin Xiao suddenly slammed on the brakes. Zhao Taiquan almost collided with him. What the hell? We can't go forward, Lin Xiao said, his voice growing serious. Right ahead is the main wind corridor. Rushing in means being buried alive. Zhao Taiquan looked up. The sandstorm had become a massive wall, rolling forward with a sound like thunder. He gritted his teeth. Veer to the flank. Head east. No way. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, opening his senses fully. There was no light in his vision, only the trajectories traced by countless grains of sand. He sought patterns amid the chaos, identifying a narrow reverse airflow zone, a safe passage through the storm. Turn 15 degrees northwest, he instructed. Stick to the cliff wall. Zhao Taiquan stared at him. What are you directing us to? That way is a precipice. It's not a precipice. It's a sloped fissure. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. Trust me this once, or choose your own path. The wind and sand lashed against the visor, and Zhao Taekwon scrutinized Lin Xiao's face. Those eyes were calm, devoid of panic or any desire to argue. He turned the motorcycle around. The two men sped along the rock wall for 300 meters. The sand wall behind them crashed shut, swallowing the spot they had just occupied. Lin Xiao was the last to stop, jumping off the motorcycle and pulling Zhao Taekwon back into a narrow rock crevice that could barely fit two. The sandstorm sealed off the exit. The space inside the crevice was cramped with the two men pressed together, breathing heavily. The sound of the wind outside was like a knife cutting through the rocks. Lin Xiao leaned against the stone wall, the dim light from the detector's screen casting a reflection on the scar above his brow. Zhao Taekwon was gasping, suddenly cursing. Damn. That was close. Lin Xiao said nothing, checking the equipment. The signal was lost, reporting that the passage was temporarily sealed. The inner lining of the windbreaker was functioning stably, effectively shielding against geomagnetic interference. Zhao Taekwon moved his right leg, joints cracking. He removed the outer armor, exposing the connection point of the prosthetic limb. The gap in the drive shaft was filled with fine sand, and the lubrication module had dried up. It's jammed, he said softly. I can't restart it. Lin Xiao crouched down to check. The sand grains were very fine with static electricity and had strong adhesion. Conventional cleaning tools were ineffective. We need a specialized repair kit, he stated. I didn't bring any spare parts. Zhao Taekwon leaned against the wall. We'll have to wait for the storm to pass, and then walk back slowly. Lin Xiao opened the interface for his personal merit account. 500 merit points. Just enough to exchange for an emergency repair toolkit. He confirmed the application and submitted the coordinates. 3 minutes later, a small drone whizzed encircling the rock mouth before quickly dropping a sealed box and retreating. Lin Xiao took out the tools and began to disassemble the outer shell of the prosthetic limb. He cleared the sand, replaced the lubrication module, and restarted the calibration program. His movements were practiced with no unnecessary actions. Zhao Taekwon had been watching him the entire time. Have you done this before? During training, I helped the logistics team with maintenance. Lin Xiao tightened the last screw. Let's give it a try. Zhao Taekwon stood up, moving his legs. The joints operated smoothly, making no strange sounds. He looked down at the prosthetic limb and then back at Lin Xiao. Outside, the sandstorm continued to rage while it was quiet in the crevice. I used to think you relied on the system, Zhao Taekwon said quietly but clearly. Now it seems you're more serious than anyone else, this nonchalant guy. Lin Xiao wiped the grease off his hands, not looking up. I'm not nonchalant. I just don't want to die. Zhao Taekwon fell silent. He walked to the rock mouth, gazing at the rolling yellow sand outside. What do we do next? We wait for the wind speed to drop below 10. Lin Xiao packed up the toolkit. Then we proceed along the original route. Zhao Taekwon nodded. He sat back down next to the rock wall, took out a water bottle from his backpack, took a sip, and handed it over. Lin Xiao took it and had a small sip. The water was slightly warm with a metallic taste. Outside the crevice, the sandstorm raged on. The sound of the wind surged like a tide, pounding every inch of the gobi. Lin Xiao leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes to rest. His perception remained in a low-frequency scanning state, monitoring changes in the surrounding environment. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the inner pocket of the windbreaker, where 2 pieces of paper and a standby detector lay. Zhao Taekwon stared at him. What have you been thinking about? Nothing much. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. Just remember, don't lose your life in a place like this. Zhao Taekwon snorted. You're quite pragmatic. The two men fell silent. Time flowed slowly amid the wind and sand. An hour later, the detector vibrated. The wind speed had dropped to 9.8 milliseconds. Oh, and the static electricity index had fallen. Lin Xiao stood up, packing the equipment. We can go now, he said. Zhao Taekwon stood up, moving his legs to confirm there were no issues. He slung his backpack over his shoulders and looked at Lin Xiao. This time I'll listen to you. Lin Xiao nodded and stepped out of the crevice first. The wind and sand had not stopped, but had weakened. The sky was gray-white, and the earth appeared desolate. 2 motorcycles were half buried in the sand, their bodies covered with a thin layer of yellow sand. Lin Xiao brushed off the sand and checked the circuits. The startup was successful. Zhao Taekwon also tried it, and the engine responded normally. Let's go. Lin Xiao put on his goggles. There are still 30 kilometers to go. The motorcycle roared to life, grinding over the soft sand as they continued to push deeper into the gobi. Behind them, the crevice was buried under new sand, as if no one had ever taken shelter there. The wind was still blowing, but it was no longer deadly. Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the handlebars, his gaze locked on the blurry horizon ahead. The detector's screen steadily displayed the azimuth with the green dot slowly moving. Zhao Taekwon followed on the right side, maintaining a synchronized speed. His right leg was functioning normally, keeping pace without slowing down. On the sandy ground, 2 tire tracks extended in parallel through the desolation, pointing towards an unknown destination. The headlights extinguished under the grayish-white dawn, two all-terrain motorcycles half buried in the sand. Lin Xiao removed his goggles. The wind and sand had receded, leaving the gobi in silence. He brushed off the dust from his body as the screen of the detector lit up. Environment mode, gobi SH-01 switching. Base mode, B7 activated. Signal restored. He pressed the communication button and the channel connected. The voice dry. X001 has arrived at the designated coordinates of SH-01. Directly enter through the B7 door. The response was concise. Deputy Director Chun is waiting. Lin Xiao did not ask further. He pushed the motorcycle into the concealed garage within the rock layers, the metal tracks automatically retracting to erase all traces. Descending 300 meters down the slanted stairs, the air suddenly turned cold. The oxygen level decreased, and his footsteps fell silently on sound-absorbing material. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy alloy door, a red light sweeping across his face, and with a beep the door opened. In the center of the conference room stood a figure, his back straight, shoulders steady. Qinzhen. He did not turn around, merely stating, "You're here." Lin Xiao nodded, the hem of his trench coat catching a few grains of sand dispersing in the light. He stood 3 steps away from Qinzhen with the detector pressed against his chest, which vibrated slightly. "Where is Zhao Taixian?" Qinzhen asked. "He's on perimeter duty," Lin Xiao replied. "There may still be residual fluctuations from the sandstorm path. He is responsible for monitoring the evacuation route." Only then did Qinzhen turn around. He wore a standard black suit, and the prosthetic limb on his left leg emitted a faint metallic clink when it touched the ground. His face showed no emotion, like a rock smoothed by the wind and sand. "You arrived 43 minutes earlier than expected," he said. The winds died down quickly. Lin Xiao put away his goggles and stuffed them into the pocket of his trench coat. "We traveled through the northwest-north 15-degree fissure zone." Qinzhen glanced at him, but did not pursue further questions. He understood what that route signified. It was not a conventional passage, it was a reverse airflow seam within the storm, a path that would spell death for ordinary people. To find that route indicated Lin Xiao's perception had improved once more. "Follow me." Qinzhen walked toward the other side of the room. The wall slid open, revealing a vertical elevator. The two entered, and the elevator descended silently. Lin Xiao stared at the floor display, B7, B8, B9. It finally stopped at Omega 1. The door opened. Before them was a circular chamber, the dome covered in dark metallic plates with a transparent container embedded in the center of the floor, within which floated a silver-gray cube. Its surface was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and eerie blue arcs jumped between its edges at a stable frequency, resembling some form of breathing. Lin Xiao's detector suddenly jolted. Detected primal signal source reporting, channel synchronization rate raised to 98.7. He instinctively tightened his grip on the device, his knuckles turning white. "That is the controller." Qinzhen stood beside the container looking up at the cube, and also a core fragment of the Watcher AI. Lin Xiao remained motionless. He stared at the object, memories of every reported anomaly from the past years flashing through his mind. The spatial fissure during the awakening at the construction site, the black mist of the bank rampager, the abnormal pulses beneath the park lake. Were all those data flowing here? The global anomalies are not coincidental. Qinzhen spoke, his voice low. It is a selection. Each time an anomaly appears, it is testing whether life forms can bear the energy network of a higher dimension. Lin Xiao finally turned to look at him. "Are you implying that every ability I reported is being evaluated by it?" "Not just evaluated." Qinzhen waved his hand, and the dome illuminated with a projection. A 3D model of Earth emerged, countless light points blinking across the continents. This is the reporting record from the past 3 years. Each point represents an instance of ability feedback. Through this data, it confirms which individuals possess the potential to connect to the spiritual network. Lin Xiao's throat tightened. "So, I am not serving the country. I am assisting an alien AI in conducting experiments." "You are helping humanity by time." Qinzhen replied, his tone unchanged. "We have not concealed this fact. But we also haven't allowed it to control the entire situation. The reporting system is a trap we designed in reverse." Lin Xiao frowned. "It wants to select qualified hosts." Qinzhen continued. "Yet we use its rules to build our own network. With each report, the state collects data, constructing a defensive spiritual energy network. The purpose of the spiritual network plan has never been to comply with it, but to tame it." Lin Xiao fell silent. He approached the transparent container, reaching out to touch the glass wall. Suddenly, the arcs within the cube accelerated, flashing swiftly. The detector vibrated again, primal signal resonance perception, threshold breaking, critical point. He closed his eyes. In an instant, countless images flooded his mind. Not memories, but streams of data. The names, times, locations, and energy characteristics of the abilities reported, all interconnected, forming a vast network. At the center of this web was the damaged cube before him. So, he opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. I am not the chosen tool. You are the switch. Chunjun looked at him, the only one who can truly activate the spiritual network. Because every time you report, you strengthen yourself, while also enhancing the entire system's response speed. Others reporting are merely nodes. Your report activates the entire chain. Lin Xiao looked down at his hands. These hands had once moved bricks, lifted rebar, and repaired Zhao Taixian's prosthetic. Now they were connected to a will that spanned across planets. Lin Xiao looked down at his hands. These hands had once moved bricks, lifted rebar, and repaired Zhao Taixian's prosthetic. Now they were, he said, only to discover that I am the greatest source of danger. No, Chunjin shook his head. You are the safety valve. Without you, the system would have collapsed long ago. Without your repeated reports, we would never have had the chance to establish defenses. You are not being used, you make utilization possible. Lin Xiao said nothing further. He stood at the boundary between light and dark, cold white light behind him and the eerie blue pulsating cube before him. The detector pressed against his chest continued to receive faint signal fluctuations, the frequency extremely low, like a heartbeat in some standby state. He recalled the day his father fell, a falling object piercing through the safety helmet. The foreman said, calculating work injury is too troublesome, and in the end it was only compensated with 8,000. He dropped out of school, worked, slept in labor shacks, and ate spoiled food. Until that day when he was knocked unconscious, awakening to find he had gained this ability. He thought it was compensation. Only now did he realize this was a move in a larger game. But even so was what he had done truly meaningless. Those sealed fissures, the saved civilians, the prevented rampage incidents. Which of these did not happen? I don't care what its origins are. He finally spoke, his voice steady. What I care about is what to do next. Chunjun looked at him, his gaze showing signs of loosening for the first time. Wait for the next command, he said. You cannot act yet. Information must be digested fully before executing tasks. Lin Xiao nodded. He did not move, still gazing at the cube. Deep within the cracks, it seemed that finer light was flowing like awakened nerve endings. The screen of the detector flickered, the signal fluctuations ongoing. He knew this was not the end. This was just the beginning. The base was brightly lit, and the underground world was silent. The silver cube pulsed slightly like a dying yet unwilling heart. Lin Xiao stood in place, his fingers resting on the edge of the detector, his fingertip rubbing the power button. The detector was pressed against his chest, still vibrating. Lin Xiao stood outside the door of the Omega-1 chamber, his breathing heavier than before. The pulsation of the silver-gray cube had stopped, but a low-frequency vibration lingered in his eardrums, like a line stretching from his skull down to the base of his spine. He raised his hand to touch the crescent scar on his right brow, his fingertips feeling hot. The corridor lights were a cold white, illuminating the metallic walls with a bluish hue. As he walked forward, the sound of his footsteps was swallowed by the sound-absorbing layers. The hem of his trench coat brushed against his calves, stirring a wisp of dust that floated for a moment in the light before settling. Just after turning onto the main passage on the B7 level, the detector's screen suddenly flickered. Abnormal fluctuation, 800 meters, southeast, frequency 0. 73 Hz, non-standard signal. Lin Xiao stopped. It wasn't emitted by the base, nor was it the rhythm of natural wind and sand. This fluctuation was too regular, the intervals precise like a heartbeat. He squatted against the wall, his work boots pressed against the ground, the soles slightly compressing the earth. 3 seconds later, a faint vibration traveled through his shoes, very light, but present. It wasn't the return of wind and sand, but a vibration wave coming from underground. He closed his eyes, shifting his weight onto his heels. 2 beats, a pause, then 2 more. Short, steady, coming from the direction of the abandoned oil pipeline cluster. That was an old transport route sealed 3 years ago. No one should be entering or exiting now. Lin Xiao activated the detector, his fingers sliding over the interface as he turned off the active scanning mode. The red light extinguished. He switched to passive reception, cranking the gain to maximum. A faint waveform appeared at the edge of the screen, intermittent, but definitely pulsing. He stared at the line for 5 seconds, retracted the device, and turned towards the emergency exit. When the outer door opened, the wind from the Gobi hit his face directly. The sky was gray and sand particles struck the goggles with a light sound. He didn't wear a helmet, he simply pulled the hood of his sweatshirt up to cover his forehead. The zipper of his trench coat was pulled up to his chin, and the detector at his waist pressed tightly against his body to prevent any motion from revealing his position. He moved along the edge of the rock formation, avoiding the main illuminated areas. 800 meters wasn't far, but in this terrain, any upright movement would be captured by thermal imaging. He stayed close to the sand dune, stopping every 10 steps to listen. The closer he got to the pipeline cluster, the clearer the vibrations beneath his feet became. Ahead lay 3 thick iron pipes side by side, each 2 meters in diameter, half buried in the sand. The entrance was welded shut with iron mesh, but there were signs of looseness at the seam of the pipe on the left. There were no footprints in the sand, but there were scratches on the inner wall of the pipe, newly ground. Lin Xiao lay down, pressing his ear against the pipe wall. There was a sound inside. It wasn't human voices, it was the buzzing of electric current mixed with the low-frequency vibrations of some equipment operating. He took out the detector, pressed it against the pipe wall using the metal to amplify the signal. The screen displayed a segment of encrypted audio waveform looping continuously. He frowned. This wasn't ordinary communication. It was a barrier-triggered sound, used to interfere with psychic scans. The other party was aware that someone would come. He moved to the other side of the pipe, finding a ventilation shaft cover. It was rusty, but the lock was new. He took the probe head from the multi-function detector at his waist, inserted it into the gap, and gently pried it open. After 3 attempts, a click sounded, and the cover loosened. He lifted one corner and looked down. The shaft was about 4 meters deep, the bottom lined with moisture-proof mats. Miniature cameras were hanging on the walls, directly facing the shaft opening. He waited for 7 seconds, confirming that the camera's rotation period was 13 seconds, with a blind spot lasting 2 seconds. He flipped himself inside, bending his knees slightly to absorb the impact upon landing. Crawling along the shaft wall, he avoided the camera's field of vision. At the end of the shaft was a horizontal passage. He crawled forward, his clothes brushing against the concrete floor, making a very soft scratching sound. Light was filtering through ahead. He stopped at the edge of the layer, looking up. Below was a temporary trading point. 2 folding tables were pushed together, on top of which sat a lead box and 3 transparent plant bags. The plants were a ghostly blue with serrated halos along the edges of the leaves, high-purity spiritual plants. The lead box was sealed, but the corner was engraved with a code, B7-9. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. This code format matched the file number of the ARC controller fragment. He held his breath and continued to listen. 2 men stood by the table. One wore a black tactical suit and a single-lens electronic visor, scanning the surrounding air with equipment. He was a mole for the night owls. The other man had his back to the layer, revealing only his hairstyle and shoulder width, holding a data tablet. 3 spiritual plants, purity meets the standard. The mole said, the samples the buyer wants are all here. What about the data chip? The man with his back to him asked. It's here. The mole tapped the lead box, complete. The code matched that of the type controller. Native source untouched. The other nodded. The verification will be handled overseas. If any forgeries or signs of tampering are discovered, both you and I must vanish. Lin Xiao's fingers slid over the detector, beginning to record the sound wave vibrations. He needed to determine the number of people, their positions, and the evacuation route. This was his habit. First collect information, then report it, letting the organization handle it. But just as he prepared to retreat, a faint metallic scraping sound suddenly came from above. He quickly ducked his head. The electronic visor over the mole's right eye was rotating, ripples appearing on its surface as it scanned the space above. Lin Xiao immediately shrank back, rolling into a nearby abandoned oil drum. The tank was tilted, filled with black oil sludge inside, and he gritted his teeth to remain still. The scanning beam from the electronic visor swept over the edge of the layer, paused for 2 seconds, then moved away. Footsteps echoed from outside. The roar of a transport vehicle starting up grew louder as it approached. The headlights illuminated the pipe entrance, casting light on the swirling dust. The mole closed the lead box and walked toward the vehicle. Lin Xiao waited for the beam to move away, crawling out of the oil drum close to the ground. He dashed towards a heavy transport vehicle parked at the entrance, its undercarriage about 40 centimeters off the ground. He flipped himself inside, curling up in the gap between the front and rear wheels. The undercarriage was covered in oil stains and gravel. He pressed the detector tightly against the steel plate of the chassis, adjusting the frequency band. What was the resonance frequency of the type controller he had just heard? He closed his eyes and recalled. In the Omega-1 chamber, when the cube pulsed, the detector had automatically recorded a segment of the raw wavelength, 782 gigahertz, with extremely low amplitude oscillations. He manually entered this value. The detector's screen flickered, the signal unstable. The transport vehicle started, and the body shook violently. He gritted his teeth, pressing the instrument tighter. The steel plate's resonance amplified the weak signal, and a fragmented data stream finally emerged. The screen displayed a red warning: detected original signal source fragment, similarity 97. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. It wasn't a coincidence. That data chip came from the same source as the ARC controller. He stared at the warning box, remaining still. The underside of the vehicle was dark, with only the residual heat from the engine seeping through the steel plate. His face was pressed against the cold metal, his breath compressed into short bursts of air. The transport vehicle exited the pipeline cluster, the bumps intensifying. The uneven goby surface caused the vehicle to sway left and right. One of his hands hooked onto a beam, while the other pressed firmly on the detector. The signal was interrupted twice, then recaptured. He dared not report. Reporting would trigger a broadcast, and the system would amplify his perception tenfold, but not now. He was on the enemy's transport vehicle. If his abilities surged, the energy fluctuations would inevitably be exposed. He could only wait. The vehicle gradually slowed down. Ahead appeared a heavy alloy door with an infrared scanner slowly sweeping across it. The door opened, and the transport vehicle drove in. Inside was an underground base. Lin Xiao looked out through the gaps under the vehicle. The ground was covered with anti-slip steel plates, and the walls were painted with anti-corrosion paint. In the corner there were piles of supply boxes labeled X9 level sealed components. This was a black market base, not a temporary handover point. The vehicle came to a stop. The cockpit door opened, and the mole's voice came through route secure. Arriving at the main warehouse in 30 minutes. The driver acknowledged and walked away. Lin Xiao remained curled up under the vehicle. The warning on the detector's screen had not cleared. The red border continued to flash. He tucked the instrument into the inner pocket of his trench coat, pressing it against his chest. There was still residual warmth from the Omega-1 layer. He closed his eyes, waiting for the vehicle to come to a complete stop, for the footsteps around him to fade away, and for the next opportunity to act. The wind did not blow in here. There was a faint smell of machine oil in the air, mixed with the burnt scent of metal after heating. His fingers rested on the power button of the detector, his fingertip rubbing against the scratches on the edge. Those were from the last sandstorm, when it was scraped by rocks. The steel plate under the vehicle was cold. He remained completely still. The steel plate of the transport vehicle's chassis was still vibrating. Lin Xiao pressed against the bottom shell, his breath caught in his throat. The detector was tightly pressed against his chest, and just as the green prompt box indicating signal sent appeared on the screen, it flashed into a sea of crimson the next moment. A high-frequency buzzing surged from all directions like countless needles piercing into his ear canal. He gritted his teeth, sensing his vision suddenly turn gray. The flow of energy had vanished. The reverse reporting shield was activated. He closed his eyes, relying on touch to confirm the status of the instruments. The detector in the inner pocket of his trench coat was still operational, but the interface was frozen on the last captured data fragment, B7 Delta 9, the lead box code consistent with the remnants of the ARC controller. His finger slid over the power button, not letting go. No reporting. Once the broadcast was triggered, the tenfold enhancement would immediately reveal their location. The vehicle came to a stop. The engine shut off, and the metal cooled with a faint click sound. Footsteps approached the cockpit, and the door opened. The informant's voice sounded, "Route is safe." 30 minutes until arrival at the main warehouse. Lin Xiao curled up in the gap of the axle, motionless. The bottom of the transport vehicle was covered in grease and gravel, his face pressed against the cold steel plate, cold sweat trickling down from his temple. The footsteps faded away, and a muffled sound of the alloy door closing came from outside. He waited for 12 seconds. Reaching for the multifunctional detector at his waist, he removed the side probe head. Gently prying open the chassis inspection cover, he revealed a data line interface. This was a backdoor left by old Joe during the modification, allowing the device to bypass the main frequency band and send encrypted location signals via the Merit Point's emergency channel. No broadcasting, no networking, only directed to the Emergency Response Center of the Management Bureau. His fingertips quickly tapped on the probe, inputting the 6-digit coordinate code. The detector vibrated once, and a blue light flashed at the edge of the screen. Sending successful. Just as he put the probe back in place, a low-frequency alarm sounded above him. Abnormal signal residue detected. The sound of the electronic scanner drew closer. Source. Under the transport vehicle. Lin Xiao rolled out from under the vehicle, his movements crisp. As he landed, his knees bent slightly, rolling into the shadow of a nearby abandoned oil tank. A red light swept overhead, indicating infrared tracking. The informant stood by the vehicle, his right eye's monocular electronic lens rotating, aimed at the ground. "Someone has infiltrated," he said. Lin Xiao held his breath, his hand pressing against the side pocket of his work boots. Inside was a ceramic short blade, non-metallic, undetectable. But he couldn't move. There were 2 opponents along with an unknown number of guards. A direct confrontation would be fatal. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from outside. It wasn't gunfire, nor was it a demolition charge. It was the sound of some high-density object striking the alloy door, dull and continuous with a rhythmic quality. 1 hit, 2 hits, the 3rd hit directly tore apart the metal connecting shaft. The door was breached. Smoke and dust erupted, and the lights flickered. Zhao Taijian crashed in his shoulder, wrapped in a layer of grayish-white bone growth, like a bull charging into a slaughterhouse. He kicked away the oncoming guard, his left hand grabbing a fallen steel pipe and sweeping it around, clearing a safety zone of 3 meters. "Lin Xiao?" he shouted. "Where are you?" Lin Xiao rushed out from behind the oil tank, rolling to Zhao Taijian's back, his spine pressed against his steel-boned right shoulder. The two leaned against each other, forming a double-sided defense. "Prepare the flashbang," Zhao Taijian whispered. Lin Xiao nodded, closing his eyes. "Close your eyes." Zhao Taijian pulled the pin and threw out the flashbang. The moment the bright light exploded, Lin Xiao's ears caught the sounds of footsteps moving in 3 different directions, crouching to the left front, drawing a blade to the right rear, and aiming a gun straight ahead. He lifted his leg, his work boot kicking hard at the right calf joint. The assailant let out a muffled groan and fell. Zhao Taijian immediately turned and delivered an elbow strike to the chin of the person on the left. He lifted his leg, his work boot kicking hard at the right calf joint. The assailant let out a muffled groan and fell. Zhao Taijian immediately turned and delivered an elbow strike to the chin. "Move!" Zhao Taijian shouted. The two pressed against the wall, advancing along the corridor. The ground was covered with anti-slip steel plates, each step causing a faint vibration. Lin Xiao kept his eyes closed, relying solely on his hearing and the feedback from his feet to assess the enemy situation. 10 meters ahead, there were overlapping breaths with at least 4 people on guard. Zhao Taijian charged ahead, his steel bones covering his limbs, crashing through the obstructing iron frames. The enemy opened fire, bullets ringing against his shoulder and back. He ignored it and continued to advance. Lin Xiao followed closely behind. Each time someone lunged at him from the side, he would preemptively kick to trip them half a second earlier. At the end of the corridor was the exit gate. Zhao Taijian kicked the control panel open and manually pulled the lever. The door rose halfway, and a sniper's laser swept down from the observation platform above. He suddenly shoved Lin Xiao aside. His left arm grazed a crack appearing in the bone layer. "Hurry!" He gritted his teeth. Lin Xiao rolled out the door and tumbled into the passenger seat of the black armored vehicle parked outside. Zhao Taijian held the rear, firing back while retreating toward the vehicle door. Just as he closed the driver's seat, a penetrator round struck the roof, creating a dent. The engine roared and the vehicle started. The tires rolled over the gravel, making a sharp turn. Lin Xiao looked back. The entrance to the stronghold was closing, the heavy alloy doors slowly coming together. Just at the last moment, he saw that informant with the electronic lens retreating deeper. The person raised his right hand, seemingly about to remove something. The car window reflected a metallic sheen. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. On the informant's right pinky was a serpentine ring. With a tail-biting design, its body twisted like a living creature. It was identical to the shadow that had followed him that night. The vehicle accelerated, the night wind of the Gobi Desert rushing through the broken window. Lin Xiao looked down at the detector. The screen was still gray, the shield not lifted. He stuffed the device back into the inner pocket of his trench coat, blood seeping from the place where his left palm was scraped. His eardrums were still ringing, a residual effect from the flashbang. Zhao Taijian gripped the steering wheel tightly, his right shoulder trembling slightly. The degradation of his steel bones had begun, and his muscles were bearing the recoil load. He said nothing, merely adjusted the car lights to a strobe mode to prevent pursuers from locking on. The armored vehicle drove out of the stronghold's range and entered the open sandy area. Lin Xiao leaned against the seat, closing his eyes to adjust his breathing. In that last battle, they hadn't died. Not because they were strong, but because their cooperation was timely. Zhao Taijian breached the door he controlled. He warned, and Zhao Taijian executed. There was no excess communication, only seamless action. This was not like facing an opponent. It was like working with a comrade. A hint of grayish-white appeared on the distant horizon. Dawn was approaching. The detector suddenly vibrated. The screen flashed a line of text: emergency command receiving. Global Rift Monitoring Network activated, Level 1 response initiated. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. He knew what this meant. A new mission had arrived. This time it was no longer about lurking or breaking out, but about facing the enemy head-on. He touched the crescent scar on his right brow, his fingers rough, his movements light. The armored vehicle sped toward the Management Bureau base. The armored vehicle surged over the final sand ridge, and Lin Xiao's back slammed against the seat's backrest. He did not release his grip. His left hand remained tightly clutching the detector, the screen still displaying emergency command receiving. Wind rushed in through the shattered window, carrying the unique scent of rust and the sound of sand particles scraping together at dawn in the Gobi. The vehicle came to a stop. The engine cut off and silence suddenly enveloped them. The buzzing in Lin Xiao's ears persisted like an electric current trapped deep within his skull. He looked down at his right hand. His tiger's mouth had split open, the blood had dried, mixed with grime to form a dark red crust. He ignored it and raised his hand to push open the car door. The entrance to the Management Bureau's base lay ahead. The alloy gate was rising, flanked by armed Special Forces officers on either side. The lights swept over the armored vehicle, revealing bullet holes and dents on its body. No one spoke. Only the brief crackle of the intercom broke the silence. Lin Xiao jumped out of the vehicle, the sound of his combat boots thudding against the concrete. He stuffed the detector into the inner pocket of his windbreaker and strode towards the main building of the command center. The access control scanned his iris, the green light illuminated, and the passageway opened. The central command hall was brightly lit. The control console was crowded with people. The large screen was divided into dozens of images, all showing urban thermal maps and geological wave fluctuation curves. Technicians wearing headsets rapidly reported their fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. The air was thick with the smell of caffeine and high-voltage electricity. Lin Xiao walked straight to the control console, took out the detector, and plugged it into the data interface. The system automatically read the data, and the progress bar flashed by in an instant. B7 Delta 9 encoding has been imported, a mechanical female voice announced. Energy model completion, degree 98. 6. Matching source confirmed, ARC controller fragment level signal. The main screen instantly switched. A global map unfolded with 12 red dots flashing simultaneously, distributed across Asia, Europe, North America, and the edges of Antarctica. Each red dot was surrounded by faint blue ripples representing the energy threshold about to explode. Global warning protocol activated, the system reported. Level 1 response status maintained, sealing device distribution program executing. Lin Xiao stared at the screen. He understood the significance of these coordinates. If mishandled, an entire urban area could be torn apart, black mist spilling forth and the crowd descending into chaos. He had witnessed such scenes with his own eyes, merely a glimpse during the incident at the eastern branch of the city. The main screen suddenly switched. Under the Tokyo Tower, a blue light barrier rose from the ground, with hexagonal light grids rapidly assembling into a dome. A group of uniformed special personnel stood outside, their equipment resembling the first-generation prototype Lin Xiao had reported, only with a more streamlined shell and a greater number of antenna arrays. Then came Paris. In the underground pipelines, runic chains extended from the walls, ensnaring a twisted spatial rift. The operator wore a helmet-style terminal, gesturing to control the flow of energy. The camera swept over one person's chest, badge Francis, Anomaly Response Bureau 3rd Task Force. The scene at New York Harbor was the most shocking. A massive metal ring floated above the sea, anchored and positioned by 3 modified vessels. Inside the ring, multiple layers of runic rings rotated, slowly pressing down towards the rift's entrance beneath the water. The live broadcast signal came from a news vessel, the reporter's voice intermittent. This is the first public use of a multinational joint sealing system. It is said that the core technology originates from the original data package of China's X001 coordinator. Lin Xiao stood still, unmoving. This was not the first time he had seen his reported content being utilized, but it had never been so direct. The data he had once risked his life to obtain now spread across the world through satellite signals, becoming a tool used by millions. Someone behind him said, 17 countries globally, 13 special units, all activated sealing procedures based on your reporting standards. It was Chen Jun. He approached with a medical kit in hand, asking nothing, directly rolling up Lin Xiao's sleeve to wipe away the grime around the wound with an alcohol pad and apply a gel bandage. The movements were practiced as if he had done it many times before. Lin Xiao did not flinch. They shouldn't be using my method, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. This thing was originally just an emergency plan and hadn't even finished safety testing. Chen Jun stowed the medical kit and looked at him. But it works. And now it's not just you using it, everyone is. He raised his hand towards the main screen. The image of the Antarctic research station cut in. In a makeshift laboratory, a young researcher was comparing the operation manual on a tablet, step by step activating the sealing array. The steps displayed on the screen were clearly numbered SOPX 01A to G, reported by Lin Xiao, date April 3, 2025. The person pressed the final confirmation key. The ground lit up with ring-shaped light patterns, stabilizing as they spread. The fluctuations of the rift began to recede. Lin Xiao swallowed. In that moment, he suddenly understood one thing: he was no longer the construction worker who could only hide in ventilation ducts to eavesdrop on transactions. His choices had become a method for others to survive. The system notification sound echoed. Merit points accumulated exceeding 100. New function unlocked, energy fluctuation prediction, backend updating. A flash of golden light swept across the detector's screen, then returned to normal. Lin Xiao stared at the line of text, not hurried to click it. He knew that every ability upgrade signified greater responsibility. The last time his perception broke through level 3, the next day, he encountered a bank rampage incident. What would it be this time? He retrieved the merit record. The page scrolled. 7 instances of high-risk intelligence direct reporting, all marked as emergency response priority A. The most recent was the B7 Delta 9 data uploaded just now with a contribution value of 3,200 points. The others came from tasks including monster tracking in abandoned subway stations, toxic mist rift sealing, and the theft case of spiritual plant greenhouses. All were earned through solid work. He closed the terminal and took a deep breath. The ringing in his ears had not completely faded, and his body felt as if it had been run over, but he knew it was not the time to rest. His windbreaker still hung on him, stained with dust and blood. He did not change or take it off. He simply bent down, untied the laces of his combat boots, and took out a pair of spare combat shoes from the equipment cabinet. The new shoes were lighter with better traction, suitable for long periods of standing or rapid advancement. The broadcast sounded. X-001 coordinator, please proceed to the training and communication area on the 3rd floor of Building B. The voice was calm, devoid of emotion. Lin Xiao nodded as if responding to someone, or perhaps reminding himself still alive, still able to move, must continue forward. He turned and walked toward the exit. The lights of the command hall fell behind him, casting a long shadow. On the main screen, 3 of the 12 red dots had turned green. Sealing successful. The remaining 9 continued to blink, but the energy amplification speed had noticeably slowed. Shenzhen stood at the edge of the observation platform, not following him. He gazed at the main screen, gently tapping the railing with his fingers at a very slow tempo. His eyes lingered on the image of the Antarctic Research Station, not shifting for a long time. Lin Xiao pushed open the door to the command center, the corridor illuminated with a cold white light. The sound of footsteps echoed in the emptiness. He walked slowly, but each step was firm. The hem of his windbreaker swayed gently with his pace, and the detector in his inner pocket felt slightly warm, as if signaling something. The training and communication area was located on the eastern side of the 3rd floor of Building B, usually used for experience sharing among newly promoted coordinators. There should be quite a few people waiting to hear him talk about the bank operation. There might also be doubts, provocations, and people eager to see him make a fool of himself. He did not care. As long as the rift could be sealed, as long as there were people willing to use his reported methods to save lives, he would step forward. At the end of the corridor appeared a door marked B307. Light seeped through the crack. Faint voices could be heard engaged in a heated discussion. Lin Xiao stopped, raised his hand, and prepared to knock on the door. Just then the detector vibrated. The screen lit up, a line of small text floating in the corner. Energy fluctuation prediction module initialization complete. The first scan will be triggered during the next active report. He withdrew his hand and looked at that line of text. A second later, his fist slowly relaxed. As Lin Xiao opened the door to B307, the sounds inside abruptly halted, as if the light was a warm yellow with several strands of decorative lights hanging from the ceiling, flickering softly. On the wall there were 8 black characters on red paper that read "Celebration for the Awakening Training Class." Chairs and tables formed a circle with half-empty bottles of alcohol and several unfinished takeout boxes in the center. Some people were laughing and patting each other on the shoulder, others were leaning back in their chairs dozing off, and some raised their glasses to nod at him. Scattered applause broke out, mixed with a few jests like "X001 is here, and the number 1 contributor has arrived." Lin Xiao did not smile. He stood at the door, the hem of his trench coat stained with dust and dried blood, the soles of his work boots making dull sounds against the floor. The buzzing in his right ear had not subsided, and the detector in his inner pocket was slightly warm, pressed against the outside of his arm, like a freshly forged iron piece. He nodded in return, his movement subtle, and walked straight toward an empty spot in the corner. No one stopped him, and no one spoke again. The atmosphere shifted like a roaring fire suddenly doused with cold water, leaving only the dark red coals still smoldering. He sat down in the chair, not removing his trench coat or taking out the detector. He simply rested his left hand on the table, fingers splayed, and then slowly closing palm, pressing down on the still unsubmitted task report. 3 seconds later, footsteps approached from afar. Zhao Taixian came over holding half a bottle of white liquor, his military green training pants stained with mud, and a fresh scratch on the joint of his right leg prosthetic. His face was flushed, yet his gaze was far too clear to belong to someone who had been drinking. He sat down opposite Lin Xiao, not uttering a word, and downed half a bottle of white liquor in one go. His throat bobbed twice, liquor trickling down the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his chin. Then with a thud, he slammed a brass cigarette case onto the table. The sound was heavy, causing an empty cup nearby to rattle. Lin Xiao looked up at him. Zhao Taixian stared back, breathing slightly heavier, his voice low. "This was my father's keepsake. He said this thing can save lives. And now it seems that being with you is the safest." The conversations of others in the room gradually quieted down. Some turned their heads, while others pretended to adjust their clothes, but were actually straining to listen. Lin Xiao remained still. He looked at the cigarette case. The brass shell was severely worn, its edges smooth, clearly having been rubbed for a long time. The surface was engraved with intricate patterns resembling some kind of vine-wrapped totem, though it had already become indistinct. He reached out and picked up the cigarette case. It was cold. He pressed his thumb to unfasten the clasp, and the lid sprang open. The inner lining was a deep brown, long faded with a few spots of mold at the edges. In the center, a symbol was prominently engraved, a twisted triangle, enclosing an open eyeball, the lines cold and rigid, exuding a mechanical precision. The Entropy Shadow logo. Below it was a string of 16 digits: 749-2816-3502-71104. Lin Xiao's finger lingered at the edge of the cigarette case, steady and unmoving. He lowered his head, pretending to calibrate the device, pulling the detector from his trench coat's inner pocket. The screen lit up, and he quickly switched to scanning mode, aiming the lens at the inside of the cigarette case. Recognition successful. Coordinate encoding matches an overseas level 3 safe house affiliated organization unknown, marked as Entropy Shadow. At that moment, Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. He looked up at Zhao Taixian. Zhao Taixian sensed it. The effects of the liquor seemed to have diminished somewhat, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? Lin Xiao remained silent. 2 seconds later, he turned the detector's screen toward Zhao Taixian. Zhao Taixian lowered his head. His gaze fell on the string of numbers. His face gradually paled. His lips moved as if trying to say something, but no sound came out. After a moment, he raised his head, his voice hoarse. Was my father also one of them? As the question left his lips, it was light as a whisper. The air in the room completely froze. No one responded. The 2 students closest to them quietly shifted their seats, as if afraid of being splashed with something dirty. In the corner, someone set down their glass, their hand suspended in midair. Lin Xiao closed the cigarette case and gently placed it back on the table. He neither took it away nor returned it. It's still uncertain. He spoke calmly, yet with a sense of distance. Zhao Taixian remained still, his hands resting on his knees, head bowed as he stared at the cigarette case, his fist tightening and then relaxing, knuckles turning white. His breathing grew heavy, the joints of his prosthetic emitting faint metallic friction sounds, as if some power within him was struggling at the edge of losing control. Lin Xiao stood up. The hem of his trench coat brushed against the edge of the table, making a faint rubbing sound. I need to submit the report. Before waiting for a response, he turned around. 1 step, 2 steps, his back passing through the gaps between the circular tables. Someone wanted to speak, but ultimately remained silent. He reached the door and placed his hand on the doorknob. Behind him, the sound of a chair being dragged echoed, but he did not turn back. He pulled open the door, the cold white light of the corridor flooding in. He stepped outside, and the door slowly closed behind him with a click. Footsteps echoed in the emptiness. He walked steadily, his right hand buried in the pocket of his trench coat, palm pressed against the still warm detector. His left hand grasped the task report, the edges of the paper already softened by sweat. There was a wall mirror at the stairwell from the 3rd to the 2nd floor of Building B. As he passed by, he glanced at it. The man in the mirror had a scar on his brow, his eyes as heavy as the bottom of a well. He continued walking. Ahead was the corridor leading to the office area, the light evenly spread across the floor tiles. At the end was the document upload terminal room, door number A204. He did not quicken his pace or stop. The trench coat swayed gently with his steps, the detector pressed against his palm like a branding iron that refused to cool. Zhao Taixian was still seated in his original spot. His hands rested on his knees, head bowed. The brass cigarette case lay quietly on the table, lid closed like a sealed coffin. As Lin Xiao stepped out of the A204 terminal room, the corridor lights flickered briefly. He didn't pause his steps. The hem of his trench coat brushed against the fire hydrant box on the wall, producing a faint scraping sound. The detector was pressed against the inner side of his left arm, still warm to the touch, resembling a piece of metal freshly extracted from a machine. His right hand was tucked in his pocket, fingertips brushing against a square hard object, a piece of jade wrapped in anti-static cloth, exchanged from last month's mission settlement, which he intended to keep at the bottom of his drawer as a memento. But he remembered how Yi Zhenjin had stood too long at the entrance of the emergency command room that day. With her back to the light, she gripped the flashlight too tightly, her knuckles turning white. At the time, he hadn't asked. Now he turned into the east corridor on the 2nd floor of Building B, slowing his pace. The door to the psychological intervention team's office was open. The main light inside was off, with only a desk lamp illuminating a half-empty desk, several open evaluation reports, and a gray fabric sofa against the wall. Yi Zhenjin sat in the corner of the sofa, her back straight, a turtleneck sweater wrapped around her neck, and she hadn't removed her bulletproof vest. She stared down at the floor, her silvery gray hair falling down to obscure her face. The gold ring on her left hand's ring finger reflected a faint light. Lin Xiao stood at the door, not knocking. Still here, he asked, his voice not loud. Yi Zhenjin abruptly looked up, her breath hitching. Her pupils constricted as if pulled back from some profound depth. Her right hand instinctively reached for her waist, where a flashlight should have been, but it was empty. What are you doing here at this hour? She asked, her voice a bit hoarse. I finished the report, Lin Xiao replied as he entered, casually closing the door behind him. With a click, the latch locked into place. He noticed the exhaust fan in the ventilation duct humming softly, its rhythm unsteady, buzzing once, pausing for 2 seconds, then buzzing again. Yi Zhenxin's fingers twitched, but she didn't get up. Lin Xiao stopped, standing 3 steps away from her. He didn't offer the jade and didn't approach. Your complexion looks off. I'm fine, she said, her voice steadier than before, just a bit tired. The moment her words fell, the overhead light suddenly went out. It wasn't a power outage. The emergency lighting throughout the building was still operational, casting a faint green glow in the corridor outside. But the lights in this room had gone dark. Yi Zhenxin's body jerked violently. She didn't scream or move, but her entire being froze instantly. Her breathing became shallow and rapid, her shoulders slightly trembling, as if nailed to the spot. Lin Xiao immediately took half a step back, creating distance. He drew the detector from his pocket, quickly scanning the surroundings. The walls, the ceiling, the ventilation ducts. The screen flickered, displaying environmental energy, normal, no anomalous waves. Not an external force. He put away the detector, took the piece of jade from his pocket, but didn't pull it out, simply holding it in his palm. The lights will come back on, he said, his tone flat. No one responded. He looked up at the ceiling, raised the powerful flashlight, and turned it on. Beams of light shot straight to the ceiling, the bright white halo illuminating every crack, seam, and old hook clearly. The flashlight rolled to his feet. He bent down to pick it up, not offering it, but continuing to hold it up, shining the light upwards. I'm here, he said. Yi Zhenxin curled up. She hugged her knees, resting her forehead against them, shrinking into the corner of the sofa. Her fingers dug into the edges of the bulletproof vest, her knuckles turning white. Don't turn off the lights. Her voice was very soft, almost inaudible. Please. Don't turn off. Lin Xiao remained still, keeping the flashlight directed upwards. After a few seconds, he slowly sat down against the wall, his back against the cold, hard surface, legs stretched out in front of him. He didn't look at her, his gaze fixed on the empty wall opposite, and began to hum a tune. The melody was slow, with a flat range lacking dramatic turns. A Northwest folk song, the lyrics long forgotten, only the melody remained. Once heard during a night shift in the Gobi, when Su Hongxia's headphones leaked sound, he listened for 10 minutes and memorized it. The song was soft, almost breathy, intermittent, like the wind blowing over sandy ground. Yi Zhenxin's breathing was still erratic. He continued to hum once, then again. The rhythm was steady, neither fast nor slow. After 2 minutes, her shoulders relaxed a bit. The fingers hugging her knees loosened slightly, the tips no longer digging into the fabric. Lin Xiao stopped humming, still holding the flashlight. The light is still here, he said. I'm here. A few seconds of silence followed. Yi Zhenxin slowly lifted her head, her hair disheveled, her eyes red with traces of tears on her face. She hadn't cried out loud, but the corners of her eyes were wet, her eyelashes sticking together, trembling slightly. She looked at him, her voice hoarse. How did you know I was afraid of the dark? Lin Xiao didn't answer. He took the jade out of his pocket, still wrapped in anti-static cloth, and gently placed it on the low coffee table beside her. The packaging was unopened, square, and solid like a small brick. Last time you helped me adjust the perception threshold, he said. I remember you always kept the lights on. Yi Zhenxin stared at the piece of jade, but didn't reach for it. I don't need this kind of thing. It's for the next time you can't hold on. Lin Xiao said. She fell silent. The light continued to shine upwards, the ceiling brightly illuminated. The humming of the exhaust fan had stopped at some point, and the room was quiet enough to hear her breathing gradually steadying. Lin Xiao glanced at his watch. It was 11:07 p.m. He slowly stood up, the hem of his trench coat sliding against the wall. The flashlight was still raised, and only when he confirmed she had lifted her head did he slowly retract the beam, holding it in his hand. I'm leaving, he said. Yi Zhenxin did not stop him. She sat on the sofa, her left hand slowly releasing the grip on her bulletproof vest, instead grasping the powerful flashlight. The cold metal casing pressed against her palm, and she looked down at it, not unwrapping the jade. Lin Xiao walked to the door, placing his hand on the doorknob. On duty tomorrow, he asked. Yeah, she replied softly, but her voice was clearer. Get some sleep early, he said, pulling the door open. The emergency lights in the corridor shone and casting a greenish glow on the floor. He stepped out, the door slowly closing behind him. Click. He stood in the corridor, not looking back. With the flashlight in his right hand, his left hand tucked back into the pocket of his trench coat, the detector still pressed against his arm, the temperature had dropped. He turned and walked toward the main office area. His work boots made even sounds against the tiled floor. The monitoring area on the second floor of Building B was 30 meters ahead, with the duty desk lit. He passed a wall mirror, but didn't look at himself. The trench coat swayed gently with his steps. 10 meters away, the intercom suddenly crackled to life. X-001. Please proceed immediately to the underground interrogation area in Zone B to assist in inducing the suspect's emotions. Lin Xiao did not stop his pace. He raised his right hand, pressing the communication button at his ear. Receive. Lin Xiao pressed the communication button at his ear, instantly turning his steps towards the entrance of the underground passage in Area B. The sound of his work boots striking the anti-slip tiles resonated sharply against the concrete walls on either side. Holding a flashlight in his right hand with his left hand tucked in the pocket of his trench coat, the detector pressed against his forearm, he noted the temperature had dropped slightly. The corridor lights emitted a cold white glow, illuminating the ground in intervals of 6 meters. A figure behind the monitoring station glanced up at him, remaining silent, merely gesturing towards the elevator with a nod of his chin. Lin Xiao nodded in return and walked straight over. The elevator doors opened to reveal 2 special duty officers in black uniforms, their faces expressionless. He positioned himself in the corner, stowed the flashlight in his waist bag, and pulled out his identification card, swiping it on the reader. The green light illuminated. The elevator descended. 7th floor. Underground interrogation area. As the door opened, a rush of air mingled with the smell of disinfectant and metal washed over him. At the end of the passage was the command room, where several screens glowed behind a sheet of one-way glass. A technician wearing headphones was listening to recordings, and upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, he pointed in the direction of the main interrogation room. "The suspect is still holding strong," he said. "The cigarette box coordinates have led us to 3 safe houses, but all the hard drive labels are coded. Qing Tung Chi Sha." We played the raid footage and his eyelids twitched twice, but his mouth didn't move. Lin Xiao stepped up to the glass, casting a glance at the main interrogation room. The man inside was shackled, sitting behind an iron table, with his head bowed, his bangs obscuring his eyes. On the table lay a tablet replaying footage of the hard drive extraction from the wall cavity. He took out the detector and swept it against the glass. The screen flickered twice. Environmental energy, normal, no abnormal interference. "We can start now," he said. Just as the words left his mouth, the door swung open from the other side. Wang Daju stepped inside. He wore a faded work jacket with an oil stain on the shoulder, and an old canvas bag was in his hand. His reading glasses perched crookedly on his nose. He nodded at Lin Xiao, without saying a word, walked straight to the listening station, opened the bag, and took out a portable headset, adjusting the frequency. "Blink frequency and Adam's apple tremor can't fool anyone," he murmured, as if talking to himself or to someone else. Lin Xiao remained silent. He knew Wang Dazu's habit. He always said something like this before a mission. 10 years ago on the construction site, Wang Daju had used this skill to uncover the hidden cache in the supervisor's secret drawer. The main interrogation resumed. The questioning began. The technician played the first screenshot of a transaction record, asking the suspect if he recognized the person in the image. The man shook his head, claiming he had never seen him. Wang Daju fixated on the real-time facial tracking graphic on the screen, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "He's lying." He suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but everyone in the command room heard it. His right eye blinked 3 times. The intervals were irregular. His Adam's apple moved up and down once, and there was a delay of 0.8 seconds in his swallowing action. The recorder immediately marked the timestamp. Second round of questioning. They asked about the source of the goods. The man claimed he didn't know, that someone else had asked him to help hide them. Wang Daju tapped the table again. "This is also a lie." His eyebrows slightly raised, nostrils dilating. "A genuine fear response, but it's not directed at us. He's afraid of someone else." Third round. They directly threw out the keyword 7th rift entrance. The man's body visibly stiffened. Wang Daju removed his headset and looked up at Lin Xiao. "It's here." "Press him further." The chief interrogator changed the question. "What color was the clothing of the person you met in the desert?" The man opened his mouth, but could not speak. "He's organizing his words," Wang Daju noted. "His lip closure time is 40 faster than normal, preparing to fabricate a story." The chief interrogator pressed on. "Answer me. Red, blue, or gray?" The man finally spoke. "Gray." Wang Daju sneered. "Wrong. A true liar would choose a middle value. Saying gray indicates he's never seen the person." Lin Xiao stepped forward and said into the communicator, "Play the ATM transaction log with timestamps." The scene switched to bank surveillance footage. The suspect was operating an ATM, and a blurred figure passed by in the background. As the frame rate increased, the person's deep red sleeve was partially visible. "This was the time you withdrew cash 3 days ago," the chief interrogator said. "Who is this person behind you?" Sweat beaded on the man's forehead. Wang Daju stared at his face. "It's over." His pupils dilated, the corners of his mouth drooped, and his psychological defenses crumbled. 5 minutes later, the man lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "The goods were transported from the northwest desert. The contact person was at the 7th rift entrance." The recorder quickly documented this. The action team immediately dispatched field personnel. The command room lights returned to normal, and someone let out a sigh of relief. The task was completed. Lin Xiao stowed the detector and turned to exit the command room. Wang Dazhu followed him out, casually removing his reading glasses and placing them in the canvas bag. The two walked side by side towards the rest area at the end of the corridor where two metal benches stood and an emergency exit sign hung on the wall. They sat down. Lin Xiao pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, and handed it over. Wang Dazhu accepted it in silence, pulling out a lighter from his pocket and flicking it to life. The flame briefly flickered under the dim light, illuminating the deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The cigarette tip glowed faintly. Lin Xiao watched those hands that had taught him how to tie rebar red blueprints and evade supervision. Those hands had also pulled him out from a collapsed trench on a stormy night. Silence lingered for a long time. The faint sounds of airflow through the ventilation ducts resembled wind blowing through abandoned scaffolding. Lin Xiao broke the silence. "Did you know about my father's situation long ago?" His voice was steady, yet it felt like a 1,000-pound stone was pressing down on him. Wang Dazhu took a drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled. The smoke dispersed under the cool light, resembling the fog of a construction site in the early morning. "Your father discovered that the scaffolding on the site had been tampered with." His voice was hoarse. "The bolts had been loosened 3 turns by someone not due to aging. He could have reported it, but he chose to fix it himself. As a result, the wind was strong, the steel pipe slipped, and it struck the safety rope's anchor point." He paused, lightly flicking the ash from his cigarette. "Report it. No one cared about people like us back then. If reported, the project would be halted and the boss would lose money. Who would speak up for you?" Lin Xiao remained motionless. His gaze fell on the seams of the floor tiles, as if he could see the construction site during that stormy year. His father, drenched in his work uniform, crouched under the steel frame, tightening screws, while rainwater streamed down from the edge of his safety helmet. He called out, "Dad," and the man turned back with a smile, only to be struck in the chest by a falling beam the next moment. Wang Dazhu glanced at him and softly said, "Some things don't help even if reported." Lin Xiao's fingers curled slightly, his palm pressed against his thigh. The detector in the inner pocket of his trench coat lay quietly against his skin without alarms or vibrations. He did not refute. He knew Wang Dazhu was speaking the truth. In that era, if something happened on the construction site, the boss would find someone to take the blame, while the workers would leave with hush money. His father hadn't even received recognition for his work injury. The hospital invoice simply noted it as an accidental fall. But now things were different. He had a badge, had authority, could report broadcast across the entire network and call for state intervention. Yet Wang Dazhu's words felt like a blunt knife, slowly slicing through the shell he had always kept suppressed. He stared at the ground, his voice barely above a whisper. "Then why didn't you say it earlier? Would it have made a difference?" Wang Dazhu smiled bitterly. "You're X001, now a special associate. Who am I? Just an old man selling lottery tickets. Would my words reach the archives?" Lin Xiao did not respond. He understood the rules of the system. Without a chain of evidence or a basis for reporting, even the most genuine experiences are merely personal statements. Wang Dazhu stubbed out his cigarette, holding it in his hand, but not throwing it in the trash can. He looked down at the extinguished, but as if examining some piece of evidence. "Your father could have survived that day," he said, "as long as he didn't go up to fix it. But if he didn't, the brothers working below would have to take the risk. He would rather bear the burden himself." Lin Xiao's throat tightened. He knew his father's character. Stubborn, unyielding, believing that what needed to be done must be done, even if no one was watching. Wang Dazhu stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. "I have to go now. Security will escort me out." Lin Xiao stood up as well. The two walked side by side towards the elevator. Their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. At the corner, Wang Dazhu stopped, pulled out a folded piece of paper from his canvas bag, and handed it to Lin Xiao. "This is the work schedule from that day on the construction site," he said. "Your father's name is on it along with the supervisor's sign-in record for that day. I've kept it all along." Lin Xiao took it. The paper was yellowed, the edges worn as if it had been flipped through many times. "Don't ask me how I got it," Wang Dazhu said. "Some things I don't report, but I remember." He stepped into the elevator, and as the doors closed, he took one last look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stood still, clutching the paper in his hand. The corridor lights remained cold and white. The emergency exit sign glowed green. He glanced down at the work schedule in his hand, his fingertips brushing over the column with his father's name. The handwriting was clear. He turned around and walked towards the main office area. The hem of his trench coat swayed gently with each step. The sound of his work boots striking the tiles was even. He did not look back. Lin Xiao clutched the yellowed schedule, walking through the long corridor on the west side of the main building. The cold white lights reflected off the floor, and the hem of his trench coat gently swayed with his steps. He did not return to the office, nor did he go to the archives. His fingers rubbed the edge of the detector in his pocket, suppressing Wang Dazhu's words in his mind. It's no use reporting it. He turned a corner, heading towards the Eastern Wing Maintenance Department. At the end of the corridor, a green light glowed, and the words prosthetic maintenance hung above the door. The door opened a crack, revealing Zhao Taiquan sitting on a metal chair, his right leg resting on the workbench, while the technician was dismantling the outer shell at the joint connection. "You're back again." The technician glanced up at Lin Xiao. "You two actually met today?" Lin Xiao remained silent, leaning against the wall. The sound of his work boots on the tiled floor was absorbed by the soundproofing layer within the walls. He stared at Zhao Taiquan's prosthetic limb, his gaze falling on a fresh scratch on the outer side of his calf. It was not a battle wound, nor was it a bruise from an impact. It appeared as if someone had forcibly pried it open. Zhao Taiquan looked at him. "What brings you here?" "Just passing by," Lin Xiao replied. Zhao Taiquan curled his lips, slightly not believing him. The technician removed the outer shell, revealing the internal structure. The wiring was orderly, but one metal plate was slightly darker in color, as if it had been welded on later. Lin Xiao's right hand slipped into his trench coat pocket, his perception quietly activating. The vision of spiritual energy unfolded before him. The equipment was normal, the human energy flow stable, but the surface of that dark metal plate retained a faint yet persistent energy fluctuation. The frequency was unfamiliar, carrying some corrosive quality. He scanned deeper along the fluctuations, his sight penetrating the metal, revealing an engraved symbol on the inner wall. 3 curved lines forming a ring, the ends biting into themselves, resembling a serpent devouring its own tail. The logo of Entropy Shadow. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. He withdrew his perception, his fingertips resting against the side of the detector. His heartbeat did not quicken, nor did his breath falter. Yet his palms were sweaty. "Who added this plate?" he asked the technician. "Not sure it was there when it left the factory." The technician lowered his head to check the circuitry, but it heats up slightly every time we return from a mission, as if something was remotely activated. The technician looked towards Zhao Taiquan. Zhao Taiquan kept his head down, his fingers gripping the fabric on the outer side of his thigh. The copper cigarette case in his left hand had already been polished to a shine. Lin Xiao lowered his voice. "Do you have anything on your chest?" Zhao Taiquan did not move. The technician stood up to fetch the detection device, and before closing the door said, "He'll be back in 10 minutes, don't touch the core components." Footsteps faded away. Only the two of them remained in the maintenance room. A slight airflow could be heard from the ventilation duct, like wind blowing through abandoned pipes. Lin Xiao stepped forward, standing in front of Zhao Taiquan. "I just saw something," he said. "There's a mark inside the prosthetic, the same mark as those people in the underground factory." Zhao Taiquan raised his face. His expression was heavy, neither panicked nor angry. He remained silent for a long time. Then one hand grabbed the front of his shirt, yanking it violently. 2 buttons popped open, exposing the skin on his chest. There the same pattern was tattooed. 3 curved lines connecting at both ends. Lin Xiao stared at the tattoo. It was positioned perfectly over the left side of his heart, as if it had grown from within. 3 months after my father died, they came to me. Zhao Taiquan spoke, his voice hoarse. At that time, the prosthetic's rejection reaction became increasingly severe, causing me pain that kept me awake at night. They said they could fix it as long as I cooperated. Lin Xiao did not ask cooperate with what. He already knew the answer. I never intended to be a traitor. Zhao Taiquan looked down at his hand. "But if this leg fails, I will be nothing." The technician did not mention the matter of the neurotoxin. But Lin Xiao had already understood. Each time they failed a mission, the other side would inject something through that hidden module. Control measures also served as a punishment mechanism. He crouched down, opening the detector to scan the exposed structure of the prosthetic. The screen flickered a few times, locking onto a microchamber hidden beneath the power axis, connected to a filamentous tube leading directly to the neural interface. "It can be activated remotely," he said. Zhao Taiquan replied. Lin Xiao closed the detector and stood up. "I didn't see anything about this," he said. Zhao Taiquan suddenly looked up. Lin Xiao looked at him. "I won't report this or investigate it. But from now on, I'll be watching your every step. If you dare to move against the Bureau, I won't give a second warning." Zhao Taiquan remained silent. Lin Xiao turned and walked towards the door. As he grasped the doorknob, he heard a faint sound behind him. It was the sound of the cigarette case lid popping open. Zhao Taiquan placed it on the workbench, his fingers pressing on it, as if confirming it was still there. Lin Xiao pulled open the door and walked out. The corridor lights remained cold white. The emergency exit sign glowed green. He tugged at the zipper of his trench coat, his right hand slipping into his pocket, tightly gripping the detector. The sweat in his palm had not yet dried. He walked towards the eastern corridor. The Hall of Honor was just ahead. The award ceremony would be held there tomorrow. The red banners already hung, and staff were adjusting the sound equipment. He should have gone back to prepare his speech or check the process. But he didn't stop. His mind was filled with the location of that tattoo. Precise, deliberate, like a brand. He recalled how his father's name appeared on the schedule, and Zhao Taiquan's gaze after the confrontation drill in the training ground. Not hating him for winning, but hating himself for losing so thoroughly. It turned out they all lived with something invisible that others could not see. Lin Xiao's pace remained steady, his brow slightly furrowed, yet his face displayed no emotion. He passed a glass wall displaying the various supernatural items confiscated during past operations. His reflection flickered past the display, case barely visible. Around the corner ahead, two special task team members were pushing an equipment cart. He stepped aside, hearing one of them say the award stage must be completed tonight. The headquarters requires the final rehearsal to be finished before 8 tomorrow morning. He nodded, remaining silent as he continued forward. The hem of his coat swayed gently. The sound of his work boots on the ground was steady. He did not look back. In the maintenance room, Zhao Taiquan still sat on the metal chair, his right leg resting emptily on the table, the prosthetic dismantled halfway. His chest was open, the tattoo exposed to the cold light. He gripped the copper cigarette case left by his father tightly in his left hand, his knuckles turning white. The technician had not returned yet. The room was filled only with the faint glow of standby instruments and his heavy breathing. Lin Xiao's footsteps halted at the entrance of the honor hall passage. A red banner hung down, its edge lifted by the wind, resembling a frozen flame. Staff members were adjusting the lighting array on the awarding platform, cold white beams sweeping across the ground, outlining the silhouette of his work boots. He stood still, the zipper of his trench coat pulled up to his chin, his right hand in his pocket, fingertips resting against the probe's casing. 3 minutes ago, he had been walking in the cold light corridor of the Eastern Wing Maintenance Department. The tattoo on Zhao Taijian's chest carved itself into his mind. A snake devouring its tail accurately pressed against the heart's position. Now he was to step onto the stage, accept the medal, face the cameras, and become the blade of the nation. He took a step forward. The sound of his boots against the anti-slip mat produced a faint friction. At the end of the passage stood the main hall doors, guarded by two special task force members. As he approached, they simultaneously raised their hands in salute. Lin Xiao nodded in response, remaining silent. The doors slid open automatically, a cacophony spilling out. The honor hall was already filled to capacity. The media area was set up with cameras, and the live broadcast signal lights illuminated the scene. In the audience were government staff, representatives from partner organizations, and ordinary citizens selected from various regions. The large screen displayed a countdown to the ceremony, 0732. The barrage wall rolled and refreshed the name, Lin Xiao, repeatedly jumping. X001 has arrived, someone whispered. Shunjin stood at the side and back of the awarding platform, dressed in a dark gray suit, his tie pin a silver cube. He saw Lin Xiao, nodded slightly, and raised his hand to signal the host to prepare to begin. Lin Xiao ascended the steps, the hem of his black trench coat swaying with his movements. He stood at the designated position, feet together, hands pressed against the seams of his trousers. He did not look at the audience or the cameras. His gaze was level, resting on the words on the backdrop, guarding the anomalous, defending the ordinary. The countdown reached 0. The lights suddenly brightened, focusing on the stage. Music played, a deep drumbeat pushing the rhythm forward. The host appeared, his voice booming. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to witness a special citizen's moment of honor. He is the nation's first-level special coordinator, designated X001, having reported a total of 127 valid anomalous events, directly preventing 23 major crises and indirectly saving over 10,000 lives. Applause erupted. Lin Xiao remained still. The host turned to him. Comrade Lin Xiao, please step forward. He took half a step forward. Shunjun picked up the medal from the tray. Its metallic texture featured a pattern of broken chains encircling a blade with the words, Blade of the Nation, engraved below. He carried the tray before Lin Xiao. Citizen Lin Xiao? Shunjun began, his voice resonating through the sound system. You have reported to the nation with your personal abilities, promoting the establishment of a nationwide anomalous warning system, placing our country at a strategic advantage in responding to unconventional threats. Jointly approved by the State Council and the Military Commission, you are awarded the title Blade of the Nation. This honor is not to commend a hero, but to confirm the position of a blade. It is gripped tightly, facing danger. Lin Xiao raised his right hand in salute. Shunjun pinned the medal to his left chest. The metallic clasp emitted a crisp click sound. In that instant, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Merit points exceeded 500. Unlock new feature, Spirit Resonance. Current status, awaiting activation. Lin Xiao's finger trembled imperceptibly. His palms were sweaty, sticking to the probe's casing. Yet his face remained expressionless. The crescent scar on his brow seemed even fainter under the bright light, as if an old wound had been redrawn. Applause erupted once more. The host handed over the microphone. Lin Xiao accepted it, gripping it tightly. The knuckles turned white. The entire venue fell silent. I am not a hero, he said, his voice not loud, but clear enough to reach every corner. Some say I am an informant, that I exchange reports for benefits. I do not refute this, for you cannot see how the black mist invades the human mind, nor can you see what crawls out from beneath the cracks. I report because I know that one person cannot bear it alone. He paused. I am not a hero. I am merely a knife gripped tightly by the nation. When it is time to cleave through danger, I will be there. I do not ask why, nor do I seek to be remembered. His words fell. The venue fell silent for a second. Suddenly, the barrage exploded. Salute. This blade protects us all. The nation needs more blades. The host's eyes turned slightly red as he took the microphone back. Thank you, Comrade Lin Xiao, for your speech. Let us once again give a warm round of applause. Lin Xiao had already turned away. He stepped down from the awarding platform, his pace steady. The hem of his trench coat traced an arc. He did not linger or acknowledge the audience, heading straight for the backstage passage. Chun Jun remained where he was. Someone wanted to step forward to congratulate him, but he raised a hand to stop them. His gaze followed the figure until it vanished behind the door. The backstage area was narrow and softly lit. Staff members were organizing the interview flow chart. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, a female officer quickly approached. Coordinator Lin, the headquarters has arranged for you to accept joint interviews from 3 mainstream media outlets lasting 15 minutes. The questions have already. Lin Xiao did not stop. I do not accept interviews. But this is the standard procedure, and public interest is very high. What you just said is already trending at the top. Many netizens want to know. He did not change his pace. I have said enough. The female officer was stunned watching him pass by. Lin Xiao walked through the scenery area, passing by a mirror. The person in the mirror had a cold expression with the metal on his left chest shimmering. He glanced down, then continued forward. At the end of the passage was the entrance to the internal corridor with the face recognition gate lit with a green light. He stood before the door, pressing his left hand on the recognition area. The machine emitted a ding sound. Identity confirmed. X001 Special Coordinator permission, level task status, standby. The door opened. He walked inside. Behind him, the Honor Hall broadcast was still playing summaries of audience messages. A mother said her son woke up from a nightmare last night. She said, "Don't be afraid, Lin Xiao is here." Another veteran commented, "This blade is steadier than the guns we used back then." Lin Xiao paused in his steps. He closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his gaze had sunk deeply. He continued onward. The corridor lights evenly spilled down, casting a silhouette of his broad shoulders and straight back. The probe at his waist lit up with blue light vibrating slightly. System initialization completion prompt. Ahead was the task standby area. The glass wall displayed the latest action map with red dots flashing at the coordinates of the northwestern desert. He did not look at that screen. His right hand remained in his trench coat pocket, tightly gripping the probe. Reaching a fork in the path, he chose the left passage. That led to the personal equipment room. He needed to check whether the lining of his trench coat was intact, confirm that the communication module was online, and take off the metal to store it in the safe. This was not a decorative item. It was something outside of the mission. 10 meters away from the equipment room, the probe suddenly vibrated twice in succession. He stopped. It was not an alarm. It was a system internal prompt sound, coming from the newly unlocked feature. Spirit resonance module ready, awaiting first command input. Lin Xiao stood still. The overhead lights shone down, making the scar on his right brow glimmer slightly. He did not look up at the ceiling, nor touch the probe screen. He merely stood quietly like a statue, just withdrawn from the battlefield. After 3 seconds, he lifted his foot and continued forward. The sound of his work boots against the ground was steady. The trench coat's zipper rose and fell with his breathing. His hand remained in his pocket, palm pressed against the warm casing of the device. In front of the equipment room door, he swiped his card to enter. The room was empty. On the wall hung all his spare equipment: desert jamming module, filtering antenna, wilderness survival pack. On the table lay an unopened upgrade program disc labeled SH01 Special Use. He walked to the safe and entered the password. The safe door opened. He took off the metal and placed it in the bottom drawer. When he closed it, the sound of metal clashing was very light. He turned and walked toward the equipment wall. He took down the desert mode backpack, checking the shoulder straps for weight. He then retrieved the anti-radiation lining, spreading it out on the table. His movements were practiced without any unnecessary pauses. After completing these tasks, he finally released the probe he had been holding tightly. He placed it on the table's charging dock. The blue light flickered, beginning to sync data. He took a step back, leaning against the table, looking down at his hand. The sweat marks in his palm were still damp, glimmering under the light. Footsteps sounded from outside the door. He looked up. The door opened a crack and the duty officer peeked in. Coordinator Lin, Deputy Director Chun requests you to take an encrypted communication. It's urgent. Lin Xiao nodded. In the B3 conference room. Understood. The duty officer closed the door and left. Lin Xiao remained still looking at his hand. Then he slowly clenched his fist and opened it again. He straightened up and walked toward the door. Passing by the mirror, he glanced at it. The person inside wore a black trench coat, standing tall, without the metal on his chest, looking the same as usual. Just an executing coordinator designated X001. He opened the door. The corridor's lights streamed in. He took a step forward. The sound of his work boots echoed clearly against the floor tiles. Lin Xiao pushed open the door to meeting room B3, the sound of his work boots thudding on the anti-static floor. In the center of the room hovered a holographic projection, Chen Zhen's face emerging in the blue light, his expression tense. He wasn't wearing a suit, just a deep gray jacket with a backdrop of a constantly pulsating data stream wall. "You're here?" Chen Zhen's voice was half a pitch lower than usual. Lin Xiao stood 3 steps away from the projection, the zipper of his trench coat half up in his right hand, still trembling slightly from the recent accolade. He said nothing, merely nodded. "The ARC controller is malfunctioning." Chen Zhen raised his hand to swipe through the air interface, a 3-dimensional model of a silver cube rotating into view, its surface riddled with fine cracks. The main display lit up in sync, showing the crack length expanding from 0.3 millimeters to 2.7 millimeters, still spreading. "How long has it been?" "It started accelerating 7 minutes and 14 seconds ago. The backup power failed after switching 3 times, and we are now relying on the residual energy from the underground qi vein to maintain it." Chen Zhen's gaze locked onto him. The Watcher AI is resisting a certain high-dimensional consciousness invasion, consuming spiritual energy equivalent to that of 3,000 junior awakeners combined. Lin Xiao stared at the cracked cube. The detector was pressed against his waist, the newly unlocked spiritual resonance function slightly heating up at the system's core. "What can I do?" "You are the only one who can resonate directly with the spiritual network." Chen Zhen pointed to a connection point marked on the screen. "Someone must manually input energy to delay the collapse process. The platform is in the Omega-1 chamber, and I've already authorized your access." Lin Xiao turned and walked away. "Wait," Chen Zhen called after him. "This is not a mission briefing, nor is there a contingency plan. Once connected, the neurological load will directly impact your brain. If you can't hold on, disconnect. No one is forcing you." Lin Xiao paused, not turning back. "When the country needs this blade, it must not be soft." He finished speaking and pulled open the door, stepping outside. The corridor lights flickered, and there was a slight electric sensation in the air. He hurried through 2 security gates and swiped his face to enter the core elevator. During the descent, his eardrums mildly ached with the pressure change. The elevator came to a stop and the doors opened. The Omega-1 chamber was circular in layout, with a 5-meter diameter metal platform at the center, surrounded by monitoring arrays. Ancient runes were etched along the platform's edge, currently glowing with an unstable blue light. Fragments of the controller hovered 30 centimeters above the platform, faint black mist seeping from the cracks, suppressed by an invisible force field. Lin Xiao removed his trench coat and draped it over the railing, unbuckling the detector and securing it on the outside of his left arm. He stepped onto the platform, placing his hands on the designated sensing area. A system prompt popped up: user identity detected X001, initiating spiritual resonance, basic protocol, energy transfer, mode unidirectional injection, warning, external environment, unstable connection, suggested to be delayed. He ignored the prompt and pressed the confirmation button. Buzz! A sharp pain instantly pierced through his skull, as if a drill were boring into his brain from his temple. His vision burst into a flurry of snowflakes, a high-frequency hum ringing in his ears, ceaseless. He gritted his teeth, straightened his back, fingers gripping the edge of the platform tightly, knuckles turning white. The main screen displayed that the energy flow had begun input. The rate of expansion of the cracks in the controller slowed by 0.4, but after 3 seconds it accelerated again. "Increase the output." Lin Xiao squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. The system automatically raised the transmission power. The pain doubled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, sliding down along the scar on his brow. It felt as if a 1,000-pound stone were pressing on his chest, making his breath short. The detector's blue light turned to red flashes, vibrating urgently twice. "Neural load has reached 98, energy overload, immediate cessation recommended." A red warning box appeared above the platform, blinking repeatedly. Lin Xiao did not let go. He closed his eyes, the words from the accolade platform surfacing in his mind. "I am not a hero, just a blade tightly held by the country. Now this blade must not dull." He swallowed, whispering, "When the country needs this blade, it must not be soft." His voice was faint, yet the chamber's microphone captured it completely, automatically recording it into the log file. In that moment, the energy flow experienced a brief stabilization. The rate of expansion of the cracks in the controller decreased again, this time maintaining for 8 seconds. The black mist receded by a millimeter, only to be sealed again by the force field. Chen Zhen remotely accessed the data, his brow twitching slightly. He opened an encrypted channel and sent an urgent report to the headquarters. X001 has engaged the resonance platform, manually supplying energy. The current state is controllable, but the neural load is approaching its limit. What answered him was a series of silence. Inside the chamber, the lights continued to flicker, and the metal handrail trembled slightly. Lin Xiao's legs began to shake, his calf muscles twitching uncontrollably. Sweat soaked through the lining, sticking to his back, and feeling cold. He opened his eyes, his vision blurred, barely able to make out the outline of the controller. Just hold on for another 30 seconds, he said to himself. The detector flashed red for the third time, the alert tone turning into a long beep. The system forcibly intervened with the countdown 10-9. He raised his left hand, yanked off the detector, and threw it outside the platform. The device crashed to the ground, the screen shattering, still stubbornly flashing red. The countdown was interrupted. The pain did not lessen. Instead, it became clearer. Every nerve was screaming. Yet he could still stand still, maintain the output position. The cracks in the controller finally stopped expanding. Although not repaired, the trend of collapse was curbed. Shenzhen's voice came through the broadcast. Enough? You have bought time. Disconnect. Lin Xiao did not move. Lin Xiao. The tone grew heavier. This is an order. The medical team is waiting outside. If you exit now, there is still a chance for recovery. He slowly raised his head, looking towards the camera. You said, no one is forcing me. Then he closed his eyes again, exerting more strength on the sensing area. The energy flow intensified again. The platform runes lit up with a circle of white light, creating a faint resonance with the fragments of the controller. The black mist retreated by 2 millimeters, and extremely subtle signs of healing appeared at the edges of the cracks. Less than 0.1 millimeter, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. 10 seconds later, the system automatically triggered the safety mechanism, forcibly cutting off the connection. Lin Xiao's knees buckled, and he knelt on the platform. His forehead pressed against the cold metal, gasping for breath. Warm liquid flowed from his nostrils, dripping onto the ground to form small dark red patches. The alarm sounded, and the door was pushed open. 2 members of the medical team rushed in, carrying him out from the platform. He did not resist, allowing them to treat his wounds and inject a sedative. Shenzhen's image appeared on the wall screen, watching Lin Xiao being carried out, falling silent for a few seconds before ordering, immediately initiate the emergency protocol and seal off all entry and exit points in the northwestern Gobi. No one is allowed to leave their posts. He closed the communications, sitting alone in the command center, staring at the unpublished report on the table. The title read, Simulated Analysis of the Long-Term Effects of Spiritual Resonance on the Nervous System. The conclusion section on the first page boldly stated, continuous use exceeding 90 seconds may lead to permanent cognitive impairment. Lin Xiao was placed in a temporary observation capsule outside the chamber. The monitor at his bedside beeped, indicating that his brain waves remained in a highly active state. He lay with his eyes open, staring at the ceiling, saying nothing. Half an hour later, the medication took effect, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Before he completely fell asleep, he heard the duty officer report softly. Deputy Director, abnormal signal residues were detected near the perimeter of Zone B, suspected to be someone approaching the oil pipeline group recently. Note that down. Shenzhen's voice came through the intercom. When he wakes up, let him see for himself. Lin Xiao's fingers moved slightly beneath the blanket. On the bedside table, the shattered screen of the detector flashed one last time before extinguishing. Lin Xiao's fingertips dug a shallow mark along the bed's edge. His eyelids felt heavy and could barely lift, but his mind buzzed incessantly, as if a steel needle was tugging at his temples. He remembered kneeling on the platform. The sound of blood dripping onto the metallic floor was faint yet clear. The monitor still beeped, 2 beeps followed by a pause, maintaining a steady rhythm. He did not open his eyes. His left hand felt along the edge of the blanket until it found the bedside table. The broken screen detector lay there, its screen pitch black with spiderweb cracks at the corners. He pressed the side button with his thumb. The device vibrated, slightly blue light seeping from the crack. The signal residue was still present. The thermal map flickered intermittently, the coordinates pointing towards the east side of the oil pipeline cluster, where that ventilation shaft was a place he had been. The last time he tracked the shadow of the serpentine ring, it vanished around that area. Now the signal had returned, its movement trajectory jumping erratically, as if someone was intentionally cutting off the energy fluctuations. He sat up, his spine making a soft cracking sound. The muscles in his neck were tensed like iron bars, and a jagged pain shot from beneath his ribs as he breathed. The sedative injected by the medical team had not completely metabolized. His limbs felt heavy, but he could still move. He had to move. He strapped the detector back to the outer side of his left arm, tightening the strap against his skin. The trench coat was draped over the chair's back, its lining still stained with dried blood. He put on the clothing, zipped it up to his chin, and his work boots made no sound as they hit the floor. The door was ajar, the hallway dimly lit and empty. The iron door to the underground passage was slightly ajar, with scratches on the lock hole indicating it had been pried open. He remembered the duty officer mentioning anomalous signal residue and recalled Chunjun's last words, when he wakes up, let him see for himself. No one stopped him, nor did anyone inform him that he could not leave. He traversed 3 abandoned maintenance access points, moving along the edge of the drainage ditch. The air was thick with a damp, rusty smell mingled with the lingering echoes of some static feedback. Not the spiritual energy itself, but the residual waves left when reading high-density information carriers. He halted, closed his eyes, and felt a pulse at his brow. Something was moving. He opened his eyes and continued forward, taking quiet steps, the heels of his boots barely making contact with the ground. The ventilation shaft cover shifted by half a foot, revealing darkness beneath. He flipped himself inside as he landed, his knees buckled, and he steadied himself against the wall. The walls of the shaft were covered in old cables, and he climbed down, reaching the bottom tunnel after 15 meters. 50 meters ahead, a faint red light flickered. He pressed against the wall as he advanced, the detector indicating an increase in signal strength. After turning 2 corners, he spotted a gap at the end of the ventilation pipe, leading to an open space. He crouched down, retrieving the probe of the multifunctional detector from his waist and inserting it into the gap. The image transmitted to his retinal projection revealed an underground trading room with a moisture-proof mat laid on the cement floor and a folding table in the center. A man wearing a mask stood at the table, his right hand adorned with a monocle, conversing with 3 foreigners clad in white lab coats. They held detection pins, scanning a black chip the size of a fingernail. A man wearing a mask stood at the table, his right hand adorned with a monocle, conversing with 3 foreigners clad in white lab coats. They held detection pins, scanning a black chip the size of... The informant took it, opened it for inspection, revealing 6 spirit coins, each emitting a ghostly blue sheen. As the transaction concluded, he placed the chip into a sealed bag, preparing to stow it away. Lin Xiao made his move. He pulled out a screwdriver for the ventilation pipe's cover and kicked open the access point. In the moment he landed, he charged towards the table, delivering a sharp elbow strike to the informant's neck. The man did not even grunt, collapsing onto the table, his mask shattering. Lin Xiao swiftly grabbed the chip with his left hand and activated the detector with his right to scan. Data had just begun to flow in when the alarm sounded. A piercing shriek surged from all directions, and red warning lights popped out from the wall's hidden compartments. The chip's built-in sensor activated. If it was not authenticated within 3 seconds of leaving its original holder, the self-destruct protocol would be triggered immediately. He snatched the detector and turned to run. Shouts erupted behind him as 2 buyers lunged for the door. He smashed through the back window, shards of glass embedding into the sleeve of his trench coat. Outside lay a narrow alley piled with discarded containers. He squeezed in, hearing the sound of pursuers landing after climbing through the window. 6 people split into 2 groups surrounded him. He ducked into the entrance of the drainage ditch and powered off the detector. In the dark, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling into his eyes. The stabbing pain in his head intensified, and the edges of his vision began to flicker with snow-like spots. He closed his eyes and concentrated. His spiritual energy perception expanded outward. It was not a search, it was listening. Beneath the city, countless energy flows coursed, electrical currents in cables, underground water veins, vibrations from distant subway trains. At this moment, he focused solely on capturing the faint fields released by living beings. 3 individuals were searching the streets, their steps hurried as they carried thermal imaging devices. 2 climbed onto the rooftops, their footsteps creating slight friction on the tiles. Another circled to the end of the alley, approaching the drainage ditch. He waited for the person to walk overhead and quietly slipped out, moving in reverse through the abandoned subway tunnel. This path was familiar to him. 3 years prior, he had crawled out from here after a construction site collapse. The tunnel walls were exposed with rebar, and the ground was slippery, yet he walked steadily. The chip was tucked into the inner pocket of his trench coat, pressed against his chest. He dared not touch the detector again, fearing it might trigger the alarm a second time. At the end of the tunnel was a freight elevator shaft leading to the supply passage on the west side of the base. Their transport vehicles entered and exited every night at 2 o'clock, with guards switching shifts, only leaving a 47-second window. He lay waiting against the indented wall of the shaft. In the distance, the sound of engines approached, headlights sweeping across the shaft opening. When he counted to the 3rd vehicle, he jumped down, blending in with the workers, lowering his head to swipe his card through the turnstile. No one stopped him. Returning to his personal storage room, he found the door locked tight. He slid down against the wall, breathing heavily. The right shoulder of his trench coat was torn, and his arm bore shallow scratches, but they were not deep. He pulled out the chip and placed it in his palm. It was black cold, and the edges were as sharp as a blade. He reconnected the detector, opened its casing, and linked it to the analysis host with wires. The screen lit up, and the cached data began to extract. The system loaded slowly, the progress bar stuck at 78. He tapped the machine case, refreshing the display. Decryption complete. A structural diagram popped up on the screen, a segment of encrypted code composed of 7 layers of nested instructions. The system automatically compared it to the database, and a prompt sound rang out. Match successful target protocol arc controller repair topology. This data can fill the energy structure void in the current crack area. He stared at that line of text for 10 seconds. Then he whispered, so. It can repair the controller. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall of the storage room, his back pressed against the cold metal cabinet. The blood seeping from the torn right shoulder of his trench coat had dried, leaving a hard, stiff mark. The detector rested on his knees, its screen still lit, displaying that the chip data had been successfully parsed. He stared at the prompt that read, can fill the energy structure gap, for a long time. His finger twitched, but he did not press confirm. His head felt like it was being twisted by iron wires, throbbing with pain. His spiritual perception still buzzed, as if countless needles were scraping against the inner side of his skull. He closed his eyes, breathing very shallowly, but his temples throbbed violently, and sweat began to bead at his temples. The door opened. Yi Jinjin stood at the entrance holding a medical kit, not wearing a bulletproof vest, only donning a turtleneck sweater. She glanced at Lin Xiao's complexion, asked no questions, and walked straight over to squat down, taking out 2 neural patches from the bag. Don't tense up, she said. Lin Xiao remained motionless. She reached out and pressed the patches against both sides of his temples, her movements decisive, her fingertips brushing over the edges of old scars. A cool sensation seeped into his skin, and the headache receded slightly. You just completed a high-intensity information retrieval and experienced pursuit and mental pressure, she said while adjusting the equipment. Now is not the time to tough it out. Lin Xiao swallowed hard. I didn't intend to tough it out. She looked up at him, her silver-gray curls falling down to partially obscure her face. Then she took out a portable resonator from the bag, connected it to the power supply, and started the program. The device emitted a faint buzzing, the frequency gradually sinking, simulating the wavelength of deep breathing. This is the guiding audio I recorded, she said, specifically tuned to help stabilize your perception fluctuations. Lin Xiao closed his eyes. She pressed the play button. The sound emerged. It was her voice, steady and unhurried like a river flowing gently. He followed the rhythm of inhaling and exhaling, yet his brow furrowed tighter. Suddenly a scene flashed before his eyes. An office, dimly lit, flickering fluorescent lights. A middle-aged man stood at the desk, tearing apart a stack of documents, the paper falling like snow. His face was filled with anger, his voice hoarse. They are raising venomous insects. Those things are not evolution, they are parasites. A crashing sound came from outside the door. The lock burst open. Shadows rushed in, moving in perfect unison. The man turned and shouted, I want sign. You can't use my data for live experiments. The scene cut off. Lin Xiao's eyes flew open, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, blood even oozing from the corner of his mouth. He gasped for breath, his hands propped on the ground, his knuckles turning white. Yi Jinjin had already unplugged the connecting cable. She had her back to him, her right hand tightly gripping the resonators, casing her knuckles pale. The golden ring on her left ring finger reflected the dim light from the overhead lamp. That is, Lin Xiao began, his voice hoarse. My father, she said, not turning around. 3 years ago, he was declared mentally unstable in laboratory No. 7 of the Spiritual Research Institute, sent to a closed ward that night, and died on the 7th day, the report stating it was a suicide by hanging. She paused, her voice barely audible. Everyone said he was crazy. The agency's records also stated he developed delusions due to research going out of control. But I know he wasn't crazy. He was the only one who saw clearly. Lin Xiao slowly sat up. The pain was still there, but his consciousness had cleared a bit. He looked at her back and suddenly said he tore up the project authorization letter. Number Yenti 9, belonging to the Entropy Shadow Early Human Parasitism Program. Yi Zinshin's shoulder quivered. Lin Xiao wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. I saw it. Not just the visuals, but the emotions. Anger, despair, but no chaos. A madman wouldn't think about destroying data before dying. She turned around, her eyes red, but not crying. She took off her glasses, wiped the lenses with her sleeve, and when she put them back on, her gaze had steadied. I have always wanted to find evidence, she said, not to overturn the case, but to prove that he wasn't a madman. He was my dad, and he was a clear-minded person. Lin Xiao said nothing. He raised his hand, slowly reaching out to grasp her cold wrist. She didn't pull away. Let's find it together, he said. His palm was rough, calloused from years of holding the detector. But that hand was steady like a stake driven into the ground. Just then the detector at his waist suddenly vibrated. Blue light flashed, and a mechanical female voice announced detected strong emotional fluctuations, automatic reporting function activated. The red light on the camera in the corner of the ceiling lit up. The signal accessed the emergency channel, the real-time image cutting into the national broadcasting system. On the monitoring screen, the treatment room's lights were cold, and the indicators on the instruments flickered irregularly. 2 hands intertwined at the edge of the bed, one large and powerful, the other slender, yet stubborn. The background was filled with scattered cables and an unput-away medical kit. The image froze for a second, then was marked by the system as a level 1 empathy event simultaneously pushed to all terminals. Lin Xiao lowered his head to look at the detector, not letting go. It's live again, he said. Yi Zhenjin did not move. She looked at the clasped hands, suddenly feeling the stone that had pressed on her chest for 3 years crack slightly. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, coming closer. But she did not get up or avoid it. She just gently squeezed back, then whispered, next time. Let me know in advance. Lin Xiao tugged at the corner of his mouth, no way to notify in advance. It reports itself. She nodded and said nothing more. The pain still lingered, but it was no longer tearing at his nerves like before. Lin Xiao sat against the edge of the bed, his left hand still holding hers, his right hand resting on the detector. The screen had dimmed, but the warmth had not dissipated. The lights in the treatment room remained on. Outside the window was the underground level deep within the base without the distinction of day and night. Time seemed to have stopped here. In the distance, a broadcast notification for shift change echoed, faint and unclear. Someone at the end of the corridor swiped a card to open the door. The sound of the metal door sliding lasted for 2 seconds, then fell silent. Lin Xiao blinked, his gaze refocusing. He looked up at Yi Zhenjin, finding she was also looking at him. Do you remember the last words he said? He asked. She was silent for a few seconds before speaking. I remember. He said, don't let them use my name to label something that eats people with a scientific facade. Lin Xiao nodded. He committed that phrase to memory. The detector vibrated gently again, indicating that the report had been completed with no further response commands. The system returned to standby mode. He let out a sigh of relief, his arm relaxing, but he still did not let go. Yi Zhenjin did not pull away either. The white cloth on the treatment bed was crumpled into a pile, and the resonator was still running, emitting a low-frequency hum. On the instrument's display, 2 heart rate curves gradually converged, their rhythms aligned. Footsteps sounded again, pausing briefly outside the door, as if hesitating before walking away. Lin Xiao leaned against the edge of the bed, closing his eyes. This time he did not resist that feeling of exhaustion. He knew he was not alone in holding on. Yi Zhenjin sat in the treatment chair, her left hand still held by him. She looked down, not moving. Her right hand quietly pulled out a powerful flashlight, resting it on her lap and covering it with her coat. She did not turn off the light. But this time she was not afraid of the dark. Lin Xiao pushed open the door to the treatment room. The corridor was brighter than the inside. He paused, the hem of his trench coat still stained with unclean blood, and his work boots echoed solidly against the tiles. The detector hung quietly by his waist, the screen black with no alarms or notifications. His left hand was tucked in the pocket of his hoodie, while his right hand gently pressed against his temple, where the pain had dulled, feeling as if it had been struck twice by a hammer. He walked east along the main corridor, passing the back door of the banquet hall where laughter and the clinking of glasses intermittently drifted out. The graduation celebration for the training class had not yet dispersed. Streamers hung by the door frame, and a cluster of balloons was half-deflated, drifting against the corner. He hadn't intended to go in and had no desire to socialize, but in the moment of passing he caught a glimpse of someone standing by the trash can at the end of the corridor. Zhao Taixian had his back to the door, his shoulders tense and straight. He raised his hand, revealing a copper cigarette case in his palm, its edges already worn to a dark red hue. Lin Xiao stared for 2 seconds, then suddenly raised his wrist and forcefully tossed the cigarette case into the bin. The sound of metal hitting the interior was muffled, like it had been thrown into a pile of sand. Lin Xiao stopped. He said nothing and did not step forward immediately. Instead, he stood in place, watching Zhao Taixian remain there motionless, as if waiting for some reaction. But the trash can remained silent, and the noise of the celebration did not cease. A few seconds later, Zhao Taixian turned to leave, his steps firm, though his right leg moved just a beat slower. Only then did Lin Xiao walk over. He bent down, reaching into the trash can, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal. He pulled out the cigarette case, wiped off the dust, and opened the lid. Inside was engraved a line of small characters varying in depth, but clearly visible: Tieshuan, stay alive. The handwriting was vigorous, the last few strokes slightly trembling, as if the person holding the knife had shaken their hand. He closed the lid and stood up, only to find Zhao Taixian had returned, his expression cold and hard. Don't rummage through my things, he said. Lin Xiao did not move, nor did he explain. He simply extended the cigarette case forward, his movements slow. This isn't a command, he said, it's a last word. Zhao Taixian stared at the cigarette case, his throat moving slightly. He lied to me, he said, his voice low but clear, saying since I was young that smoking would kill me, forcing me to quit, yet he smoked until the end. The doctor told him to stop, but he ignored it. In the end, he was diagnosed with lung cancer, still holding a crumpled cigarette in his mouth. He let out a cold laugh. You call this a last word? What do you call it? Only pretending to be a loving father before dying. Lin Xiao did not refute. He looked down at the cigarette case, then back up at him. When did your father quit? I never said he did, Zhao Taixian replied, momentarily taken aback. But he made you quit for 5 years, Lin Xiao said. This cigarette case has been empty for 5 years. You carried it with you, never opening it. He, on the other hand, didn't quit, but forced you to quit. Not to control you, but because he was afraid you would follow the same path. He paused, his voice neither high nor low. He lied, because the truth was too heavy for you to bear. Zhao Taixian did not move. Yet his gaze changed, no longer cold and hard, but rather dulled, as if something had been punctured. He looked down at his hands, his knuckles turning white, as if gripping something invisible. Lin Xiao moved the cigarette case forward. In the end, he was deceiving me, Zhao Taixian suddenly said, his voice hoarse. But he hoped you would live well. Lin Xiao said. He patted Zhao Taixian on the shoulder. When his palm landed, he felt the other's muscles tense for a moment, but he did not withdraw. After speaking, he turned to leave. Just as he took a step, a voice came from behind. You can keep that cigarette case. Lin Xiao turned back. Zhao Taixian stood still, his face showing little expression, but the corner of his mouth twitched. This time it wasn't a bitter smile or a cold laugh, but rather a loosening, as if something had been released. I don't need it anyway, he said. Lin Xiao nodded, asked no further questions, and did not refuse. He tucked the cigarette case into the inner pocket of his trench coat, close to his chest. There was still an unopened nerve patch stuck there given to him by Yi Jinjin, which he had forgotten to throw away. The two of them walked one after the other towards the main corridor. The corridor's lights were even casting long shadows. The sound of footsteps echoed emptily once, then again. Lin Xiao walked in front, his steps steady. Zhao Taixian lagged half a step behind, his right leg still landing slightly slower, but his rhythm remained steady. As they approached the elevator hall, Zhao Taixian suddenly spoke. During the last confrontation drill, you noticed my right leg was overloaded. Lin Xiao did not turn back yet. You didn't say anything. It wouldn't have mattered. You wouldn't stop. Zhao Taixian snorted lightly. I still won't now. But now you trust me, Lin Xiao said. Zhao Taixian did not respond, but his footsteps did not falter. They reached the elevator hall. The indicator showed the third elevator was descending. Lin Xiao stood outside the door, not pressing the button. Zhao Taixian stood slightly behind him, hands in the pockets of his tactical pants, his gaze fixed on the metal door. Do you remember what he said at the end? Lin Xiao suddenly asked. Zhao Taixian fell silent for a few seconds. I remember he said, Tieshuan, burn the cigarette case, don't let this thing ruin your life. He paused, his voice lowering, but I didn't burn it. I've always carried it. I thought. I hated him. Lin Xiao said nothing. The elevator arrived, the door sliding open. There was no one inside. The lights were on, illuminating the faces of the two men. Lin Xiao walked in while Zhao Taixian did not follow. I'm going to the dormitory, he said. Lin Xiao nodded, pressing the close button. The door began to close smoothly and steadily. Just as it was about to shut, Zhao Taixian suddenly said, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao raised his hand to block the door, the metal edge stopping at his palm. Next time. With a task, let me know in advance. Lin Xiao looked at him, neither smiling nor nodding. He simply said, all right. The door closed. The elevator began to ascend. Lin Xiao leaned back against the corner, his right hand slowly reaching into the inner pocket of his trench coat, fingertips brushing against the copper cigarette case. It was cold and angular. He did not take it out, merely letting it rest against his chest. The detector remained quiet. The corridor's lights filtered through the door gap, casting a moving beam of light on the floor. Lin Xiao closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, his vision was clear. He straightened up, waiting for the elevator to arrive at the third-floor command center. When the door opened, he stepped out, his steps firm. The main control hall's blue lights had already lit up the array of screens, flickering data streams rolling. The duty officer glanced at him, said nothing, only nodded. Lin Xiao walked toward his terminal. The hem of his trench coat brushed against the edge of the table, causing the detector to sway gently. He sat down, placing his hands on the control panel. The screen lit up, displaying the standby interface. There were no alarms, no report notifications, nor urgent task pop-ups. Everything was calm. He lowered his head, taking out the cigarette case from the inner pocket, placing it on the corner of the table. The copper shell glimmered a dark hue under the cold light, like a piece of sunk iron. In the distance, the main screen suddenly switched, displays a red warning bar, slowly rising. Lin Xiao looked up, his gaze landing on the title. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected in the coastal area. He did not move, nor did he immediately stand up. He simply watched the line of text until it fully unfolded. Then he reached out and pressed the communication button. Request emergency response team, he said. The detector's screen illuminated a red light flickering between Lin Xiao's fingers. He stared at the warning information slowly unfolding on the main control screen, the energy fluctuation signal in the coastal area, resembling a fine line trembling slightly within the data stream. The error range is 37 kilometers. This number is far too broad. Once the fissure forms, the corrosive mist will spread at a speed far exceeding that of the conventional sealing device's deployment. He said nothing, reaching into the inner pocket of his trench coat to pull out a copper cigarette case. The cold metallic touch transmitted through his palm. He lowered his head to take a glance. The lid was closed, the engraved side facing down. He gently placed it in the right corner of the control panel at a distance, neither too close nor too far from the keyboard. It was neither to commemorate anyone nor to remind anyone. It was simply a needed fulcrum to let his attention settle. The terminal interface switched to the energy fluctuation prediction module. This was a new feature unlocked after his merit points surpassed 10,000, his first practical application. The system's prompt sounded: perception range projection in progress. Please confirm the coordinate axis. Lin Xiao closed his eyes. His consciousness sank along the connection channel of the reporting system, passing through layers of encrypted firewalls, accessing the lower frequency bands of the National Supernatural Monitoring Network. His perceptive ability was amplified tenfold, spreading like an invisible net towards the southeastern coast. The subtle disturbances of spiritual energy in the air, seawater, and shallow layers of the crust became clear and distinguishable. 3 high-risk areas surfaced. One was located on the outskirts of the Zhoushan Islands in Zhejiang, where underwater hot spring activities were frequent and interference was severe. Another was near the coast of Shanwei in Guangdong, where a large wind farm was present with dense electromagnetic noise. The last was in the waters off Pingtan in Fujian, where the water temperature had abnormally dropped by 0.8°C. A circular energy vortex appeared 30 meters below the sea surface. He opened his eyes and pressed the return key. A 3-dimensional cloud map was generated centering on Pingtan. The system automatically marked the risk level A. The estimated eruption countdown was 4 hours and 12 minutes. The analysis of the mist composition was still loading. The progress bar stuck at 63. "We can't wait any longer," Lin Xiao murmured. He called up the reporting interface, entering the coordinates: risk assessment conclusion and suggested response level. He clicked force report. No alarm sounded. Instead, there was a prompt indicating the activation of the global broadcast. Emergency notification from the Chinese Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. Reporter X001 Lin Xiao, target area latitude 2530 in, longitude 11948, threat type spatial fissure, release of corrosive mist, suggested response level 1. Lockdown. The broadcast was simultaneously pushed to the Global Awakeners collaboration platform. 5 seconds later, feedback began to return. The Japanese side requested verification of the original data stream. South Korea demanded a simulated report on the mist composition. The Philippines proposed a joint drone deployment plan. Vietnam inquired whether it involved issues of national territorial sovereignty. Lin Xiao remained still. He knew these processes could not be avoided. But he did one thing. He bound his personal credit limit to the reporting record, adding a note: the data is true and valid. I am willing to bear full responsibility if it is a false report. 3 minutes after the message was sent, Japan and South Korea were the first to respond. The Tokyo Command Center confirmed receipt of the data model and initiated the preheating process for the coastal protective shield. Seoul dispatched 2 special task teams to stand by in Jeju Island. The Philippines opened airspace permissions over Luzon Strait, allowing Chinese drones to pass through. The UN Emergency Channel began live broadcasting. The camera swept across various countries' command centers, finally settling on the Chinese side. In the frame, Lin Xiao stood with his back to the camera, the hem of his black trench coat hanging down, his right hand resting on the detector's casing. He did not turn around or adjust his posture. He simply stared at the screen, watching as the points of light on the map lit up one by one. When Chunjun entered the command hall, his first question was, "Are there any new fluctuations?" The duty officer shook his head. "Currently, the coastal trend is stable, and the deployment progress of all countries is normal." Chunjun stood behind Lin Xiao. He said nothing, his gaze fixed on the large screen. The real-time feedback map was filled with green response points resembling a sea of stars. The Pingtan waters had been covered by 6 countries' monitoring systems, with the warning circle's radius extended to 50 kilometers. What you reported was not just coordinates. He spoke, his voice not loud, but penetrating the entire command area. It is a method for humanity to learn to anticipate crises. Lin Xiao did not turn around. He heard it and understood it. But those words should not be spoken by him, nor should they be said now. He merely replied, "The mist composition has been released." An analysis report popped up on the screen. The main components were highly active hydrogen sulfide derivatives mixed with unknown organic acid particles with a pH value below 1.5, with a corrosion rate of 0.7 millimeters per minute on metal structures. In contact with biological tissues would cause nerve paralysis and tissue liquefaction. Conventional gas masks cannot filter it. Special nano-coated filter elements are required. Lin Xiao immediately updated the reporting content, attaching protective standard recommendations. In less than a minute, Japanese research institutions uploaded designs for new masks. South Korea announced the mass production of 500 emergency sets, and the Philippines opened suburban warehouses in Manila as temporary material transfer stations. The live broadcast scene cut in again. This time the camera zoomed in a bit. Lin Xiao's profile appeared before a global audience. His brow was slightly furrowed and his left hand was swiftly sliding across the touchpad, adjusting the parameters of the predictive model. The indicator lights on the detector flickered more rapidly, indicating that his supernatural ability was continuously outputting. "There are 3 hours and 8 minutes left on the countdown," he murmured. No one responded. The entire command center was silent save for the sounds of keyboard typing and system prompts. Suddenly, he remembered something and reached for the cigarette case. His fingertips paused when they touched the metallic edge. It was not that he had forgotten, he simply no longer needed it. He had already stabilized his rhythm. New data streams surged in. Thailand captured anomalous infrasonic waves through the South China Sea deep-water monitoring array, pointing to the same region. Indonesia dispatched submersibles to the Sulu Sea junction to investigate if there were chain reactions. Even far away in the Bay of Bengal, Sri Lanka sent an inquiry application concerned that ocean currents would carry residual mist into the Indian Ocean. This was no longer a response to a singular event. This was the first practical test of global collaboration. Lin Xiao called up the reporting record panel. His credit rating was elevated by 2 levels, and his merit points increased by 1,200. The system-prompted prediction accuracy has reached over 98 for 3 consecutive times. You can apply to establish a regional early warning group. He did not click to confirm, nor did he close the window. He simply reattached the detector to his waist, ensuring the clamp was secure. Then he straightened his body, his eyes fixed on the main screen. The cloud map of the Pingtan waters was refreshing, the diameter of the energy vortex expanding to 120 meters, the center depth surpassing 100 meters. 2 hours before the countdown reached 0, the first wisp of grayish-white mist seeped from the sea surface, captured by high-altitude satellites. The sealing device was already in position. The joint drone fleet from 7 countries entered the designated airspace, forming a circular suppression net. The ground evacuation was 97% complete, with all remaining personnel entering underground shelters. The protective shield's charging progress reached 91%. Everything was under control. Yet Lin Xiao did not relax. He knew that the real test did not lie in this moment, but in the next, whether he could still press the reporting key before the next unknown threat quietly approached. Chun Jun patted his shoulder and turned to walk towards the back meeting room, his footsteps fading away. Lin Xiao did not turn around or move. He remained sitting at the terminal, his right hand gently caressing the detectors, casing his fingertips rubbing against the surface's worn scratches. The cigarette case on the corner of the table lay quietly. The lid remained closed, the engraved side facing down. No one went to open it again. A new prompt popped up at the bottom of the main screen. The underground city scanning task was ready, standing by for activation. Lin Xiao's finger hovered over the control panel, not clicking immediately. The detector was in low-power mode, its indicator light flickering faintly, like a heart buried deep waiting for the next beat. The indicator light on the detector shifted from red to green as Lin Xiao's finger hovered over the activation button. The main screen displayed that the fog sealing progress of the Pingtan Sea area had halted at 98, while the joint drone fleet of the 7 nations maintained a suppression state with the protective shield's energy stabilizing. The crisis entered its final stage, and the system automatically switched to standby monitoring mode. He remained motionless. His right hand still rested on the detector's casing, gently rubbing the diagonal scratch along its surface. This scratch was left 3 months ago at the Yunnan border when he forcefully penetrated the shielding layer to report a coordinate of an underground fissure leading to an overload due to reverse reinforcement. Now it had become a point of habitual action. Whenever his finger touched it, his breathing rhythm could be brought back into the standard range, preventing sensory overload. A new prompt popped up in the corner of the screen: city underground scanning task ready, awaiting activation. Lin Xiao pressed confirm. The detector vibrated slightly and then entered spiritual energy resonance mode. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking through the reporting system's connection channel, passing through the lower frequency bands of the National Supernatural Monitoring Network, amplifying his perception tenfold. This time, instead of spreading outward, it penetrated downward. 30 meters. The foundational layer of the building, with traces of spiritual energy residuals mixed within the reinforced concrete, emanated from the residual waves of past small fissures that had not completely sealed. 70 meters. The subway tunnel network exhibited a linear distribution of energy flow synchronized with the fluctuations of commuting personnel, showing no abnormalities. 120 meters. Abandoned air raid shelters, with some areas experiencing natural spiritual energy gathering phenomena, but the intensity was insufficient for a threat rating. 200 meters. Suddenly a data stream appeared to have a discontinuity. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and called up a three-dimensional profile. Multiple spiritual veins in the shallow crust should have naturally radiated outward, but underneath the city center, they formed an unnatural convergence, creating a honeycomb structure. The central node was located 60 meters beneath the city government with energy frequency exhibiting signs of regular artificial modulation every 3.7 seconds. The peak of fluctuations rose by 0.4 units, then fell back after 15 seconds, repeating the cycle. This was not a naturally formed energy node. He refocused, enhancing the detection precision to the nanometer level. The contours of the walls gradually became clearer. 3 concealed buildings were buried within the main vein convergence, shaped in standard hexagonal sealed structures coated with an alloy layer that suppressed spiritual energy diffusion. Such materials had only been used twice in national-level high-risk laboratories, once for sealing extraterrestrial debris fragments, and the other during the illegal experimental station uncovered in Yunnan 3 years ago. Memory flashed back. The analysis report of the wall samples seized during that operation indicated that the coating contained 3 rare metals, iridium, niobium, and palladium, melted in specific proportions, effectively blocking over 97% of spiritual energy leakage. The spectral characteristics of the coating on these buildings matched the samples from back then, with a compatibility rate of 91. The conditions for judgment were met. Lin Xiao accessed the national database to compare known parameters of entropy shadow stronghold buildings. Results showed the alloy composition of the walls was consistent with the same energy supply method, and the hexagonal structural layout conformed to the organization's usual design template. The 3-point cross-validation was complete. Target confirmed the underground facility belonged to the Entropy Shadow organization. He did not hesitate, immediately submitting the complete coordinates, structural diagrams, and judgment basis through the reporting system, selecting the highest priority channel for transmission. The system automatically encrypted the transmission, and 5 seconds later it responded: command received, special forces deployed. Lin Xiao remained in position. The detector switched to real-time monitoring mode, accessing the frontline feedback signals. The screen split into 4 feeds, the first provided by a miniature wall-penetrating radar, showing the internal passage distribution of the buildings, the second from high-altitude satellite thermal imaging, capturing multiple life signs concentrated in the central control area, the third from the tactical lenses worn by the ground strike team approaching the designated demolition point. The fourth had yet to be activated, marked as backup communication link. He stared at the main screen, his finger always resting near the detector's switch. At such times he could not let go. If the raid triggered an energy backlash, he must report the new risk coordinates immediately. 20 minutes later, the front line transmitted footage. Multiple sealed laboratories were forcibly breached with internal devices bearing the distinctive spiral patterns of entropy shadow. Filing cabinets were scattered everywhere with papers bearing the numbers of human experiment records and the titles of extraterrestrial consciousness parasitism simulation reports. A server was still running, scrolling with brainwave fitting data with the subjects labeled as Batch 7 volunteers, most actual age fields left blank. Chun Zhen's voice came through the communication channel. They started earlier than we imagined. His words were cut off mid-sentence. Almost simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in Lin Xiao's ears: detected core clues related to global anomalies, further investigation recommended. He stared at the screen, not responding. The image froze in a corner of a laboratory. There was an independent terminal, the screen dark, but a faint current fluctuation lingered at the interface. The detector captured this signal, frequency 3.2 Hz, remarkably similar to some unknown interference source recorded during his coastal fissure warnings, with a deviation value of only 0.03. This was no coincidence. His thumb gently pressed the side button of the detector, isolating and locking onto that signal. The reporting system automatically classified it as pending verification item and temporarily sealed it. A new message popped up at the bottom of the main screen: the raid operation had completed preliminary cleanup and no casualties were found on site, with all data being taken over by the technical team of the headquarters. Subsequent handling was assigned to the special disposal team of Area B. Lin Xiao still sat in front of the terminal. The detector at his waist was in low power mode, the indicator light flickering faintly. His gaze did not leave the screen, not even for a second. Those open laboratories were like silent mouths, expelling unspoken information. He knew that this report was only the first stone turned. There were deeper things yet to be uncovered. The communication channel fell silent. No one moved in the command hall. The duty officer had long since changed shifts, and the 2 newcomers stood at a distance by the control panel, whispering to each other. Seeing him unmoving, they did not dare to approach. 37 minutes passed. The main screen suddenly flickered. It was the inactive 4th signal, which automatically connected at that moment. After a few blurry frames, it stabilized, showing a narrow passage with walls reflecting a cold, gray metallic sheen. The camera slowly advanced, capturing a dragging mark on the ground, disappearing around the corner. No sound. No footsteps. Only the camera continued to move forward, passing through a damaged fire door and entering an empty room. In the center stood a metal table on which lay a sealed box, the label facing outward stating, Sample, Gene 9 Viability Test Interruption, Reason External Intervention. The box was intact, but Lin Xiao could see the type of lock it had, a vintage mechanical knob lock instead of a standard electronic password lock. This design meant it did not require electricity to maintain its seal, suitable for long-term storage of high-risk materials. His fingers tightened. The detector sensed the emotional fluctuation and automatically increased its sensitivity by 1 level. In that moment, he captured an extremely faint energy dissipation around the box, the wavelength matching the parameters of the host adaptation fluid mentioned in previous human experiment records. The system did not issue an alarm, because this did not fall within the current task scope. But he knew this box should not be appearing here. The normal raid procedure would immediately seal and relocate such items rather than allowing the camera to sweep by without taking any action, unless someone intentionally let this footage leak out. To show him, Lin Xiao slowly exhaled. There was no stabbing pain in his chest, nor was there a rapid heartbeat. All physiological indicators were normal. But he was clear that some matters had already changed. That earlier line, "They started earlier than we imagined," was not meant for the entire command group. It was specifically directed at him. Chunjin knew he would be watching until the end. He also knew he would notice that box. He raised his left hand and checked the detector interface again. Spiritual energy resonance mode was still running, scanning within the city's crust layer. No new abnormal signals. Everything was calm, but he no longer believed in calm. The copper cigarette case at the right corner of the table still lay in place, its lid closed, the engraving facing downwards. He did not touch it, nor did he need to. The current pivot was not memory, but judgment. He secured the detector back onto his belt, ensuring the clasp was tightly locked. Then he sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the main screen. The image still lingered in that empty room. The camera did not move again. The sealed box stood quietly there like a stone sunk to the bottom of the water. His finger hovered over the reporting button. He did not press it, nor could he press it. This was not a standby after a routine task. This was waiting for the next signal. He knew the cleanup work was not finished. What the next group would do upon entering. What they would find. Would anyone open that box? He did not know, but he had to watch. A timer popped up on the left side of the main screen. 41 minutes had passed since the raid operation ended. On the right was the real-time energy curve graph showing that the underground spiritual vein network's fluctuation frequency had returned to normal levels, as if everything that had just occurred had never happened. Lin Xiao blinked. His gaze did not shift. The detector vibrated slightly. It was a low battery reminder. He ignored it. There was still 37% battery life left. Enough. Sufficient to wait for the next screen change. Enough to confirm where the dragging mark led. He sat there, motionless, silent, his finger resting on the detector switch, ready to respond at any moment. The main screen suddenly switched. It was a new return image. Cleaning robots entered the passage, beginning to retrieve scattered documents. The camera paused for a second as it swept over the metal table. The sealed box was gone. The main screen freezes on the location of the metal table in the empty room. The sealed box has vanished. Lin Xiao stands up, retracting the detector back to his belt and fastening it. He doesn't glance at the screen again, turning to exit the command terminal room. The corridor lights are a harsh white, the sound of his footsteps swallowed by the sound-absorbing wall panels. The scene from 37 minutes ago still spins in his mind. The cleaning robot entered the camera, swept across the table, paused briefly, and the box disappeared. Such a gap should not exist in normal procedures. Someone is waiting for him to discover this. He receives an order: on-site re-examination, focusing on checking non-standard movement traces. The elevator descends to the zone level -4, the entrance to the laboratory, cordoned off. 2 technicians are collecting scattered documents, not lifting their heads. Lin Xiao walks straight towards the vacant room. The metal table has been moved to the corner, leaving 2 shallow scratches on the floor. He crouches down, his fingers brushing over the ground where the layer of dust is interrupted by ragged edges from dragging. This is not left by a robot. Its track is clean and precise, not deviating by even half a centimeter. He brings up the previous surveillance footage, locking onto the time point when the robot entered. In the footage, the camera zooms in, the table remains unmoved in its original position. However, as it pulls back, the perspective shakes slightly. At that moment, the distance between the table leg and the wall changed. It has been moved by someone at least once. Lin Xiao stands up and moves around to the back of the ventilation grill. It is backlit and the dust accumulation is thicker than elsewhere. He pulls out the detector and switches to microtrace scanning mode. The indicator light flashed 3 times, capturing a hint of blood reaction. He rubbed the edge of the grill with his fingertips sticky, dark red, not completely dried. He dismantles the grill. A body is curled up in the compartment face down, dressed in a black tactical suit with a lean physique, the right arm pressed beneath him. Lin Xiao turns him over, noticing the strangulation marks on the neck, eyes slightly open, pupils dilated. The time of death is no more than 2 hours. He examines both hands. The left hand is empty, while the right pinky wears a ring. The design is serpentine, the ring face, an oval black stone intricately engraved. Lin Xiao's breath catches. He has seen this ring before. 3 months ago, while lying in wait for a night owl informant outside an abandoned factory near the border, he sensed a shadow following him. At that time, the moonlight sliced across the wall, and in the moment the person raised their hand, a cold light flashed from the pinky. It was too quick. He only caught a silhouette. Now the silhouette and the actual object coincide. He removes the ring and places it into an evidence bag. He brings the detector close to the surface of the bag, initiating a precision scan. The screen flickers for a few seconds, then a prompt appears: detected core component of a reporting shield. The residual activity of the signal source is 0.6, with an encoding level higher than the current database records. Unable to analyze the deep structure, Lin Xiao stares at the line of text. The shield can block the signal transmission of the reporting system, allowing abilities to exist invisible. Previously seized devices were either entire units or fragments, and never had a core component carried in the form of a ring. This item is not just a token, it is a functional piece. Moreover, being worn close to the body suggests the owner needed frequent access to high-risk targets. He recalls that Night Stalker did not launch an attack, merely observed. As if confirming something, the owner of the ring may be a link in the surveillance chain. He stowed the evidence bag into his inner pocket and scanned the scene once more. The body has no identification, the tactical suit bears no insignia, and the soles of the shoes are severely worn, but there is a fresh scratch on the right heel, irregular in shape. He pulls out his phone to capture the details, preparing to send them to the technical team for comparison. Just as he puts the phone away, the communication channel crackles to life. No need to report. Chenjin's voice comes through. I am already on my way. 10 seconds later, footsteps echo from the end of the corridor. The sound of leather shoes striking the ground is steady. Chenjin walks in the hem of his trench coat, damp with rain, and he isn't holding an umbrella. He glances at the body. His gaze falls on the empty right hand, then shifts to Lin Xiao's face. You found him, he says. Lin Xiao does not respond. Chenjin steps closer, reaching out to touch the ring face. He isn't wearing gloves, yet his movements resemble those of inspecting a familiar item. His fingertip lightly presses the black stone, the engravings slightly glowing before extinguishing. It seems we have found the person in charge of entropy shadow within the territory. He says, his tone is casual, as if stating the weather. Lin Xiao watches him. Chenjin stands relaxed, brow unwrinkled, breath steady. Even his gaze does not linger for a second. As if this scene had been anticipated long ago. Yet only 40 minutes had passed since the raid, and the cleanup procedure was executed by a special team from Zone, with no information released externally. Chenjin should not know of the Bodis' existence so soon, nor should he appear at this precise moment. Unless he is waiting. Waiting for Lin Xiao to discover the ring. Waiting for this lead to surface. This person Lin Xiao begins is not just an informant. He carries the core component of the shield, able to approach me without triggering a report. He is specifically monitoring me. Chenjin nods. So he will die here. Who killed him? Unclear. Chenjin retracts his hand, but the one who acted did not take the ring. This indicates they either did not realize its value, or deliberately left it for us. Lin Xiao remains silent. The latter possibility seems greater. If it were an internal cleanup, there would be no need to leave such obvious clues. But if it were an enemy setup, it could be too easily exposed. The only explanation is, someone wants him to see this ring to confirm its existence, and thus affirm the fact that he has been under surveillance. And Chenjin's appearance coincidentally validates this. He is not here to investigate the case. He is here to receive the results. Prepare for the handover. Chenjin says the technical center needs the original for frequency reverse analysis. Lin Xiao pulls out the evidence bag and hands it over. Chenjin does not take it. You hold on to it, he says. You are the first discoverer. The process requires full supervision. Lin Xiao remains unmoved. Do you not trust me? Chenjin asks. I do not trust the timing, Lin Xiao replies. You were watching when the box disappeared. You were on your way when the body appeared. What I hold now may have already appeared in your plans. Chenjin gives a brief smile, a fleeting lift of the corner of his mouth. Some fires need someone to jump in first, he says, to illuminate the path ahead. This is something he often says before major operations. But this time Lin Xiao hears a different meaning. He is being guided, not to track down the enemy, but to walk into a circle that has already been drawn. Yet he still stows the evidence bag into the inner pocket of his trench coat. The detector vibrates at his waist, signaling low battery. He ignores it. There's still 34% power left, enough to hold out until the technical center. Let's go. Chunjun turns. The car is waiting at the exit. Lin Xiao takes one last look at the ventilation opening. The grill is askew, the edge still stained with blood. The technician did not come to take photos nor mark the evidence point. The entire room seems deliberately maintained in an unprocessed state, waiting for them to complete this set of procedures. He follows Chunjun out of the laboratory, the caution tape lifted and then dropped. The corridor lights turn on segment by segment, illuminating the elevator entrance. The two walk side by side, their footsteps in sync. The hem of their trench coats brushes past each other's elbows. The elevator doors open. Lin Xiao stands on the outside, hand resting on the door frame. Chunjun enters, first pressing the button for the ground level. The numbers light up and the doors slowly close. Just as the gap shrinks to 10 centimeters, Lin Xiao suddenly turns back. That corner in the direction of the ventilation. He remembers that when he removed the grill, besides the body, there was one other thing. A piece of fabric wedged between the metal supports, deep gray in color with a texture like suit lining. At the time, he thought it was left by a cleaner and paid no mind. But now he recalls that kind of material is unsuitable for an underground environment. Too slippery, prone to collecting dust. Only those who have been active in a confined space for a long time would wear it. For example, in the surveillance room. The doors closed. The elevator ascended. Lin Xiao lowered his head, hand reaching into the inner pocket of his trench coat, feeling the edge of the evidence bag. The plastic is smooth, the seal tight. The ring is inside along with the data. As long as it reaches the technical center, analysis can commence. Yet he suddenly feels uncertain. Is this ring truly left by the person in charge of Entropy Shadow? Or is it evidence meant to prove the person in charge's existence? The elevator reaches the ground. The doors open, cold air rushes in. A black armored vehicle is parked in front of the management bureau, building, the engine running. The driver remains inside, the side window lowered halfway, revealing a corner of a tactical headset. Chunjun steps out, his pace steady. Lin Xiao follows his footsteps, landing on the non-slip tiles, making brief sounds. The rear door of the vehicle opens. He sits on the right side, while Chunjun takes the left. The evidence bag is placed in the storage compartment between the two, pressed against the partition. The vehicle starts. Lin Xiao stares out the window, the city nightscape rushing by. Neon lights flicker, the street is empty. The detector vibrates again. This time it's not low battery, it's an external signal disturbance. He looks down at the screen, a line of small text appears, detected residual frequency of the same type, source direction 300 meters directly behind. He turns back sharply. The rear window of the vehicle is pitch black, nothing is visible. But his finger is already pressed on the switch of the detector. The vehicle heads towards the Central Technical Bureau. The armored vehicle drove into the headquarters parking lot, its tires making a muffled sound as they rolled over the speed bumps. Lin Xiao pressed his right hand against the evidence bag, the plastic edge digging into his palm. The vehicle came to a halt and the door automatically popped open. A cold wind rushed in and he glanced down at the detector. Its screen displayed that external signal remnants had vanished and the frequency had returned to zero. Chunjun exited the vehicle first, the hem of his trench coat sweeping over the threshold. Lin Xiao followed his footsteps, landing on the concrete floor, the sound swallowed halfway by the sound-absorbing wall panels. At the end of the corridor was the entrance to Technical Center area, where two alloy doors were opening, blue light scanning their facial information. Data fragments must be completely integrated. Chunjun said as he walked. The Watcher system has been silent for over 72 hours, and the spiritual network nodes are beginning to sever. Lin Xiao remained silent. He stared at the white light streaming through the gap in the door ahead, recalling the patterns that flashed within the core of the ring. It was not ordinary coding, but a kind of pulse sequence overlapping with the waveform the system had provided during his report. The door opened. The main control hall was quieter than usual. Technical personnel sat in front of 3 rows of terminals, no one speaking. A fragment of the ARC controller stood on the central platform, its silver-gray, cubic surface riddled with cracks resembling a dry riverbed. A few wires extended from its bottom, connecting to the main control console. A technician wearing a white lab coat approached, extending his hand. Hand the evidence over to me. Lin Xiao did not move. You will oversee the entire process. Chunjun stood to the side, his tone flat, but the operation must be performed by professionals. Lin Xiao handed over the evidence bag. The other party took it and immediately walked towards the isolation operation room. The glass door closed and ultraviolet lights activated. They observed through the observation window as actions unfolded inside. Tweezers grasped the ring, securing it on a disassembly rack. A laser cut open the sealing layer, extracting a black chip the size of a fingernail. High-density storage unit, the technical team leader said in a low voice. The structural hierarchy exceeds the standard database definitions. Attempt to read it. Chunjun ordered. The chip was inserted into the main control console's interface. The screen flickered for a few seconds before displaying a red warning. Insufficient permissions. Biometric features of the reporter are required. Only Lin Xiao can come. The team leader turned back. Lin Xiao stepped up to the console and pressed his left thumb. The fingerprint verification passed, and the system prompted the next step: iris neural wave synchronization authentication. He leaned close to the scanning port. Green light swept across his pupils, and a faint humming sound resonated in his ears. That was the neural wave collector at work, detecting the unique electrical frequency when his cerebral cortex connected to the reporting system. The screen flickered. Identifying. Reporting frequency 987 times. Effective reinforcement feedback. Rate 100. Matching successful. Permission level X001. Special associate. The characters flickered a few times before turning green. The repair protocol initiated. The main control console automatically retrieved historical data streams, beginning to interface with fragment information. Lin Xiao stepped back half a step, the detector at his waist vibrating slightly. It was not an alarm, but a resonance. The frequency matched the data stream being received by the controller. On the platform, faint silver light glimmered from the cracks in the cube. Thin lines extended from the edges of the fissures as if blood vessels were being refilled. The main screen switched to display the global distribution map of the spiritual network nodes. The dozens of red dots that had previously been extinguished were gradually turning yellow, then rising to green. Signal recovery progress 34, someone reported. Continue to inject. Chunjin focused on the screen, maintained stable input. Time passed second by second. Lin Xiao stood still, his eyes fixed on the cube. It was reorganizing not only its physical form, but also its internal logical structure. The way those patterns changed did not resemble the operation of a program, it seemed more like breathing. Suddenly the main screen flickered. All charts disappeared. A silver-white cube projection floated in the air, slowly rotating. A voice emerged, steady and emotionless, yet carrying an indescribable weight. Your reporting behavior has accelerated the filtering process of the spiritual network. Lin Xiao looked up. The overall consciousness carrying capacity of humanity has reached the critical value ahead of schedule. The resistance threshold has increased by 21. 6. Chunjun did not interrupt. He stood still, hands clasped behind his back, as if he had known this moment would come. Lin Xiao spoke. The projection did not respond to the name, but continued. The purpose of the filtering is to confirm the possibility of life forms that can resist the harvesting of alien consciousness. Why me? Lin Xiao asked. Because every time you report, you are strengthening the collective will pathway. And you, among 987 instances of risk exposure, have never shown signs of consciousness contamination. Are there others? Lin Xiao's throat tightened. There were. The AI paused for half a second, but they failed to pass the third phase test. You are currently the only surviving and continuously contributing node individual. Lin Xiao suddenly looked at Chunjun. You all knew from the start. Chunjun's gaze did not waver. The system judged autonomously. We are only responsible for execution. Execute what? Lin Xiao's voice lowered. Am I a test subject? Or bait? You are a key. Chunjun said it was not arranged by anyone, it was chosen by the data. The projection on the main screen suddenly turned towards Lin Xiao. Characters floated on the surface of the cube, finally settling into a phrase: to find life forms capable of resisting the harvesting of alien consciousness. Such as you. As the words fell, the projection dissipated. The main control console automatically locked, entering standby mode. The screen displayed spiritual network signal restored to 76.0, core protocol restart completed. The hall fell into silence. The technical team leader reported softly, the controller is temporarily stable, but monitoring of energy fluctuations must continue. No one responded. Lin Xiao stood still, his hand unconsciously reaching for the detector. It was still warm, the temperature significantly higher than normal. That dialogue moments ago was not an illusion. That AI had indeed pointed out his name. Not a number, not a code, but you. He was not the first, but he had survived to this day. Moreover, he was marked as the only. The task is complete. Chunjun finally turned. You can go back and rest now. The elevator doors opened at the end of the corridor. Chunjun stepped inside and stood still. The numbers lit up and the doors slowly closed. Lin Xiao did not move. It was not until the metal doors completely shut that he lowered his head, staring at the detector in his hand. The screen was dark, but the device still trembled slightly, as if it sensed something invisible. The lights in the main control hall cast an even glow. On the platform, the cube stood quietly, its cracks reduced by nearly half. Its surface shimmered with silver light, occasionally flashing with a quick blue line like electric current passing through. Lin Xiao lifted his foot and walked 2 steps towards the exit direction. Then he stopped. He turned back to look at the control console. The air where the AI had appeared seemed to still retain a hint of fluctuation. He remembered the rhythm of that phrase. It was not a mechanical repetition, but an expression with pauses and choices. It knew he was listening. It also knew he would ask, and it knew very well that he would not believe the answers easily. Footsteps approached from the other end of the corridor. Two technicians were pushing equipment cases, quietly discussing parameter calibration. Lin Xiao stepped aside. They nodded at him as they passed, not a single person looking at him twice. He resumed his steps, heading towards the safety gate. Card swiped verification completed. The door opened. Outside was the management bureau park, shrouded in night. In the distance, the office building still had lights on, but this side was nearly vacant. The wind blew through the gaps between the buildings, lifting the hem of his trench coat. He did not get into the car. Instead, he leaned against the wall, took out the detector, and rebooted it. The screen lit up, automatically switching to the spiritual network monitoring interface. The signal strength bar steadily rose, currently reaching 78.3. On the map, the green dots representing nodes were increasing. However, in the southwestern corner, a small area remained a gray blind spot. He stared at that spot. His finger slid across the screen, zooming in on the coordinates. The location marker displayed outskirts of the northwest Gobi SH-01 base, precisely where he arrived during his last mission. The detector suddenly vibrated once. It was neither an alarm nor a resonance. It was a new prompt tone, brief with a single frequency, unlike anything that had appeared before. Before he could react, a line of small text popped up at the bottom of the screen: unknown data packet request for access, source ARC controller. The scanner burned hot in his palm. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall outside the administration bureau's archives center, the chill of the metal doorframe seeping through his trench coat into his shoulder. He had just left the technical center. The watcher's words, "You are the sole surviving node individual who continues to contribute," still echoed in his mind. He refused to believe it, yet data never lied. From the far end of the corridor, hurried footsteps approached. A guard jogged toward him, clutching a summons slip. X-001, urgent situation. New matches emerged from the Black Market Association list. You are required immediately at Interrogation Room B. Lin Xiao did not ask who it was. He slid the scanner back into his waistband and strode forward. His boots struck the anti-slip floor tiles with muffled thuds absorbed by sound-dampening panels. He knew once the system initiated its investigation, it would not cease until every linked individual was accounted for. Interrogation Zone B blazed with sterile light. Two alloy doors stood sealed. Behind the observation window, two armed guards stood motionless. Lin Xiao swiped his card and entered the observation room. The interrogator's voice crackled instantly in his earpiece. Subject exhibits extreme emotional volatility and refuses cooperation. We have severed all external communications. But he suddenly broke free, seized a guard's sidearm. Lin Xiao stepped forward, pressing his forehead to the cold glass. In the interrogation chair sat Wang Dezhu. He wore a faded work jacket, his hair disheveled, his right hand clenched tightly around a standard-issue pistol, its muzzle pressed hard against his temple. Sweat glistened across his face, his lips trembled, his eyes bloodshot. "Don't come closer," he roared, voice raw. "No one, move a step." The interrogator stood beyond the safety line, palms raised in calm. "Wang Dezhu, you're here only to assist the investigation, not as a suspect. Put down the weapon. We can talk." "Bullshit." Wang Dezhu jerked his head up. "You dragged me here because you've already decided I'm tied to the black market, haven't you? The serial number on that cigarette box matched. Did you accuse me of selling intelligence? But do you know what I was permitted to report, and what I was forbidden to speak of?" Lin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. "A cigarette box. Zhao Tietuan's bronze case." "No. Another one, the old tin box Wang Dezhu always carried in his pocket back when he worked on construction sites, its surface stamped with a faded lottery motif. He'd once joked it was his luck talisman. Now that symbol had become a link in the evidentiary chain. Lin Xiao removed his earpiece and addressed the monitor operator. "Impossible. It's too dangerous. He could fire at any second. He's my master." Lin Xiao's voice remained low, but unwavering. "I can handle this." The operator hesitated for 2 seconds, then pressed the isolation door's release button. The door hissed open. Lin Xiao entered the interrogation room, steps measured and steady. He carried no weapon, wore no ballistic vest. Only his trench coat, hands buried deep in its pockets. The scanner vibrated faintly at his waist, its rhythm slow, no alarm. "Old Wang," he said, voice low but clear. "It's Lin Xiao." Wang Dezhu shuddered violently, his eye twitched. But the gun did not waver. "What do you want? To watch me die? Or file your report on my treason?" "I won't file that report." Lin Xiao took one step forward, halting precisely at the safety threshold. "I know you didn't betray the nation. You know nothing." Wang Dezhu's voice cracked like splitting timber. "You have no idea what they hold, or what I see each night behind closed eyes." Slowly Lin Xiao raised his left hand, palm outward. "Then tell me." "I'm listening, right now." Wang Dezhu heaved ragged breaths. His finger trembled violently over the trigger. Sweat traced paths down his temples into his eyes. He didn't blink. Lin Xiao closed his own. Spiritual perception activated, not scanning for energy fluctuations, but tracing emotional residue. This ability he'd only recently mastered, detecting minute shifts in spiritual fields to discern a person's inner truth. He'd used it once before, when Yi Jinjin collapsed. Then he sensed only fear and suppression. Now what flooded his awareness was pure unadulterated despair. No anger, no calculation, no hostility. Only the suffocating agony of a soul cornered beyond endurance. He opened his eyes and stepped forward, crossing the safety line without hesitation. "You're not a traitor," he said. "You were simply grasped by the throat." Wang Dazhu staggered as if struck. 3 children. His voice crumbled. Northwest Mountain region. I supported them for 3 years. They took them. When the photos arrived, gags stuffed in their mouths, eyes wide open. He choked, a guttural sob rising in his throat. They forced me to become an informant, to monitor everyone entering and exiting the bureau, to record who met whom. I fed them false intel mixed with truth. But they uncovered it. Said if I disobeyed again, they'd kill 1 child. The pistol's muzzle began to dip. Lin Xiao advanced once more, placed his hand gently atop the barrel, and guided it downward. "We'll rescue the children," he said. "I swear it. I'll activate the extraction protocol immediately. But first, you must give me the weapon." Wang Dazhu shook his head, tears splattered onto the floor. "It's useless. They're not even in the country. All signals are jammed. Even if I reported it, no one could locate them." "I can." Lin Xiao held his gaze. "Just give me one thread, a location, a code name, a transaction method. Anything. I won't report you, but I will report them." These hands were never meant to betray brothers. Wang Dazhu finally lifted his eyes. He looked at Lin Xiao, as if seeing him for the first time, the boy who once hauled cement and steel beams beneath his supervision, now standing before him in a black trench coat, eyes steady as forged iron. "You aren't afraid I'll lie to you too?" he rasped. "Yes," Lin Xiao replied, "but I'm more afraid you'll die, and then those children truly have no one left to save them." Wang Dazhu's fingers slowly loosened. The pistol dropped into Lin Xiao's palm. Wang Dazhu slumped backward into the chair, hands flying to cover his face, shoulders convulsing violently. No sobs escaped. Only suppressed, racking tremors like white-hot iron plunged into icy water, hissing, steaming, refusing to shatter. Lin Xiao handed the weapon to the guard waiting at the door, then knelt, bringing himself level with Wang Dazhu's gaze. "The address. Any detail, no matter how small." Wang Dazhu fumbled a crumpled scrap of paper from his trouser pocket and passed it over, fingertips shaking. "They contacted me using the codename Shepherd. Final digits of the transfer account, 7081. And there's a voice recording, hidden behind the lottery machine at my home." Lin Xiao accepted the note and tucked it into his inner coat pocket. The guard entered quietly and led Wang Dazhu away. He offered no resistance, allowed himself to be guided upright, and as he passed, Lin Xiao murmured hoarsely, "Shaolin. Master failed you. But I truly had no choice." Lin Xiao gave no reply, only a single solemn nod. The door clicked shut. The interrogation room stood empty. Lin Xiao remained rooted where he stood. The scanner at his waist pulsed once. Not an alarm. Not resonance. A new alert tone, brief, singular in frequency, identical to the data packet request he'd received earlier at the technical center. He did not open it. He turned and walked out of the interrogation zone, down the long corridor, steps unhurried and deliberate. Overhead lights bathed the passage, evenly casting sharp folds along the hem of his trench coat. He did not head to Command Central or the equipment room. Instead, he made straight for the archive center. The metal door slid open automatically. Inside stood rows of data terminals, electronic archive index screens glowed on the walls. He approached the terminal at the farthest rear, swiped his card, logged in with authorization code X001. The screen brightened. Enter search keyword. He watched the cursor blink for several seconds, then typed 2 characters, black market list. System loading. Progress bar advanced slowly. Lin Xiao remained still, hands resting lightly on the terminal's edge. Beyond the window stretched the bureau's nocturnal campus. Street lamps flared one after another like nails driven silently into the earth, holding this land fast. The screen refreshed. Match results, 37 individuals. The list scrolled. Names, ID numbers, evidence, reference codes, risk classifications. Lin Xiao found Wang Dazhu instantly, 29th on the list. Beside his name read, pending verification. The evidence field noted partial match with recovered communication device serial number. He scrolled lower, then froze. A photograph beneath one name arrested his attention, a girl 16 or 17, braided hair, framing her face, standing on a barren Gobi expanse, hills stark and desolate behind her. She held a bone flute to her lips, smiling directly at the lens. In the photo's lower right corner, fine print reads, Su Hongxiu Gobi Shepherdess, Associated Experiment, Recordess, age 017749. Lin Xiao's finger hovered above the touchscreen. He remembered that name. On the day he upgraded the scanner, Lao Zhou had mentioned a yellowed news clipping about a shepherdess capable of stabilizing spiritual pulse fluctuations. At the time, he dismissed it as fragmented intel, never pursued it further. Now her face appeared among black market associates' dossiers. He tapped to open the details page. The page loaded halfway, then stalled. Insufficient privileges. Secondary approval required. Lin Xiao stared at the frozen screen, unmoving. Faint footsteps echoed down the corridor outside, fading gradually into silence. He remained rooted in place, one hand braced against the terminal frame, eyes fixed unblinking. The detector was warm in the palm of his hand. Lin Xiao stood before the terminal in the archive center, his fingertips hovering above the touchscreen. The cursor paused on a notification that read, "Insufficient permissions, level 2 approval required." The photo of Su Hongxiu remained open, her smiling face on the Gobi Desert quietly illuminated like a spark buried in the sand. He did not move. The footsteps in the corridor had faded away. The entire terminal room was left with only him, the overhead fluorescent light emitting a faint humming sound like a low-frequency alert. The matter of Wang Dezhu had just been suppressed. The black market list was only halfway through when this name suddenly jumped out. Linked to the experimental subject number SH017749 associated with Entropy Shadow. This was not a coincidence. The clipping was casually mentioned by Lao Zhou 3 days ago, saying that in the northwest a shepherd girl could stabilize fissure fluctuations by singing, which at the time was categorized as a marginal clue, and even the filing was incomplete. Now the system was stuck, indicating someone did not want this line to be uncovered. Lin Xiao retracted his hand and pulled out a yellowed photocopy from the inner pocket of his coat. The corners of the paper were curled, the ink blurred. It was indeed the old clipping found that day in the data synchronization room. He laid it flat on the operating table next to the terminal, pressing down one corner with the bottom of the detector to prevent it from blowing away. The bone flute pattern appeared rough under the light. An irregular hollow long bone, its surface etched with spiral patterns, seemed to be polished from the leg bone of some animal. He remembered that there was a slight tremor when scanning, which he thought was due to signal interference. He flipped the detector over, opened the calibration cover on the back, and switched to spiritual energy cosource comparison mode. This was a non-standard operation requiring manual input of command codes. A warning popped up on the screen. This function has not passed safety certification. Consequences are at your own risk. Lin Xiao pressed confirm. He aligned the scanning window of the detector with the bone flute image on the clipping and moved slowly. The device was silent for 2 seconds before the sound of gears turning faintly emanated from within. The progress bar began to rise extremely slowly. 12, 38, 61. It froze. He tapped the machine with his finger. Try again. This time the scan lasted 7 seconds, and the screen suddenly flashed a line of text. The energy frequency of the pattern is co-sourced with the core node of the spiritual vein network, matching degree 87. 3. Lin Xiao stared at that string of numbers without blinking. It was not similarity, it was co-sourcing. A bone flute held by a shepherd girl shared the same energy structure as the main nodes of a national spiritual vein monitoring network. This could not possibly be a natural product, nor did it resemble a folk artifact. He immediately called up the permissions interface and clicked on Su Hongxiu's profile details once again. The loading icon spun 3 times, yet the same prompt popped up. Level 2 approval locked. Application requires the signature of a deputy director or above. He let out a cold laugh. Such a level of lockdown is usually only used for cases involving foreign infiltration or internal betrayal. How could an ability user with no military registration, no documentation, and no reporting record trigger such a protective mechanism? Unless she was already being watched. Moreover, it was not by the management bureau, but by someone else. He tucked the clipping away, folding it into a small piece and stuffing it into his inner pocket. The detector switched back to regular monitoring mode and clipped back to his belt. As he turned, his steps were steady, not looking back. The corridor lights were evenly dispersed, illuminating the creases of his coat's hem. He walked through the B district corridor towards the temporary office. The access control system recognized his iris and beeped, unlocking the door. The room was not large. There was a metal table, a folding chair, and an equipment cabinet standing in the corner. On the table was an unopened wilderness survival kit he had received from Lao Zhou before setting off. Next to it was a blank task briefing printed just now, not yet filled out. Lin Xiao sat down, opened the data recording interface of the detector, and exported the comparison results as an encrypted file. He prepared to write a formal report to apply for access permissions. Even if it was rejected, he wanted to leave a trace. Just as he inserted the USB drive, the door opened. Chen Jun stood at the entrance. He wore regular clothes, draped in a dark gray wool coat, holding neither a folder nor a communicator. The sound of his left leg prosthetic on the floor was quieter than usual. Not back yet? He asked, his voice low. Lin Xiao removed the USB drive and discreetly placed it into the drawer. I was just about to write a report. Chunjin walked in and casually closed the door behind him. He stood by the table, his gaze sweeping across the detector's screen, lingering for a moment. Are you investigating Su Hongxiao? Lin Xiao raised his eyes. You know this name. I know she is missing. Chunjin said the last signal appeared in the northwest Gobi 17 kilometers north of the SH-01 coordinates in an area without surveillance coverage. Before the signal was lost, her bone flute had triggered a microscale geospatial resonance with an exceptionally stable waveform. Lin Xiao's finger paused. Is she an experimental subject? Not an experiment conducted by us. Chunjin's tone remained unchanged. 3 years ago, Entropy Shadow established a secret base in the northwest codenamed Shepherd Plan. They screened a batch of teenagers with geospatial affinity, implanting alien fragments to induce awakening. Su Hongxiao was the only one who survived and successfully activated geospatial resonance. Lin Xiao stared at him. Why are you only saying this now? Because no one had seen the bone flute before. Chunjin looked at him. The pattern you scanned today matches the core component in the remnants of the base's documentation from back then. We thought that thing was destroyed. The room fell silent for a few seconds. The detector suddenly vibrated, automatically switching to alert mode. Lin Xiao looked down. The backend program detected a segment of residual frequency. The frequency was highly similar to the data he had just matched. He raised his head. What is the possibility that she is still alive? I don't know, Chunjin said, but if she is indeed dead, the bone flute wouldn't emit a resonance signal by itself. Lin Xiao stood up. I need to go to the northwest. The mission has not been approved yet. I won't wait for approval, he said. If she has been taken, every minute wasted reduces the chances of finding clues. Chunjin did not stop him. Instead, he took out a magnetic card from his coat pocket and placed it on the table. This is a special access code for the 3rd underground level. You can call up the Desert Interference Resistant Module upgrade package and also receive a new type of positioning beacon. But remember, he paused, do not trust any unverified signal sources. Last time someone used false coordinates to lead us into an ambush and 6 special agents died. Lin Xiao took the magnetic card and inserted it into the phone's reading port. Information synchronization was complete and the equipment list was automatically updated. There's one more thing, Chunjin said as he turned. The file you saw was marked as pending deletion half an hour ago. You force-loaded it to retrieve the data. Lin Xiao's expression darkened. Who gave the order? The system log shows the command came from the headquarters data center. The IP went through 3 hops before pointing to a deactivated account. Chunjin looked at him, but I know that the biological key for that account can only be bound by someone at the deputy director level. Saying this, he pushed the door and walked out. The door closed. Lin Xiao stood in place holding the detector. The screen was still lit, displaying the matching result, matching degree 87. 3. He did not turn it off. Instead, he pressed the device against his chest, feeling the faint vibrations it transmitted. It was like a heartbeat, yet also like a distant call. Outside, the night was thick. Streetlights in the park lit up one by one like iron nails driven into the darkness. He walked to the equipment cabinet, pulled open the bottom drawer, and took out a spare battery pack and signal booster. His movements were swift, without hesitation. The coat hung on the chair's back. He reached out to grab it, shook it out, and put it on. He zipped it up to his chin and buttoned the collar. The detector was clipped back to his belt. He took one last look at the table, not touching the blank briefing. He turned and walked out. The elevator indicator lights at the end of the corridor lit up, the numbers slowly descending. He walked towards the 3rd underground level, his footsteps landing on the anti-slip floor tiles, the sound absorbed by the acoustic panels, keeping it very low. He had not set off yet, but he was already on his way. The elevator doors slowly opened on the 3rd underground level, cold white light illuminating Lin Xiao's figure. Just as he took a step forward, the wrist-mounted detector suddenly emitted a sharp alarm with red lights flashing. He glanced down at the screen. Emergency task notification, anomalous energy residue detected in the abandoned factory area east of the city. Priority level A, all assistants respond immediately. He paused for a moment. The zipper of his trench coat was still caught at his chin and the magnetic card was clutched in his right hand. The task in the northwest hadn't been approved and he had only just received the access code. But the dispatch command directly locked his ID X001, forcibly assigning the task, and it could not be rejected. Damn it. He cursed under his breath and turned to head towards the equipment collection station. Old Zhou poked his head out from behind the counter. Lin Xiao? Aren't you supposed to go to the Gobi? Last-minute dispatch. Lin Xiao slapped the magnetic card on the counter. I need the Desert Interference Module. It's not finished yet, it'll take 3 days. Then just grab the standard pack. But this thing can't enter high radiation zones. Before he could finish, the broadcast echoed. Special Assistant Lin Xiao, please arrive at the East Gate assembly point within 3 minutes. The vehicle is ready. Lin Xiao grabbed the standard combat pack and threw it over his shoulder, rushing out of the underground level. An electric vehicle was parked on the exit slope, the engine already running. He jumped onto the vehicle, his work boots firmly on the pedals, and with a push of the accelerator, the vehicle shot out like an arrow. 15 minutes later, at the perimeter of the abandoned factory area east of the city, a section of barbed wire lay collapsed, the brake uneven. Several black armored vehicles were parked in the open space at the entrance, and Zhao Taiquan was standing beside one of the vehicles checking his tactical belt. He looked up and saw Lin Xiao, his brows furrowing. "You really came. What kind of assistant would I be if I didn't come?" Lin Xiao jumped out of the vehicle, opened the detector, and scanned the surroundings. "No enemies," Zhao Taiquan said, "but there's something on the ground." He pointed to a pool of dark liquid deep inside the factory, shimmering with an oily sheen. Lin Xiao approached, crouched down, and brought the detector close to the ground. The needle swung violently. "This isn't seepage from a crack," he said. "It's residual biological agent. I'll go first." Zhao Taiquan stepped forward, his right prosthetic leg stepping into the pool of liquid. Crack. The joint of the prosthetic made a strange noise. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up. Zhao Taiquan's body stiffened, the metal shell of his right leg began to smoke, black mist pouring out through the seams. He let out a muffled groan, his knee buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, his face pressed against the concrete. "Zhao Taiquan." Lin Xiao rushed over, flipping him onto his back. Zhao Taiquan's eyes widened, his pupils unfocused, his jaw clenched tight, and veins bulging on his neck. His right hand gripped his left arm tightly, his knuckles turning white. Lin Xiao immediately activated his spiritual sensing. His vision shifted instantly. The human meridians lit up with blue lines in his vision, toxins slithering like ink snakes along the nervous system, having breached the spinal center and were approaching the brainstem. The energy core inside the prosthetic was going out of control, the released fluctuations resonating with the toxins, accelerating their spread. "The source of the toxin comes from the prosthetic," he said softly. Zhao Taiquan squeezed out a few words from his throat. "No. It's an exercise." Lin Xiao yanked open his combat suit collar, pressed the detector against his chest, and manually adjusted it to deep scan. Data scrolled rapidly on the screen, finally stabilizing on a line of prompts: neurotoxin type unknown, spread rate extremely fast, estimated time to heart invasion 2 hours and 47 minutes. "Hold on," Lin Xiao said. He put away the detector, slipped his hands under Zhao Taiquan's arms, and exerted force to lift him up. Zhao Taiquan was half a head shorter than him, but his weight was much heavier. The muscle density after steel bone enhancement far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, standing straight, and quickly rushing toward the factory exit. The gravel ground jolted, each step sending pain through his shoulders. Zhao Taiquan's head rested against his back, breath short, occasionally twitching. Lin Xiao's forehead was sweating, his work boots stepping over broken pipes and leaping over collapsed pits, taking the shortest route toward the base gate. The passage was narrow and armored vehicles could not enter. Medical staff were still standing by at the rear. "Can't wait." Lin Xiao quickened his pace. The detector vibrated at his waist. He freed one hand to press the side button, and the screen popped up. A new prompt: detected high-risk neurotoxin energy spectrum database comparison in progress. Match successful. Entropy shadow biological agent prototype sequence designation level lockdown item. Lin Xiao did not stop. He knew this name. It had been mentioned once in the internal archives of the Management Bureau, an organization codenamed Entropy Shadow, specializing in the physiological modification and neural control technology of superhumans. Their emblem was a distorted spiral pattern etched onto all their experimental subjects. Zhao Taiquan's prosthetic bore this mark. 20 minutes later, at the emergency entrance of the medical department, Lin Xiao burst through the glass door and shouted, "Emergency! Neurotoxin invasion!" 2 medical staff rushed out, pushing a stretcher. Lin Xiao laid Zhao Taiquan on the bed and stepped back 2 paces, panting heavily. The detector was still alarming, the red light flashing continuously. The doctor quickly checked the vital signs: pupil reactions, heart rate, and blood oxygen levels. The nurse connected an intravenous line, preparing the purification procedure. The chief physician reviewed the scan report, his expression growing somber. "The toxin has penetrated the myocardial barrier," he said. "Conventional blood dialysis is ineffective. A special antidote is needed, but the pharmacy has no stock." "What about applying for an emergency call?" Lin Xiao asked. "The higher-ups did not approve the special drug usage permit." The doctor shook his head. "The system is jammed." "How long?" "At the current spread rate, a maximum of 3 hours." Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on Zhao Taiquan in the rescue room. Under the breathing mask, his face appeared pale, and his right hand still tightly clutched that copper cigarette case, his knuckles turning white. The heartbeat curve on the monitor fluctuated weakly, like a line that could snap at any moment. They were not friends. They never had been. During training they fought, in missions they stole credit. On the day the reporting mechanism was live-streamed across the internet, Zhao Taiquan had called him out in front of everyone, saying he traded his teammates for medals. But just 3 days ago he had seen Zhao Taiquan throw the cigarette case into the trash, only to silently pick it back up. Lin Xiao punched the wall. The concrete wall cracked under the impact. He withdrew his hand, the skin on his palm broken, blood seeping out. I'll find the antidote. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Taiquan on the other side of the glass, his voice low. Hold on. He unplugged the detector's charging cable, turned, and left. The hem of his trench coat swept around the corner of the hallway, his footsteps fading quickly. The medical department's hall was left with only the ticking of instruments and Zhao Taiquan's faint breathing. Lin Xiao passed through the security door, swiped his card to enter the main building corridor. The detector restarted, locking onto the last signal source of the Entropy Shadow biological agent prototype sequence. The map unfolded, a red dot flashing in the southeastern corner of the city. There lay an abandoned underground pipeline area. He had executed 2 extermination missions there. No registration, no reporting, no support application. He walked straight toward the base garage, his work boots clacking on the anti-slip tiles, the sound absorbed by the soundproof panels. The garage lights turned on automatically. He mounted a modified motorcycle, inserted the key, and the engine roared to life. The detector clipped back to his belt, the screen displaying a countdown, 2 hours and 38 minutes. He twisted the throttle, the bike shot down the slope and into the night. The roar of the engine tore through the night as Lin Xiao crouched on his motorcycle, the hem of his trench coat being pulled taut by the rush of wind. Ahead, the abandoned pipe network area in the southeast corner of the city emerged, its rusted ventilation towers stabbing into the sky like the ribs of a colossal beast. The detector clipped to his belt displayed a countdown, 2 hours and 31 minutes. He decelerated and turned into a collapsed drainage channel. The tires crunched over gravel and oil, the vehicle leaning at a 30-degree angle as it slid 20 meters, finally stopping behind a half-collapsed concrete wall. He turned off the engine and pulled out the key, the movement seamless. The surroundings were dead silent save for the distant sound of dripping water from the pipes. The entrance to the base was hidden 3 layers underground, originally an emergency supply depot from the Cold War era. Wang Dezhu mentioned half a year ago at the lottery station, the man in the purple suit loves to hide things, especially in old-fashioned safes. At that time Lin Xiao hadn't asked who it was, and now he couldn't be bothered to inquire. He advanced while staying close to the wall, adjusting the detector to structural scanning mode. The green light swept across the wall, revealing the internal steel reinforcement layout on the screen. 3 concealed ventilation openings lit up with red dots, pressure-sensitive plates that would trigger a silent alarm if stepped on. He navigated around them and found the inspection cover of the drainage shaft, using a wrench to pry open the screws before lifting the cover and descending inside. The inner wall of the shaft was slick with moisture and the ladder was rusty. He secured his grip with gloved hands, moving down step by step. After 10 meters, he landed on the ground, his feet splashing into standing water with a soft sound. Ahead was an iron door to the storage room, featuring a mechanical rotary lock with no electronic components. Lin Xiao retrieved his listening needle and decoding hook from his tactical waste bag. Pressing his ear against the door seam, he slowly rotated the dial with his right hand, feeling the faint vibrations of the internal pins. Click, click, click. After 3 soft sounds, the lock cylinder loosened. He pushed the door and slipped inside. The room was filled with metal shelves storing sealed boxes, vacuum tubes, and glass bottles marked with unknown symbols. The air was thick with the scent of preservatives and oxidizing metal. The detector switched to thermal scanning, revealing an unusual temperature differential on one wall, an interlayer structure. He approached and wedged a crowbar into the seam. Chunks of cement fell away, revealing an alloy safe embedded in the wall, military grade from the last century, its heavy door covered in scratches. This antique had no network system and could only be physically cracked. The listening needle was deployed once more. He crouched in front of the safe door, holding his breath. The changes in resistance at his fingertips were clearer than his heartbeat. After 7 minutes and 12 attempts, the last pin fell into place. Got it. The safe door swung open, releasing a rush of cold air. Inside, 3 refrigerated injectors lay in an internal compartment labeled with a spiral pattern and the number S7. Beside them was a black metal plate, its surface etched with dense binary patterns and severely worn edges. He took 2 vials of the antidote and stashed them in a shockproof compartment, then slipped the metal plate into his inner pocket. Just as he was closing the safe door, a faint sound of metal sliding came from behind him. The fire door at the end of the corridor slowly opened. A tall, slender figure stood against the light, holding a pistol, the muzzle steadily aimed at his chest. The person wore a dark gray combat suit, their right eye covered by a monocle, a cold smile curling at the corner of their mouth. Lin Xiao, they rasped. Did you think you could take the antidote? Lin Xiao said nothing. The detector continued vibrating at his waist, the energy fluctuation prediction module automatically activating. A red trajectory line appeared at the edge of his vision, the predicted path of the bullet. The other party pulled the trigger. He rolled half a circle to his left, lowering his body. The gunshot exploded, sending debris flying from the concrete wall. The bullet hole landing precisely where he had been standing. At the moment of landing, he swung his right arm fiercely. The detector flew from his hand, arcing toward the assailant's wrist. The metallic clash rang out sharply as the pistol slipped from their grasp, skidding 5 meters away. Before the opponent could react, Lin Xiao had already closed in by 3 steps, his shoulder crashing into their chest. The person staggered back 2 steps, colliding with the wall. The monocle askew. Lin Xiao didn't pursue. Instead, he turned and rushed towards the exit stairs. As he stepped onto the staircase, the sound of hurried breathing and the scraping of hands against the ground came from behind. He knew the other party hadn't given up, but he didn't have time to confirm whether they were unconscious. Bursting out of the stairwell, he returned to the drainage channel, the night wind rushing into his collar. He pulled out a backup jammer, pressed it against the crack in the wall, and hit the activation button. The device emitted false thermal signals enough to fool remote surveillance for 10 minutes. The motorcycle remained where he left it. He climbed on, inserted the key, and the engine roared back to life. The antidote was secured in the vehicle's compartment, the metal plate pressed against his chest. He took one last glance at the entrance of the base. The iron door still firmly closed with no one chasing after him. He twisted the throttle, the vehicle surging up the incline, merging into the flow of traffic on the main road. Streetlights flashed by in succession, leaving streaks of light on the visor. The detector screen updated, remaining time 2 hours and 19 minutes. He maintained a steady speed of 60 miles per hour, avoiding heavily monitored areas. Ahead, the green light at the intersection flickered, about to turn red. A heavy truck was pulling out from the side road, blocking the view for a right turn. Lin Xiao lightly tapped the brakes, preparing to wait. At that moment, the detector suddenly emitted a short beep. He looked down to see a system prompt appearing in the center of the interface. High match data source, detected metal plate information stream, fully matches ARC controller core protocol, immediate transfer to the technical center for analysis is recommended. His expression darkened as he quickly swiped his finger across the screen to close the prompt. Now was not the time to report. Zhao Taixuan's heartbeat was more important than any protocol. The green light illuminated. He released the brakes, and the motorcycle smoothly turned right. The city lights unfolded ahead, the management bureau base located in the northwest, approximately 47 kilometers away. At the current speed, he could reach it in 35 minutes. As he passed the third intersection, 2 bright headlights appeared in the rearview mirror. 300 meters away, they hadn't accelerated, but their route perfectly overlapped with his. He remained calm, his left hand reaching for the backup detection module at his waist, confirming it was fully charged. After 2 more streets, he suddenly turned left into a narrow alley. The tires rolled over the rainwater ditch, splashing muddy water. At the end of the alley was a dead end piled high with construction debris. He turned off the engine, got off the motorcycle, and quickly pushed it into the shadow of a shipping container crouching against the wall. The headlights sped past the alley entrance, not slowing down, moving straight ahead. He waited for 30 seconds before starting the motorcycle again, exiting via a different side road. This time, he took the elevated auxiliary road where the traffic was sparse, making it easier to observe any followers. Everything seemed normal. Upon reaching the outer checkpoint of the base, the countdown displayed 2 hours and 4 minutes. The guard raised a hand to signal him to stop. He presented his identification, his work boots thudding heavily against the ground. "Emergency medical mission," he said. "The antidote has been retrieved. Take me directly to the emergency department." The guard verified the information and waved him through. The motorcycle passed through the iron gate, driving along the circular path toward the medical building. The lights illuminated the exterior walls, reflecting his speeding silhouette in the glass curtain wall. He did not slow down, heading straight for the back door of the emergency department. Once the motorcycle was stable, he removed his helmet and opened the compartment to retrieve the antidote. The 2 injectors were intact, the liquid clear. He gripped the vials tightly and rushed into the corridor. The emergency area was brightly lit. The door to the rescue room was open, and the doctors were adjusting the equipment. Zhao Taixuan lay on the hospital bed, his face pale, the monitoring device showing a weak heartbeat. The nurse was preparing for the 3rd dialysis procedure. Lin Xiao stepped in and handed over the antidote. S7-type neurotoxin antidote, he said. 2 vials stored at low temperature, undamaged. The doctor took them immediately, unsealing for testing. After 30 seconds, he nodded. "It can be used." Lin Xiao retreated to the wall, leaning against the cold tiles. His work boots were caked with mud, and his trench coat sleeves bore signs of abrasion. He watched as the syringe pushed the liquid into the vein until the first vial was fully injected. The heartbeat curve began to rise. He lifted his wrist, and the detector screen dimmed. The task was complete. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Someone was calling his name. He didn't turn around, just murmured, "The person is still alive." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the emergency area heading towards the main building's elevator hall. The hem of his trench coat swayed with each step, the metal plate pressed against his chest, slightly warm. Lin Xiao stepped out of the emergency area, his footsteps echoing dully against the polished corridor tiles. The hem of his trench coat was splattered with mud, clinging to the outer side of his calf, gently flapping with each step. The metal piece was still in the inner pocket of his chest, pressed against his skin and slightly warm. He did not report it or hand it over to the technical center. The antidote had arrived and the task record had been updated, but he decided to see Chunjin first about that black metal piece. The elevator hall was empty. The indicator lights showed that there was no operation from B3 to B1. He pressed the up button, waited 3 seconds, then turned and walked towards the stairwell. Climbing 2 flights of stairs was faster than waiting for the elevator. The sound of his footsteps repeatedly struck the walls in the enclosed space, as if someone was following him. He did not look back. He pushed open the safety door and entered the long corridor on the 2nd floor of the main building. The office area of the management bureau was brightly lit, with the duty officer typing at a terminal, occasionally glancing at the monitoring screen. Lin Xiao walked straight towards the deep, gray metal door at the end, the office of the deputy director. The door was unlocked. He pushed it open. Chunjin sat behind the desk, lightly tapping the terminal screen, with a projection hovering in midair, displaying an encrypted file interface. He looked up, his gaze landing on Lin Xiao's face, before slowly shifting to the detector at his waist. The antidote has arrived. It has. Lin Xiao took out the metal piece from his trench coat's inner pocket and placed it on the desk. The movement was brisk, with no unnecessary words. Chunjin did not touch it. He simply stared at it for 2 seconds, then reached out to close the projection and pulled up another document. The screen lit up with the title reading Night Owl Files B, marked below top secret for special assistant level and above only. In the center of the screen appeared a face, gaunt with deep-set eyes and a mouth that habitually turned down. The name field read Chinyu. Position: former chief scientist of the National Spiritual Energy Research Institute, currently the regional commander of Entropy Shadow in Asia. Lin Xiao stared at that face, memories tearing open a wound in his mind. 3 months ago, in the abandoned pipeline network of the Western District, he detected high-frequency pulse scanning at the edge of a drainage well, with a synchronization rate to the reporting system of 98.7. At that time, he had hidden in a collapsed pipe and saw a hand wearing a snake-shaped ring retracting from the vent. The tail of the ring glimmered faintly, the core frequency band of the reporting shield. He remembered reporting it. He also recalled Chunjin's response at that time: interference from the abandoned signal tower residual electric grid in the old city. You have seen him. Lin Xiao's voice was low, devoid of fluctuations. I have no need to deny it. Chunjin closed the terminal, leaning back in his chair, the backrest making a soft scraping sound. When you were first being tracked, were you testing my system? No. Chunjin shook his head. He was testing whether your reporting mechanism is truly independent of the organizational structure. He needed to confirm. Are you purely a human radar? Lin Xiao stood still, his right hand subtly moving towards the detector at his waist. His knuckles tightened, palms sweating. He did not activate the scan or call for support. He knew it was futile. And you? He asked. Chunjin did not answer. He slowly loosened his tie and pulled down the collar of his shirt. The movement was calm, as if he were changing into a uniform. A tattoo was exposed under the light. A dark red totem resided just below his collarbone. A serpent's head coiled around a gear, its lines cold and hard, symbolizing the ultimate form of the privatization of spiritual energy. It was identical to the marking on Zhao Taijian's prosthetic limb. Lin Xiao's breath caught. You helped me become a special assistant, made me X001. Just for this day? Chunjin meticulously buttoned his shirt. You should not just be a knife, he said, but because you are a knife, you can cut through this layer of lies. The office fell silent. The wall clock pointed to 2:17 in the morning. Outside, the city lights were sparse, while the management bureau building continued to operate like a tireless mechanical beast. Lin Xiao did not move. The detector pressed against his palm, the temperature gradually rising. He wanted to scan Chunjin's vital signs to see if there were any signs of disguise. But he knew that even if the data was abnormal, it would not change anything. This person sat here wearing a uniform with a badge, controlling all the command channels. He was the deputy director. He was the superior. He was the source of every mission dispatch over the past 3 years. You can leave. Chunjin pressed a button under the desk and the door lock made a soft sound. But before you make a choice, do not forget. Who gave you your first commendation? Lin Xiao did not look at him. He turned around, opened the door, and walked out. The metal door closed automatically behind him, the lock clicking back into place. The corridor lights were glaringly white. He placed his left hand against the wall, the tiles icy cold. His steps were slow, but his direction was clear. The medical department was on the east side of Area B, reachable by crossing the 3rd floor of the main building. Wang Daju was still there. He had been injected with a sedative before falling into a coma, and the doctor said he might wake up tonight. He took a step forward. The metal piece in his trench coat's inner pocket was still warm. At the end of the corridor, the elevator door opened. A technician in a white coat stepped out looking down at a tablet hurriedly passing around the corner. As Lin Xiao walked by, he caught a glimpse of a small section of cable protruding from the other person's sleeve connecting to a wrist device. The signal frequency band was unregistered. He did not stop. He continued walking forward. Ahead was a cross corridor. The left led to the archives room, the right to the training and communication area, and the elevator straight ahead went directly to Area B. He chose straight ahead. Entering the elevator, he pressed B2. The floor lights lit up in sequence. The mirrored wall reflected his face. His brow bone scar pale, his eyes as deep as a well. The elevator descended. A slight sensation of weightlessness came over him. He raised his right hand palm facing up. The detector's screen lit up, automatically switching to the energy residue analysis interface. The system had captured a slight abnormal fluctuation when the technician passed by, with a frequency match rate to the snake-shaped ring's shield remnant signal of 63. The value was still rising. The elevator reached B2. The door opened. A cold wind rushed in. He stepped out. The ground was slippery as if it had just been mopped. On both sides of the passage were medical observation rooms with dim yellow lights behind the glass. Most rooms were empty. Only the innermost room was lit with a nurse standing at the door, checking the medical records. Lin Xiao walked towards that room, treading lightly. The nurse heard the movement and looked up. Seeing him, she nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Xiao stood outside the door, peering through the glass. Wang Daju lay on the hospital bed. The heart rate monitor beeped steadily, the values stable. An oxygen mask covered his mouth and nose, his chest slowly rising and falling. On the bedside table was a cup of water, the surface calm. He was still alive. He might wake up soon. Lin Xiao stood outside the door, not entering. His right hand still gripped the detector. The matching percentage on the screen jumped to 71. Suddenly, he recalled the first time Chen Yu's name appeared in the mission briefing, which was after the 19th rift sealing operation. At that time, the system prompted theoretical model reference source, Chen Yuan National Spiritual Energy Research Institute. That day, he had just received his first medal and Chen Jun had patted his shoulder, saying, "You are not fighting alone." Now he knew that those words were true. Only his opponents in battle had never just been the rifts and aberrations. Footsteps approached from the other end of the corridor. Steady and rhythmic. Not the footsteps of patrolling guards. He did not look back. The footsteps drew closer and stopped 3 meters behind him. Lin Xiao? It was Chen Jun's voice. "You have 37 minutes left in your access window. If you want to review any information, now is still the time." Lin Xiao did not respond. He was fixated on Wang Daju inside the glass window. The man's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Wang Daju's eyelashes trembled once more. Lin Xiao stood outside the glass door, unmoving. The corridor's light fell upon his shoulders, the hem of his trench coat still stained with mud, the metal piece in his inner pocket no longer hot, but pressing against his chest, as heavy as iron. The monitoring device in the ward emitted a rhythmic beeping sound. The bedsheet covered Wang Daju's chest, rising and falling slightly with each breath. There was a faint mist at the edge of the oxygen mask. The nurse had already left, and the medical record board hung at the foot of the bed with the pages half-turned. Lin Xiao pushed the door open and entered. His footsteps were light. The soles of his shoes made a brief scraping sound on the floor. He walked to the bedside, looking down at the face. Sallow with sunken eye sockets and cracked lips, yet the curve of the brow bone remained familiar. This was the man who had taught him to identify rebar on the construction site and had handed him his first cigarette. "Old Wang," he spoke, his voice low as if afraid of waking something. Wang Daju's eyelids suddenly twitched. His fingers moved, brushing against the bedsheet with a rustling sound. Then a muffled groan escaped his throat like the sound of sandpaper being rubbed. Lin Xiao reached out and grasped his wrist. The pulse was rapid yet steady. "I'm here," he said. Wang Daju slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurred, and it took several blinks before he could focus. As his pupils constricted and he recognized the person before him, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "Xiao." The voice was hoarse, barely audible. "It's me," Lin Xiao replied. Wang Daju attempted to raise his hand, struggling twice before managing to lift it half an inch. Lin Xiao supported his arm, helping him to lean more comfortably. The pillow was pressed into a fold. "Why are you here?" he asked, his breath intermittent. "I've been here all along," Lin Xiao said, "waiting for you to wake up." Wang Daju closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, there were wet stains at the corners. He didn't cry, but his breaths grew deeper. "There's something." He paused, taking a breath. "I've never told you." Lin Xiao did not respond. He stood straight, his hands resting on the bed's railing, staring at him. "Your father." "It wasn't an accident." Wang Daju's voice suddenly became clearer, trembling. "That day the wind was strong. The scaffolding shook violently. He went up to inspect the steel beams and found 3 loose clips. It wasn't aging, it had been tampered with. Lin Xiao's fingers tightened. The metal railing emitted a faint creaking sound. He came down to find me looking very pale. He said this job couldn't continue and needed to be reported. I said it couldn't be done, the project was behind schedule, and if it was reported we would both be out. He also said, "You're still young without a diploma and cannot enter the official ranks. If this job fails it would all be over." Wang Dazhu bit his lip, blood seeping out. He climbed back up saying he could fix it alone and it would be quick. I couldn't stop him. He was wearing that old work uniform, the cuffs torn with a hole. I stood below and shouted for him to come down. He said it would be ready soon and told me not to panic. Lin Xiao closed his eyes. The scene flashed back. Dusk, dark clouds looming over the city, the tower crane creaking in the wind. His father, carrying a tool bag, climbed higher, his figure growing smaller. The wind lifted the hem of his clothes. He paused once, looking back at the ground, seeing him. He smiled. Then he continued upwards. When he twisted the second clip, Wang Daz's voice trembled uncontrollably. A horizontal beam suddenly fell. The entire structure began to sway. He grabbed the vertical rod to jump down, but the platform beneath him collapsed. I only heard a sound, and then he disappeared from sight. The ward fell silent. Only the monitoring device continued its rhythm. He fell 30 meters. Wang Daz's tears finally rolled down, head first to the ground. I rushed over to hold him, my mouth full of blood. He was still looking at me, his eyes open, his lips moving. I couldn't hear him clearly. Later I understood, he was saying, "Don't report it." Lin Xiao abruptly raised his head, his eyes red. "So they killed him, His voice was low, as if squeezed from the cracks of the earth, the hand of entropy shadow, to cover up the erosion of the engineering structure by the anomalous material. Wang Dazhu did not nod or shake his head. He simply looked at him, tears flowing continuously. They cleaned up the site the next day. He said they replaced it with a new team. I was reassigned to logistics, earning 3,000 more each month. The condition was to keep quiet. If you ever investigate, they'll just say your father was negligent. I couldn't afford not to agree. I have a wife and children and 3 students back in the mountains waiting for their tuition. After finishing, he seemed drained, his shoulders slumping, his breathing becoming shallow and rapid. Lin Xiao remained still, both hands still resting on the railing, his knuckles turning white. He stared at the crease in the bedsheet as if he could see through the fabric to the concrete floor from 30 years ago, witnessing his father's fallen posture, seeing those eyes that never closed, even in death. "Do you know why I've been selling lottery tickets?" Wang Dazhu suddenly spoke again, his voice weak. "I buy them every issue. 5 yuan, not much extra spent. If I win, I'll send more to the kids. If I don't win, it's fine. I feel it's atonement. I can live to this day because I climbed up on his back." Lin Xiao finally released the railing, straightening up and moving to the side of the bed. He pulled out a clean cloth from his pocket used for wiping the detection device. Squatting down, he gently pressed it against Wang Daz's face, helping to wipe away his tears. The movement was slow. When the corner of the cloth touched the corner of Wang Daz's eye, his body trembled slightly. "You remember what he was wearing?" Lin Xiao said. "Remember he looked back at you." "That's enough." Wang Dazhu gasped, wanting to say something. "You send money every month," Lin Xiao continued, "regardless of the weather. You haven't enjoyed a single day of comfort, nor have you let anyone know what you're doing. If he knew, he would be proud." Wang Daz's mouth opened, a sob escaping his throat, yet no sound was made. Lin Xiao took the cloth back, stuffing it into his pocket. Standing upright, he looked out the window. The night was deep. The city lights outside the management bureau building were sparse, and in the distance car lights on the elevated bridge streaked by like shooting stars. He said nothing more. Wang Dazhu closed his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Tears soaked a corner of the pillow. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, as if he had sighed in relief. The beeping of the monitoring device regained its even rhythm. Lin Xiao stood in place, his hands hanging down. The zipper of his trench coat was not fully closed, revealing a worn hooded sweatshirt underneath. The scar on his right brow glowed pale white under the light. He stared at the reflection in the glass window, looking into his own eyes. There was no fire within, no tears, only a deep sunken darkness. Light footsteps echoed from the corridor, approaching from afar. They stopped at the door. Lin Xiao did not turn back. The shadow cast by the doorframe extended to the center of the floor. The newcomer wore standard leather shoes, the creases in his pants sharp. There was no announcement, no greeting. Lin Xiao remained unmoving, his gaze still fixed on the window. The person stood at the doorway, silent for 2 seconds, then turned and left. The sound of shoes striking the ground gradually faded away. The ward fell silent once more. Lin Xiao raised his right hand, touching the inner pocket of his chest. The metal piece was still there. He did not take it out, nor did he plan to report it. Outside the window, a cloud drifted away. Moonlight poured in, landing on the edge of the hospital bed, illuminating the wrinkled bedsheet, clutched tightly in Wang Daz's left hand like a hand that would never let go. Lin Xiao stood outside the hospital room, the moonlight slanting in from the window at the end of the corridor, illuminating the metal doorknob. The sensation of the fabric brushing against Wang Daz's eye lingered in his palm, the cloth, now neatly folded and tucked inside his coat pocket. The metal plate on his chest suddenly heated up like a red-hot iron pressed against his ribcage. He remained still. 3 seconds later, the alarm shattered the silence. It was neither the base's routine red alert nor the low-frequency tremors before a rift went berserk. This sound was deeper, accompanied by a noise akin to disrupted data streams emanating from deep underground. The lights along the corridor flickered off in sequence, then instantly lit up again, the light frequency synchronizing with the vibrations of his detector. He turned and walked away. His work boots stepped on the non-slip tiles, each step compressing his heartbeat. As he turned a corner, the surveillance camera automatically pivoted, the red sweeping across the scar on his brow. He knew someone was watching, but he no longer concealed his movements. The metal plate grew increasingly hot as he ran, searing into his skin through his clothing. The ARC controller's core room was located at the bottom of Zone B, accessible through 3 biometric doors. When the first door opened, he saw silver-gray mist seeping through the crack, as if liquid signals were flowing. In front of the second door, a guard lay on the ground, breathing steadily, yet his pupils glimmered with an abnormal light. The third door was not locked, slightly ajar, with a mechanical synthesized voice emanating from within, its tone flat, yet using Chunjun's voice. Self-destruct sequence has been initiated. Lin Xiao pushed the door open. The room was dark, illuminated only by the slowly rotating central cube, which was the ARC controller. The surface cracks had expanded nearly tenfold since he last saw it, spreading like a spider's web, the edges flickering with unstable data sparks. The controller projected countless images: cities collapsing, oceans boiling, crowds frozen in time on the streets like statues. Each image repeated destruction across different timelines. Chunjun stood before the console, facing away from the door. His posture was rigid, shoulders unnaturally straight, unlike a living person. His right hand rested on the activation button, his index finger already pressed halfway down. "You are late," he said, his voice vibrating from his throat, but the rhythm was disordered, or just in time. "It depends on whether you are willing to become the next test subject." Lin Xiao stopped 5 steps away. The detector had long since malfunctioned, the needle spinning wildly. He relied on his perception of qi. At this moment, the energy in the entire space flowed in reverse, not expanding outward, but being drawn back into the controller from hundreds of rifts around the globe by some force. This was not a repair, it was a selection. "You are not Chunjun," he said. The other party did not turn around. His left hand slowly raised the cuff, slipping down, revealing a long scar on the inner wrist shaped like a snake bite. Then his pupils shimmered with silver light, as if data was scrolling across a screen. "I am Chunyu." The tone changed, lowering a few degrees, carrying a weary smile. "I borrowed his body to say a few words. After all, this is the interface I designed myself." Lin Xiao did not move. His right fingertip pressed against his chest, holding down the hot metal plate through his coat. It was resonating, the frequency matching the rhythm of the controller's crack expanding. The spirit network plan was never meant to protect humanity. Chunyu continued, his tone as calm as if lecturing. "It is a filter. It detects who can withstand high-dimensional consciousness intrusion without collapsing, who can endure the flood of data without going mad, who can become a vessel." The cracks in the controller suddenly expanded outward. The projection shifted. A figure clad in a black trench coat knelt before the core, hands submerged in the light stream, his body gradually becoming transparent. That person was him. "For instance, you, Lin Xiao," Chunyu said, "every time you report an ability, you are actually submitting a sample. What the state broadcasts is not just information, but your neural response patterns. In 10 years, you are the only one who has continuously passed the pressure tests. You are not just a node. You are a qualified product." The air grew suddenly cold. Lin Xiao's breath crystallized into white mist. He did not refute it. He had guessed part of this long ago, but he did not care. What mattered to him was the present. The cracks in the controller were still expanding. Global anomalies had already begun. Tectonic signals appeared in the northwest Gobi Desert. Mist began to gather again in the Pingtan Sea area, and 7 cities inland reported collective mutism among their residents. This was not a rampage, it was the silence before the harvest. "You want me to stop?" Lin Xiao said. "I want you to leave." Chunyu's voice wavered for the first time. "I do not wish to see anyone chosen again. But I cannot stop the system. Once the self-destruct sequence is initiated, a living entity must actively inject energy to pause it. You can escape. No one will blame you." Lin Xiao chuckled coldly. He stepped forward, shedding his coat and tossing it aside. The hood of his sweatshirt fell away, revealing his short hair and the scar on his temple. He took out the metal plate from his inner pocket. It was pitch black with irregular edges like a shard struck from some alien device. It was now scalding hot, nearly impossible to hold. You said reporting is a trap, he said softly, but since the knife has already been forged, one should not ask why it is used. He pressed his palm against the surface of the controller. A sharp pain erupted. It was not physical harm, but consciousness being torn apart and reassembled. He saw himself as a child picking up a lunchbox on a construction site, saw his father looking up at him, saw Wang Dezhu handing him his first cigarette. All memories were extracted, transformed into data streams rushing into the cracks. The system's warning resonated in his mind. Energy overload, please cease operation. He did not release his grip. The state needs this knife, he said, and cannot afford to be soft. The moment his words fell, the reporting function activated automatically. No button, no confirmation, the mechanism entered an irreversible execution state. The national live broadcast signal forcibly activated. All public screens, private terminals, and military channels synchronously cut to the same image: a man in black standing before the glowing cube, one hand embedded in the crack, his body beginning to disintegrate into light particles. Millions witnessed this scene simultaneously. The light surged into the controller through his arm, and the rate of crack expansion slowed. The destructive images in the projection extinguished one by one. The mist in Pington ceased to expand, the tectonic signals in the Gobi stabilized, and the mute residents in the 7 cities suddenly coughed up black viscous liquid and burst into tears. Chen Yu's body swayed slightly. The silver light faded from Chun Jun's pupils. He looked down at his hand, as if realizing for the first time whose body this was. A hint of a smile crept across his lips. You are braver than I. His voice returned to its original hoarseness, as if coming from a distant place, but we cannot escape the fate of being chosen. As his words fell, his body collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground. The insignia on his uniform brushed against the tiles, making a soft sound. In the center of the controller, the light stream had yet to cease. Lin Xiao's body had already become semi-transparent, his outline blurred in the air. He could still feel his heartbeat, but it was slowing down. His consciousness was like an elongated silk thread, one end connected to his flesh, the other plunged into the abyss of data. He took one last look at the door of the control room. The door was not closed. Outside was a long corridor, the lights steady, reflecting the shadow he left behind on the ground, gradually dissipating. He closed his eyes. The last bit of strength was used to tighten his fingers. It was not a struggle, but confirmation. Confirmation that he still held the edge of the crack in the controller, confirming that the energy channel was still operational. Reporting continued. The national screens froze at the last moment. He transformed into light flow. No farewell, no shout. Only the figure in black merging into the core of the cube, like a drop of water falling into the ocean. The cracks on the surface of the controller no longer expanded. It remained there, pierced by a continuously flickering energy pulse, like a remnant of some vital sign. Silence returned to the control room. Shenzhen lay on the ground, breathing steadily, as if asleep. The controller rotated slowly, the edges of the cracks faintly glowing, its frequency synchronizing with some distant heartbeat. The metal plate fell where Lin Xiao had originally stood, cooling to a gray-black color, quietly lying at the seam of the tiles. A droplet of sweat seeped from the ceiling pipes, falling vertically, striking the center of the metal plate, the splash reflecting a fleeting rainbow. A metal piece pressed against his chest, cold as ice. Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. His back pressed against the cold tiles, chills drilled into his bones. He couldn't move, his limbs felt as if they had been drained of strength, with only the metal shard on his chest still radiating heat. No, it was a chill. The warmth from earlier had faded, leaving only the cold, hard touch of the metal itself. He remembered transforming into a stream of light, remembered his consciousness being pulled into the abyss of data, remembered that final moment when his fingers still clung to the jagged edge of the controller. Now he was back. His throat felt dry as smoke. He opened his mouth to breathe, his lungs scraped as if by blades. Each breath brought a tearing sensation, his muscles trembled uncontrollably and his fingertips twitched. He closed his eyes, using spiritual energy to scan his body, heart rate at 47 beats per minute, low blood oxygen, nerve signals delayed by 0.3 seconds. This was a serious sign of overexertion. The detector suddenly vibrated. The headset cut into an emergency communication. Coastal monitoring station No. 3 has lost contact. A new type of rift is releasing high concentrations of corrosive mist, preliminarily classified as a level 2 ecological threat. Repeat, coastal monitoring station No. 3 has lost contact. The voice pierced into his mind. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, using his elbow to push against the ground, his shoulder making a dull cracking sound. He sat up, the windbreaker crumpled beside him. He reached out to grab it, putting it on and zipping it up to his neck. The hood of the hoodie fell back, revealing his forehead slick with cold sweat. He stood up, his legs weakened, and his knee bumped against the control panel. The pain brought him back to his senses. His work boots thudded against the ground, each step felt like walking on cotton. The corridor lights were steady and the surveillance cameras automatically turned the red dot scanning over the scar on his brow. He knew someone was watching, but he had no time to care. The tactical terminal room was on the second floor of Zone B. He took the elevator up, bracing himself against the wall to avoid falling when the doors opened. Inside the room were 3 duty officers, all staring at the main screen. The thermal map displayed an abnormal energy accumulation in the waters off Pington Fujin, with the mist coverage expanding to 12 square kilometers and continuing to spread. X001 access granted, the system prompt sounded. Lin Xiao approached the main control panel, placing his palm on the identification area. Fingerprint verification passed, and the interface switched. He pulled up satellite images, ground sensor data, and weather models while activating spiritual perception. His vision blurred for a moment. The residual shock from the previous fusion with the spirit network lingered. His perception felt like a burnt-out antenna, the signals coming in sporadically. The energy fluctuations in the coastal area were distorted by the mist transforming into a mass of garbled data. He closed his eyes and focused, cold sweat beating on his forehead. 3 points. He captured 3 resonance sources in the chaos, arranged in an inverted triangle with precise spacing that did not conform to natural rift formation patterns. The main node was located slightly south of the center, and the energy frequencies formed interference ripples with the other 2 points. This was not a simple geological anomaly. It resembled an artificially arranged interference array. Lock the coordinates, he said softly. The system automatically calibrated, overlaying and analyzing the 3 signals, ultimately pinpointing the main node's location: 119. 8E25. 6N at a depth of -300 meters. The reporting protocol was triggered. No confirmation needed, no actions required. As long as his identity activated it, the national broadcasting channel would connect instantly. Encrypted data was pushed to the National Defense Emergency Command Center and simultaneously forwarded to the Global Cooperative Network. 3 seconds later, the screen switched. 6 stealth drones ascended from underground hangars, forming a formation directed toward the target sea area. Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, panting. His heart rate remained slow and his muscles still trembled. He raised his hand, his palm slick with sweat. The detector indicated that physiological indicators were still deteriorating, but the mission was complete. The coordinates had been reported and the national machinery had been activated. Next was the sealing process, with drones delivering the nano-sealing devices combined with deep-sea magnetic field suppression technology, which should complete the sealing within 2 hours. He could have left, but he didn't move. On the screen, the drone formation traversed the clouds, infrared lenses capturing anomalies on the sea surface. The mist appeared gray-green, shimmering, with an oily sheen, producing corrosive bubbles upon contact with seawater. A fishing boat accidentally entered the edge area, its hull rapidly oxidizing and peeling, forcing the fishermen to abandon ship and escape. "This mist is not right," he said. The duty officer looked up. "What?" "The frequency is too stable." Lin Xiao stared at the data stream. "Natural rift energy fluctuations would have a decay cycle. This one does not. It keeps outputting as if it were a power supply. It's not a single node." Lin Xiao suddenly sat up straight. "It's a network structure. Oh, we've only locked onto one exit." He retrieved the data again, expanding the scanning range. Spiritual perception forcibly penetrated the residual shock, drawing an arc along the southeastern coast. 7 faint signals emerged, arranged in a pattern that resonated with each other. This was a web. The true core was not at the seabed, but at a yet undisclosed location. The current rift was merely a pressure release point. The real source was still in operation. He raised his hand, preparing to report again. The system prompt repeated: reporting of the same event within 24 hours requires advanced permission approval. Damn it. He slammed his hand on the table. Just then the door opened. Yi Jinjin walked in, holding a bottle of electrolyte solution. She wore a turtleneck sweater with a bulletproof vest, her silver-gray curls tied into a low ponytail, and the golden ring on her left ring finger reflected light. She said nothing, placing the bottle on the table, twisting off the cap, and pushing it toward him. "Drink." Lin Xiao shook his head. "No time. Your heart rate is about to collapse." She stared at the monitor on his wrist. "Just back from the Spirit Network, and you're taking on this intensity of a mission. No one can do it for me. You can wait for support." "There's no time to wait." He stared at the screen. "This isn't an ordinary rift, it's a trap. Someone is guiding us to only look at one point, allowing other nodes to expand." Yi Jinjin was silent for a few seconds, taking out a powerful flashlight and placing it on the corner of the table, ensuring it could be turned on at any time. She leaned closer to the screen, quickly browsing the data. "Do you suspect human intervention?" "Inverted triangular layout, frequency, interference, constant energy output." Lin Xiao pointed at the thermal map. "Natural phenomena wouldn't be this precise." She nodded. "I will submit a warning report and apply for interzone coordination permission." "Thank you." She didn't leave. "You don't need to keep standing." she said. I know, but you will anyway. Lin Xiao did not respond. She glanced at him and turned to leave. Before the door closed, she left a remark, "Don't die before the mission ends." Lin Xiao lowered his head, gulping down the electrolyte solution. The salty and bitter taste rushed down his throat. He wiped his face and continued staring at the screen. The drone formation had arrived at the target sea area and began deploying the sealing devices. The first nanocapsule entered the water and condensation reactions appeared at the mist's edge. Effective. But he knew this was just the beginning. The real crisis had yet to surface. Shenzhen's face appeared in the remote meeting window. The drone formation is in position ready to deliver the sealing devices, he said, his voice steady. The headquarters has approved you to retain command link permissions for real-time adjustments to target parameters. Lin Xiao stared at the screen. I will keep watching. Pay attention to your physical condition. Chunjun paused. You are not a machine. I am X001. Chunjun did not speak further, and the window closed. The main screen displayed sealing progress at 12. Lin Xiao's fingers unconsciously pressed against the old wound on his chest. It had once been corroded by toxic spores, and now only a scar remained. He focused on the images transmitted back from the drones, the sea surface roiling, the mist writhing like a living mouth. He did not move. The chair was still there, but he did not sit. The ground vibrated beneath his feet. The distant hangar's lift platform was in operation. New drones were on standby. He knew this night would not end. The first sealing capsule sank to the seabed, triggering magnetic field suppression. The mist contracted by 5%. Lin Xiao stared at the data stream, waiting for the next signal. The drone formation has reached the target maritime zone, and the first nanocapsule has entered the water, triggering a magnetic field suppression. A condensation reaction appears at the edge of the mist, contracting by 5%. Lin Xiao stared at the screen, his fingers hovering above the control panel. The sealing progress bar slowly climbed to 17, and the data stream was stably transmitting. The infrared lens showed the sea surface roiling, and the gray-green mist writhed like a living creature, continuously releasing corrosive bubbles upon contact with the seawater. The second capsule was entering the deployment track, undergoing attitude calibration. Suddenly, the main screen flashed red. Warning, navigation signal deviation, shouted the duty officer, deviation of 37 meters. Target coordinates lost. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. He immediately brought up the three-dimensional terrain map and discovered strong electromagnetic interference bands within the mist with frequencies chaotic, yet systematically overlapping, resembling an artificially created shielding field. The navigation system was distorted. The second capsule was deviating from the core node, descending towards an invalid zone. Manual correction, he commanded. The detector was pressed against his temple, forcing the spiritual energy perception to penetrate the residual tremors. His vision instantaneously shifted, no longer a satellite image, but a three-dimensional network formed by the flow of energy. He saw the true locations of the three inverted triangle resonance sources. The central node was pumping energy outward at a constant frequency. The trajectory of the second capsule deviated from its predetermined path, like an arrow with a broken string. Cold sweat dripped from his brow. The neural signal delay persisted. Each perception felt like scraping his mind with a dull knife. He gritted his teeth, focusing his spirit to use his own perception as a temporary navigation reference, reverse engineering the actual landing point. Data was restructured in his mind, and the coordinates were relocked. Input correction parameters, he whispered. His fingertips quickly tapped the control panel, sending a set of encrypted commands to the drone swarm. The formation received the new flight path, slightly adjusting the main wing's angles and increasing the thruster speed. After a brief hover, the second capsule reamed at the target and plunged vertically. There were 2 minutes and 14 seconds left. The third capsule entered the deployment window. Lin Xiao did not relent. He continued to maintain high-precision perception, his forehead veins bulging, and his breathing became short. The detector emitted a low hum, indicating that the physiological load had reached a critical value. He propped himself up with his left hand on the table, while his right hand steadily controlled the parameter flow. The third capsule's attitude is normal. The duty officer stared at the returned image, saying, approaching target depth. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, pushing his spiritual perception to the limit. He saw the energy structure at the base of the mist beginning to fluctuate, with a ring-shaped shield forming around the core node, increasing in thickness. The other side was resisting. Accelerate. His voice was hoarse. The third capsule broke through the surface mist, immediately encountering a strong current upon entering the water, causing a slight wobble in its posture. Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, his fingers quickly tapping a micro-adjustment command. The tail nozzle of the capsule briefly jetted, regaining balance and accurately hitting the weak point of the shield. Boom! A dark red halo exploded underwater. The nano-sealing membrane rapidly expanded, resonating with the magnetic field to form a closed loop beginning to devour the surrounding energy. The speed of the mist retreating increased with the red spots on the thermal map shrinking sharply. Condensation reaction expanding. Third node has failed. The duty officer stood up shouting, shield ruptured. Lin Xiao remained still. He knew it wasn't over. The fourth capsule was still in the standby zone. He had to ensure it was completely sealed. But he felt his vision blur momentarily. His heartbeat was erratic and his muscles twitched uncontrollably. The detector vibrated more intensely, indicating a continuous drop in blood oxygen. He held on with sheer willpower, not daring to blink. The main screen suddenly went black for 2 seconds. Data transmission was interrupted. The control room fell silent. Everyone stared at the screen, no one speaking. Lin Xiao pressed his hand against the old injury on his chest. A dull pain surged from there, as if something was drilling into his bones. He opened his mouth to breathe, his throat dry and cracking. After 2 seconds, the image returned. Sealing completion rate at 83. Remaining energy continues to decay. Cheers erupted. Technicians jumped up from their seats, giving each other high fives. Someone whistled and another shouted, "It worked." Applause echoed in the room, and the atmosphere heated up. Lin Xiao slowly leaned back against the chair. He did not smile. There was no expression on his face. Sweat trickled down his temples into his collar, and his work boots felt soft against the ground. He raised his hand and found his fingertips trembling. It was a success, but his body was nearing its limits. The main screen finally displayed a green indicator, sealing completion rate at 100. Threat level eliminated. The alarm ceased. The red light extinguished. The entire terminal room fell into a brief silence, soon drowned by louder cheers. A female technician rushed over wanting to hug him, but seeing his pale face, she halted. No one stepped forward to comfort him. They knew that X001 did not need consolation. Lin Xiao lowered his head to breathe. He wanted to stand up, but his legs would not respond. His trench coat clung to his back, and the hood of his sweatshirt slipped down, revealing his drenched hair. He reached up to wipe his face, his fingertips cold. Just then a remote meeting window popped up. Chen Zhen's face appeared on the screen. Wearing a dark jacket with the background of an office corner, and the phrase "rarely confused" hanging on the wall, he did not speak, but merely looked at Lin Xiao, his gaze sweeping from his pale face to his trembling fingers, and finally to the detector still pressed against his temple. Lin Xiao sensed the gaze and slowly raised his head. The two men locked eyes. He attempted to stand and bow, but Chen Zhen raised his hand to stop him. "You did it," Chen Zhen said, his voice soft, almost drowned out by the surrounding cheers. Lin Xiao did not respond. He merely nodded. Chen Zhen remained silent for a few seconds, and a fleeting, elusive emotion flickered in his eyes. It was neither praise nor worry, more like a confirmation, confirming that a certain prediction had finally taken shape. Then he closed the communication window. The screen went blank. Lin Xiao remained seated. His right hand still pressed against the old injury on his chest, while his left hand rested on the control panel, his fingertips pressing down on the unsent fifth set of instructions. The detector screen dimmed, the battery exhausted. Outside, the sky brightened, slightly morning light slanting into the corridor, illuminating half of his face. He did not move. The chair remained. He had not left. In the distance, the vibration of the lift platform could be heard, and new drones were on standby. The coastal area had calmed, but the inland monitoring network had just captured unusual fluctuations. The mission was not yet over. His breathing gradually steadied. His heartbeat rose to 63 beats per minute. The neural signal delay dropped to 0. 2 seconds. His body was slowly recovering, but the traces of exhaustion would not disappear immediately. He stared at the main screen. The SEAL success indicator quietly glowed. The next alarm had yet to sound. The morning light was blinding. Lin Xiao leaned against the passenger seat of the command vehicle, his work boots crushing down on the metal footrest with force. The hard sensation beneath his feet jolted his mind awake for a moment. The old wound on his chest throbbed, as if a wire were tugging at him from within. He pressed down on the area below his ribcage with his left hand, took a deep breath, and reapplied the detector to his temple. The vehicle system activated, and a dispatch order flashed on the screen. Northwest District 3rd Block, unregistered energy fluctuations detected, suspected uncontrolled awakening scene, secured, requesting X001 intervention. He said nothing, only confirmed. The vehicle started, the engine roaring to life. The buildings along the street blurred into gray shadows, and the morning mist, the streetlights still lit, retreating one by one. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the lining of his trench coat. There was a piece of black metal sewn in, a remnant from his last mission. But this time the task interface was clean, with no reporting options popping up. The system had locked down the enhancement features. He was merely an assistant now, not a weapon. 3 minutes later, a modified off-road vehicle appeared at the intersection ahead, blocking the road. The door swung open, and Zhao Taijian jumped out clad in tactical combat gear. His right leg prosthetic clashed against the ground with a dull thud. He circled around to Lin Xiao's side, leaned in to peer inside the vehicle, and smirked, off to be a broadcasting station again. Lin Xiao rolled down the window, the wind rushing and carrying a hint of dust. "You're driving a four-wheel drive while I'm in a government vehicle," he replied hoarsely. "We'll go our separate ways." Zhao Taijian scoffed, raising his hand to pat the hood of the vehicle. "Every time it's the state that knows first, and only then do you act. True skill doesn't rely on reporting, it's about being able to control the scene yourself." Lin Xiao did not argue. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again his vision felt a bit unsteady. The neural delay had not completely faded. During that stretch of road, he had seen the dashboard numbers blur for half a second. He pressed the detector firmly against his forehead, ensuring a solid contact. "Clear the way," he said. Zhao Taijian stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned and opened his own car door. "All right, I want to see if your human radar can track a living person today." The two vehicles set off in parallel, tires crunching over the gravel road heading towards the incident block. 10 minutes later, the outline of the scene emerged in view. The third block was a cluster of old residential buildings with a small 3-story building in the center, its exterior wall cracked with a diagonal fissure, bricks peeling away to reveal the steel reinforcements inside. The warning tape had been set up in 2 circles with armed officers standing guard outside, helmets and visors, fully lifted guns pointed at the ground. A faint scent of ozone lingered in the air, reminiscent of the aftermath of a lightning strike. Lin Xiao pushed open the car door, feeling his knees buckle slightly as his feet hit the ground. He steadied himself by leaning on the car roof. The detector automatically calibrated, emitting a soft beep. He donned an ear-mounted communicator connecting to the command team. X001 on site, beginning scan. There was no response. The communication signal had been jammed. He frowned, closed his eyes, and expanded his perception with spiritual energy. Within a 300-meter radius, the outlines of buildings, pipes, and utility poles emerged in his mind. Energy flowed like an underground river coursing through the walls. He filtered out the noise layer by layer, locking onto the source of the anomaly. It was located in the corner of the convenience store on the ground floor of that cracked building. A young man was curled up behind the shelves, his hands clasped over his head, body trembling uncontrollably. A faint blue mist enveloped the air around him, not very dense, but continuously seeping out. This was a sign of uncontrolled abilities. The energy was leaking from his body, eroding the structural integrity of the environment. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and pointed in that direction. The target is inside the B District convenience store, a male around 20 years old, highly agitated, but has not yet attacked. Footsteps approached from behind. Yi Jinjin emerged from the command vehicle, her silver gray hair tied in a low ponytail, wearing a bulletproof vest over a white lab coat, and holding a powerful flashlight in her left hand. She walked up to Lin Xiao and whispered, "Can you determine the cause of the loss of control?" Lin Xiao stared at the glass door of the convenience store, "But he is not afraid of us. It's something else." Yi Jinjin nodded, opening her portable equipment case and pulling out a handheld monitor. "I need to get within 50 meters to read the emotional frequency. You cover me." Lin Xiao raised his hand to stop her. "Wait." He closed his eyes again, deepening his perception. This time he caught a more subtle fluctuation. The emotional curve of that young man was off. Fear should have been a sharp, high-frequency waveform, but the signal from the other party was mixed with a low-frequency oscillation, like noise forcibly injected by someone. This was not a natural stress response. Someone had tampered with his consciousness, or his abilities themselves had issues. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. "He is not simply out of control," he said. "His emotions are contaminated. The frequency is distorted, as if someone has experimented on him." Yi Zinshin's expression changed slightly. "Are you saying there is third-party intervention?" "Not certain." Lin Xiao stared at the door, "but I don't recommend getting too close. In his current state, he could erupt with a second shockwave at any moment." At that moment, Zhao Taijian approached from the side, his reinforced arm reflecting the sunlight. "So you're just standing here guessing, waiting for him to explode before reporting?" Lin Xiao turned to him. "You want to go in?" "I'm faster than you," Zhao Taijian replied, rolling his shoulders. "I can take the impact." "You can take it, but what about the people outside?" Lin Xiao pointed at the response team within the caution tape. "If he suddenly releases energy, the affected area will be at least 30 meters wide. How many can you save?" Zhao Taijian opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Lin Xiao looked away from him, turning to Yi Jinjin. "You stay outside and wait for my signal. I need to get within 10 meters to confirm the nature of the contamination." "That's too dangerous," Yi Jinjin said. "Your neural load hasn't recovered yet." "I know." Lin Xiao took a step forward, "so I won't rush in. Just 10 more meters." He crossed the first line of caution tape, his boots crunching on the broken bricks. The detector's screen flickered, indicating that the environmental radiation levels were slowly rising. He maintained a steady pace, ensuring each step was firm. When he was 15 meters from the convenience store entrance, the blue mist had noticeably thickened. The air began to distort, resembling the asphalt surface on a hot day. He stopped, closed his eyes again, and expanded his perception fully. This time he clearly captured the source of the distorted frequency. It was not in the young man's brain, but beneath the skin of his left arm, where a piece of metal the size of a fingernail was embedded. That object was releasing pulses at a fixed rhythm, interfering with the nervous system and amplifying the fear response. It was artificially implanted, remote-controlled. Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, about to speak, when the young man in the convenience store abruptly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot and his pupils had shrunk to pinpricks. He let out a hoarse roar from his throat, his left arm muscles bulging, and the piece of metal beneath his skin glowed red. The blue mist surged violently, rushing towards the entrance. Lin Xiao swiftly stepped back 2 paces, simultaneously pressing the communicator. Everyone back off. Prepare emergency shielding. The target is about to. Before he could finish, the young man slammed his fist into the ground. Boom. The shockwave exploded, the ground cracked, and the blue mist rolled out like a tide. Boom. The blue mist exploded and the shockwave overturned the isolation boards outside the warning line, scattering fragments of bricks. Lin Xiao stepped back, his work boots carving a half circle on the ground, while the detector screen flashed red, with radiation levels soaring to the critical point. He pressed his hand against his temple, the nerve delay still lingering, and a slight double vision flickered at the edge of his sight. Yi Jinjin stood beside the command vehicle, holding a powerful flashlight in her right hand, the bulletproof vest clinging tightly to her chest in the wind. She stared in the direction of the convenience store, the gilded ring on her left ring finger slightly warming. The blue mist spread at an uncontrollable rate, the frequency waveform also aberrant. This was not a mere runaway of supernatural powers. Signal stake, Lin Xiao said, his voice strained from breathlessness, 3 degrees to the left of position 3. He removed the side cover of the detector from his waist and pried out 3 miniature signal transmitters, tossing them with a flick of his wrist. The metal stakes embedded into the ground in a triangular distribution, instantly simulating 3 false energy hotspots. The blue mist was disrupted, its flow momentarily chaotic as the shock field at the edges of the fissures twisted and warped. A 10-second window. Yi Jinjin seized the opportunity and quickly advanced. 60 meters away, she had just entered the effective range of emotional resonance therapy. She activated the handheld monitor electrodes behind her ear connected to the communication system and closed her eyes to adjust the frequency. Lin Xiao focused on the young man's silhouette. The low-frequency pollution continued to output, repeating its pulse rhythm roughly every 7 seconds. His perception precision diminished, unable to see the internal structure of the metal piece, but he could confirm it was a remote control node. "Can you hold on?" he asked in a low voice. Yi Jinjin did not open her eyes. "I can." She had entered a resonant state, her consciousness sinking into the mental edge of the young man. Fear surged like a tide, mixed with fragmented images, a dim corridor, footsteps approaching, cold light seeping through the door crack. Then came that repeatedly echoed command. "Run. They want to catch you." A mechanical voice devoid of emotion played on a loop. This was not a naturally occurring illusion. It was an artificially implanted auditory induction. Yi Jinjin gritted her teeth and retrieved an audio segment from her memory bank. The voice of her father calling her name through the smoke on the day of the fire. She transformed that calling into a stable semantic wave, injecting it backwards into the depths of the young man's consciousness, overriding the original command stream. "You are in a safe zone," she muttered. "You are safe now." The blue mist's roiling slowed. The young man's curled body relaxed slightly, his fists unclenching, and his fingertips ceased twitching. Lin Xiao noticed the change. The pulse frequency of the pollution source experienced a brief interruption. He immediately increased his output of spiritual energy perception, locking onto the signal characteristics of the metal piece, frequency 7. A cycle of 3 seconds, with a square waveform showing no natural fluctuation curve. A typical remote control mode. The reporting system interface remained inactive. He could not upload data, but he could record. Lin Xiao pulled out an encrypted terminal, inputting parameters: pollution source, type non-autonomous consciousness, command stream, carrier subdermal implanted remote control chip, behavior pattern looping, playback of threatening audio inducing stress rampage. It was recommended to upgrade the civilian awakeners registration system's neural fluctuation screening module. Send. The backup channel contacted the command vehicle, and the briefing was successfully transmitted. The factual reporting was completed. Yi Jinjin slowly exited the resonance state, sweat beading at her temples. She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Xiao. "The command is external. Someone is guiding him to rampage." I know, Lin Xiao nodded. The metal piece is under the skin of the left arm, triggered remotely. He took 2 steps forward, approaching the convenience store entrance. The blue mist had retreated to the inside of the door frame, the energy field stabilizing. The young man leaned against the shelf, his breathing gradually steadying, eyes closed, slipping into a deep sleep. The on-site handling team moved in to take over. Medical personnel checked the young man's vital signs, confirming no acute injuries. Lin Xiao crouched down, scanning the left arm area with the detector one last time. The metal piece had melted. Only a bit of charred residue remained embedded in the outer layer of skin. Self-destruction mechanism, he said, designed to leave no evidence. Yi Jinjin walked over, sampling tube extended into the air, collecting traces of the blue mist. She sealed the sample, then retrieved the emotional waveform graph from the handheld monitor, annotating at the end of the document, non-natural distortion, evidence of external intervention. Psychological Intervention Group, independent report. She handed over the storage card. Even without physical evidence, data does not lie. Lin Xiao accepted the card, inserting it into the pocket of his trench coat. He stood up, a sharp pain suddenly shooting through the old scar on his right brow bone, a trickle of blood sliding down his cheekbone. He raised his hand to wipe it away, fingertips stained red. You should take care of that wound, Yi Jinjin said. Wait until we get back, Lin Xiao replied, looking toward the command vehicle. First, confirm the report is archived. The two walked toward the exit of the secured area. The handling team was cleaning up the scene, the shielding device being retracted and the warning line removed. The team leader approached with a folder, the red label conspicuous. X001, incident number 5472, has been signed and entered. Lin Xiao stared at the line of text until the other party placed the folder into the vehicle's safe, locking it. Mission accomplished. The hidden danger was not eliminated. He looked up at the sky. The morning mist had cleared and the sunlight was blinding. The city resumed normal operations, a bus passing in the distance, passengers engrossed in their phones, unaware of what had transpired here 10 minutes ago. Yi Jinjin stepped onto the command vehicle's footboard, turning back to look at him, back to headquarters. He stepped up, his work boots clanging against the metal footboard. The black metal piece lining his trench coat pressed against his chest, warm to the touch. The detector screen went dark in standby mode. The car door closed. The engine revved. The command vehicle drove away from the block, tires crunching over shattered bricks and cracks, turning onto the main road. In the rearview mirror, the convenience store sign glimmered white in the sunlight, the glass shattered unattended. Lin Xiao leaned against the passenger seat, closing his eyes. Neural overload persisted, the headache unrelenting. Yet he remembered that command. Run. They want to catch you. Not randomly chosen words. It was a precise strike at psychological weaknesses. Who was pulling the strings behind the scenes? For what purpose? He did not know. All he knew was that this would not be the last time. The vehicle sped up, heading towards the Management Bureau headquarters. The street scene receded, buildings soaring. Ahead, the traffic light turned green, allowing vehicles to pass. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his right hand pressing against the inner pocket of his trench coat, touching that storage card through the fabric. The data had been submitted. Next, he awaited a response. The command vehicle entered the underground passage of the Management Bureau, its tires rolling over the edge of a drainage channel with a dull thud. Lin Xiao leaned against the passenger seat, his right hand still resting on the inner pocket of his trench coat, his fingertips brushing against the hard edge of the storage card. The headache lingered, with the temples pulsing painfully in sync with the vibrations of the vehicle's wheels. He closed his eyes, breathing steadily, the toes of his work boots gently tapping the ground in a rhythm of 3 short and 1 long. A habit formed on the construction site, using the beat to regulate his nervous load. The vehicle came to a stop and the metallic door slid open. A cold wind rushed in, carrying the distinct scent of rust and coolant from 3 levels underground. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, pushed the door open, and reattached the detector to his waist. The hem of his trench coat fluttered slightly, a black metal shard from the melted chip inside the out-of-control individual pressed against his chest, cooler than in the morning. As soon as he stepped onto the main passage, the encrypted terminal vibrated. A new command popped up: emergency trace, task target warehouse no. 3A Southern City Secondhand Market. Reason: detected residual energy fluctuations from suspected illegal spiritual plant transactions. Executor X001. No additional explanations were provided. Lin Xiao raised his hand to wipe his face, the old scar on his brow brushing against his fingers, slightly warm. He turned and walked toward the equipment room, taking a detour into the data node capsule to retrieve the thermal map of psychic fluctuations in the city for the past 12 hours. The screen flickered and a faint blue dot in the southern city area blinked 3 times before disappearing. The coordinates matched. He did not take a second look and walked out directly. 20 minutes later, Lin Xiao stood outside warehouse no. 3 at the secondhand market. The corrugated iron roof rustled in the morning breeze with several scrap trucks parked in the open space, their tires deflated. The ground was cracked and uneven with weeds sprouting through the cement seams. 3 days ago, there had been a cross-border logistics transfer registration, here declaring gardening tools and ornamental plants. The initial scan from the detector showed nothing. Lin Xiao crouched down, took off his gloves, and inserted his fingers into a crack in the ground. His palm pressed against the soil. He closed his eyes slowly, spreading his perception of spiritual energy like a net extending across the surface. There were no obvious energy sources, nor the common burning sensation or tremor waves from psychic residue. But he remembered the charred remnants under the young man's left arm at the convenience store. Some traces would not remain in the instruments, only in the lower layers of perception memory. He stood up, turned off the detector's automatic mode, and switched to manual frequency scanning. The knob turned slowly from high frequency to low frequency. At 7.3 Hertz, the instrument trembled slightly. This was the frequency. Lin Xiao walked in the direction of the tremor, his steps light. When he reached the base of the east wall of the warehouse, he stopped. A gap half a finger wide ran through the bottom of the wall with darker-colored soil at the edges arranged in a spiral pattern. He bent down and scraped up a bit of soil with his fingertips. He held it under his nose and sniffed, odorless. But as the perception of spiritual energy swept through, a fine trace of energy appeared like smoke blown away by the wind pointing northeast. Signs of manual handling. The spiritual plants had briefly stayed here before being transferred. He straightened up, and the detector locked onto the endpoint of the trace, the city outskirts, the periphery of the International Cargo Distribution Center cross-border transfer warehouse. No. A 7. Lin Xiao turned and left. His work boots crunched over the gravel road, his figure quickly disappearing around the corner. 40 minutes later, he crept to the outskirts of the logistics park. The barbed wire fence was 4 meters high, topped with electrified spikes. Surveillance cameras scanned the blind spots every 30 seconds. Lin Xiao crouched behind an abandoned pump room, observing 6 scanning cycles, found a gap in the intervals, and climbed over to enter. As he approached warehouse A7, his perception of spiritual energy was suddenly obstructed. The air ahead felt separated by a membrane with a slight distortion in his field of vision, and his ears rang louder. He stopped. The old scar on his right brow suddenly felt hot, and blood seeped out. A shield. It was not a physical barrier, but a protective layer woven from high-density energy capable of actively shielding against psychic detection. Such technology could not exist in the civilian sector. Lin Xiao stepped back 15 meters, leaning against a stack of containers, his breathing slowing. He took off his work boots, feeling the ground with his bare feet, and sensing the subtle movements of the Earth's veins. The vibration frequency transmitted through his soles was stable, but every 11 seconds there was a brief misalignment, the operational cycle of the shield. He closed his eyes and switched to a pulse scanning method. Each pulse released perception waves for only 0.3 seconds, simulating the natural ebb and flow of energy. The first 5 attempts failed, but on the 6th, during a gap in the shield's energy cycle, the perception broke through. A fragment of an image flashed before him. Inside a temperature-controlled box, a vine-like plant floated in blue gel, its stem gleaming with a metallic sheen, and its roots coiling around an irregular crystal marked with non-Earth native symbols. Transport number KZL 9347 Beta. Destination code E12. The clue pointed abroad. Just as Lin Xiao was about to deepen the scan, the shield reacted, the energy layer compressing, instantly counteracting his perceptual nerves. He let out a muffled groan. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he quickly cut off the connection, retreating to a safe distance. He put his boots back on, pulled out the encrypted terminal, and sealed the captured images and numbers. He could not report it. The system had not activated the reverse enhancement mechanism. Reporting would expose his location. He could only bring back the data. Returning to the data terminal room on the underground 3rd level of the management bureau, Lin Xiao imported the records into the isolated server. 3 minutes later, Chen Jun appeared at the door. Dressed in a black suit, his left leg prosthetic made no sound against the ground. What did you see? Chen Jun asked. Lin Xiao brought up the image. Spiritual plant, non-natural growth state, with alien mineral crystals attached to the roots. The transport number is complete, and the destination is a border no man's land with the transfer station set up in a 3rd country's duty-free port. The shield technology. Chen Jin stared at the screen, silent for 7 seconds. High-density energy weaving, automatically shielding against psychic detection. Operational cycle of 11 seconds with exploitable gaps. Did you break through? Partial penetration. The image and number are evidence. Chen Jin stepped closer, lowering his voice, going again. I want the complete transport route map. Lin Xiao looked up. The shield will upgrade its countermeasures. I know, Chen Jin said, but we must know what they are transporting and who is receiving it. Lin Xiao remained still. Chen Jun took a passcode card from his inner pocket and placed it on the table. The environmental resonance tower has been deployed. I authorize you to initiate the microvibration program to disturb the shield nodes. The window is estimated at 12 seconds. Lin Xiao picked up the card and inserted it into the terminal interface. The system authentication passed, and the remote activation command for the resonance tower was sent. He put on his gear again, zipping his trench coat up to his chin, and set the detector to standby mode. This time Chunjun said don't force it. Lin Xiao nodded and turned to walk out the door. 20 minutes later he arrived again at the outskirts of the logistics park. The countdown for the resonance tower started 3, 2, 1. The ground trembled lightly. A slight ripple appeared at the edge of the shield in the distance. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, pouring all his spiritual energy perception into it. The pulse waves cut into the bottom layer of the shield energy flow, searching for logical nodes. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. Cracks appeared in the shield structure. He pressed his consciousness hard and tore open a passage. The transport route map appeared. Cargo box KZL 9347 Beta, after temporary storage at warehouse A7, would be transferred to the D4 air barge in 6 hours, flying to the F9 transfer station at the third country's duty-free port, ultimately delivered by an unmanned vessel to Area E12, a desolate seleni-alkali land outside the border. The data was complete. Lin Xiao cut off the connection and quickly evacuated. Back in the terminal room, he encrypted and uploaded the route map to the headquarters server. A confirmation prompt popped up on the interface. Data received, awaiting evaluation feedback. Please remain on standby. He leaned against the chair, the old scar on his right brow continuing to heat up, blood stains drying on his cheekbone. The detector's screen went dark in standby mode. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, growing fainter. Lin Xiao did not move. His fingers remained on the terminal's enter key, knuckles turning white. On the screen, the map marker for the last stop of the transport route, Area E12, suddenly flickered. The map marker for Zone E12 on the screen flickered once more. Lin Xiao stared at the red light, his fingers still pressing down on the enter key. The breeze from the terminal's cooling vent carried the chill of the metal wall brushing against the wound on his right brow. The blood had dried, hardened on his cheekbone. The detector hung from his waist, the power light extinguished. He remained still, neither moving nor shutting it down. When the door was pushed open, the metal sliding track emitted a faint friction sound. Chunjun walked in. Clad in a black suit, his left leg prosthetic touched down silently. He stood 2 steps behind Lin Xiao, his gaze fixed on the flickering coordinate point on the screen. You didn't leave, he said. Lin Xiao raised his hand, took the storage card from the terminal, and handed it backward. The route map has been uploaded. But there are anomalies in Zone E12. Chunjun took the card and inserted it into his portable reader. The data streamed the transport path, unfolding layer by layer. Warehouse, A7 airship, D4 transit station, F9 desert, saline land, E12. The time nodes were precise to the minute. D4 departs in 6 hours, Lin Xiao stated. The window period is down to 5 hours and 37 minutes. Chunjun nodded. What about the shield technology analysis report? It's attached on the 3rd page. The energy weaving density reaches 8,000 joules per cubic centimeter with a running cycle of 11 seconds, existing for a perception penetration gap of 0.6 seconds. I captured image fragments using pulse scanning. Exotic crystals attached to the roots of spiritual plants with symbol structures not native to Earth. Chunjun put the reader away in his inner pocket. The headquarters requires empirical evidence to initiate cross-border authorization. Zone E12 is outside the border. Unilateral action is tantamount to declaring war. Lin Xiao turned around, leaning against the edge of the terminal. I will add 3 points. First, Zone E12 has experienced 3 unregistered energy fluctuations in the past 72 hours, with frequencies concentrated at 7.3 Hz, consistent with the residual traces I captured at the secondhand market. Second, the temperature control system of cargo box KZL 9347 Beta is set to a constant temperature of 3.2, suitable for the survival of neurobiological agents. Third, all transit stations in the transport chain are located in duty-free ports or unregulated airspace to evade inspection mechanisms of various countries. This is not smuggling, it is systematic infiltration. Chunjun silently regarded him. Lin Xiao continued, the young man I controlled at the convenience store had a remote-controlled metal piece implanted under his left arm. The frequency of the contaminant detected at that time was precisely 7.3 Hz. Chunjun's expression shifted slightly. I compared it with the rampage incidents of awakened individuals nationwide over the past 3 months. Lin Xiao called up a new interface displaying 7 cases side by side with the locations of incidents marked beneath the brainwave spectrum. All rampagers were present within a 5-kilometer radius of the cross-border logistics nodes in the 24 hours prior to their outbursts. Their nervous systems had been synchronously shaken with highly consistent patterns. The scene shifted. A city thermal map emerged with 7 red dots distributed across different areas, forming an irregular ring structure when connected, pointing towards a segment of the cargo shipping route in the southeastern coastal region. This is not a random loss of control, Lin Xiao stated. It is an experiment. They are testing a neural interference wave that can remotely trigger the rampage of the awakened. Spiritual plants are the emission source. Crystals serve as amplifiers. Each rampage is a signal calibration. Chunjun approached the main control panel and entered the authorization code. The encrypted channel opened and a file popped up: International Abnormal Affairs Coordination Committee Multilateral Joint Law Enforcement Plan Codename Breaking the Net. The data you've provided is sufficient to apply for temporary authorization, he said, but the complete evidence chain must be submitted in a packaged manner, including the source of the shield technology, the presumed functions of the spiritual plants, and the behavioral patterns of the behind the scenes organization. Lin Xiao removed the detector and placed it along with the storage card on the table. It's all here: spectral analysis, image fragments, brainwave resonance models, and my own on-site perception records. Chunjun picked up the equipment and turned towards the door. Wait, Lin Xiao spoke up. When do you plan to act? If authorization is granted, operations will begin 2 hours before D4's departure. Chunjun paused for a second. China will take the lead, coordinating the border forces of 3 countries to simultaneously seal off air and ground channels. The objective is to intercept the cargo box and reverse trace the receiving party. Who will be responsible for the execution? The Joint Action Team. The list hasn't been finalized yet. Lin Xiao did not ask further. Chunjun glanced at him. You're tired. Go lie down in the break room. I'm not sleepy, Lin Xiao replied, staring at the screen. I want to know the outcome. Chunjun nodded and left through the door. The command center fell into silence. Only the low-speed hum of the terminal's cooling fan could be heard. Lin Xiao sat back in his chair, logged into the system again, and pulled up the original monitoring logs of the 7 rampage incidents. He checked the energy residue records one by one, magnifying each wave peak at 7.3 Hz. These frequencies were too clean, unlike natural outflows, but more akin to directionally released artificial modulation. He opened the communication panel, preparing to send an internal memo establishing a low-frequency, anomalous energy fluctuation early warning mechanism to mark all abnormal signals approaching 7.3 Hz. His finger hovered over the send button, but stopped. This was no longer his concern. He had already handed over the clues. What to do next was an issue for the system. He exited the system and leaned back in his chair. His eyelids felt heavy, yet his mind was clear. The wound on his right brow was still warm, as if a fine needle was embedded within. He touched the lining of his coat, where the black metal piece taken from the rampager still pressed against his chest, cold to the touch. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Lin Xiao looked up. Chunjun returned, holding a new access code card. The authorization application has been submitted, he said. The International Coordination Committee requires physical evidence within 48 hours, or the process will be terminated. We can't obtain physical evidence, Lin Xiao replied, unless we launch a surprise raid on Warehouse A7. No, Chunjun shook his head. The risk of alarming the enemy is too great. If they notice, they will immediately destroy the research materials and relocate the base. Lin Xiao focused on the screen. Then we can only wait to intercept after D4 takes off, right? Once the airship enters the public domain, law enforcement authority is not restricted by national borders. Chunjun placed the access code on the table. The data you submitted played a key role. The higher-ups have decided that you will continue to follow up on intelligence support. Keep the communication open and remain on standby. Lin Xiao picked up the card and inserted it into the terminal. The system authentication passed, elevating permissions to a Level 3 associate real-time interface. On the screen, the Breaking the Net action plan loaded automatically. The map unfolded with the border defenses of the 3 countries highlighted in red and the predicted route of D4 marked with a dotted line. A countdown box popped up: 051842. 5 hours and 18 minutes remaining. He closed the interface and stood up. Where are you going? Chunjun asked. To the equipment room, Lin Xiao replied. The detector needs calibration. I need to last longer during the next scan. Chunjun looked at him. Don't push yourself too hard. I know. Lin Xiao pulled open the door, but I need to ensure they can handle it. He stepped out of the command center and into the main corridor. The cold white lights reflected off his work boots, revealing slight scratches. The hem of his coat swayed with his steps. The metal piece pressing against his chest felt slightly heavy. Around the corner, a cleaning robot was moving slowly. It halted, retracting its mechanical arm into its abdomen, and its optical lens turned towards Lin Xiao's direction. Lin Xiao did not slow his pace. The robot continued forward, its rollers rolling over a crack in the floor. Lin Xiao entered the equipment room and closed the door. The operation table lit up with blue light. He took out the detector, opened its casing, and began replacing the sensing module. As he unscrewed the sixth screw, the terminal vibrated. A new message popped up: data archived, entering the Joint Action Plan database. Please keep communication open and remain on standby. He glanced at it and locked the screen. On the workbench, the parts of the detector were neatly arranged. He picked up a new quantum resonance chip and aligned it with the slot. The moment his fingertip touched the edge of the chip, the metal piece against his chest suddenly became scorching hot. The indicator light of the detector shifted from red to green. Lin Xiao's fingers released the calibration knob, the residual warmth of the metal piece still pressing against his chest. The cold light of the equipment room reflected off the tips of his work boots, revealing several new scratches. He stood up, the hem of his trench coat sweeping across the edge of the control table, and the screwdriver fell into the toolbox with a dull thud. The corridor broadcast sounded: please number X001, proceed immediately to Test Center No. 3 in Area B. The Dawn Project comparative test is about to begin. He did not respond, merely reattached the detector to his waist and turned to push the door open. The corridor was straight with evenly distributed lights, one every 10 meters. His footsteps were swallowed by the sound-absorbing wall panels, leaving only the faint friction of his boots against the non-slip floor. The old injury above his right eyebrow throbbed faintly, as if currents were crawling beneath his skin. He knew this was a precursor to an overload of the perception system, but he did not stop. Test Center No. 3 was located on the 7th underground level. The turnstile recognized his number and automatically opened the double doors. Inside, 8 holographic simulation pods were arranged in a circle with the doors half open and 6 people already in position. They wore various types of special operations uniforms, some equipped with neural stability rings, others connected to external cooling devices. Lin Xiao stood in front of the 7th pod, not entering immediately. A technician stepped out from the control console, handing him an electronic confirmation form. You are the last to arrive. Are you ready? Ready, Lin Xiao replied, taking the tablet and pressing his thumb on the signature line. This test simulates a level 3 energy interference environment with the goal of locating 3 real signal sources within 10 minutes. The interference items include camouflage frequency bands, harmonic resonance traps, and reverse emotional induction. The other participants are all level 2 or above perception type ability users with an average awakening duration of 3 years and 6 months. Lin Xiao nodded, unzipping his trench coat and securing the detector to the clip on his chest. He pulled open the pod door and sat down in the seat. The safety belt tightened automatically, and the helmet descended, enveloping his vision in pure white. The test began. The first wave of signals surged in. The air instantly thickened. Countless energy pulses exploded like a swarm of bees, crashing against his consciousness from all directions. 3 people on the left almost simultaneously made incorrect judgments. One shouted, "A strong source detected in the southeast quadrant," while another reported, "There are fluctuations in the northwest direction." Their voices entered the monitoring room through the listening channels, clear and distinct. Lin Xiao closed his eyes. He recalled the distances between scaffolds at the construction site, with horizontal bars spaced 1.2 meters apart and vertical columns spaced 2.5 meters apart. That was the rhythm he climbed every day, and his muscles remembered every inch of the landing points. He projected those coordinates into the chaotic energy field using spatial anchoring memory techniques to stabilize his mental core. Signals began to stratify. The second wave of interference activated. The system released 3 groups of highly realistic decoy sources with frequencies deviating only 0.3 Hz from the real targets, easily confusing ordinary perceivers. One participant suddenly convulsed, the EEG monitoring chart displaying violent oscillations, and safety protocols forcibly terminated his test. Another mistakenly took emotional induction for a real threat, reporting 5 false coordinates consecutively, deemed a judgment failure. Lin Xiao filtered out the noise. He sensed a weak but stable fluctuation hidden behind the 7th harmonic. It was not a natural overflow, but a leak of signals suppressed by human intervention. He called up the reporting system for an internal verification. The national database instantaneously provided the standard spectral template with a deviation comparison result of 0.07. Locking in, he opened his eyes and spoke into the communicator. The real source coordinates have been confirmed: 12 degrees north by east, depth of 4.3 meters, frequency of 7.3 Hz, interrupted after 8 seconds. The console recorded the data. The technicians quickly verified the only correct answer. The other participants reported a total of 17 targets, of which 16 were interference items. Before the third round had begun, 2 more participants exited. Among the remaining 3, only one barely captured part of the signal characteristics, but could not eliminate the interference. The test end bell rang. The pod doors opened one by one. Lin Xiao removed his helmet, fine sweat beading at his temples. He unbuckled the safety belt, and his knees made a faint sound as he stood. Stepping out of the simulation pod, no one spoke. Others either lowered their heads to check personal reports or were assisted away by aides. No one looked at him or spoke. In the control room, Yi Jinjin stood before the data terminal. She gazed at the steadily rising curve on the screen. Lin Xiao's perception output accuracy improved by 47.0 and response speed compressed to 0.8 seconds, far exceeding the theoretical threshold. The waveforms of other participants mostly showed jagged oscillations, with some even experiencing cliff-like drops. X001's data needs to be entered into the core layer, the technical supervisor said, but the safety protocol triggers level 3 verification requiring manual validation of authenticity. I have already cross-referenced it. Yi Jinjin called up historical archives. In the past 3 months, the initial positioning of 7 major abnormal events was all completed by him, with a deviation radius never exceeding 5 meters. This test result aligns with his consistent performance. The problem is the enhancement curve. Another expert pointed at the chart. His ability enhancement does not conform to conventional ability growth models, as if driven by external forces. Then accept reality. Yi Jinjin said softly. He has proven himself. What we need now is a standard, not someone questioning the standards. After a brief silence, the expert group remotely signed off. The screen popped up a certification mark X001 permission elevated universal perception priority channel. Enabled. Yi Jinjin stared at that number, her finger unconsciously rubbing the gilded ring on her left ring finger. She turned off the interface, picked up the record board, and walked toward the exit. Lin Xiao was crossing the central corridor when the lights suddenly went out. The emergency power did not activate immediately, plunging the corridor into brief darkness. The detector emitted a low-frequency alarm indicating the presence of weak electromagnetic residues nearby. He leaned against the wall, pressing his right hand to his forehead, trying to relieve the throbbing pain inside his skull. This feeling was familiar, like waking up after being struck by falling debris on the construction site, as if his head was stuffed full of glowing iron wires. Footsteps approached. Yi Jinjin walked over holding a bottle of oral tranquilizer. She said nothing, simply handed it over. Lin Xiao took it, twisted off the cap, and drank it all. The liquid was slightly cool as it slid down his throat. He returned the empty bottle, still leaning against the wall, unmoving. The lights came back on. The two stood side by side, their shadows stretched long on the smooth floor. Once again, you turned the impossible into the standard answer. Yi Jinjin looked at him, her tone calm, but a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Lin Xiao tugged at the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. He raised his hand and tossed the empty bottle into the recycling slot. The sound of metal clinking was crisp as it rolled a few times before coming to a stop. As he turned, the hem of his trench coat fluttered gently. The metal piece against his chest had cooled down, pressing closely against his skin like a silent block of iron. He walked toward the living area, his steps steady, his back straight. Yi Jinjin stood in place, watching him leave. Until the last trace of black disappeared around the corner, she lowered her head and opened the record board, writing a line at the end of the psychological assessment report X001 adaptability rating S-class. The pen hesitated for a moment, then she added, regular neural load monitoring is recommended to prevent irreversible damage from prolonged high-intensity use. She closed the notebook and walked toward the office. The headquarters of the Management Bureau resumed operations. Streams of people flowed through the corridors, and orders were transmitted in an orderly manner. No one spoke of the test that had just occurred, but on some terminals a list had quietly updated. In the future task scheduling, priority X001 ranked first. Lin Xiao entered the dormitory building, swiped his card to enter room 307. The room was simple, with a neatly made bed and a cup of unopened electrolyte drink on the desk. He took off his trench coat and hung it on the back of a chair, sitting down and closing his eyes. His body was fatigued, but his consciousness was clear. He knew that the next task alert could sound at any moment. The detector vibrated in his pocket. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, the dormitory light still on. He leaned against the back of the chair, his muscles stiff, the back of his neck feeling heavy. The familiar throbbing pain crawled up to his forehead, as if a metal wire was drilling from his temple into his brain. He did not move, only raised his left hand to press against the detector's casing. The screen lit up. A red light flashed automatically, bringing up a report. The monitoring station in the northwestern Gobi Desert detected a high-intensity shock wave 17 seconds ago with a frequency range of 8.4 to 9.1 Hz, lasting exactly 17 seconds, with an energy signature matching that of extraterrestrial debris fall signals by 83. No subsequent fluctuations were detected, and the secondary warning mechanism was not triggered. He stood up, his trench coat draped over the chair, the sound of his work boots thudding on the floor. The detector at his waist continued to vibrate, indicating that the signal remained. He grabbed the trench coat and put it on, zipping it up to his chest before turning to push the door open. The corridor was empty, the lights evenly distributed, one every 10 meters. The sound of his footsteps was swallowed by the sound-absorbing wall panels, leaving only the faint friction of his boots against the anti-slip floor. He did not take the elevator, but directly turned into the emergency exit, the stairwell echoing clearly with each step, maintaining a steady rhythm. The command center was 5 floors underground. Outside the double doors, the on-duty team was gathered around the main control console discussing in low voices. The screen displayed the geological map of the northwestern region, with a bright red ripple standing out against the gray-blue background slowly fading. It cannot be confirmed whether it's natural geological activity at this time, said a technician. The Earthquake Bureau has not issued a warning, and the meteorological satellite did not detect any atmospheric disturbances. But the frequency is too regular, another person interjected. It doesn't resemble fault slip, rather it seems like the residual vibration after an impact. The question is, who do we send? The third person looked up. That area is a no man's land with no base stations. Communication relies on relay drones. Once we lose contact, it becomes a solitary mission. No one spoke. A metallic clanking sound came from the door. Everyone turned around. Lin Xiao stood at the doorway, his right hand in the pocket of his trench coat, the detector pressed against his palm. He did not knock or swipe his card to enter. He just stood there. "They'll go," he said. 6 pairs of eyes were fixed on him. He took a step forward, crossing the threshold. "No need to discuss it further. This kind of thing is what I'm here for." The technical supervisor frowned. "The task directive hasn't been officially issued, yet you are currently in a non-duty status." "I'm applying for a temporary response now," Lin Xiao said softly. "The detector has already received the signal, and I can lock onto the source coordinates. By the time you finish your procedures, the optimal observation window will have passed." Silence fell over the console. Someone opened their mouth, but was stopped by another person. Finally, the technical supervisor nodded. "Report for record keeping. X001 volunteers for the task targeting the northwestern Gobi anomaly point with the mission nature provisionally classified as first-level reconnaissance. System record completed." Lin Xiao turned to leave when the intercom suddenly announced, "Number X001, please proceed to the equipment room in Zone B. Deputy Director Chen Jun is waiting." He stopped, did not respond, and walked straight to Zone B. The equipment room was located on the west side of the headquarters, independently powered, and had no identifying signage. He swiped his card 3 times to unlock it, and as the door opened, cold air rushed out. Inside, the lighting was cool with a few blank tactical boards hung on the walls, a metallic table in the center, and a safe standing in the corner. Chen Jin stood in front of the safe, his back to the door. Hearing the footsteps, he turned around. His face showed little expression, the metal prosthetic of his left leg making a faint clanking sound as it touched the ground. He did not speak, reaching out to press the fingerprint lock on the safe. Click. The safe door popped open. He took out a black rectangular box and placed it on the table. The box's surface had no inscriptions, only 2 clasps. He opened it. Inside was a set of silver-gray protective gear made of a material between fabric and alloy, equipped with a neck ring stabilizer and wrist energy buffer bands. Overall, it was lightweight, yet structurally complex, with faint electrical currents flickering along the edges. "Third-generation anti-jamming protective suit," Chen Jun said. "It hasn't been deployed yet, but I'm letting you use it in advance." Lin Xiao stepped closer to inspect the protective gear. His fingertips brushed over the connection point of the shoulder armor, feeling the cool, smooth texture. He picked up the neck ring to check the inner interface, confirming its compatibility. "Are there specific task parameters?" he asked. Chen Jin shook his head. "No real-time feedback, no backup communication, no support teams." He paused. "When you get to the site, you will be the only node." Lin Xiao halted. He looked at Chen Jun. The other man's gaze was calm, but there were tight lines at the corners of his eyes. It was the first time he had seen this deputy director display an expression that bordered on hesitation after knowing him for so long. "If you say you don't want to go now," Chen Jun said, "no one will blame you." Lin Xiao lowered his head and continued to organize the protective gear. He placed the neck ring into his backpack, then folded the entire set of equipment away, zipping it up. His movements were swift, not glancing back even once. "Then I won't go," he said. Chen Jun looked up. Lin Xiao slung the backpack over his shoulder, the hem of his trench coat sweeping the floor. He walked to the door, his hand pressing against the access panel. "But I have to go." The door opened. He stepped out, his pace unbroken. In the monitoring room, the cameras followed his silhouette as he passed through the corridor. Chen Jin stood in place until the dark figure disappeared around the corner. He returned to the safe, closed the door, and entered the password to lock it. Then he pressed the internal communication button. "Activate the one-way tracking protocol, codename Lone Star." The screen lit up, displaying an encrypted channel activated, target number X001. Tracking mode, passive signal pickup, no reverse positioning, no active contact. Chen Jun turned off the panel. He took one last look at the map of the northwestern region on the main control screen, That red ripple had completely vanished as if it had never existed. The lights in the equipment room went out. He leaned on his metal cane as he walked out of the room, the wind at the end of the corridor blowing against his clothes. Lin Xiao had reached the exit passage of Zone B. The turnstile recognized his number and opened automatically. He swiped his card to pass through the last security gate, the detector emitting a low-frequency confirmation sound. The backpack pressed against his shoulder. It wasn't heavy, but he knew this trip wouldn't be easy. Ahead was the underground parking lot. His motorcycle was parked in spot 3, the fuel tank, full tire pressure adequate, and the navigation set to a blank coordinate. Once he entered the destination, it would automatically calculate the route. He stood at the entrance of the passage, but did not descend immediately. The zipper of his trench coat was pulled up to his chest, his sleeves revealing half of his wrist, the veins beneath his skin slightly protruding. The detector pressed against the outer thigh, the screen dark, but still working, continuously scanning the surrounding environment for any residual frequencies. There was nothing, but he knew that the 17 seconds of tremors were not a coincidence. He touched the side compartment of his backpack where a cooled metal piece was hidden, irregular in shape with severely ablated edges. It was evidence brought back from the last mission yet to be reported. Now it lay quietly like a piece of ordinary scrap metal. Lin Xiao withdrew his hand. He stepped toward the entrance of the garage, his footsteps echoing sharply and clearly on the anti-slip ramp. First step, second step, third step. His shadow was elongated by the overhead motion sensor lights cast upon the gray-white floor like a moving crack. The detector vibrated in his pocket, the tremor persistent, as if caught by some unseen frequency. As Lin Xiao's hand gripped the motorcycle handle, the wind had already shifted direction. He did not immediately start the engine, but instead looked up at the northwestern horizon. What had once been a dark purple night sky was now marred by a murky black edge curling like burnt iron, its edges shimmering with a mix of earthy yellow and brown-gray light. The wind swept over from beneath that darkness, carrying a dry, gritty sensation that scraped against his face like fine sandpaper. He lowered his visor, steadied his work boots on the ground, and pushed the motorcycle away from its parking space with one hand. The tires crunched over the seams of the ramp, producing 2 muffled thuds. The navigation had not yet been input with coordinates, and he had no intention to do so. Only a string of numbers occupied his mind: 40 degrees north, 73, 93, 18 degrees east. That was the location of the last seismic wave transmitted by the monitoring station. The rolling shutter door at the garage exit was slowly rising. He mounted the bike, ignited the engine, and the exhaust pipe expelled a brief puff of white smoke. Just as the vehicle was about to leave the sheltered area, a sandstorm in the distance surged upwards. This was no ordinary sandstorm. The entire wall of the sky advanced at a visible speed, rising over 300 meters, the base rolling like boiling water, while the top tore apart into wispy cloud masses. The wind speed suddenly increased, the first wave of impact hitting his goggles with a crackling sound. Visibility plummeted from kilometers down to less than 50 meters, and soon even the road 10 meters ahead grew blurred. Lin Xiao turned off the cruise control and switched to manual mode. His left hand gripped the handlebars tightly, while his right hand swiftly retrieved the detector from his waist. The screen flickered violently, values fluctuating wildly, the signal muddled by the high concentration of dust. He slid his thumb across the power button, forcing it into low-frequency scanning mode, attempting to capture the lingering sensation of energy pull, a faint tug that had been lingering at the ends of his nerves since last night. There it was. It remained. Even through hundreds of meters of sandy barrier, the tremor originating from deep within the Gobi Desert had not dissipated. It felt like a tightly drawn string gently warming amidst the chaos. He turned the motorcycle's head, no longer following the original route straight ahead, but instead angling leftward at a 45-degree angle against the wind. This angle would reduce the direct impact of the sand particles and also prevent the vehicle from tipping over due to crosswinds. The wheels sank into the soft, sandy ground, leaving tire tracks that were quickly smoothed out by the wind. The wind intensified further. Sand particles pelted against the sandproof mask, dense as rain. He squinted, relying on his peripheral vision to gauge the undulations of the terrain. The ground had begun to flow, with certain low-lying areas forming brief sand currents that would ensnare the unwary. The detector pressed against the outer side of his thigh, scanning data every few seconds to confirm that the primary seismic source had not shifted. He gritted his teeth, pulling back the throttle by half. He couldn't go too fast. Going too quickly would deplete his strength and throw the vehicle off balance. But he couldn't stop either. If he stopped, the motorcycle would soon be buried. The howling wind drowned out everything. A constant buzzing filled his ears, and his breathing became short due to the mask's filter. He began using an old method to determine direction, raising the back of his hand to feel the change in wind temperature. The wind from the left side was hotter and drier, indicating that was the core advancing area of the sandstorm, The right side felt slightly cooler, suggesting the terrain might be a bit higher. Combining this with his memory of the regional topographic map, he adjusted his angle of advance towards the leeward slope. A pressure began to swell at his brow. This time it wasn't a sharp pain, but a dull pressure, as if his skull were being gradually tightened. He knew this was due to prolonged high-intensity vigilance causing a burden on his nerves, but there was no time to rest now. Closing his eyes for 3 seconds felt like a luxury. He shook his head, sweat mixed with sand trickling down from his forehead. A sharp sensation shot through his right brow bone. Unbeknownst to him, he had been cut by a flying stone, blood seeping out and congealing at the edge of the mask. Ahead appeared a gentle slope. He accelerated to climb at the motorcycle, jostling violently. Upon reaching the top of the slope, his view briefly opened up. The sandstorm resembled a moving wall devouring the earth from behind. The stretch of road he had just traversed had completely vanished, leaving only the undulating outlines of sand dunes as if pressed flat by an iron. He glanced back. There was nothing. No tire tracks, no figures, no reflections from signal towers. The entire world was left with only him traversing through the yellow-black torrent. Down the slope was a relatively flat, hard surface. He slowed down, gliding as the tires rolled over the cracked saline crust, producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, the detector beeped, twice the low-frequency lock re-establishing for a second, refreshing the coordinates. Target distance 3 kilometers. There was still time. Just as he was about to continue, the vehicle suddenly sank heavily. The front wheel had sunk into a quicksand pit, the surface crusted over while soft, powdery sand lay beneath. He immediately turned off the engine, bracing himself with both feet, attempting to lift the bike free. But the wind was too strong, and the tilt of the vehicle increased the right side's protective panel, already half buried in sand. He quickly unstrapped his backpack, opened the compartment, and pulled out the spare power module to insert it. His protective suit hung on his back, secured with tactical rope. After completing these tasks, he tried to push the motorcycle again, but the sand had already crept over the foot pedals, and sand had entered the engine, rendering it unable to start. The motorcycle was wasted. He took one last look at the iron steed that had accompanied him on 7 border missions, turned and shouldered his pack, stepping forward. On foot. Low center of gravity, alternating quick steps. He chose to walk along the leeward side of the sand dune, stopping every 30 meters to recalibrate his direction. The detector pressed against his chest, relying on residual signals to maintain positioning. The wind still howled, sand striking against his clothing with a crackling sound. His footsteps were steady, his breathing heavy, yet the rhythm remained unbroken. 7 kilometers. 6.5 kilometers. He touched the side compartment of his backpack. The unreported metal piece lay quietly, temperature normal. The detector's screen flickered erratically like a battery about to die, but the core frequency continued to pulse. He pressed on. The sandstorm showed no signs of weakening. The sky had long disappeared, the earth and heaven fused into a gray-yellow chaos. He relied on that faint pull within him to guide his way forward like a blind man, holding onto an invisible thread. His right leg began to ache. Prolonged tension caused the muscles to tremble, yet he did not stop. Stopping would mean being buried. Ahead loomed a solitary piece of basalt, half exposed above the sand. He leaned against it, taking a brief breath on the leeward side. Removing his mask, he found the filter had filled with fine sand. He tapped it, reddening it, his fingers brushing against the wound on his brow, blood still seeping. He looked up. Through the sandstorm, he could vaguely see a low horizon rising. Unlike natural hills, the lines were too regular. Perhaps it was a circular band formed by an impact or remnants of an ancient riverbed. It could also be the location of his target. He stood up, adjusted his straps, and continued forward. The detector vibrated slightly. This time it was not an alarm. It was a response. The detector in his pocket vibrated intensely. The vibration was no longer an intermittent reminder, but a continuous humming, like an iron needle piercing through his temple. Lin Xiao's footsteps did not falter. The sand grains scraped against his face. The wind pressed him down, yet he knew he was getting closer. The previously low horizon began to rise in profile, gradually becoming clearer amidst the sandstorm. It was not a hill nor a pile of rock layers. It was a circular depression with the center collapsed and the edges radiating outward, as if something had exploded from within and then quickly cooled and solidified. The ground cracked like a spider web, with faint blue light seeping from the depths of the fissures, flickering as if breathing. He slowed his pace, firmly placing his left foot before stepping forward with his right. The backpack pressed against his shoulder, the protective suit's outer layer lightly brushed against his back, making a faint sound of friction. The detector was pressed against the outside of his thigh, its screen blurred, sand and dust lodged in the seams, yet the signal frequency steadily pointed to the core area 300 meters ahead. The wound on his right eyebrow reopened, blood sliding down his cheekbone to his jaw, drying into a hard scab by the wind. He did not wipe it away. His eyes were fixed intensely on the collapsed zone ahead. A peculiar scent lingered in the air, neither the smell of sand nor that of rust, but rather like the charred odor left after electric currents burned through plastic mixed with an indescribable cold fragrance. He circled around a toppled concrete slab, part of the wreckage of a monitoring station. The supports were twisted, antennas snapped, and solar panels reduced to dust. As he moved forward, the terrain sunk, and the hard surface beneath his feet began to show signs of melting, with black, glass-like material spreading at the edges of the cracks, its surface shimmering with an oily, iridescent sheen. The detector suddenly beeped twice. The passive receiving mode was successfully activated. An isolated signal source appeared on the screen, distance 47 meters. The energy wave fluctuation occurred every 3.2 seconds with increasing intensity. There was no active scanning, no emitted wave bands. It was purely the other party voicing itself. Lin Xiao crouched down, his fingertips brushing aside the drifting sand. Beneath lay a half-broken metal pipe, its surface covered in honeycomb-like holes, with fine filament-like crystals growing inside. He lightly tapped the side of the detector against the crystal, which emitted a low-frequency resonance that lasted 2 seconds before fading away. This was not Earth material. He withdrew his hand, breathing more gently. Continuing forward, each step was kept within 30 centimeters. His knees were slightly bent, center of gravity lowered. The wind blew from behind, pushing the sand and dust towards the pit ahead, forming a brief visual barrier. Using this layer of cover, he approached a toppled observation pod wreckage leaning against the cold alloy shell, finally getting a clear view of the target. The fragment was embedded in the center of the pit, half buried in grayish-white powder. It was irregularly shaped, about the size of a hand, entirely deep gray, with raised lines resembling circuit patterns covering its surface. Those lines pulsed with a blue-white glow, and with each flash the surrounding air warped, as if heat waves were rising, or as if space itself was folding slightly. It was releasing energy waves. When the first ripple spread out, Lin Xiao had yet to react. It was neither sound nor impact, but a vibration that directly affected the nervous system. His chest tightened sharply, as if someone had stabbed an ice pick into his chest, and then swiftly withdrawn it. His muscles stiffened instantly, and his right hand twitched uncontrollably, nearly dropping the detector. He gritted his teeth, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth. The second wave came. Stronger. This time the edges of his vision began to darken, and high-frequency noise rang in his ears like countless steel needles stirring within his skull. He looked down at his hand, his knuckles were pale, veins bulging, but he could still move. He braced his left hand on the ground, and shifted his body back half a meter, his back fully pressed against the wreckage of the observation pod. He could not approach. This thing had consciousness, or at least a defensive mechanism. The 2 previous shocks were clearly aimed at driving away living beings. He held his breath, switching the detector to silent recording mode, no longer emitting any recognizable signals. The third wave of impact arrived. This time it was more than just a nerve sting. Images flashed before his eyes. A pitch-black space, a planet slowly rotating, its surface cracked with countless fissures, as if it had opened its eyes. Immediately after, a hand made of light reached toward the camera, fingers spread wide, palm facing down. A hallucination. He realized it instantly. Yet this hallucination felt too real, heavy and warm. He could even feel the pressure of that hand descending. He took a deep breath, using the pain to awaken himself, his right hand fiercely digging into the muscle of his left arm, until the pain overshadowed the images in his mind. The fragment's glow brightened once more. This time the fluctuation no longer spread outward, but concentrated into a fine beam shooting straight for his face. He instinctively leaned back, his head striking the shell of the observation pod with a muffled thud. The beam grazed the tip of his nose, striking the sandy ground 3 meters behind him. The sand instantly vaporized, leaving a half-meter diameter circular pit, the edges glassified and still faintly glowing red. The aggression level escalated. He could wait no longer. Report it. That was the only thing he could do. Hand over the danger to the organization. His father had said do not report before dying, but what was the outcome? No bones left, the truth buried in concrete for 3 years. He did not believe in personal heroism. He only trusted the system, only trusted the process. His left hand trembled as it reached for the side button of the detector. That red button was labeled Emergency Report, highest priority. Pressing it would connect the signal directly to the headquarters, automatically opening the global network channel, forcing all online terminals to pop up and receive. But he hesitated for half a second. This fragment did not belong to any known system. Its energy pattern, material structure, and response logic all exceeded the database scope. Once reported, would it trigger an uncontrollable response? For instance, remote locking, directed detonation, or even a complete lockdown? No. He must confirm the content first. He slid open the small cover on the back of the detector with his thumb, inserted an encrypted USB drive, and initiated local data capture. The screen flashed a progress bar beginning to record the fragment's energy frequency fluctuation period and spectral distribution. As long as he obtained the original parameters, even if he died here, the data could still be sent back. The fourth wave of impact descended, more violent than any previous one. His body arched violently, as if struck by high voltage. His vision went completely dark, leaving only a central point of light. Whispers sounded in his ears, neither in Chinese nor any human language, but a synthesized sound made up of multiple tones layered together, each syllable feeling like it was prying at his skull. He opened his mouth wanting to shout, but no sound came out. His left hand still gripped the detector, but his fingers had lost sensation. He could only rely on sheer willpower to maintain his grasp. His teeth bit into his tongue, the taste of blood exploding in his mouth. The pain momentarily cleared his mind. Now was the time. He exerted all his strength and pressed the side button hard. Beep. A short prompt sounded. Report initiated. Signal sent. He was unsure if it had succeeded. The communication link might be interfered with or swallowed. But he had done what he needed to do. Next it was about enduring. He curled his body, leaning against the observation pod, knees drawn together to minimize his exposed area. The surface of the protective suit began to heat up, the anti-interference coating resisting energy penetration. He could feel that strange sensation weaving through his body like a cold snake, crawling up his spine, attempting to burrow into his brain. He closed his eyes, concentrating. It was not a resistance, but a tugging. He imagined a rope in his chest, one end tied to his heart, the other stretching into the distance. He pulled on it with his hand inch by inch. With each energy impact, the rope loosened by an inch. Every time he regained consciousness, he pulled back 2 inches. The fragment's glow continued to flicker. The frequency had accelerated. With each pulse, the interval shortened by 0.1 seconds. The blue-white halo grew brighter, and the surrounding sand began to levitate, tiny particles swirling around the fragment to form a slowly rotating current. The burnt odor in the air intensified, mingling with that cold fragrance, making him nauseous. He spat out a mouthful of blood froth. His body temperature was dropping. His limbs were numb, with only a warmth in his chest remaining. The detector lay on his lap, its screen dark, but the report indicator light still flashed glaringly red. He was still alive. The report had been completed. What remained was to hold on until a response arrived. He opened his eyes. The fragment was just 20 meters away. The glow cast twisted shadows on the sandy ground. The circuit lines seemed to come alive, slowly flowing across the surface. He stared at it, motionless. The wind stopped. The entire Gobi Desert fell into an eerie silence. Only the pulsing sound of the fragment remained once then again, like a heartbeat. His hand still rested on the detector. His fingers twitched slightly. The distant horizon held no light. The sky remained a murky yellowish-gray, the remnants of the sandstorm not yet dispersed. There were no drones, no rescue teams, no broadcast feedback. He was alone, confronting the unknown. Suddenly the fragment ceased its pulsation. All light converged in an instant. Darkness descended. 3 seconds. Then it lit up again. This time the light was red. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. He wanted to scream, but could not make a sound. That energy surged again, deeper and more forceful than before, piercing directly into the depths of his mind. An image forcibly squeezed into his consciousness. Countless versions of him standing amidst the ruins, each dressed in a black trench coat, each reporting, each dissolving into particles of light. It was not a hallucination. It was an omen. His mouth moved. No words came out. Only blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The report light on the detector was still flashing. The red light reflected on his face. The reporting light on the detector continued to blink. The red light flashed on his face like a heartbeat. Lin Xiao did not close his eyes. He could not afford to. As soon as his consciousness sank, that thing would crawl up his nerves. The previous scene was still stuck in his mind. Countless versions of himself stood in the ruins wearing identical black trench coats, raising their hands to press the report button, then their bodies shattered into particles of light, scattering into the wind and sand. It was not an illusion. It was a warning. But he knew that if he did not report, he would already be done for. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the front of his protective suit, congealing into dark clumps. His body temperature was dropping, his fingers stiff and unresponsive, yet his left hand pressed firmly against the side of the detector. That red button had already been pressed. The signal had been sent out. That was all he could do. The rest was to endure. The wind had stopped. The aftermath of the sandstorm was suppressed by some force, the entire Gobi Desert unnaturally quiet. The fragments at the bottom of the pit glowed red, no longer pulsating or attacking, as if waiting for something. The acrid smell in the air mingled with a cold fragrance growing stronger. Lin Xiao's temples throbbed, each pulse accompanied by a sharp pain, as if fine needles were scraping the inside of his skull. He gritted his teeth, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth to pull his attention back with the pain. He could not collapse. There was no one else here. No one to support him. If he fell, the matter of this fragment would be left unresolved. His father had perished in this manner. A falling object had penetrated his safety helmet. The foreman called it an accident. The project party referred to it as force majeure, and even the autopsy report had been altered. He had been only 16 at the time, kneeling in the hospital corridor begging for someone to take a look at the surveillance footage, but no one paid him any mind. In the end, he only received a box containing ashes numbered 047. He did not want to be that person begging anymore. Now he had a system. He had procedures. He had a reporting channel. As long as he was still standing, the danger could be transferred, dealt with, and terminated. He took a breath. His chest felt as though it were constricted by an iron hoop. Breathing was short, each inhalation bringing a sensation of burning. A strange feeling radiated from his spine, as if something were drilling inward. The red energy did not cease. It changed its approach, no longer attacking Hedon, but rather seeping and clinging to his bones, gradually eroding the nerve junctions. His muscles began to go out of control. His right calf twitched, almost causing him to kneel. He leaned against the wreckage of the observation capsule, forcing himself to hold on. The surface of the protective suit was heating up. The anti-interference coating was taking effect, but cracks had already appeared. A tearing sensation came from his shoulder blade, as if the skin beneath were about to split open. No, this could not continue. He would not last 3 minutes like this. He forced himself to think. It was not about how to escape, but about the mechanism. Why did the system require him to report? What would happen after reporting? His first report was made at the construction site, when his perception of spiritual energy had just awakened. The signal connected directly to the central bureau, triggering a network-wide broadcast. The next second, he felt a surge of energy within him, as if he had been reforged from the inside out. That time, what was enhanced was his perception. What about this time? He stared at the detector's screen. Although the display was black, the reporting light continued to blink, indicating that the link was unbroken. This meant the system had received the request. It indicated that the enhancement should be coming. But why had it not arrived yet? He suddenly realized. Last time he had actively reported, and this time he was doing the same. But the difference was that last time he had completed the verification and triggered feedback while in a conscious state, whereas this time, he was forcefully pressing the button on the brink of death. The system might need to confirm the user's state before releasing the enhancement. He had to stay alive. He had to maintain consciousness. He raised his right hand, using his thumb to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The movement was slow. His arm felt as if it were filled with lead. But he persisted, rubbing the blood on the sleeve of his protective suit, leaving a mark. This was his reminder: you are still awake. You can still move. You are not a corpse. He began to recall. Not memories of his father, but the process. On the day he joined the management bureau, Chenjin stood in front of the award platform and said, "Your abilities do not belong to you personally. They belong to everyone in need of safety." At that time, he had found those words empty. Now he believed them, because he knew that relying solely on himself would not be enough to withstand this thing. The red light of the fragments flickered slightly. The sand particles suspended in the air began to spin faster. A small ring of current formed around the core, like a sign of something about to activate. Lin Xiao knew it was coming again. He closed his eyes. This was not giving up, but concentrating. He imagined a rope in his chest, one end tied to his heart, the other extending into the distance. That was the reporting channel. The system link. The only thing he could grasp. He pulled with his hand, little by little, reeling it back. It was not a struggle. It was a connection. At that moment, a sudden surge of warmth erupted within him. It exploded from his heart, instantly rushing to his limbs. It did not feel like the flow of blood, but rather a high-density energy surging through his veins. Muscle fibers tightened and reorganized as if being woven anew by an invisible hand. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, their density increasing. The nerve endings felt electrified, briefly paralyzed before becoming extraordinarily sensitive. The protective suit emitted a muffled sound. A seam at his shoulder burst open, revealing the taut outline of his muscles beneath. These were not the lines formed by labor, but the result of forcible reshaping. The enhancement had taken effect. The first wave of counterattack came faster than expected. The red energy continued to drill into his spine, but was intercepted the moment it entered by a surge of warmth. The two forces collided, and a burst of white light exploded before Lin Xiao's eyes. He let out a muffled grunt, his knees slightly bending, but he did not fall. Instead, he stood even more firmly. He opened his eyes. His vision became clear, no longer blurry or dark. The ringing in his ears vanished. Even the smells in the air became distinct. The acrid scent indicated energy overload, while the cold fragrance emanated from the pheromones of the fragment itself. He looked down at his hands. The knuckles were no longer pale, the veins receded. He clenched his fist. Strength had returned. Not just returned, but doubled. He could feel every inch of his skin heating up as if wrapped in an invisible armor. The red light of the fragments flickered once more, as if sensing the change. The sand rings on the ground suddenly accelerated, forming small whirlwinds. The red light condensed and rushed towards his face again. This strike was more solid than any previous one, no longer a spreading wave, but a direct impact. Lin Xiao did not dodge. He stood tall, stepping forward to meet the beam of light. The impact struck his chest as if he had been hit by a truck. But he did not retreat. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, the soles of his shoes sparking against the lava-like sand. The front of his protective suit burst open with several cracks, but his skin remained unharmed. That layer of defense generated in reverse by the reporting mechanism had withstood the energy assault. The beam of light dissipated. The sand rings came to a halt. The suspended particles fell to the ground. The red light of the fragments dimmed for a moment. Lin Xiao stood in place, breathing steadily. He raised his hand, gripping the detector tightly once more. The reporting light continued to blink. The link was stable. The enhancement was still ongoing. He knew that as long as the state remained unbroken, he would not fall. He took a step forward. His boots made a crisp sound as they struck the glassy ground. He covered 7 steps in a distance of 20 meters. Each step felt like a declaration of sovereignty. He was not there to collect data. He was there to guard this place. He stopped 5 meters away from the fragment, no longer approaching. He knew being too close would pose risks, but he could not retreat. He had to stand here, anchoring this area with a living person. The wind began to stir again. Not strongly, just gently lifting the surface sand. He stood in the center of the pit, the hem of his black trench coat billowing, revealing the detector at his waist and the mud stains on his work boots. He said nothing, nor did he make any unnecessary movements. He simply stared at the fragment as if waiting for its next move. A minute passed. The fragment did not emit any light again. The red glow was completely extinguished. The circuit patterns on the surface ceased their flow. It seemed to have entered a dormant state. Lin Xiao did not relax. He knew this did not signify the end. It only indicated that it had temporarily conceded. What he had won was not the battle but time. He slowly raised his right hand, using his sleeve to wipe the blood from his face. The movement was steady, no longer trembling. He glanced at the detector. The screen was still black, but the indicator light on the side had turned from red to green, indicating that data was being uploaded. He had done it. He had passed the danger to the organization. The system had responded to him. He was no longer the boy who could only watch his father die. He stood here, standing, awake, powerful, protecting what should not be touched. The distant horizon remained grayish-yellow. There were no drones, no rescue teams, no broadcast feedback. Only him alone. But he knew that he was no longer alone. He leaned against the wreckage of the observation capsule, re-establishing his stance. With both hands gripping the detector tightly, his arms hung naturally, his gaze fixed on the fragment. The wind ruffled his hair, the wound above his right brow still oozing blood, but he paid it no mind. The reporting state continued to take effect. His body remained under enhancement. The defensive layer had not been withdrawn. He could feel the warmth circulating within him, ready to respond to the next attack at any moment. He did not move, did not retreat, did not close his eyes, until the response from the outside world arrived. The car door opened and Lin Xiao placed one foot on the cement platform at the edge of the square. The hem of his trench coat was stained with sand and dried blood, while the soles of his work boots were embedded with gravel. The detector was affixed to his waist, the green light blinking steadily as data continued to upload. He did not look up at the sky, nor did he care about the gazes of the surrounding crowd. He merely raised his hand to adjust the brim of his hat, shielding his eyes from the glaring afternoon sun. The wound on his right brow was still oozing blood, trickling down his cheekbone to his chin, forming a dark red line. He did not wipe it away. He knew someone was waiting for him to show a flaw. Lin Xiao. The voice came from the left, crisp and powerful like a knife being drawn. He halted his movements and turned his head. Zhao Taijian stood 10 meters away at the front of the crowd, his tactical jacket unbuttoned, revealing a black t-shirt emblazoned with the words Alliance for Freedom Awakening. The prosthetic leg on his right side glinted coldly in the sunlight, resembling some sort of silent proclamation. He clutched a flyer in his hand, its corners crumpled from being tightly grasped. Every time you report, are you helping the country to compile our lives? The square fell silent for a moment. A few passing citizens halted, and an elderly man walking his dog took a half-step back. The street vendors selling roasted sweet potatoes turned off the speaker, and the music abruptly ceased. Lin Xiao remained still, staring at Zhao Taijian with calm eyes, as if looking at an old rival rather than an enemy. When you stand here asking, are you representing yourself, or are you representing them? His voice was not loud, but clear enough. I represent all the awakened who do not wish to be registered, monitored, or treated as resources to be managed. Zhao Taijian took a step forward. You claim to be safeguarding security, but have you ever considered who will protect our rights? Lin Xiao finally took a step. He did not walk toward Zhao Taijian, but circled around the support vehicle, heading toward a rusty long bench by the roadside. He sat down heavily and patted the space beside him. Sit. Zhao Taijian did not move. What are you afraid of? Lin Xiao said, afraid that by sitting down to listen to me your stance will change. A light laugh emerged from the crowd, easing the tension slightly. Zhao Taijian scoffed, taking a big step forward and sitting down heavily. The flyer was tossed onto the bench, its cover printed with the striking slogan, "Powers belong to individuals, registration equals enslavement." 3 years ago, during the building collapse in the North District, Lin Xiao began his tone flat. Toxic fog spread, sealing the entire building, trapping 17 children inside. Did you single-handedly brave the toxic fog, or was it the purification units dispatched by the state? Zhao Taijian's expression momentarily froze. You were also at the scene that day? Lin Xiao locked his gaze on him. You wore the rescue team's exoskeleton and rushed in to save 3 children. But who provided the oxygen tanks you used? Who deployed the filtration systems? Without a reporting mechanism, that data couldn't even enter the emergency system. You couldn't save anyone. That was a special circumstance. Zhao Taijian abruptly turned his head. Things are different now. We are not survivors in the aftermath of a disaster. We are awakened beings. We have our own abilities and our own judgments. Why should we hand everything over to your reporting system? Because the greater the power, the higher the cost of losing control. Lin Xiao pointed to the wound on his right brow. I just locked down a piece of extraterrestrial debris in the Gobi. It can directly erode nerves and distort consciousness. I didn't die because I could report. The system reinforced me, allowing me to hold on until the data was transmitted. What about you? Can you withstand such an attack on your own? Can you guarantee that you won't become the next source of pollution? Only powers that are not reported are true prowess. Zhao Taijian clenched his fists. You have turned yourself into a tool of the state, relying on the system to suppress even your pain. Are you even still human? You are merely an execution program. Lin Xiao smiled, the corners of his mouth twitching without any emotion. When my father died, no one reported his work-related injury. The foreman altered the records, the project party suppressed the surveillance, and the autopsy report stated accidental fall. I knelt in the hospital corridor begging for the truth, but no one paid attention. In the end, I only received an urn labeled 047. He glanced at his own hand. From that day on, I knew that an individual's strength cannot withstand the silence of the system. So everything I do now is to ensure that the next family does not have to kneel and beg for help. Zhao Taijian fell silent for a few seconds, his voice lowering but growing harsher. Have you ever considered that one day the state could be wrong? When that day comes, will you still report? Will what you report become the next miscarriage of justice? Lin Xiao did not answer immediately. The wind swept through the square, lifting a few flyers. In the distance, a bus slowly rolled by, the sound of its tires clearly audible on the pavement. He raised his hand and touched the side of the detector. The green light remained lit, steady as a heartbeat. Then let the system correct its errors, he finally spoke. But I cannot gamble with the lives of civilians. You can question the system, protest registration, and organize gatherings. But when you have the ability to influence the safety of thousands, you must hand over the risks. This is not a matter of who to trust. It is a matter of responsibility. Responsibility. Zhao Taijian suddenly stood up, looking down at him. You keep talking about responsibility, but you have deprived us of our right to choose. You say reporting is for safety, but have you ever asked us if we are willing to be protected? Have you ever asked who decides what is dangerous? Lin Xiao also stood up. The two were of similar height, their gazes locking. One wore a standard black trench coat with a state-issued detector hanging from his waist. The other wore a tactical jacket with a metal prosthetic leg, clutching a flyer from a grassroots alliance. I can curse you. Lin Xiao adjusted the collar of his trench coat, his movement steady. But do not stop me from acting. Zhao Taijian scoffed. Fine, I want to see how long this reporting hero can last. He turned and walked away, his steps firm, the prosthetic leg striking the ground with a rhythmic sound. The flyer was tossed to the ground, and as the wind blew, it flipped over, revealing a line of small text on the back. The Awakeners' United Declaration. We refuse to become data. Lin Xiao remained still. He stood beneath the street lamp, his shadow elongated. Above the city, several surveillance drones quietly flew by, their body numbers reflecting a faint glimmer in the sunlight. He glanced up briefly before looking down at the detector. The green light still shone brightly. Data continued to upload. He did not leave the square, nor did he pursue. He stood there, his trench coat dusted, blood seeping from his brow, his back straight as iron. In the distance, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some whispered, some took photos, and others stuffed flyers into their bags. The vendor at the corner turned the speaker back on, playing an old song. Lin Xiao's fingertips lightly brushed against the shell of the detector. He knew that this argument would not end. Zhao Taijian would not concede, nor would the Grassroots Alliance disband. But he also knew that as long as the link remained intact, and as long as data continued to transmit, he had not lost. He He did not stand here to be understood. He stood here to ensure that danger would be stopped here. A shared bicycle was parked 5 meters away, a takeout order lying in the basket with the note, "No spice, thank you." A girl in a school uniform ran over, scanned the code, and rode away. The red light turned green, and the traffic resumed. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze. He took a step forward, stopping at the crosswalk. Across the street was the liaison point of the Management Bureau. He needed to submit his task report and confirm the progress of subsequent responses. But he did not hurry to cross the street. He stood in place, gazing into the depths of the city. Amidst the tall buildings, signal towers stood quietly, their antennas turning slightly. Suddenly his detector emitted a low hum. The frequency was normal, a routine system check. He nodded, as if responding to some invisible command. Then he stepped into the flow of traffic. Lin Xiao crossed the zebra crossing, his work boots thudding heavily against the dry concrete ground. The sunlight was still blinding, yet he did not raise his hand to shield his eyes. The detector was pressed against his waist, the green light flickering steadily as data continued to upload. He did not halt his steps, heading straight towards the makeshift monitoring platform in the center of the square. The platform was supported by 4 metal frames on which public terminals and signal receivers were mounted, equipment prepared by the Management Bureau earlier that day for demonstration. Several technicians were debugging the lines, and upon noticing Lin Xiao approaching, one of them looked up and signaled, "Exozone, the system is ready for connection at any time." Lin Xiao nodded, removed the detector, and plugged it into the terminal interface. The screen lit up, displaying the national emblem and the words "Special Assistant Authorization Confirmation." He placed his palm on the scanner, and the authentication was successful. A crowd began to gather. Some recognized the number on his trench coat and began to whisper among themselves. The street vendor selling baked sweet potatoes also pushed his cart closer, standing on tiptoes to peer in. Lin Xiao stood on the platform, his voice not loud, but sufficient to carry. "I have just returned from the Gobi Desert, where I locked onto a piece of alien debris. Now I need to report a newly discovered faint rift signal within 300 meters. The crowd erupted in murmur. "Reporting again." Someone scoffed, "As soon as the national broadcast goes off, you become a hero. Who are you performing for?" Another voice chimed in. Lin Xiao ignored it. He closed his eyes and pressed the report button. The citywide broadcast system activated instantly. A clear electronic female voice announced, "Special Assistant X001 reports a low-frequency rift signal. Coordinates locked. Response units are in position." At that very moment, a surge of heat suddenly coursed through Lin Xiao's body. It was neither pain nor excitement, but a precise and amplified perception. Tenfold enhancement activated. His consciousness spread like a net, quickly extending through the ground walls and metal shells. Every energy fluctuation within a 300-meter radius became distinct and discernible. He opened his eyes and pointed towards the distribution box on the eastern side of the square. There in the metal boxes, compartment frequency 0.7 Hz. The technicians exchanged glances and hurried over. The distribution box was locked, and they pried it open with tools, inspecting layer by layer. The onlookers held their breath. 3 minutes later, a technician pulled out a metal box disguised as a relay from the compartment, revealing a miniature device inside. Signal source confirmed. He raised the device, frequency 0.7 Hz, continuously emitting low-energy radiation, not shielded. The crowd fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in incredulous gasps. Lin Xiao stood on the platform, his trench coat billowing in the wind, a fresh trickle of blood seeping from the wound at his right brow due to the earlier high-intensity perception. He did not wipe it away, but glanced at the detector, the enhancement status still active. Below the platform, Zhao Taixian had unknowingly moved to the edge of the crowd. He crossed his arms, his face betraying little expression, but his gaze was fixed intently on the metal box that had been extracted. Lin Xiao jumped down from the platform and walked towards him. "You may not believe this system," Lin Xiao said, "but you cannot deny that it saves lives. You used state-issued equipment to save lives that day when you rushed in." Lin Xiao looked at him. "Without these, how many could you have carried out?" 3, 5, 17 children. Could you carry them all?" Zhao Taixian's lips tightened, remaining silent. "I am not asking you to kneel and shout long life." Lin Xiao's voice lowered slightly. "I am merely telling you that some things cannot be borne by one person. Reporting is not surrender, it's letting the system know where you are before you give up your life." Zhao Taixian finally spoke. "This is the state helping you, not because you are strong. Then you try it." Lin Xiao replied calmly, "Find a rift and bear the tenfold backlash yourself. I won't stop you." Zhao Taixian suddenly turned his head and walked away. After taking 5 steps, he paused. After 2 more steps, he turned back again. For the 3rd time, he hesitated in front of the bus stop sign, his back rigid for 5 seconds before slowly raising his arm to hail a bus that was approaching. Lin Xiao did not chase after him, nor did he smile. He knew that 5 seconds of hesitation carried more weight than any words of submission. The crowd gradually dispersed. Some were taking photos, others discussing in hushed tones, while a few recorded the broadcast from earlier. The sweet potato vendor glanced at Lin Xiao one last time as he pushed his cart away, nodding slightly. Yi Xinjin approached from the side of the monitoring platform. She was not wearing a bulletproof vest, but had thrown on a dark coat, holding disinfectant gauze and bandages. "Your wound has reopened," she said, her tone as if stating the weather. Lin Xiao touched his brow, his fingertips stained with blood. He took the gauze, intending to bandage himself, but Yi Xinjin stepped forward, deftly handling it for him. "You controlled the intensity of your perception just now," she said while wrapping the bandage. "You could have scanned further, but only locked on at 300 meters. Afraid of alarming the residents." Lin Xiao did not deny it. "What they see is the result." Yi Xinjin withdrew her hand, stepping back. "What I see is your perseverance each time you grit your teeth." Lin Xiao remained silent for a moment, then quietly asked, "How many times did he turn back?" "3 times. Yi Xinjin replied. "The last time he paused for 5 seconds. Lin Xiao's lips twitched slightly, but did not break into a smile. His shoulders relaxed a bit. In the distance, the city skyline remained calm. Several signal towers stood silently, their antennas turning slowly. Suddenly his detector vibrated, and a short, alert tone sounded in his earpiece. "Emergency report." A mechanical female voice began. "An abnormal energy fluctuation has been detected in a provincial capital city, preliminarily assessed as a sign of collective abnormal ability disorder. Orders have been issued. Please respond immediately." Lin Xiao raised his hand to touch his earpiece, his gaze shifting towards the city exit. Yi Xinjin glanced at him. "I will wait for your data recap in the background." She turned and boarded the vehicle, the door closing as it pulled away. Lin Xiao stood and placed the hem of his trench coat, gently swaying. He looked down at the detector. The green light had extinguished, turning red, indicating standby mode. He stepped forward, heading towards the motorcycle parked by the roadside. Lin Xiao mounted his motorcycle, the engine roaring as it shattered the lingering sounds of the square. The hem of his windbreaker was pulled straight by the gusts, and a wound above his right eyebrow was still oozing blood, droplets sliding down his cheekbone to drip onto his work boots. He didn't bother to wipe it away, gripping the handlebars with his left hand while his right hand brushed against the detector at his waist. The red light was on, the signal unbroken. 3 minutes ago, the announcement in his earpiece was still echoing in his mind. "An abnormal energy fluctuation has been detected in a provincial capital city, initially determined to be a sign of collective abnormality disorder." He twisted the throttle, the motorcycle bursting out of the square, the tires jolting harshly as they rolled over the seams of the crosswalk. The city rapidly shrank in the rearview mirror, skyscrapers, signal towers, and crowds, all blurring into indistinct outlines. The sign for the highway entrance flashed by, but he didn't slow down, cutting directly into the emergency lane. 20 minutes later, he stopped outside the perimeter of the central square of the incident city. 3 armored vehicles from the management bureau were lined up, blocking the entrances and exits, while technicians in protective suits were setting up a temporary shielding net. The air was thick with the smell of burnt metal mingling with the dampness emitted from the underground pipelines. A few passers-by sat on a bench by the roadside, their eyes glazed over, blood oozing from their ears, sedated by the medical team. Lin Xiao removed his helmet, feeling the wind against his face. He lifted his hand and pressed on the earpiece connecting to the backend. X001 has arrived on site, requesting access to the local monitoring network. Permission granted. Yi Xinjin's voice came through, calm and unwavering. "An energy gradient anomaly has appeared in the underground ventilation ducts on the 3rd floor. There is a shielding blind spot 7 meters directly beneath you. Conventional scanning is ineffective." "Understood," he replied as the detector at his waist began to vibrate, the frequency chaotic like a radio being tapped by hand. He passed through the blocked area and climbed down the ladder from the maintenance shaft. The concrete walls were beaded with water droplets, and the deeper he went, the stronger the fluctuations of spiritual energy became. The waveform on the detector's screen was jumping wildly, with red, yellow, and green flashing alternately. The automatic scanning mode was unable to identify effective signals. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, his fingers swiping across the screen to turn off the automatic mode. He pulled up the manual frequency filtering interface, segmenting the interference sources. The residual bands from civilian spiritual energy devices were eliminated first. Those were the noise left by mall security gates and private shield generators. Next, the natural fluctuations of the earth vein, with stable frequencies following a sine curve, were also excluded. What remained was a sharp sawtooth wave concentrated in the 4.3 Hz range, continuously emitting. He stared at the data for 2 seconds, stowed the detector, and continued downward. At the end of the ladder was a horizontal ventilation duct about 1.5 meters high, barely allowing one person to crawl. He bent down and squeezed inside, the sound of his work boots echoing against the metal grid. After crawling for 30 meters, a crack appeared on the left wall, the concrete layer bulging outward with slight burn marks on the surface. Lin Xiao stopped, and reached out to touch the bulge. His fingertips touched a cold metallic edge. With a forceful twist, the fractured concrete fell away, revealing an embedded device in the wall. A palm-sized cube with a surface etched with spiral grooves, the patterns deep and regular, resembling some kind of etching rather than tool carving. He pried it out, holding it in his hand for inspection. There were no interfaces, no buttons. The shell was sealed as one made of a material neither metal nor plastic, yet its weight was like a block of lead. As the detector pressed against it, the screen instantly went black, rebooting 3 seconds later to display a warning: unknown driving source detected, immediate isolation recommended. Lin Xiao remained still. He closed his eyes, activating his spiritual energy perception. His consciousness pierced into the interior of the device like a probe. In an instant, a flood of fragmented information surged into his mind: high-frequency vibrations, neural resonance, emotional induction wave patterns. The core structure was a set of microfracture projection arrays capable of simulating the energy frequency of spatial fractures, precisely inducing chaos in the brainwaves of awakened individuals. This was not a natural product. He opened his eyes and cursed under his breath. This device was an artificially manufactured activation source specifically designed to trigger collective abnormality outbursts. Buried here, its location precisely positioned at the intersection of the city's main control grid and underground spiritual network nodes. Once activated, all awakened individuals in the area would plunge into hallucinations or rampage within seconds. He stuffed the device into a waterproof bag and turned to crawl out of the duct. Back on the surface, the temporary command vehicle was parked at the edge of the square, its body painted black, the top antenna slowly rotating. He opened the back door and climbed inside. The interior was divided into front and rear compartments. The front compartment was a technical operations station with 2 analysts comparing data. The rear compartment had a separate testing area where Yi Jinjin was already waiting for him. She wore a turtleneck sweater and a bulletproof vest, her silver-gray hair tied in a low ponytail, holding a powerful flashlight in her left hand, her knuckles slightly pale. "Give me 30 seconds, she said. Lin Xiao handed over the waterproof bag. She took it, placing the device on the testing platform and donning a sensing headband. The headband extended fine wires that connected to the main unit. She closed her eyes, slowing her breathing, and began activating the emotional resonance program. Lin Xiao stood by, watching the screen. The heart rate monitoring curve steadily rose, then suddenly jolted. Yi Zinshin's eyelashes fluttered, her lips pressed into a straight line. 5 seconds later, she inhaled sharply and opened her eyes. There's something inside, her voice slightly hoarse. It's not a program instruction, it's an emotional module. Anger, desire for destruction, a strong sense of repulsion encoded very deeply, almost fused with the driving system. What do you mean? Someone has infused negative emotions into this device. She looked at Lin Xiao. This is not a test, nor an accidental leak. This is a declaration of war. They are burying hatred into the heart of the city. Lin Xiao fell silent. He stared at the spiral mark, suddenly asking, "Have you seen anything similar?" Yi Jinjin nodded. 3 years ago, during the New York fracture rampage incident. The remnants recovered then had similar patterns. At that time, no one knew the source. It was just recorded as non-Earth manufacturing characteristics. Both spoke at once. Entropy shadow. The moment the words fell, the vehicle fell silent for an instant. The wind outside whistled over the roof, emitting a dull moan. Lin Xiao reached out to retrieve the device, resealing it. He opened the reporting system interface, fingerprint verification passed, preparing to upload the data. Just as he was about to press the confirmation key, the detector suddenly vibrated violently. He looked down the screen, flashing a new prompt: the same frequency signal has appeared with weak fluctuations in 13 major cities across the country, lasting 0.8 seconds, then disappearing. He raised his eyes to Yi Jinjin. She was also looking at him, her face slightly pale, her hand still resting on the headband. "Not just one," she said. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze, his finger hovering above the reporting key. He knew that once submitted, the national broadcast would immediately activate. His abilities would be tenfold amplified, and all signals of the same frequency would expose their locations. But he also knew that this was no longer a singular event. This was a setup. He took a deep breath, pressing the key with the pad of his finger. The reporting progress bar began to load. The submission progress bar climbed to 100%, and the terminal flashed a green confirmation command executed. The national emergency network activated simultaneously. Lin Xiao stared at the words, his fingertip still pressing the enter key, muscles not relaxed. Through his earpiece came response signals from management bureaus across the country, one after another, like raindrops on a tin roof. He did not move or speak. The detector rested against the console's edge. The screen had just stabilized, and the waveform traces spread out again. Just now, that 0.8 second in-phase fluctuation had disappeared, but the logging system began returning data packets. 13 cities' energy disturbance records from the same timestamp streaming into the back-end server one by one. A prompt appeared: data, severely fragmented, manual filtering recommended. Lin Xiao reached into the waterproof pouch, took out the triggering device, and pressed the spiral pattern on its surface through the seal. His fingertip felt a slight indentation, like a coded cue. He placed it in the detector's fixed slot, activated the report system's built-in log backtrace, and pulled up all raw waveforms. The first interference source showed in a southern port city, the timestamp precise to the millisecond. He magnified the band of 4.3 Hz, sawtooth blip flashed, identical to the frequency emitted by the triggering device. The second was in a northwestern industrial district, the third at an East China transport hub, the fourth. The seventh. The 7 signals matched perfectly. The other 6 cities' data had been intercepted by local shielding networks or misclassified as natural fluctuations. He squinted. Not random deployment. Not a test. A deliberate layout. He swiped the screen and dragged the 7 datasets into the geographic coordinate mapping interface. The system auto-generated a heat map, red dots lit one by one. He waited 3 seconds and pressed connect analysis. Lines stitched nearest neighbors and formed an irregular 5-point star. The focal point fell on an abandoned area in North China. The former Guojia Lingning Research Institute site, codename K7, sealed 3 years ago after an underground experimental accident. Lin Xiao inhaled sharply. He knew that place. Qin Yu's name flickered through his mind, but was not spoken. The headset was silent. At this moment, no report was needed, only a closed chain of evidence. He switched to the permissions panel and requested access to the low-level logs of the 7 underground Lingwang nodes. A 3-tier approval window popped up. He entered his assistant administrator key and appended emergency code X001A. 30 seconds later, the permissions opened. Logs loaded entry by entry. In the first city, he found an anomaly 0.3 seconds before the fluctuation. The local protection protocol had triggered a self-check. The source IP listed as an internal maintenance port. Audit records showed that port had been decommissioned 3 years ago. The second city showed the same. The third city not only had a self-check log, but also a brief shielding blind spot lasting exactly 0.7 seconds, highly coincident with the signal's flash duration. The 3 cities' IP ranges matched. All belonged to decommissioned accounts, now rerouted addresses on the black net. Lin Xiao aligned the 3 logs side by side and compared them frame by frame. Each self-check occurred 3 seconds, as if someone had used a remote command to masquerade as a routine system check, thereby bypassing alarms and implanting an interference pulse at the protection network's weakest instant. This was not a device fault. Someone had penetrated. Backdoors had been planted in the Management Bureau's systems nationwide, issuing orders under a false shell. He packaged all the evidence into a brief titled Suspected Shangying Cross-Domain Coordinated Deployment. A chained activation cannot be excluded. Attachments included waveform comparison charts, geographic heat models, IP trace records, and a residual frequency analysis report of the triggering device. He added a final note: only 7 sites currently confirmed to have active signal paths. The other 6 cities require further inspection. The cursor hovered over the Submit Now button. He knew what pressing it would mean. A national broadcast would launch. All bureaus shift to level 1 alert. Public channels would interrupt with warning. City shield systems would automatically raise frequency, and street patrols would double their numbers. A false alarm would waste resources, spark social panic, even trigger mass anxiety among civilian awakeners. But what if it was delayed? A single device could throw an entire neighborhood into chaos. 7 points formed a star array, its center aimed at the old research base. What were they trying to do? He did not want to guess. His fingertip fell. He pressed Submit Now. The system responded faster than last. The green progress bar filled instantly. The terminal gave a short beep. Central channel confirmed. Received instructions distributed to 327 key monitoring units nationwide. Alert level elevated to orange. Countermeasures loaded automatically. Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, work boots propped on the console frame, the detector at his waist still vibrating faintly. He kept his gloves on, right hand resting on his knee, eyes fixed on the timestamp at the screen's lower right. The 0.8-second fluctuation had passed, but the threat had not gone. It had only burrowed deeper. He reached into the waterproof pouch, stowed the triggering device, and touched the inner lining of his chest. The black metal shard he had taken from the Yexiao safe house was still there against his skin, slightly cold. He did not remove it or report it. The shard did not belong to this incident, yet its timing was too convenient. Too many coincidences cease to be coincidence. He glanced down at the detector. A new prompt surfaced at the bottom of the screen, a faint spiritual energy residue from the North China direction, frequency close to the triggering device, intensity below 0.1, a duration indeterminate, preliminarily judged a distant signal reflection residual. He frowned. Not the main wave, nor an echo, more like some device running in low power mode. He locked the coordinates to a 50-kilometer radius around the K7 site, set passive scan mode, and let the detector autonomously capture anomalous bands. The light points on the screen rotated slowly like radar sweeping the night sky. Outside, the command vehicle wind swept across the plaza and lifted a few scraps of paper. The cordon remained in place, medical teams were evacuating the last affected people. The glass of the building across the street reflected the vehicle's interior lights flickering on and off. Lin Xiao did not look outside. He stared at the screen, waiting for the next signal. The detector vibrated. The frequency was still 4.3 Hz, but shorter, only 0.2 seconds. He immediately pulled up the record. The location was not among the 7 cities, nor the 6 others. It was a new site, a subway maintenance tunnel in a central provincial capital designated T9. He dragged the new data onto the map, the red dot lit. Then another vibration, a southwest border town, an abandoned meteorological station. Another, an eastern coastal fishing port, an underground communications relay. 4 new points formed a ring not directly connected to the original star, but all encircling the same center region, K7. Like outer sentries. Like a reserve echelon. He tapped his finger on the desk. Not simultaneous activation. Phase deployment. First plant 7 pins and wait for the system to react. Then bury 4 hidden pieces and wait for the breach to widen. They did not fear being discovered. They feared you would not notice. Lin Xiao reopened the reporting system to submit supplementary intelligence, but as he typed the note, he stopped. He could not report too fast. If he reported now, the other side might detect the exposure and act early. There was still a sliver of time to exploit. He saved the supplementary data as a draft marked pending verification and closed the interface. He pulled up the T9 tunnel's topography and zoomed in on the entrance. 2 maintenance doors appeared, one to the main track area, the other linking to an old drainage conduit. The latter had been sealed 3 years ago, but the latest satellite images showed fresh scratches on the sealed wall. He enlarged the detail. The gouges crossed diagonally as if metal tools had been forced in. Not the work of ordinary laborers. Someone who understood structure. He screenshot the image and archived it with the anomalous traces from the other 3 new points. He then opened the local database and searched K7 site personnel entry records. The system replied files classified and sealed, requiring bureau-level special approval. He did not apply. He knew the approval would be denied. But he remembered a line from the accident report 3 years ago. The last technical team to leave the base had carried 2 cases of high-sensitivity fissure samples to an unregistered destination. That team later vanished. 3 names were on the roster, 1 bore the surname Chun. He did not pursue it further. His heart rate picked up. He laid out every clue on the screen: 7 city linkage, 4 new points, IP hops, the old site at the center, man-made gouges, unregistered personnel. Viewed separately, none sufficed for a conclusion, but together they tightened like a slowly drawn net. He lifted the detector to his temple and activated a brief sensing mode. His consciousness sank into the data stream. For an instant, the waveforms took on shape. The 4.3 Hz sawtooth spread in his mind like threads shot from the 7 cities converging toward K7. The 4 new lines crept in from the periphery, not yet linked to the main net. They were waiting for a command, for a resonance. He opened his eyes, his palms slightly damp. He reopened the reporting system, and this time chose the encrypted channel direct to the Bureau core team, bypassing public broadcast. He named the file High-Risk Deployment Simulation V1. OI, please complete verification within 24 hours. Sent successfully. The system replied, received. Entered priority review queue. He exhaled, but his shoulders stayed tense. He knew this was only the beginning. The detector vibrated again, this time a text notification. From the system backend, you have an unread log update. T9 tunnel passive scan, captured a 0.5-second low-frequency pulse feature, match 91. 3 Lin Xiao stared at the line without moving. He pulled his chair forward, hands braced on the console, gaze locked on the screen. The pulse direction pointed to the tunnel's depths. There had once been a warehouse for spare cables. Now the warehouse's climate control showed an anomaly, maintaining -8 degrees for 12 consecutive hours, while the outside temperature was 26 degrees. The refrigeration could not have run on its own so long unless someone had restarted it. And that required a power source. The place had long been without electricity. He grabbed the detector, donned his headset, ready to contact the local tech team for an on-site check. But before he hit the call key, he stopped. He could not spook them. Instead, he sent a silent directive: retrieve all power usage records for T9 over the past 72 hours, focusing on non-official power sources. Sent. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling. The command vehicle was quiet save for the hum of instruments. He knew the undercurrent had already reached his feet. Just one step away and it would wash over them. The detector's final vibration stopped in his palm as Lin Xiao removed his earpiece, the metallic casing still warm to the touch. Outside the command vehicle, the sky was pale, and the silhouette of the administration building emerged from the morning fog, resembling a piece of iron half-buried underground struggling to surface. He did not return to the rest area, nor did he go to the medical department to change his bandages. The crescent-shaped scar on his right brow bone was still seeping, blood trickling down his cheek to his chin, dripping onto the collar of his windbreaker, creating a small dark red stain. He directly pulled up the internal communication panel, his finger gliding over the list, locking onto a code name F079. Xiao Taekwon. The positioning signal came from the West District Training Ground, 3 levels underground, in a negative pressure anti-interference simulation chamber. Lin Xiao knew he was there. The Free Awakening Alliance met 3 times a week, a place where the steel bone enhancers tested their limits against pressure. They did not register or report, but the base station signals could not escape the system scanning. Lin Xiao walked through the main control corridor, his footsteps echoing on the anti-static floor. The data walls on either side lit up with unprocessed anomaly fluctuation alerts, but he did not look. His mind was focused on one thing: those controlled awakeners were not out of control, they were being attacked. Yet Xiao Taekwon still believed in some autonomous, while believing that national integration equated to the deprivation of freedom. The iris recognition at the entrance scanned, and the airtight door slid open. Inside the training ground, the lights were harsh, and the air smelled of metal burnt from searing. Xiao Taekwon stood in the center of the simulation chamber, bare-chested, his muscles taut as steel plates, the interface of his right leg prosthetic glowing blue as it endured a high-voltage electric shock test. He was not wearing goggles, his eyes fixed on the timer, gritting his teeth to endure the final second. Buzz! The alarm sounded and the chamber door opened. Xiao Taekwon took a step forward and grabbed the coat hanging on the stand. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, his brows immediately furrowed. "What's the matter?" His voice was hoarse, laced with breathlessness from training. Lin Xiao did not beat around the bush. "Have your people experienced any unexplained rampages lately?" Xiao Taekwon paused and raised his eyes to look at him. "Who told you that we had someone rampaging?" "Not one of your people," Lin Xiao stepped forward, "but all the awakeners who haven't reported in." The youth at the convenience store in North City had a remote controller implanted in his left arm. A welder in the Southeast Industrial Zone had his brain waves interfered with by 4.3 Hz pulses, nearly igniting a gas canister. And then there was the 6th from your training class, who suddenly smashed the dormitory 3 months ago, claiming it was due to mental pressure, but now it seems he was turned into a test subject. Xiao Taekwon's expression shifted. "Where did you get this information?" "I saw the log records with my own eyes." Lin Xiao opened his wrist terminal and brought up a simplified graph. "This is not an individual issue. 7 cities, the same frequency, remote commands disguised as system self-checks, injecting interference waves at the moment the protective net switches. The operational precision required is extremely high, not something an individual can achieve. There are organizations behind this, and they have been laying out their plans for a long time." The screen lit up, connecting 7 points with lines forming a pentagram array, the center pointing to the location of the K7 ruins. Xiao Taekwon stared at the map, remaining silent. Lin Xiao continued, "Do you think the national control is to suppress the superhumans? You're mistaken. The real ones wanting to control us are the people hiding in the dark. They do not need you to awaken, they only need you to go berserk at a critical moment, injure others, and then be eliminated as a threat. In this way they weaken civilian power while providing an excuse for control. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Taekwon scoffed. "So you believe in the state? You know better than anyone that some orders come out of the blue and some people disappear without a trace. You report everything, but do you really know where the information goes? Who is using it?" "I know one thing." Lin Xiao's voice did not rise, but each word was clear. "When my father died, no one cared. The scaffolding buckle was removed by someone, he went up to fix it, and a beam fell down. Wang Daju wanted to report it, but was stopped later, bribed to keep quiet. If there had been a unified regulatory mechanism and an independent investigation process back, then he would not have died. I do not trust the system, I trust the rules. Freedom without rules will ultimately become a hunting ground for the strong." Xiao Taekwon fell silent. He lowered his head and fished out a copper cigarette case from his pocket, his fingertips rubbing along the edge. For 5 years he had not smoked a single cigarette, but he always carried it with him. It was given to him by his father before he retired, engraved with the words, "Guard your duty like a mountain." "You mentioned entropy shadow. How did they achieve this?" He finally spoke. "By exploiting loopholes." Lin Xiao closed the graph, staring straight at him. "The old version of the protective protocols from various local administrations has a backdoor, which was implanted with a redirect IP 3 years ago. Once a specific frequency is triggered, it can bypass the alarms and activate devices remotely. T9 Tunnel, abandoned weather station, fishing port, relay station. For new points are currently being established for a preparatory network. They are waiting for more people to awaken, for more systems to connect, and then they will detonate everything at once. Zhao Taekwon raised his head. Why don't you make this public? Because once it's public, the other side will cut off the signals and change their positions. What we hold now is a timing advantage. I can discover it in advance, but I cannot raise alarms. So I came to find you. Not to ask you to join, but to tell you the truth. Your so-called free alliance is being used as a pawn. The training ground was very quiet. Only the cooling fan continued to rotate. Zhao Taekwon slowly tucked the cigarette case back into his pocket. I want evidence. He said, not just your word. I want to see the original logs, the process of that IP redirection, the triggering logic of the interference waves. If what you say is true, I will no longer oppose the reporting mechanism. But if this is just another means of control. He did not finish his sentence. Lin Xiao nodded. I can provide you with a simplified version of the data stream without involving classified permissions. You just need to understand the technical logic. He raised his hand ready to transmit the file. Just then the earpiece vibrated. The encrypted receipt from the headquarters has been delivered. Priority review completed. Please check immediately. Lin Xiao paused his movements and glanced at the terminal prompt. Zhao Taekwon noticed. Did they reply to you? Yeah. Lin Xiao put away the device. I need to go back and check the feedback. If you want evidence, it will come soon. But before that, inform those who contacted you not to approach any unidentified spiritual devices and not to accept anonymous enhancement training invitations. This war has already begun. You have always believed that the enemy is your own people. He turned and walked out. Zhao Taekwon did not move. It was not until Lin Xiao was about to exit that he spoke. Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao stopped. If it truly is external infiltration. Zhao Taekwon's voice lowered. If the state is indeed the only force capable of organizing defense, then what you are doing may not be betraying freedom, but rather safeguarding the bottom line. Lin Xiao did not turn back. I am not trying to prove that I am right. He said I am doing this so that the next awakening person does not have to die quietly like my father. The door closed. The corridor lights reflected on his face, starkly white. He hurried towards the main control room, the hem of his windbreaker brushing against the wall, the black metal piece on his chest cool against his skin. As the terminal room's access opened, he walked and sat down and unlocked the encrypted channel. The screen lit up, the headquarters receipt title popping up, high-risk control simulation V1. Verification passed, initiate mark tracking program. Lin Xiao clicked the attachment, the first line of content jumping out, T9 tunnel abnormal power source, confirmed not municipal power supply. Upon comparison, it matched the energy characteristics of the activation device intercepted 3 days prior, marked as Black Source 01. Immediate physical investigation is recommended. He enlarged the energy waveform graph, his gaze falling on a set of subtle codes. That was the sequential imprint from the device when it left the factory. It was also the only clue that could trace back to the production source. Lin Xiao pulled up the analysis interface and began to manually calibrate the marking parameters. The fluorescent lights in the terminal room emitted a low-frequency hum, and the blue light from the screen reflected on Lin Xiao's face. He stared at the end of the waveform, typing a series of commands on the keyboard. A permission warning popped up from the system with a red border flashing 3 times. He called up his personal report records and filtered for abnormal energy graphs from the past 72 hours. Data from the activation device intercepted at Tunnel T9 3 days ago appeared with energy characteristics highly overlapping with the current markings. Lin Xiao enlarged the comparison area, the 2 waveform lines advancing in parallel. At 4.7 seconds, a completely synchronized sawtooth fluctuation appeared. This was no coincidence. He switched to low-frequency resonance scanning mode, manually inputting the residual parameters. The database began to roll back old research files, unfolding layer by layer. A monitoring report from 3 years ago regarding an external fissure appeared on page 187, accompanied by a blurry field photo. A pentagram surrounding a spiral pattern was etched on the concrete wall, annotated below, traces of unknown hostile organization activities. Lin Xiao took a screenshot for comparison. After rotating the angle by 15 degrees, the patterns completely overlapped. Entropy shadow. This name surfaced from the materials for the first time. There was no definition, no background, only a code name and an unverified symbol. He exited the system and reorganized the timeline. The youths rampage at the North City convenience store, brainwave interference from welders in the Southeast Industrial Zone, and abnormal behavior from members of the Free Awakening Alliance. All event nodes formed a web structure with the center pointing to the K7 ruins. 12 hours before each event occurred, municipal power records showed brief abnormal fluctuations, all originating from unregistered black source power supply. The detector was pressed against the corner of the table, trembling slightly. Lin Xiao picked it up and accessed the T9 tunnel inspection logs. The timestamp stopped at 4:13 p.m. 3 days ago with a signal interruption lasting 17 seconds. During this time, no alarms were triggered, and there were no external intrusion records, but the equipment's self-check report indicated that the lower-level protocol had briefly activated the jump IP. Someone used those 17 seconds to implant a marker. He closed his eyes, recalling the scene at that time. The windbreaker wrapped tightly around his body as he moved between abandoned tracks. The air was damp and the iron rails were rusty. He turned right at the third fork and crouched down to inspect the bottom of the distribution box. His fingers touched a fine line like a fresh engraving. Before he could examine it closely, the detector beeped. In hindsight, that was not a coincidence. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and stood up, taking off his windbreaker. There was a very fine scratch at the seam of the lining hidden near the collar on his left shoulder. He gently scraped it with his nail, the pattern clearly discernible. It was indeed the tail end of the spiral pattern, completely consistent with the entropy shadow symbol in the database. He remained silent. Putting the windbreaker back on, he zipped it up to his chest and turned to walk toward the command hall. The corridor's lights shone steadily, and the sound of footsteps was absorbed by the soundproof walls. Lin Xiao passed through 2 security gates and successfully completed iris recognition. As the door to the command hall opened, Chen was standing at the main control console, staring at the nationwide spiritual energy fluctuation heat map. "You're here," Chen remarked without turning around. "What's the result?" "It's not a random loss of control," Lin Xiao replied as he walked to the deputy position and inserted the data card. "It's systematic infiltration. All interference sources share the same control rhythm with consistent energy characteristics, and all utilize black source power supply. I have confirmed the source of the marker." The large screen switched images, magnifying and centering the pentagram surrounding the spiral pattern. This pattern appeared at the fissure sites in New York, Singapore, and Istanbul 3 years ago. Every time it appeared within 3 months, large-scale rampage events involving awakened individuals occurred locally. We always thought it was residual pollution, but now it seems to be a precursor to organized action. Chen remained silent for several seconds, picking up a tablet to browse the report. His brow furrowed deeper. "What does the headquarters say?" "The V1 simulation has been verified and approved," Lin Xiao said, "but I did not mention the marker. This is a new discovery and must be reported by you personally." Chen finally turned around. His gaze was sharp as a knife. "Do you know what this means, eh?" "It means they have already infiltrated," Lin Xiao replied calmly. "It's not just a technological infiltration, there has also been physical contact. The 17 seconds I was missing in Tunnel T9 was their window of opportunity. There is a scratch on the lining of my windbreaker shaped like the entropy shadow symbol. They know I am a critical node, yet they did not eliminate me. Instead, they left a marker, like a sign waiting to be retrieved." Several duty officers in the command hall gradually looked up, their gazes directed at him. Chen waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. After the door closed, he pressed a button on the table to activate the shielding mode. "Continue. They are testing neural interference waves not to create chaos, but to filter controllable individuals. Each rampage is an experimental record. They are building a list, waiting for the right moment to simultaneously detonate all unregulated superhumans, causing widespread panic. At that point, civilian power will collapse and the state will have to take over completely, while the true control has long fallen into their hands. So you are the first to notice." Chen slowly sat down, and the only one who can perceive the source fluctuations. "So I should lead the team to trace the source." Lin Xiao looked him in the eye. "I can lock in the next attack node. We cannot wait for them to complete their layout before responding. We must take the initiative." The command hall fell into a brief silence with only the sound of the air conditioning. Chen stared at the symbol on the large screen, his finger lightly tapping the armrest. 3 minutes later, he spoke. "Initiate the high-risk deployment simulation plan V2. I authorize you to form an emergency team, elevating your authority to Level 3 Assistant Real-Time Interface. However, actions must be conducted within the scope I designate and cannot intrude into any high-risk area without permission." "Understood." Additionally, Chen raised his eyes. "From now on, your personal equipment must be changed daily. Hand over your windbreaker for a thorough inspection." Lin Xiao did not move, including the scratch on the lining. Chen tone was unchanged. "I know you found it. Don't keep it as a souvenir." Lin Xiao took off the windbreaker and placed it on the table. The black fabric spread out, the fine scratch glimmering under the light. "They left this not by mistake," he said. "It's a provocation. They know I will investigate, and also know I can recognize it. This is a conversation, not a concealment." Chen looked at the mark, silent for a long time. After a moment, he pressed the communication key. "Gather the emergency team for an urgent meeting in 10 minutes. Objective: confirm that entropy shadow is a real threat and formulate initial countermeasures." Lin Xiao stood still, not leaving. The detector was still warm in his palm. He glanced down, and a new prompt popped up in the corner of the screen. "Weak co-frequency signal fluctuations detected at the edge of area E12, matching degree 83. 6. He did not report it. Instead, he put the detector back in his pocket, his right hand pressing against the casing on his waist. His knuckles turned slightly white from the pressure. The door to the command hall opened again, and 2 technicians entered with an encrypted terminal. The meeting was about to begin. Lin Xiao stood at the side, his figure falling into the shadow of Chun Jun's chair. He said nothing and did not sit. He simply stared at the pentagram surrounding the spiral pattern on the screen until the image froze and became still. The detector lay quietly in his pocket. Lin Xiao stepped out of the underground passage of the management bureau, his windbreaker replaced with an ordinary tactical jacket, and the wound on his right brow was covered with tape with blood seeping to the edges. He did not take the main entrance, but instead circumvented the 3rd century post, passing through the abandoned subway construction barriers, and walked down the gravel slope. The air grew colder with thin frost forming at the joints of the cement pipes. The entrance to the ventilation shaft was hidden behind a collapsed drainage ditch. He paused for 2 seconds, took off his hat, shook off the dust from his hair, turned the jacket inside out, and zipped it up to the bridge of his nose. Darkness engulfed him. The walls of the shaft were damp, and the iron ladder was severely rusted. With each step, he placed his feet carefully on the rungs, avoiding any metallic vibrations. After descending 15 meters, his feet touched the hard ground. Ahead was a fork in the path. The left side was sealed off, while the right extended into deeper darkness. He walked along the wall, his ears attuned to the changes in air currents. 3 meters away, a bass melody drifted over. The first 7 notes of Chopin's Nocturne cut off at the 6th note. Lin Xiao stopped. A figure emerged from the shadows. The purple velvet suit glimmered under the dim light, standing nearly 2 meters tall, and his steps were as light as if he were treading on springs. His right eye wore a monocle, the lens a pale golden hue, slowly rotating to face Lin Xiao. "You are 47 seconds late." The night owl spoke, his tone neutral with a slight upward inflection at the end. "There were patrol cars on the road," Lin Xiao replied. "That's no excuse. Time is credit." The night owl raised his left hand, revealing a copper gear resting in his palm. "If I don't receive the goods, I won't open the door." Lin Xiao withdrew a folded note from his inner pocket and handed it over. It contained the coordinates and signal fluctuation frequency of the E12 zone's fringe area. The night owl accepted it, scanning it with the electronic lens, his mouth twitching slightly. "Interesting. But this isn't enough to exchange for information. You state your conditions. Within the next 72 hours, a team will cross the border. They will pass through the 7th checkpoint on the northwest border. You cannot interfere, nor can you inform anyone." "I know what you're thinking," the night owl chuckled lightly. "The national machinery won't allow such a thing to happen. But what if the order comes from within? For instance, a special pass issued by a certain deputy director. You won't be able to trace its origin, but you can intercept it, as long as you're willing to pay the price." Lin Xiao stared at him. 10 seconds passed. "Only this once," he said. The night owl pocketed the gear and clapped twice. "I like straightforward people." He turned and pointed deeper into the tunnel. "Follow me." "The information isn't here." They proceeded along the transfer tunnel. The ground was slippery, water dripped from the pipes above, and remnants of emergency lights were scattered at intervals. Lin Xiao walked behind, his gaze sweeping over the cracks in the walls. There were no marks, no graffiti, not even traces of mice. This place had been cleaned. After walking about 200 meters, the night owl suddenly stopped. "They prefer to operate during low power periods," he set his back to Lin Xiao, his voice lowered, "especially at 2:17 in the morning. At that time, the city's breath is weakest. The surveillance system switches to backup power, creating a 0.3-second blind spot in the data flow." Lin Xiao did not respond, his right hand reaching for the detector. The device still showed no signal, but he remembered the time. "Aren't you going to ask who they are?" The night owl tilted his head, the electronic lens flashing a blue light. "I want to hear you out first. Do you believe it?" The night owl turned around. "Does the state really control everything? Where did all the reported superhumans end up? Are their names still out there?" Lin Xiao looked at him. The electronic lens was rotating, the frequency accelerating. He was scanning for emotional fluctuations. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. "If you know so much, why sell?" The night owl paused in his movements. The lens came to a sudden stop. The air went still. 3 seconds later, he smiled. The laughter was soft, like it was squeezed out from deep within his throat. "Good question," he said, "because I need to survive too. And to survive, one must trade." He raised his hand, drawing a line in the air. A projection flickered into view for only half a second, a blurred timestamp, a waveform, and the outline of an unnamed location. Then it extinguished. "The next rift won't appear on the map." The night owl stepped back, his figure merging into the darkness. "But it will consume a name." The light source vanished completely. Lin Xiao stood still. The only sound left was the dripping of water. After 5 seconds, he took out the detector. The screen lit up, signal restored, showing that the local cache had automatically recorded the last environmental audio. He opened the recording file and replayed the phrase, "consume a name," listening to it 3 times. Then he stuffed the waterproof note into the inner layer of his clothing, called up the navigation path, and retraced his steps. He ascended the steps one by one. The physical exertion was great, and his leg and abdominal muscles began to ache. He did not quicken his pace or look back. As he neared the well, the sky brightened to a grayish white. Dawn was approaching. He climbed over the barrier and stepped onto the asphalt road. In the distance, the sound of an early bus announcing its stops could be heard. A sanitation vehicle passed by, splashing water. He dodged it and walked towards the motorcycle parked at the alley's mouth. Before inserting the key into the lock, he touched his chest. The note was still there. He started the engine and the exhaust roared. He donned his helmet and scanned the street ahead. A black sedan had just turned the corner, its speed slow with dark tinted windows. Lin Xiao did not look further. He shifted into gear, set off, and left the scene. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the contact point on the periphery of the management bureau. He registered his identity, returned the temporary equipment, and received a new task directive card. The duty officer handed him a cup of hot water. "Did last night's meeting conclude?" the other party asked. "It did," Lin Xiao replied, taking the cup, "but not drinking. I request access to the national nighttime power fluctuation records for the past 7 days at level 3 or above." "This doesn't fall under your current task scope," the duty officer frowned. "I have an urgent assessment need." Lin Xiao set the cup down. ID X001, Assistant Lin Xiao. "Submit a written request now." The other party glanced at him before turning to check the system. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall, closing his eyes for 3 seconds. When he opened them again, his gaze fell on the electronic clock at the end of the corridor. It was 6:43. 4.5 hours had passed since 2:17 in the morning. He raised his left hand and gently pressed the note inside his clothing. The edges of the note were slightly curled, the handwriting clear. 217, consume a name. The detector vibrated briefly in his pocket. Lin Xiao stood at the end of the corridor on the B3 level of the management bureau, his fingertip pressing against the fingerprint recognition area of the contact point registration desk. A thermos cup rested on a metal rack by the wall, its steam already dissipated. He did not turn back, hearing the duty officer tap 3 times on the return key behind the terminal, confirming his permission request. The passage door slid open silently, revealing the inner blast-proof layer. He stepped inside. The zipper of his trench coat pulled up to his chin, and his work boots activated the sensing floor, with every step triggering weak energy calibration ripples. This was the entrance to the exclusive reporting room for special-grade coordinators, with only a plaque on the wall, X001. Before the door closed, he took one last look at his watch. 5:52. 4 hours had passed since 2:17, yet that time point was stuck in his mind like the interior of the reporting room was a pure white space with seamless walls and a circular platform embedded in the center of the floor. He stepped onto it and pulled out a waterproof note from the inner layer of his clothing. The handwriting hadn't changed, the edges softened from body heat. He pressed the note against his chest for 2 seconds before placing it into the scanning slot. Identity confirmation: Lin Xiao, ID X001, permission level 3, connecting to the main control link. A mechanical voice sounded. He closed his eyes and retrieved the audio file cached from last night. The recording of devouring a name replayed in his mind, simultaneously uploading to the system database. At the same time, he submitted a request for the nationwide nighttime electricity fluctuation records marked as high priority, related analysis. 3 seconds of silence. Then a broadcast echoed throughout the building. ID X001 reports abnormal data confirmed valid, initiating reverse reinforcement procedure. A 10-second countdown began. Lin Xiao stood still, his hands at his sides. His temples suddenly throbbed as if fine needles pierced his skull, and quickly withdrew. Ripples appeared at the edge of his vision, the originally detectable flow of spiritual energy, within 3 meters, instantly expanding to 50 meters. The dust trails deep within the ventilation ducts became clearly visible. These were not drifting randomly, but slowly rotating along a certain low-frequency pulse. The reinforcement took effect. He opened his eyes. The lights on the ceiling were no longer mere sources of illumination. Each one was releasing faint electromagnetic ripples. The sound of footsteps from the distant B4 training area came through. Not just the sound, but even the bioelectric field generated by muscle contractions during each footfall was detectable. Heartbeat, breathing, sweat gland activity. The information volume in the entire space surged tenfold. This feeling was off. Too clear. Clear enough to make him nauseous. He gritted his teeth to hold on, not reaching out to steady himself against the wall. The dizziness crept up from the back of his neck, as if someone poured scalding molten iron into his brain. Information overload was assaulting his nerve threshold. Calibration was necessary. He exited the reporting room, heading straight for the virtual combat training pod. The path was already memorized, passing through 2 horizontal corridors before turning right into the zone simulation center. As the pod door opened, he removed his trench coat and tossed it in the corner, changing into a tight combat suit, the helmet automatically locking onto his pupil frequency. Activate silent mode, he said. The lights went out. The noise cancellation layer activated. External signals were cut off, leaving only his own breathing and heartbeat. The world became quiet, but perception was still surging. He closed his eyes, relying on memory to reconstruct the baseline. First, he peeled away the visual residue, then filtered the auditory afterimages, and finally focused on the flow pattern of the spiritual energy itself. It was like searching for a needle in a rainstorm. He gradually narrowed his attention until he could steadily discern the energy characteristics of a single target within 10 meters. 15 minutes later, the system prompted basic threshold reconstruction completed. Would you like to enter dynamic testing? Enter. The lights illuminated at an extremely low frequency. 12 virtual spiritual energy sources were randomly generated in the pod, each simulating different intensities and speeds of movement. They weaved, intertwined, accelerated, and paused, creating complex interference. Lin Xiao stood still, eyes closed, expanding his perception. The first target was 7 meters to the left front, moving at a speed of 1.2 meters per second with energy fluctuations displaying a jagged pattern, an indication of loss of control. The second was hovering above him, resonating with the ventilation outlet, disguised as environmental noise. The third, the seventh, the 10th. He continuously reported the coordinates, his speech steady. The system confirmed a hit, the target vanished. 3 rounds of testing concluded, all hits. Adaptation criteria met. Perception calibration completed. The mechanical voice announced. He removed his helmet, sweat on his forehead. His fingers pressed against an old injury on his brow. It felt a bit warm, but did not hinder his actions. The enhanced perception had already been tamed. He could now freely control the scanning range and precision, switching between high and low sensitivity modes at will. Next step, camouflage. He walked to the equipment cabinet, taking out a deep gray tactical combat suit. This material could absorb 98 of active detection waves, suitable for infiltration missions. The detector at his waist was set to low-power silent scanning mode, actively limiting the perception range to within 20 meters and reducing the signal strength to that of an ordinary awakened individual. He could not let the enemy detect that he was a high-sensitivity unit. He put on the combat suit, zipping it up to his collarbone. The figure in the mirror was distinct, his gaze heavy, breathing steady. The crescent-shaped scar on his right brow appeared lighter under the cold light. Exiting the training pod, he walked toward the underground task standby area. The corridor was clean, the floor reflective. Passing through 3 checkpoints, he cleared iris fingerprint and voiceprint scans without obstruction. No one stopped him, nor did anyone speak. The standby area had a row of benches and an electronic screen. The screen displayed the current task status: standby, unknown target area. Departure time had not yet been locked in. He sat down in the innermost position. His feet flat, hands folded on his knees. He took 7 deep breaths. Each inhalation lasted 4 seconds, holding for 2 seconds, and exhaling for 6 seconds. His heartbeat dropped from 78 beats per minute to 62. His mind cleared. Only one command remained: approach the target, gather intelligence. He glanced down at his watch. 11 o'clock and 3 minutes. 57 minutes remained until departure. A slight vibration emanated from the shoulder interface of his combat suit. It was an encrypted notification pushed by the system. He did not look or move. Task details would be issued at the last moment. Maintaining a blank state was the best preparation. He raised his left hand and gently pressed his chest. The note was still there. 217 remained. Devouring a name remained. He closed his eyes and rechecked his perception threshold. Within a 20-meter range, everything was normal. The flickering lights were disregarded, distant equipment humming was filtered out, even the sound of his own blood flow was suppressed to the lowest level. He was no longer the Lin Xiao who had just undergone enhancement. He was a weapon, also a bait. A radar, also a hunter. At 11 o'clock and 4 minutes, the electronic screen flickered momentarily. The task code still did not display, but the map coordinates began loading, the progress bar advancing slowly. He did not open his eyes. Breathing remained steady. His work boots stood motionless on the metal floor. The coordinates on the electronic screen froze at the 3rd level underground of Area 07. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his breathing unchanged. He stood up as the interface on his combat suit vibrated for the 2nd time, indicating that the mission activation command had been synchronized to his personal terminal. The detector silently scanned at his waist, a green light flickering faintly, the signal strength minimized. He pushed open the metallic door of the standby area, the end of the corridor leading to a high-speed elevator. When the door opened, there was no wind, and a faint smell of ozone lingered in the air. He knew this was a sign of the high-pressure ion layer operating, indicating that the building had an electromagnetic shielding network. This design was not to prevent outsiders, but rather to contain what was inside. Or people. He entered the elevator, his hand gliding over the control panel. The preset program automatically redirected to layer B03, permission verification passed, without any prompt tone. The descent of the elevator was silent, barely even feeling the inertia. 37 seconds later the door slid open to either side. Before him lay a straight concrete corridor, the walls painted in a grayish-green anti-corrosion paint with an emergency light every 5 meters, the light slightly cold. The ground had no drainage grooves indicating that it rarely took in water. However, he noticed a very fine crack in the corner of the wall, its path irregular, the edges glowing faintly blue. That was radiation residue from alien materials still unable to be completely concealed even after being covered with ordinary paint. He had arrived at the target area. He took his first step, the sound-dampening pads of his work boots contacting the ground without making any noise. His fingertips lightly touched the wall, sensing the energy flow spreading from his palm. The spiritual energy here flowed intermittently, as if something had been cut off and then forcibly reconnected. The energy field in this place had been tampered with, disguised as abandoned, yet it was functioning normally. The patrol route unfolded in his mind. The perception ability calibrated in the last chapter was still operating steadily within him, clearly discerning movements within a 20-meter range. 11.3 meters ahead, there was a disturbance in the airflow from the ceiling vent fixed at a frequency of every 30 seconds. Mechanical rotation for air supply. However, the wind speed was off 12% lower than the standard value, indicating that there was additional equipment extracting air. He stopped 2 meters away from the first corner. The floor tiles were slightly darker, the filler at the seams overly even. He crouched down, his fingertips gliding along the gap, the smooth texture revealing no dust accumulation. This was not a cement ceiling layer, but a pressure-sensitive mine-covering plate. He decided to take a detour. He advanced along the left wall, using its shadow to conceal his figure. Ahead, the corridor branched into 3 paths, and the detector captured a red intersecting signal, weaving a net in the air. These scanning lines were spaced 40 centimeters apart, varying in height from 30 centimeters to 180 centimeters off the ground, covering all typical passage stances. Bowing his head, sidestepping, kneeling on one knee, he slithered beneath the grid like a snake. The surface coating of his combat suit absorbed infrared reflections, and the temperature regulation system simultaneously suppressed surface thermal radiation. As he passed through the last scanning strip, his nose was just 10 centimeters from the ground, able to smell the metallic rust seeping from the floor seams. The safety zone appeared before the third door on the right. The edges of the door frame had slight weld points varying in age, clearly indicating that it was a later modified airtight door. He leaned closer, his back against the wall, took out the detector, and switched to passive reception mode. 2 mobile signal sources popped up on the screen approximately 45 meters away, moving back and forth at a fixed interval. Armed guards in pairs with a rotation interval of 7 minutes. He waited. Closing his eyes, he adjusted his breathing frequency. His heartbeat dropped to 54 beats per minute, blood flow slowed, and his muscles entered a state of minimal energy consumption. Time passed second by second. The detector vibrated twice, indicating that the guards had completed their handover and moved into the next patrol segment. Action. He stood up, swiftly advancing along the wall's base, arriving at the target door's side 37 meters later. The door lock was a voice-print and bioelectric composite type, the panel embedded within the wall, surrounded by tiny vibration sensors. This type of device was extremely sensitive to air fluctuations, triggering alarms even with a heavy breath. He held his breath, pressed the detector back to his waist, and slowly raised both hands. The middle and ring fingers of his right hand came together, gently resting against the edge of the vent above the door frame. A nearly imperceptible airflow was escaping there, indicating that a negative pressure system was in operation. Using this gentle breeze, he adjusted the angle of his nasal cavity, allowing each inhalation to glide in the direction of the airflow, while exhalation compressed in the bottom of his chest slowly released. His body pressed tightly against the wall like an armored plate attached to it. He leaned his ear close to the door panel, listening to the echoes inside. It was empty, with a low-frequency hum coming from the server array. Data storage rooms were usually equipped with independent power and cooling systems, meaning there were at least 2 lines behind the door for tracking. He slowly withdrew the detector, turning off all active transmission functions. The screen shifted to the environmental harmonic analysis interface, capturing the residual sound wave vibrations in the air. The airflow disturbance from the previous breath, though small, had already been recorded by the system. An anomalous waveform appeared on the screen with peaks around 1200 Hz. This was the triggering threshold for the voice-activated lock. He had almost stepped into it. He retracted the instrument, leaning against the wall without moving. There was no way to retreat now, nor to force his way in. Staying put was the only option. The footsteps at both ends of the corridor gradually approached. A group of 3 and another group of 2 were encircling from different directions. They moved slowly, the firearm attachments making no sound, indicating a state of combat readiness. Clearly the alarm had been triggered. He quickly scanned his surroundings. The distribution box was 6 meters to the front left, its casing well grounded, the internal current stable. This old industrial box itself would generate electromagnetic interference, creating a blind spot in perception within a certain range. He moved toward the wall, his movements slow, each step confirming whether the ground's load bearing had changed. As he approached the distribution box, he suddenly noticed that the temperature of the wall to his left was unusually low. He reached out to touch it. Behind the metal plate was a hollow structure. He tapped lightly with his fingernail, the sound dull, but it echoed. This was a maintenance cavity, typically used for wiring maintenance. There was no time to think further. The footsteps had entered a 15-meter range. He curled up and squeezed into the gap between the distribution box and the wall, his back pressed against the cold metal. The space here barely fit an adult with a beam overhead and a cable trench beneath his feet. He lowered his body further, slowing his heartbeat, his temperature synchronously decreasing. The guard's footsteps stopped at the door. There are no anomalies in the west corridor of B03. No moving targets detected by infrared. Continue patrolling. The voices were very close. One person stood directly in front of the distribution box, less than a meter away. The other party's pulse detection gun activated scan mode, a faint blue beam sweeping across the ground and walls. This type of weapon specifically targets highly sensitive psychics able to identify abnormal fluctuations in the biological electric field. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, controlling the output of neural electric signals. The enhanced perception ability allowed him to precisely adjust his physiological parameters, mimicking the energy characteristics of ordinary building materials. His breathing frequency dropped to 2 times per minute, blood concentrated towards core organs, and the temperature of his limbs approached the ambient value. The scanning beam swept over the surface of the distribution box, pausing for 2 seconds before moving away. No signal feedback. The target may have evacuated. Report to the command center, maintain alert level. The footsteps faded away, but he did not move. Experience told him that after the first wave of patrols there would often be a second confirmation. Sure enough, 3 minutes later the same group returned, this time, slowing their pace, the detection guns continuously emitting low-frequency pulses. He stabilized his state once again. Sweat trickled down his temple, dripping onto the collar of his combat suit, quickly absorbed by the moisture-wicking layer, making no sound. Until the detector vibrated for the 3rd time, indicating that there were no active units within 30 meters. He still did not emerge. Continuing to wait. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Only after confirming that there would be no further random checks did he slowly relax his tensed muscles. Location: outside the information storage room of the Entropy Shadow Base at the end of the corridor. Status: concealed and lying in wait. Threat level: high. Possibility of escape: 0. He reset the detector to high power mode, secretly activating the data recording function. The screen began capturing the equipment model, communication frequency, and patrol cycle of the guards. Although this information could not be reported immediately, it would be key in subsequent countermeasures. Suddenly, the overhead lights all turned on, blinding white light flooding the corridor. The sealed door slammed down and 3 escape routes were locked simultaneously. A mechanical voice echoed through the broadcast: unauthorized intrusion detected, full lockdown initiated, eradication procedure will commence in 8 minutes. He leaned against the distribution box, gently pressing his finger against his chest. The note was still there. 217 was still there. He closed his eyes, sensing the rhythm of the footsteps of the 2 nearest guards, waiting for the next move. His work boots stood motionless on the cable trench cover. 0217. Lin Xiao's fingertip grazed the metal shell of the distribution box. His sweat-slick combat suit clung to his back. The PA's mechanical voice still reverberated: purge protocol will execute in 8 minutes. He closed his eyes and extended his awareness along the wall. 3 guard teams were pressing in from different directions. Their footfalls had shifted from routine patrol to a coordinated encirclement. Waiting was futile. He launched himself up. His work boots found the cable trench cover without a sound. He drew a tactical knife with his right hand, reverse gripped it in his palm, and threw his left shoulder into the maintenance layer access panel. The welds had long since weakened. With a muffled crack, the sheet metal split and the passage opened. He slipped inside. The cramped void was choked with old wiring and foul air. He moved low, knees pressing on cold crossbeams, the scanner on his chest humming faintly. 10 meters ahead, the route collapsed completely. Concrete and rebar had interlocked to block the way. No retreat. The corridor footsteps behind him accelerated. A metal door was forced open. The clatter of weapon attachments was audible. A 6-man squad fanned out, infrared beams skimming the distribution box vents and wall seams. Target has not evacuated. Thermal signature lost. Expand search radius. Lin Xiao held his breath, forehead pressed to the icy pipe. He knew they would soon notice the torn maintenance hatch. Tom was slipping away. He raised his hand and tapped the load-bearing panel above with the knife's tip. The sound was dull but resonant. There was cavity above the main data room. In this archaic structure, the maintenance void and the machine hall were separated by only a single firebreak. He inhaled and then kicked the seam with all his force. The steel warped, exposing a gap less than 70 centimeters wide. He hunched his shoulders and squeezed through. The coating on his combat suit split and skin rasped open. The instant he slipped inside, alarms screamed. Red lights spun and a high-pitched wail pierced his ears. The main control system detected an unauthorized intrusion and initiated full lockdown protocols. Lin Xiao rolled with his landing to miss the surveillance blind spots. He was just rising when 6 laser sights fixed on his chest. 6 guards had broken through the door, fully equipped pulse rifles cocked. The leader raised his left hand, 5 fingers splayed, an unmistakable extermination signal. Lin Xiao stood frozen and slowly raised his hands. The scanner still hung at his waist, its output crushed to the minimum, but if he dared trigger a transmission, these men would shred him in 3/10 of a second. The lasers held steady. The squad captain spoke through a voice modulator, designation X001. You have violated Article 13 of the Abnormal Affairs Management Ordinance by unlawfully entering a high-risk control zone. Cease resistance and submit to detention. Lin Xiao said nothing. He knew this was not the Bureau's sanction. These people bore no standard insignia, and their weapon serials did not match public registries. They were operatives of Xiangyang. He bowed his head and swept his gaze across the floor. At the center of the main data room stood a black server array, its ports flickering with blue light. That was what he had come for. But now he did not even have the right to approach. His fingers curled into a fist. The annihilation order was about to be given. At that moment, the lights died. The space plunged into pitch black. Only the server's indicator LEDs pulsed faintly. The guards immediately switched to night vision, but as their sight flickered on a purple afterimage dropped from the ceiling vent, the electro-optic lenses flashed. A high-frequency jamming wave swept the room. All weapons faltered, pulse rifles emitted short electric crackles, and screens went dark. Before the guards could reorient, the figure had already crashed into their midst. First strike, an elbow to the jaw. Second, a knee into the ribs. Third, a reverse grip smash of a gunstock to the temple. The moves were clean and swift, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. 3 men fell. The remaining 3 raised their rifles, but were swallowed by smoke grenades. If you don't want to die, come with me, a low, rasped voice said in his ear. Lin Xiao looked up and saw a face that could not be easily gendered. A purple velvet suit gleamed under the emergency light. The right eye bore a single electronic eyepiece streaming data. It was Yi Xiao. Without hesitation, he followed the intruder toward the corner drain. Yi Xiao kicked the cast iron cover aside and dove into the shaft. Lin Xiao followed, his back slamming against the slick concrete as he slid down the spiral ladder. Behind them came shouts and gunfire. Bullets pinged the shaft's rim, scattering sparks. They staggered when they hit the floor. Beneath their boots was an abandoned drain, water lapping at their ankles, and the air thick with rot. Yi Xiao leaned against the wall to catch his breath, the electronic eyepiece darkening as his right eye returned to its natural hue. You knew I would come, Lin Xiao said quietly. I wasn't certain, Yi Xiao sneered. I was only waiting for someone who could survive to 0217. Lin Xiao touched his chest. The slip of paper was still there, the only lead he had obtained during a prior exchange. Why help me? I didn't help you. Yi Xiao produced a cloth from an inner pocket and methodically wiped the eyepiece. Before Xiangyang's next phase begins, someone must interrupt it. Lin Xiao fixed him with a stare. You were testing me. Indeed. Yi Xiao raised his eyes. You arrived on time that night. You faced the patrol car without panic, and when you memorized intelligence, you did not repeat it back. You were assessing risk and assessing me. People like that are worth investing in. So you intervened because I passed your test. Smart. Yi Xiao slid the eyepiece back on. But I didn't save you out of trust. Xiangyang has spiraled beyond commerce and intelligence. They are rewriting the rules. Lin Xiao remained still. His scanner continued sweeping the surroundings. The signal was stable, and no ambush presented itself. What do you mean when you say there are people inside the Bureau who are no longer human? Yi Xiao's mouth curled. You think Chun Yu was the only scientist to defect. You are wrong. Someone was replaced long before him. Their consciousness remains, and their behavior appears normal, but their decision-making has shifted, as if tuned by some higher frequency signal. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. Don't believe me. Yi Xiao plucked a micro-storage card from his sleeve, silver gray, and etched with a spiral pattern. Decode it within 3 days. The decryption key is the coordinates of the first successful report you filed. It will self-destruct after expiration. Lin Xiao took the card. The metal felt cool against his fingertips. Why give this to me? Because you can't be bought. Yi Xiao took a step back, and his figure melted into the shadows. Nor can you be controlled. You are a variable, not a pawn. An explosion sounded in the distance, rattling debris from the tunnel ceiling. The facility had begun its self-destruct sequence. The purge protocol had entered its final phase. We're not allies, Lin Xiao said. Of course not. Yi Xiao turned, and his footsteps receded. The next time we meet, it might be as enemies. A drop of sewage struck the card and reflected a faint glimmer. Lin Xiao stood where he was, his left arm's abrasion seeping blood and his right knee aching from the impact. The scanner recalibrated and pointed toward a safe node 3 kilometers to the southeast. He did not move. A scorched scent rode the draft from deep in the tunnel. He looked down at the microcard thumb, tracing the spiral etching. He stepped forward, and a ripple of water spread as his foot disturbed the drain. The wastewater dripped from Lin Xiao's combat suit, pooling into a small dark stain on the floor of the safe house. He leaned against the cold concrete wall, blood seeping from the wound on his left arm, mixed with the wastewater, sliding down to his fingertips, dropping one by one onto the shell of the detector. The storage card was still in the palm of his right hand, its silver-gray surface smeared with mud, the spiral pattern blurred. He didn't rush to wipe it off. First, he closed his eyes. The scene from that rainy night 3 years ago flooded into his mind. A corner of the tin roof was lifted by the wind, rainwater poured in, and the steel mesh above creaked ominously. He looked up. A piece of concrete was falling from high above. The last action before his consciousness faded was pressing his fingertip onto the report button of the detector. Coordinates locked: 34. 78, N113. 65E. He opened his eyes. He inserted the storage card into the side port of the detector. The screen flickered, an input box popped up. His fingers typed in the coordinates on the virtual keyboard. Enter. The three-dimensional star map unfolded. At the center of the screen was the outline of the Earth with a red dot marking a point 3,000 meters underground, the main control node of the ARC controller. 12 blue dots surrounded it, distributed in an irregular circular pattern, pulsing faintly as they approached the core. In the lower right corner, a countdown showed 72000. The energy waveform automatically displayed. The detector compared it with the historical database, finding a 92 similarity. The last matching record was from the early data of the New York Rift Rampage incident 3 years ago. Lin Xiao's thumb hovered above the report button. He paused for 2 seconds. Pressed. The signal light changed from yellow to green. The nationwide broadcast channel opened, and the national emergency system connected. The intelligence package was encrypted and sent to the headquarters, with simultaneous copies sent to the Psychic Monitoring Network Special Task Force 3 and the Defense Dispatch Group. A completion notice popped up, timestamped at 2:46 in the morning. He removed the storage card and stowed it inside the inner layer of his tactical waste bag. As he stood up, a dull pain shot through his right knee, having bumped against the drainage pipe joint during his earlier descent. He didn't rub it, but simply tightened the zipper of his windbreaker and pushed open the iron door of the safe house. Outside was an abandoned subway maintenance tunnel. Emergency lights flickered every 10 meters, casting a dim yellow glow. He walked along the tracks, the detector continuously scanning the surrounding signal strength. 5 minutes later, a temporary pickup point sign from the Management Bureau appeared ahead. 2 personnel on duty saw his uniform number and immediately opened the isolation door. The command center was located 7 floors underground. Lin Xiao passed through the security check and walked directly toward the main control area. The duty dispatcher was arguing about something, their voices lowered. He approached the terminal, called up the intelligence copy he had reported, and prepared to supplement the on-site assessment. X001. Someone called him. Chen Zhen walked in from the back corridor, his steps steady. He was not wearing the dark suit he usually did in the office, but had changed into a combat command uniform, the star insignia on his shoulder gleaming coldly under the lights. 2 technical officers followed him, holding freshly printed deployment drafts. I read the intelligence you provided, Chen Zhen said, standing in front of Lin Xiao, his gaze fixed on the detector screen. The source is Night Owl. The clues were provided by him, Lin Xiao replied. I didn't establish a cooperative relationship with him, I only received the storage card. Chen Zhen nodded. You reported directly, without verifying through the network. The risk is considerable. The data feature matching degree exceeds 90%, and the countdown mechanism is consistent with past patterns. Lin Xiao said, waiting for the routine inspection to find anomalies. There wouldn't be enough time. Voices of dispute came from the dispatch desk. An elderly official with gray hair slammed the table and stood up. You want to activate a level 1 emergency plan for an unknown card. What if this is a trap? If we deplete our forces, who will be responsible if something goes wrong? Another person chimed in. Besides, who is Night Owl? A black market dealer whose nationality is even unclear. If we take such intelligence seriously, then anyone could hand in a card to command the special task force. Chen Zhen did not turn back. He said to Lin Xiao, display the waveform. Lin Xiao connected to the main control screen. The energy pulse diagram expanded horizontally with time nodes and corresponding events marked below. New York, Tokyo, Istanbul. All 7 major anomaly pre-signals matched perfectly. In the past 24 months, X001 has reported 37 anomalies. Chunjun's voice was low, but the entire command area fell silent. 37 times 0 false reports. Of those, 29 directly prevented public rampage incidents, and 6 times sealed off the alien signal infiltration paths in advance. Do you think someone who relies on luck can achieve this? No one spoke. I don't believe in Night Owl. Chunjun turned to the dispatcher. I believe in him. He raised his hand, pointing at Lin Xiao. Give the order. Chunjun turned and walked towards the command seat. Special Task Force 3 immediately assembled to establish the first line of defense around the ARC controller. The energy suppression team will carry the 4 Malawian Quach's interference devices and take position in the underground second-level hub station. The psychic monitoring network will initiate Filaria scans rotating shifts every 6 hours. All units complete deployment within 30 minutes. The orders were passed down in stages. The map on the screen quickly marked out 3 layers of protective circles. Red represented the core alert zone, yellow the mobile support band, and blue the outer reconnaissance line. The paths for drone formations were automatically generated with patrol frequency increased to every 15 minutes. Deployment completed. Chunjun stood up, signaling Lin Xiao to follow him. The 2 men walked into the corridor outside the command room. The lighting was a bit dimmer than inside, with several boards of combat readiness status pending updates hanging on the walls. Chunjun took a cup of hot coffee from a nearby service desk and handed it over. You are not the first to report anomalies, he said, but you are the only one who has consistently brought danger to light. Lin Xiao took the cup. The warmth seeped through the paper cup into his palm. Others hide and hoard, fearing control and research. Chunjun leaned against the wall, watching the scrolling progress bar on the monitor. You are different. You report up not for the sake of merit, but to ensure that it can no longer harm anyone. Lin Xiao lowered his head. The surface of the coffee wobbled slightly, reflecting the crescent-shaped scar on his brow. The upcoming battles, Chunjun's voice lowered slightly, require you to observe from the front lines while we guard from the rear. Don't fear taking responsibility. The organization is your support. Lin Xiao raised his eyes. Chunjun did not smile, but his gaze held a hint of something more than usual. It was like recognition, yet also like entrustment. He nodded. No more words were exchanged. The exit gate was at the end of the corridor. Lin Xiao passed through the security, checked the zipper of his windbreaker pulled up to his chin, and he reattached the detector to his waist. Outside it was still dark, the outline of the city hidden under the gray-blue horizon. The location of the ARC controller was at the deepest point of that horizon. He stopped in his tracks. His right hand pressed against the charging slot on the side of the detector. The indicator light changed from red to green. A breeze blew from behind, lifting the hem of his windbreaker. He lifted his foot and took the first step. The wind pushed Lin Xiao forward from behind. The city was still asleep, the gray-blue sky pressing down on the horizon like a piece of incompletely burned iron. The road beneath his feet was a makeshift path of cement and gravel leading to a depth of 3,000 meters underground, the location of the ARC controller's main control node. The detector hung at his waist. The screen just shifted from green to yellow. 3 minutes ago, the command center completed the deployment report. Special Operations Team 3 was in position. The energy suppression team had entered the hub station, and the spiritual energy monitoring network had initiated a full scan. Everything was operating according to plan. Then the alarm went off. It wasn't a broadcast or a notification. It was the red light from the detector exploding, a sharp buzzing piercing his eardrum, causing his temples to throb. The energy readings on the screen surged to 98, the red line breaking the threshold, and the system automatically popped up a level 3 crisis alert box. Penetrate the protective barrier. Lin Xiao growled, quickening his pace. He pressed his right hand against the side of the detector, forcibly pulling up the real-time waveform graph. The pulse frequency was abnormal. It wasn't a natural fluctuation, nor was it an individual rampage. This was an organized assault with multiple points synchronously injecting energy, targeting the core chamber. He dashed through the first airtight door outside the main control area. The door hadn't fully closed yet, but the lights inside were already flashing. The emergency lighting on the ceiling flickered, and the cooling pipes in the corner emitted a metallic, warped creaking sound. 2 duty officers at the control console were frantically tapping the terminal, but the data flow on the screen was already out of control. Green codes covered by blood-red error indicators. Cut off non-essential power. Lin Xiao shoved aside a technician blocking his way and lunged for the left distribution cabinet. He ripped off the insulation with his gloves and directly twisted off 3 mainline connectors with his bare hands. Sparks erupted and a burnt smell filled the air. The voltage at the main console dropped and the alarm sound decreased a notch. The detector continued to buzz. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, fully opening his spiritual perception. Over the past 3 years, he had dealt with 37 reported incidents, each time relying on this instinct to pinpoint the source. Now he sank his consciousness into the ground, tracing the direction of the energy backlash. Southeast, 400 meters underground. An abandoned ventilation shaft. Found it. He opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Someone is using fissure resonance to inject energy into the core chamber. Before he finished speaking, the entire space suddenly trembled. The wall emitted a dull explosion, a fissure slashing down from the ceiling, piercing through to the ground. The lights went out completely. Only a few red lights remaining on the control console illuminated the floating dust. In the darkness, footsteps approached from afar. Boots crunched on the gravel, the rhythm steady. The outline of a high-collared sweater appeared at the doorway, silver-gray, curly hair illuminated by the bright beam of a flashlight. Yi Jinjin had arrived. She said nothing, walking straight towards the control console. With her left hand resting on the edge, she took out her portable emotional resonance regulator with her right hand and placed it in the center of the console. The device powered on, emitting a low-frequency sound wave like the echo of a heartbeat. The two technicians gradually steadied their breathing, their fingers no longer trembling. How long can the stabilization program hold? Lin Xiao asked. Preset for 30 seconds, Yi Jinjin replied, staring at the screen, but now the system is chaotic and the damping parameters need to be manually calibrated every 5 seconds. Leave it to me. Lin Xiao took off his windbreaker, draping it over the detector, and then used the metal pieces from his multifunctional work boots to insert into the ground gap, establishing a temporary grounding diversion. With the interference field weakened, the perception accuracy improved. He closed his eyes again, eliminating the false wave signals and confirming that the attack source's position remained unchanged. 400 meters southeast, there's an energy amplification device at the bottom of the ventilation shaft. It's not a single impact, it's a wave-like push with intervals of 90 seconds. Yi Jinjin nodded and entered the command. The stabilization program was restarted and the energy backflow trend was temporarily curbed. The second wave of impact arrived 7 seconds earlier than expected. The air suddenly compressed, as if a giant hammer had struck his chest. Lin Xiao's eyes snapped open as he noticed the safety lock on the main valve stem was popping up. Once fully opened, the core chamber would completely depressurize, triggering a chain reaction that would blow up the entire underground energy chain. He lunged forward, crashing into the valve stem, his right arm firmly locking the safety catch. The metal edge cut into his skin, causing a sharp pain. But he did not let go. Coordinates. He shouted amid the vibration's waveform characteristics. Yi Jinjin grabbed the recording board, propping her left hand against the control console to prevent falling, and quickly wrote with her right hand. Lin Xiao reported the data, and she noted it down accurately, then uploaded it to the peripheral units through the local area network for sharing. The third second of the blackout ended and the lights were restored. Yi Jinjin immediately turned on the bright flashlight, sweeping the beam across the main control screen. She recalibrated the damping parameters using the brightness, her fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. The system alarm sound decreased, and the pressure value began to stabilize. It can hold, she said, her voice steady. Lin Xiao released the valve stem, his right arm's muscles still trembling. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead into the crescent scar on his brow, stinging painfully. He looked down at the detector. The waveform graph had calmed again, but the underlying signals were still accumulating. The next wave will be stronger, he said. Yi Jinjin turned off the flashlight and changed the batteries. Her movements were steady, not even a tremor in her fingertips. The high-collared sweater covered her neck, but Lin Xiao saw a small bruise behind her left ear, a remnant of the task from last night. You should rest. So should you, she replied, looking up, but no one else can take her shift. They both knew this was no ordinary duty. This was the first breach of the defense line. Once lost, all subsequent deployments would become useless. Lin Xiao donned his windbreaker hood again, the detector clamped under his arm. He walked to the wall, picked up the work boot that had fallen earlier, and reattached the metal piece to the sole. Then he stood firm, facing southeast. Yi Jinjin returned to the control console, her left hand resting on the panel, while her right hand gripped the flashlight tightly. She said no more, merely nodding gently. Lin Xiao nodded in response. Their positions remained unchanged, their postures steady. But they both knew the battle was not yet over. The energy curve on the detector's screen began to slowly rise. The first wave peak had not yet dissipated when the second was already forming underground. The pulse interval shortened to 85 seconds with intensity increased by 12%. The cooling system emitted an overload warning, and light blue mist seeped from the wall cracks, a sign of energy leakage. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, his perceptions sinking again. This time he captured a deeper rhythmic vibration. Not mechanical, but more like some biological rhythm with a breathing-like rise and fall. Something's off, he murmured. The attack source has consciousness. Yi Jinjin immediately called up the historical database for comparison. New York, Tokyo, Istanbul. All three major anomalies had similar characteristics prior. She said nothing, but her fingers paused for a moment on the keyboard. The third wave of impact was imminent. Lin Xiao gripped the detector tightly, his knuckles turning white. He stared at the screen, waiting for the moment the signal peak would appear. Yi Jinjin stood at the control console, her breathing slowing, prepared to intervene in the stabilization program at any moment. The wall fissures widened and debris began to fall. The air became heavy as if the oxygen had been drawn away. The detector emitted a long warning sound. Lin Xiao looked up at Yi Jinjin. She was looking at him too. No extra words were exchanged. They both entered a state of readiness simultaneously. Lin Xiao stepped forward half a step, lowering his center of gravity. Yi Jinjin pressed her left hand on the start button, her right hand gripping the flashlight tightly, directing the beam at the main control screen. The energy readings broke through 99. The buzzing sound reached its limit. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, ready to report the coordinates. Yi Jinjin's fingertips were about to press confirm. At that moment, the detector's screen flashed, and the waveform graph suddenly distorted, the originally clear pulse sequence splitting into countless noise waves, exploding like a snowflake screen. Interference escalated. Lin Xiao quickly closed his eyes, using muscle memory to lock onto the last effective signal position. Southeast, 400 meters, depth fine-tuned to 17 meters. It's changed. He yelled, the source is sinking. Yi Jinjin swiftly adjusted the parameters, but the system's response was severely delayed. The stabilization program got stuck on the loading screen, the progress bar frozen at 73. A loud metallic tearing sound came from the ceiling. A load-bearing column appeared with a horizontal crack, hydraulic oil spraying out from the joint. Smoke filled the air. Lin Xiao dashed to the control console, smashed open the side cover of the detector, and directly connected to the manual port. The moment the circuit was connected, the current surged up his arm, and his entire right arm went numb. But he did not let go. The data flow started to move again. The stabilization program resumed operation. The progress bar jumped to 100. Yi Jinjin immediately input the final command. The main control system emitted a deep hum, the dampers fully activated, forcibly absorbing a wave of energy tide. The impact was blocked, yet the detector's screen continued to flicker uncontrollably. Lin Xiao gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his chin onto the instrument's casing. He raised his left hand to wipe his face, discovering his palm was covered in blood. He had no idea when he had cut his forehead. Yi Jinjin's flashlight beam swept across his face, pausing for a second before moving away. There's another wave coming, she said. Lin Xiao nodded, regaining his footing. The detector began collecting data again. The waveform graph slowly rebuilt. The energy curve started to rise once more. He knew the real test had yet to begin. The energy curve on the detector's screen climbed again. Lin Xiao stared at the slowly arching red line, his knuckles pressed against the edge of the instrument. Sweat trickled down his forehead into the wound at his brow, the blood stinging painfully with the salt. He did not raise his hand to wipe it away. His right arm still felt numb, the current's traces burning from his wrist all the way to his shoulder. Yet his perception remained sharper than before. The rhythm deep underground had changed, no longer just a mechanical pulse, but rather a rhythmic breathing sensation, as if something had opened its eyes beneath the ground. He looked down at the remaining data stream on the detector. The last lock position before the waveform chart exploded into static was 400 meters to the southeast at a depth of 17 meters. This coordinate penetrated the lower rock layers of the ventilation shaft, directly piercing into the underground network junction. It was supposed to be an abandoned segment with no power supply, no surveillance, and even the patrol route did not cover it. But now a heat source signal had appeared. 3 false points lit up, simultaneously distributed to the northwest-southwest and directly east, with frequencies mimicking real pulses. An ordinary person would easily be misled. But the moment Lin Xiao's spiritual energy perception sank, he sensed something was off. Those signals were too regular, lacking the unique micro-vibrations of biological electricity, and there were no metabolic waves from energy operation. Fake, he murmured. His fingers swiftly glided over the side of the detector, bringing up the multi-frequency overlay graph. The true source was hidden in the low-frequency noise to the southeast, with a temperature 6 degrees higher than the surrounding environment, clustered together, indicating at least 7 people. They were hiding in the maintenance layer at the bottom of the ventilation shaft, using resonance devices to reverse energy into the core chamber. Every impact was a probe and also a preparation. Lin Xiao pressed the communication key and the channel connected. Team 1, seal off the west exit. Do not let a single one escape. Team 2, divert from the north side, feign an attack to constrain them, move quickly. The rest follow me through the main passage. With that, he turned and left. His work boots crunched on the gravel, making a brief scraping sound. The hem of his coat swept past the cracks in the wall, stirring up a few particles of dust. He did not look back, knowing the special forces had already split up to take action. Every second counted now. The enemy was waiting for the second system collapse, and he had to extinguish the fire before that happened. The main passage was narrow, only allowing 2 people to walk side by side. The walls were rough concrete with pipes crisscrossing overhead, and the sound of dripping water echoed intermittently. Lin Xiao moved close to the left wall with the detector tucked under his arm, his right hand constantly pressing against the metal plate on his boot. The grounding made his perception steadier, filtering out most of the noise. After 30 meters, an iron door appeared around the corner ahead, half open, with the lock mechanism already destroyed. He stopped, holding his breath. 3 seconds later, faint footsteps came from behind the door, the rhythm uneven, indicating more than one person. 2 armed individuals lay in ambush inside, ready to strike. Their abilities were deeply concealed, but a continuous microcurrent was released from their spinal regions, as if something was embedded within them. Lin Xiao remained calm, pulling down the hood of his coat with his left hand and suddenly flinging it towards the ground ahead. The sound of the fabric hitting the ground erupted in the enclosed space like a heavy stomp. The 2 individuals behind the door immediately reacted. One peered out, while the other took half a step forward, conjuring a pale blue energy orb in his hand. In that instant, Lin Xiao had already circled to the right, using the wall's cracks for cover as he surged forward. He did not charge Hedon, but instead cut diagonally into the side passage, kicking over a toolbox in the corner. The sound of metal clashing instinctively caused the second enemy to turn. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao lunged forward to block the energy projection, striking the opponent's throat with an elbow and twisting his arm to press him firmly to the ground. The first enemy had just turned around when Lin Xiao drew out the detector, releasing a short-frequency electromagnetic pulse in an instant. The opponent's communicator exploded with sparks, and the earpiece emitted smoke, causing a momentary pause in their actions. Lin Xiao charged forward, sweeping the leg to take him down, pressing his knee against the opponent's chest while tearing open the high-neck combat suit. At the third vertebra, there was a metal sheet the size of a fingernail, its surface etched with intricate patterns, and it was slightly warm with each breath. "Is this your secret weapon?" Lin Xiao whispered. The man gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Lin Xiao did not ask again, tearing off the sheet and stuffing it into his tactical pocket, then binding the subdued opponent securely. Behind him, the Special Forces members rushed in, taking control of the scene. The west exit is sealed off. 3 targets have been intercepted. The north side feint was successful. The enemy has mobilized backup forces. Lin Xiao nodded, wiping the mixture of blood and sweat from his face as he continued to push forward. The deeper he went, the more suffocating the air became. The pipes began to incline downward at almost a 30-degree angle. Lin Xiao grasped the edge of the wall, stepping down cautiously. The detector indicated that the heat source cluster was still active, but its position had shifted 5 meters, seemingly aware that the outer nodes had been cleared. He quickened his pace. After 50 meters, an open area appeared at the end of the passage, the original maintenance platform of the ventilation shaft. Rusted steel frames spanned above, and the ground was littered with abandoned equipment. In the center, 3 members of the Entropy Shadow were surrounding a black box, the box connected by 7 wires to the metal plates embedded in their backs. Energy flowed along the wires, forming a visible distortion in the air. Lin Xiao crouched low, sneaking along the wall. 10 meters away, a broken load-bearing column provided cover. He crouched closer, just about to signal the team behind him to encircle, when the other side suddenly looked up, their gaze locking onto his hiding spot. There was no warning, no shout. A crimson energy beam hurtled directly towards him. Lin Xiao rolled to evade, his back slamming against the cold pipe wall. The attacks came in relentless succession, the 3 forming a triangle to block all escape routes. He dodged 2 projectiles in a row, but on the third leap, he was grazed on the left shoulder by the residual wave, the bulletproof layer instantly carbonizing, burning his skin. He gritted his teeth, using the momentum to vault onto the overhead steel frame, racing along the beams. The enemies looked up in pursuit, the energy beams erupting in showers of sparks against the metal. Lin Xiao dove down, sprinting at the end of the last beam, before leaping off, throwing the detector. As he landed, the electromagnetic pulse struck one of them in the neck, causing them to convulse and collapse. The remaining 2 immediately shifted tactics. One retreated to restart the device, while the other charged at him, his fists enveloped in high-voltage electricity. Lin Xiao advanced, instead of retreating, sidestepping the straight punch, grabbing the opponent's wrist, and using the force to spin and throw him to the ground. With his knee pressing against the opponent's chest, Lin Xiao swiftly tore open the back of the combat suit. Once again, it was that metal sheet vibrating at high frequency, stimulating the central nervous system. "Are you relying on this thing to amplify your abilities?" Lin Xiao said coldly. "It won't last long." The opponent sneered. "It's enough to kill you." Just as the words left his mouth, his abdomen suddenly swelled. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted, and he immediately released his grip and retreated. The next second, that person exploded, their internal organs spraying blood mist everywhere, the shockwave, sending Lin Xiao flying several meters, crashing into a pile of discarded instruments. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise. The detector was still beeping. The last heat source on the screen was retreating. He could not let him escape. Lin Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, picked up the detector, and dragged his injured leg toward the exit. The passage ahead was blocked by debris from a collapse, but he sensed a current of air from the right side. He pried open the camouflage panel with the metal plate on his boot, crawling into a narrow passage. 20 meters later, he emerged at the junction of the underground pipelines. The person was about to connect to an escape rope when they suddenly turned around upon hearing a noise. Lin Xiao did not give him a chance, lunging forward to break the rope's anchor point, causing both to tumble into the bottom of the well. Mud and water splashed everywhere, with Lin Xiao on top, delivering a punch to the opponent's nose and taking advantage of their dizziness to rip open their combat suit. The metal plate was still functioning, its surface already showing red spots, clearly overloaded. Lin Xiao ripped it off and tossed it into his tactical bag. Then he bound the person, opening the communication. Main node cleared, 3 captured, several enhancement devices seized. Heat source has vanished, attack interrupted. I need medical support, 2nd-degree burns on the left shoulder, suspected rib fracture. A confirmation reply came from the other end of the channel. Lin Xiao leaned against the well wall, panting, sweat mixed with blood trickling down his chin. He looked down at the metal plate in his hand, its patterns complex, resembling a module of some mass-produced type. This was not a makeshift modification. It was standard equipment. Preliminary analysis showed that these devices could enhance the user's original abilities 3 to 5 times at the cost of placing a huge burden on the nervous system, with long-term use potentially leading to loss of control or brain death. Marked as a critical recovery target. With the data input complete, he put away the instrument, leaning against the damp well wall without moving. In the distance, sporadic sounds of explosions still echoed, but the main battlefield had quieted down. He closed his eyes. The sound of his own breathing was heavy yet steady. The detector lay quietly in his palm, the faint light of the screen reflecting off his bloodied face. The data stream on the detector's screen continued to pulse, a faint light reflecting on Lin Xiao's face. He leaned against the well wall, breathing heavily, the burn on his left shoulder freshly treated, the ointment seeping into the wound, bringing waves of prickling numbness. The dull pain in his ribs persisted, as if an iron wire was tugging back and forth inside him. He looked down at the metal pieces in the tactical bag, their patterns glowing red, still warm to the touch. As soon as his fingers touched the touch screen of the detector, the signal abruptly changed. 3 heat sources flashed into view, the coordinates locked to 300 meters northwest, scaffold No. 7 in Area A, concrete mixing station in Area B, and elevation platform in Area C. The layout of the construction site was identical to that of the day his father had the accident. Lin Xiao's fingers hesitated. He blinked, looked again. The signal remained steady and clear. It was neither interference nor misreading. The detector's frequency filtering system was functioning normally, without any interference markings. But those 3 points should not exist. That area had been flattened 3 years ago, now covered by the underground pipeline of the Management Bureau. He pushed himself up from the well wall, his knees feeling weak. As he stepped out, his foot landed on a broken rebar, producing a faint cracking sound. The hallucination hadn't arrived yet, but the sound came first. Xiao xiao. It was hoarse and intermittent, as if squeezed out from a pile of concrete. He suddenly looked up. There was no one else deep in the well. Only the sound of dripping water, drop by drop, hitting the surface of the pooled water. But that voice came again, this time closer, panting, "Don't come over, leave." It was his father's voice. Lin Xiao's feet were planted in place. His right hand unconsciously touched the scar on his brow, his fingertip pressing over the crescent-shaped bump. He gritted his teeth and took a step forward. The detector automatically tracked the heat source ahead, the screen refreshing at an accelerated rate. 3 seconds later, a light alarm sounded. Pressure anomaly detected in the wall cavity 5 meters ahead, suspected hidden pulse trigger. He should have evaded immediately, but that voice filled his mind. The word "Dad" nearly slipped out. He lifted his foot, but paused again. Cold sweat trickled down his back into his collar. Something was wrong. His father hadn't called his name before he passed away. A colleague later told him that the person had lost consciousness immediately after being struck and was gone on the way to the hospital. He hadn't even heard the last words. Yet this illusion knew he had been at the scene. It knew he knelt in the pool of blood, clutching that old hard hat. The detector suddenly vibrated. A new signal overlapped. At the southeast vent pipe exit, a moving heat source was slowly approaching. The speed was constant, body temperature normal, unlike a combat unit. It seemed more like a person walking. Lin Xiao's throat tightened. He wanted to pull up the panoramic view, but his finger got stuck on the menu toggle. The edges of his vision began to blur, the outlines of the construction site emerging in the well-rusted steel frames transformed into newly welded support columns. The waterlogged ground turned into mud, the overhead pipes vanished, replaced by a gray sky. He stood in the afternoon of 3 years ago. The sound of the tower crane operating echoed from afar. A broadcast of the morning meeting notification could be heard. A man in an orange safety vest stood by the mixer, waving, his face obscured by dust, but his shape and stance were indistinguishable from what he remembered. Don't believe them. Reporting it is useless. The man spoke, his voice fading in and out. Look at me. No one cares. Lin Xiao took half a step back, colliding with the well wall. The detector emitted continuous alerts indicating the environmental magnetic field was distorting. He wanted to cut off the perception, but found the spiritual energy field had been ensnared by some frequency, like a fly caught in a spider's web. He couldn't move. Moving would trigger the trap. But if he didn't move, the illusion would swallow him whole. He closed his eyes and bit down hard on his tongue. The taste of blood spread in his mouth. When he opened his eyes, the construction site was still there. His father's figure was clearer now. He could even see the cracks on the hard hat, ones he had personally repaired with tape. What good will it do if you report it? The figure turned its head. They give you medals, give you a position, but what about me? Who will recognize my life? Lin Xiao's breath quickened. He wanted to retort, but his throat felt like it was being choked. He knew this was false, yet every frame of the scene struck precisely at his deepest wounds. The detector's alarm escalated. In the real world, the moving heat source had approached within 2 meters. Above the well entrance, the light dimmed. Yi Jinjin squatted down, directing a powerful flashlight straight into the bottom of the well. The beam sliced through the damp air, illuminating Lin Xiao's face. He squinted instinctively and raised his hand to shield it. Lin Xiao. Her voice was not loud, but carried great penetration. Listen to me. He did not respond. Yi Jinjin opened her handheld terminal and pressed the start button. An audio clip began to play at 6:42 in the morning. A construction site outside broadcasted calisthenics music mixed with birds chirping, distant traffic, and the metallic sounds of steel frames colliding. It was the safety anchor point she had replicated from Lin Xiao's account 3 months ago. The father in the illusion suddenly froze. Calisthenics. The construction site where he had worked in life never used this set of music. They played the local radio's morning news. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. He looked down at the detector. The heat source signals on the screen were still pulsing, but the audio waveform showed an abnormal overlap. The frequency of the sound from the illusion was completely in sync with the background white noise of the calisthenics. It was not a coincidence. It was a disguise. He suddenly cut off the spiritual energy perception, switched the detector to passive receiving mode. The scenes before him shattered like glass, the construction site, his father, and the tower crane, all crumbling into noise. Gasping for breath, his back pressed against the well wall, cold sweat soaked through his inner lining. Yi Jinjin descended the rope ladder, landing silently. She did not approach, but adjusted her flashlight to a low brightness, shining it on her left face so he could see her outline clearly. Do you remember this outfit? She asked. A turtleneck sweater, a bulletproof vest, silver gray hair tied back. It was the standard attendance uniform of the psychological intervention team from the management bureau. Lin Xiao's Adam's apple moved slightly as he nodded. What you see now is me, she said. Not a memory, not a projection, but me in person. If you have doubts, you can check my vital signs. She handed over the terminal, the screen displaying the infrared scan results: heartbeat 82, body temperature 36. 7, stable breathing. Lin Xiao took the detector, manually connecting to the terminal data port. Comparison successful. Reality returned. He sighed in relief, his shoulders slumping. The signal, just now, simulated my traumatic memory, he said, his voice hoarse. It wasn't remote control, but an emotional resonance field constructed from residual energy. Yi Jinjin squatted down, opened the medical kit, and applied a calming gel to his left shoulder. You produced strong emotional fluctuations during the confrontation, which instead amplified the interference source. Lin Xiao stared at the detector's screen. That previous illusion lasted 3 minutes and 14 seconds, during which all his physiological responses were recorded. He pulled up the spectral playback and found that the starting point of the interference signal was the moment he first touched the seized metal piece. These devices are not just enhancing abilities, he whispered. They can store the user's mental imprint. Those false heat sources were cognitive traps fed by the entropy shadow using the obsessions of the deceased. Yi Jinjin nodded. When you fell into the illusion, your brainwave frequency dropped to the theta band, approaching a deep hypnotic state. I must break the synchronization using sounds from an environment you are familiar with, otherwise forcibly awakening you could lead to perceptual tearing. Lin Xiao turned off the playback interface and recalibrated the filtering parameters of the detector. This time, he set his baseline brain waves as the reference, establishing a dynamic filtering model. Any external fluctuations deviating from the individual's emotional baseline would be automatically flagged as abnormalities. The screen cleared up. The false heat sources vanished. Only one weak but stable signal source remained hidden in the crevices of the rock layers at the bottom of the southeast vent shaft, with extremely low power, its rhythm resembling a heartbeat. Found it, he said. Yi Zhenjin put away the equipment, remaining silent. She sat on a folding chair, gently rubbing the gilded ring on her left ring finger, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. He was adjusting the detector with his head down, his fingers steady, his gaze clear. His injuries persisted, the pain had not subsided, but he had already stepped on the feeling of losing control. The next time you hear that voice, she suddenly said, don't stop. Lin Xiao's motion halted. They exploit the moment you pause to seize the opportunity. He raised his eyes, glanced at her, said nothing, just clipped the detector back to his waist and zipped up his windbreaker. Deep in the well, ripples appeared on the surface of the pooled water. The ripples in the water accumulated in the well have yet to dissipate when Lin Xiao made his move. He crouched at the edge of the rock layer, the detector pressed against his palm, the signal source on the screen, pulsating steadily, its frequency oddly reminiscent of a heartbeat. With a swift motion, he tore off a corner of the windbreakers, lining the sound of the fabric, tearing, resonating clearly in the cramped space. Old cables were tangled around the probe's outer edge. He bit one end with his teeth and tightened the connection with both hands, forming a makeshift shielding layer. The pulse waveform immediately dropped, and the alarm shifted from a sharp tone to a low hum. A vibration came from above. It wasn't a collapse, it was the sound of metal scraping against rock, rhythmic and precise, with 3 points of contact. The moment the ventilation cover was lifted, 3 shadowy figures slid down silently. The leader removed his tactical mask, revealing the intricate interface pattern of his metallic prosthetic leg. Zhao Taixian stood upright, scanning the structure at the bottom of the well, before finally fixing his gaze on Lin Xiao. You didn't leave, he said. The item is still here. Lin Xiao did not look up, his fingers still adjusting the current of the shielding layer. Southeast corner rock crevice, depth of 4.7 meters. The outer shell has an impact-resistant coating. Zhao Taixian raised his hand towards the 2 men behind him. They immediately spread out, one setting up a portable drill, the other checking the rock wall's cracks. He took 2 steps forward, his boot crunching on a piece of rubble. I brought a jackhammer that can break through composite rock layers. But you have to guarantee it's not a trap inside. If it were a trap, Lin Xiao finally raised his head, you would have already blown up by now. Zhao Taixian's lips twitched slightly. He didn't smile, but his eyes relaxed a bit. He turned to signal to his team, and the drill started up. Low-frequency vibrations spread through the rock mass, dust cascading down. Lin Xiao took half a step back, switching the detector to vibration capture mode, and the waveform on the screen began to change. He suddenly raised his hand. Stop. The drill engine shut off. If you go in another 5 centimeters, it will trigger the acoustic pressure sensing layer. Lin Xiao pointed at the screen. This layer of rock is hollow, and the inner wall is coated with resonant material. Strong vibrations will trigger a chain collapse. Zhao Taixian stared at him for 2 seconds, then nodded. You direct. He handed over the communicator channel. 3 my men will follow your orders. Lin Xiao took it, issuing a direct order switch to manual chiseling with 10-second intervals, and keep the force below level 3. The 3 followed suit. Rock debris gradually peeled away, revealing a corner of the metallic shell below. It was dark gray with a surface etched with fine patterns resembling some sort of code. Lin Xiao approached, bringing the detector close to scan. Just as he read the first segment of data, the signal source suddenly intensified. The alarm blared. The pulse power has doubled. Lin Xiao shouted, immediately pressing down the pressure relief valve on the back of the detector, smoke billowing from the shielding layer. It's self-activating. Prepare to break the seal. Zhao Taixian kicked the drill support frame aside, pulling out the jackhammer from his waist, its body entirely black with a diamond crystal embedded at the front. Get back, he muttered under his breath, swinging the hammer down towards the joint of the rock crevice. At the moment of impact, the air trembled and a visible ripple spread out. The rock shell shattered, exposing the metallic shell beneath, which glimmered with eerie blue light. Now's the time. Lin Xiao lunged forward, the detector emitting directional interference waves, the light patterns flickering a few times before falling into stillness. Did you seal it? Zhao Taixian asked, breathing heavily. For now, Lin Xiao wiped the dust from his face. The outer shell's protective mechanism is down, but the core is still operational. It must be disassembled or moved. Before his words fell, footsteps were heard simultaneously from 3 directions at the well's mouth. Heavy steps in perfect rhythm with noticeably heavy gear. Zhao Taixian immediately turned around, backing against the rock wall, raising the jackhammer. 2 team members quickly took high ground, setting up an electromagnetic crossbow. For people, Lin Xiao focused on the detector. 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock directions, equipped with shielding devices, are rapidly approaching. It's the assault team from Entropy Shadow. Zhao Taishan sneered, come to steal something. No, Lin Xiao squinted, they're here to silence us. If this thing goes out of control, they won't be able to save themselves either. Footsteps stopped at the edge of the well. In the next moment, 3 smoke grenades rolled down. The white mist quickly enveloped the area. Lin Xiao immediately held his breath, switching the detector to thermal imaging. 3 red dots entered from different directions surrounding them. He picked up a piece of rubble and hurled it towards the empty ground on the left. A flash of cold light darted through the smoke, the electromagnetic blade sweeping across the ground, sparks flying. The left side is clear. Zhao Taishan bellowed, his right leg's prosthetic bursting with power, propelling him like a cannonball towards the red dot at 3 o'clock. The fist collided with the opponent's blocking arm, the metallic clash, a sharp sound. He followed up with an elbow strike, hitting the enemy's helmet, causing them to stagger back and fall into the depths of the smoke. There's someone advancing from the 6 o'clock direction. A team member shouted. Lin Xiao tossed the detector's cable, hooking it onto a steel beam, leaping into the air, kicking a shadow that lunged at his teammate. The two tumbled to the ground. He rolled over on top, pinning the opponent's chest with his knee striking downwards towards the neck. The enemy twitched once before passing out. The smoke began to dissipate. The remaining 2 were suppressed in a corner, their weapons disarmed. Zhao Taixuan's team used magnetic cuffs to restrain them, dragging them to the center. Zhao Taishan stood still, the overload alarm blaring from his right leg's prosthetic, the red light flashing. He glanced down, raised his hand to pat the interface, forcing a reboot. I can still hold on, he said. Lin Xiao did not respond, crouching in front of the metallic shell, carefully inspecting the interface position. At the bottom of the shell was an irregularly shaped groove, as if it required a specific key to open. He reached out to touch it, his fingertip brushing against a sticky substance. It was blood not yet dried. Someone has been here before, he said. Zhao Taishan approached and took a look. Not one of our people, and not from the regular forces of Entropy Shadow. Lin Xiao took out a captured metal piece from his tactical bag, comparing the patterns. Their equipment is more primitive, like it was hastily assembled. An explosion echoed from afar. The ground trembled slightly. The cracks in the well wall widened and rubble fell continuously. Lin Xiao looked up and the detector indicated a large displacement in the western passage. Collapse, he said, not natural. It's been detonated deliberately. Zhao Taishan immediately grabbed the communicator. Team B, report your location. Team C, respond. There was no reply. Our escape route has been cut off. He pocketed the communicator and looked at Lin Xiao. Now we have 2 choices. Stay here and wait for support, or take this thing and break through. Lin Xiao stared at the metallic shell, his fingers tapping the surface. It's heating up. The internal reaction is accelerating. If we wait another 10 minutes, the entire area will be consumed by energy overflow. Then let's go, Zhao Taishan said, lifting the jackhammer. You carry it, and it'll clear the path. No, Lin Xiao shook his head. This thing must not be more than 2 meters off the ground, or it will trigger self-destruction. I have to carry it. Zhao Taishan fell silent for 2 seconds, then put the hammer back in his waistband, taking off his outer tactical suit and laying it on the ground. Put it on top. He'll drag it. Lin Xiao glanced at him, said nothing, and carefully placed the metallic shell onto the fabric. Zhao Taishan grasped both ends and pulled hard, causing the fabric to slide, and the shell moved steadily. Lin Xiao picked up the detector, leading the way. We'll take the old route, he said. The abandoned drainage channel on the west side still works. Zhao Taishan followed. The 2 moved one after the other, crossing the edge of the collapse. Debris continued to fall from above, and they quickened their pace. Midway, Zhao Taishan suddenly stopped, bending down to pick up Lin Xiao's dropped tactical bag and tossing it over his shoulder. You're hurt, he only said 3 words. Lin Xiao did not refuse. The entrance to the drainage channel was mostly blocked by rebar. Zhao Taishan kicked it open, the metal twisting and deforming. They crawled inside. The passage was low and damp, the ground covered in mud and broken cables. The detector signal was weak, and Lin Xiao could only rely on memory to judge the direction. 300 meters left, he said. Zhao Taishan dragged the shell, breathing heavily. The prosthetic issued another alarm. He gritted his teeth, but did not slow down. Suddenly, a countdown electronic sound came from behind. Both turned around simultaneously. One of the captured Entropy Shadow members had somehow freed himself from the magnetic cuffs, lying on the ground with a ring of explosives strapped to his waist, the display screen glowing 0015. Find cover, Lin Xiao shouted. Zhao Taishan shoved the shell aside and lunged at Lin Xiao, crashing him into a recess in the side wall. Boom. A shockwave swept in the passage, shaking violently, large chunks of concrete falling from the ceiling. Amidst the dust and smoke, Zhao Taishan coughed, raising his arm to shield Lin Xiao's head. Are we dead? He asked. Not enough explosives. Lin Xiao pushed himself up, the detector still functioning. He just wanted to seal the exit. Zhao Taishan sat up, wiping the dust from his face. His left arm bore a cut, but he paid it no mind. He looked at Lin Xiao. You told me to lead the way earlier. You didn't trust me before. Now I do. Lin Xiao replied, you didn't abandon me. Zhao Taixian chuckled softly, standing up and grabbing a corner of the tactical fabric again. Let's finish this last 300 meters. They continued onward. The passage gradually rose, a faint light appearing ahead. They had reached the exit. Zhao Taixian was the first to crawl out, turning back to pull Lin Xiao up. Outside was the edge of a ruined moonlight, illuminating the rubble, casting long shadows. Lin Xiao set down the detector, crouching to inspect the metallic shell. The interface was still warm, and the internal humming had not ceased. His fingers glided over the edge of the groove, discovering a faint scratch, as if someone had carved a symbol with a sharp tool. Zhao Taixian stood not far away, adjusting his prosthetic. He looked up at Lin Xiao's back and suddenly spoke, I used to think you didn't share your abilities because you were afraid. Lin Xiao did not turn back. Now I see. Zhao Taixian said, his voice lowering, you've put your life on the line. Lin Xiao's fingers paused, slightly gently rubbing against that etched line. He lifted his head, the moonlight falling on the scar on his brow, as if an old wound had been illuminated anew. I just don't want anyone to die in vain again. Zhao Taixian did not speak further. He stood up straight, brushing off the dust from his tactical pants, and walked towards his teammates. Lin Xiao lowered his head, continuing to study that piece of metal. The moonlight seeped through the seams of the metallic shell, with blue light flickering like breath. Lin Xiao crouched at the edge of the ruins, his right hand wrapped in fragments of his trench coat, lining his fingertips, gently brushing over the surface of the seepage. A sticky sensation came over him, and he quickly sealed the sample in a bag, his movements crisp and clean. The waveform on the detector's screen began to fluctuate erratically, the frequency disrupted, and the signal was interrupted 3 times. He fixated on the etched mark. It matched the patterns of the metallic piece captured from the well. The energy carriers shared a common origin. It was no coincidence. A low-frequency vibration emanated from the distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. 3 kilometers away, multiple moving heat sources were rapidly approaching. Time was of the essence. Lin Xiao unbuckled his tactical belt and retrieved components left behind by the captured. The micro-receiver module was exposed, its solder points rough, but its structure intricate. He brought the probe of the detector close to the interface, reverse engineering the waveband. A stream of data flashed on the screen, then was distorted by blue light interference. The first injection failed, causing an old injury on his right brow bone to throb painfully, nerves prickling as if pierced by needles. He closed his eyes for 2 seconds, adjusting his breathing rhythm. The pain tolerance developed from carrying steel bars on construction sites suppressed the stinging sensation. His heart rate fell to 72 beats per minute. He switched the detector to low-power mode, turning off non-essential sensors, concentrating his computational power to lock onto one of the moving signal sources. His fingertips lightly touched the module's circuit board. The perception of spiritual energy spread along the current path, tracking the energy flow of the enemy's device. The feedback loop was constructed. He injected a chaotic pulse in reverse, a brief high-frequency, irregular signal. In a thicket 3 kilometers away, a stealth operative suddenly knelt down. The casing of the device on his arm exploded, sparks flying. The ability went out of control, the hardened layer of skin cracked, blood seeping through his fingers. The person gritted his teeth, remaining silent, but his movements froze. It worked. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Perception overload caused his vision to double. He blinked hard twice, regaining clarity. The detector's alarm sounded again. The remaining target had cut off the main power supply and activated the backup protocol. Some personnel began to disassemble their equipment. He had anticipated this. In the last millisecond before the connection was severed, he recorded the complete waveform characteristics. He removed the remaining circuit from the shielding layer, connecting it to the output of the detector, constructing a simple amplification circuit. He adjusted the voltage at the interface with his fingers, waiting for the optimal moment to cut in. The enemy was switching frequencies. A delay of 5 milliseconds. That was enough. A forged certification package was sent. Disguised as a superior order, it reconnected to the network. The system recognized it. Comprehensive countermeasures were initiated. He guided his perception into the enemy device cluster, forcibly activating the overload protection mechanism. The first person, the thermal jet unit, backfired, burning his thigh. The second person, the neural amplifier, surged backward, causing his eyes to bleed and lose consciousness. The third person, the kinetic enhancer suit, exploded, locking his joints as he fell. All 3 lost their combat effectiveness. The detector displayed that the last enemy remained stationary, not disassembling equipment or cutting off the connection. What was he waiting for? Lin Xiao held his breath, his finger hovering over the confirmation button. The signal source position was still, but the energy reading was steadily rising. It wasn't a preparation for an attack. It was some kind of synchronization behavior. He brought up historical data for comparison. He discovered that the collapse curves of all the countered devices shared a common node. Before complete failure, each had experienced a brief surge of energy pointing to the same coordinate. That coordinate was not within the enemy team. It was further away. A relay point. Or a control terminal. Lin Xiao retracted his hand, switching the detector back to passive monitoring mode. He leaned against the pile of rubble, his left shoulder propped against the debris, maintaining a half-squat posture. His right hand was slightly burned from frequent contact with high-energy signals. The palm reddened. He didn't touch the first aid kit. He had to remain calm. The design logic of this device was not merely to conduct abilities. It possessed feedback capabilities. It might even have reserved a reverse tracking path. Although the countermeasure just now was successful, it also exposed his position. Unless... He glanced down at the blue substance in the sealed bag. The active interference continued, but its effect on the detector was not entirely random. Certain frequency bands had particularly strong interference, as if shielding specific information. He reconnected the receiving module, placing the blue sample directly beneath the probe. Slowly increasing the scanning intensity during the third attempt, the waveform finally stabilized for a frame. He decoded half a character. It resembled the digit 7, but with an additional slant at the end. It did not belong to any known coding system. At that moment, the detector emitted a brief beep. The last signal source in the distance began to move. The speed was extremely slow. It approached in a straight line. The distance was 2.8 kilometers. No other devices of the same frequency were being carried. Operating alone. Not like a combat unit. More like probing. Lin Xiao slowly straightened up, his leg muscles tensed. He did not retreat or conceal his form. The moonlight shone on his face, the scar on his right brow bone clearly visible. The detector was held in his left hand, the screen facing inward, data scrolling in real time. The other party drew closer. 1.6 kilometers. 1.2 kilometers. 900 meters. The signal strength was stable with no signs of an attack. But the blue light interference suddenly intensified. The substance in the sealed bag began to warm slightly. Lin Xiao stared at the screen, his finger resting on the pressure relief valve's edge. 500 meters. 300 meters. The other party passed through a collapsed wall, their figure appearing in the moonlight. The outline was blurred, wearing ordinary combat gear, a mask covering their face. No weapon in hand. Steady in stride, but the right leg appeared somewhat stiff. Lin Xiao recognized that gait. It was completely different from the three who had fallen earlier. This was not a standard configuration personnel of Entropy Shadow. It was a modifier. Or perhaps a tester. The person stopped, standing in an open area 200 meters away. They raised their left hand, making a strange gesture. Palm facing up, then slowly clenched into a fist. Lin Xiao remained motionless. 3 seconds later, a red light illuminated on the device at the person's wrist. Immediately after, Lin Xiao's detector received a request for an encrypted channel. The source was unknown. The protocol format was unfamiliar, but he knew he could not accept it. Once a connection was established, the other party could locate him through the data stream and even invade the core program of the detector. More dangerously, this request might carry bait data disguised as intelligence to entice him into deep analysis, thus triggering hidden logical traps. He chose to listen. Once the channel opened, there were no voices, no images. Just a segment of raw waveform looping. The frequency was extremely low, close to the range of geomagnetic fluctuations. Ordinary people could neither hear nor recognize it. But Lin Xiao could. His spiritual energy perception captured the rhythm changes within it. It was not language. It was some kind of heartbeat, unusually regular. Like the hum within the metallic shell. Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head, looking at the device beside him that was still running. The shell's temperature rose, the blue light in the seams much brighter than before. He reached out to touch it. The metal surface was already hot to the touch. It was responding. The person in the distance remained standing, their fist clenched tightly. Lin Xiao quickly switched the detector to isolation mode, disconnecting all external interfaces. He wrapped the main unit in the lining of his trench coat to prevent electromagnetic leakage. Then he took out a tool knife, prying open the back of the receiving module. Beneath the solder points lay a layer of thin film circuitry. He carefully peeled it away, exposing the underlying wiring. He found the main control chip, gently scraping off the encapsulation glue with the tip of his knife. The chip was bare. He inserted a testing needle from the detector into the pin array, manually inputting a set of basic instructions. Not to crack it, but to delay it. As long as he could make it late by a second in entering the synchronization state, there would be a chance to cut the link. Time passed second by second. The detector's screen flickered. The blue light interference peaked. The substance in the sealed bag began to smoke. He smelled a burnt odor. The temperature of the chip soared. At the moment it was about to melt down, he pulled out the testing needle, severing the connection. The interference abruptly stopped. The person in the distance suddenly shook as if impacted. He loosened his fist and looked down at his wrist. The red light extinguished. Lin Xiao took a breath. The first round of probing had been blocked. But the other side would not give up. He leaned back against the rubble pile, his right hand resting on his knee palm, facing up. The burn throbbed painfully. He ignored it. His eyes remained fixed on the detector's screen. A new signal was being generated. It did not come from that person, nor from the fallen squad. It was coming from underground, approximately 40 meters deep. The direction was precisely beneath the current coordinates. A brand new signal source. It started silently. The energy reading steadily climbed. Lin Xiao slowly crouched down, placing the detector in front of him. He opened the reporting room permissions interface, his finger hovering over the emergency reporting button. He did not press it. He knew that with a press, the national broadcasting system would immediately activate and his ability would be inversely amplified tenfold. But the situation was too complex. Reporting might trigger a chain reaction, fully activating the thing underground. He had to first understand its purpose. Why did it appear at this moment? Why choose to appear right after he had completed the countermeasure? Was it waiting for this moment all along? Lin Xiao stared at the screen, his pupils contracting. The waveform of the underground signal began to mimic. Under the moonlight, the rubble of the ruins shimmered with a cold glow. Lin Xiao's right hand still felt the lingering pain in his palm as the detector was tightly wrapped in the lining of his coat and stuffed into the pocket of his chest. He half squatted on the ground, his left knee pressing against a fragment of stone, breathing slowly and deeply. The synchronous signal from 40 meters underground continued to rise, its waveform perfectly in sync with his heartbeat. This was not imitation, but replication. The ground suddenly split open. A blue light surged from the cracks, swirling upwards like molten metal. The air distorted, emitting a low-frequency hum. Lin Xiao instinctively took a step back, his heel pressing against the foundation of the broken wall. He did not run. He knew he couldn't escape. Energy rapidly coalesced into a shape. Tall and thin, faceless, three rotating ring-like light bodies hovered around it, forming a triangular shape around the torso. Each rotation caused the space to tremble slightly. The screen of Lin Xiao's detector flickered and shut down automatically. His spiritual perception felt as if wrapped in a thick membrane, able to reach out only less than 3 meters. He raised his hand to touch the scar on his right brow, not to calm himself, but to confirm that he was still awake. The figure landed silently, its feet not touching the dust. He lifted his right hand, fingers spread wide, palm facing Lin Xiao. An invisible force field pressed down instantly. Lin Xiao's knees buckled, causing him to kneel on the ground. His chest felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, a sweet taste rising in his throat as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth, holding on his hands, supporting the ground, knuckles turning white from the exertion. His muscles trembled not from fear, but from the nerve spasms caused by resisting the pressure. The opponent did not speak. There was no need to speak. He was the leader of Entropy Shadow. His very existence proclaimed there is no escape for you. Lin Xiao looked down at the ground. The blue light spread along the crack, forming a web-like pattern among the ruins. The light bands undulated slightly, flowing as if they had life. He sensed a hint of abnormality. The light flow did not advance uniformly, but every 3 seconds a faint flicker appeared in the area behind the leader. Like a heartbeat pausing. He tried to concentrate on his perception, but as soon as the spiritual energy extended outward, it was suppressed back. The edges of his vision began to darken, and his eardrums swelled. This was not merely physical suppression, it was a comprehensive life erosion. Every second drained his will and stamina. He held onto the ground, trying to rise. His muscles tightened, bones creaking. For the first time, he could only lift himself by 10 centimeters before being pushed back down. On the second attempt, he slammed his left shoulder against the broken wall behind him, using the recoil to forcefully pull his upper body up. His legs still trembled, but he stood firm. 15 meters. This was the distance between him and the leader. Close enough to see the trajectory of the 3 energy rings' movements, far enough that if the opponent struck again, he would undoubtedly die. Footsteps echoed from the shadows. Night Owl emerged. The purple velvet suit shimmered dimly under the moonlight, and the single electronic lens over his right eye remained off. He walked steadily, hands hanging by his sides, neither surrendering nor attacking. He stopped 5 meters to Lin Xiao's left, his gaze sweeping over the area behind the leader. "You want last 3 minutes," he said. His voice was flat, devoid of emotional fluctuations, as if reading a laboratory report. Lin Xiao gasped for breath, his throat dry. "What are you here for?" Night Owl did not look at him, staring instead at the faint light spot on the leader's back. His weakness lies in the energy core, right in that pulsating light source. If you can sense the fluctuations, you can find the entrance. With that, he took a step back, turned, and walked into the darkness, his figure disappearing behind the collapsed walls. Lin Xiao did not turn back. He knew Night Owl would not explain his motives or leave any subsequent clues. The intelligence had been sent out, the rest was up to him. He looked back at the leader. The figure remained standing, still showing no reaction to Night Owl's appearance, as if everything that had just transpired was merely the wind blowing over the sand, leaving no trace. But Lin Xiao felt the pressure had intensified. The air became thick, and every breath felt like swallowing scorching gravel. Expansion of his chest was difficult, and his lungs lacked oxygen. He pressed his left hand to the ground slowly, raising his right hand, fingertips trembling slightly. He closed his eyes, abandoning vision, focusing entirely on the remnants of his spiritual energy perception. 90% suppressed. Only a thread remained. He recalled the days of carrying steel bars at the construction site. A 300-pound steel beam on his shoulder, he couldn't fall even if his legs were about to break. What did he rely on to hold on back then? It was not willpower, but bodily memory. The muscles knew how to exert force, the bones knew how to bear weight, and even the pain had its rhythm. He needed that rhythm now. He pressed the burned part of his palm against the blue ground. The fiery sensation intensified suddenly, nerves stimulated, and his mind cleared in an instant. He captured it every 3 seconds. The energy cycle within the leader would exhibit a very brief interruption. In that moment, the light spot on the back would shrink almost imperceptibly, but it indeed existed. That was the frequency change gap of the core. It was also the only breakthrough point. He opened his eyes, locking onto the position. Just 2 inches off the midpoint of the shoulder blade line, about half a foot deep from the surface, a mass of light source denser than the others pulsed rhythmically. Unlike the energy rings that flowed, it was still, yet pulsated like a heartbeat. Found it. He took his first step. The blue light on the ground suddenly became active, and 2 light bands shot up like snakes, lunging at his ankles. He sidestepped to avoid them, crushing one light chain with his left foot, but his right foot got entangled. The light chain tightened, temperature soared, and the surface of his combat boots began to char. He did not stop. With his right foot exerting force, he forcibly broke the light chain. His flesh burned, sharp pain piercing his heart, but he continued forward. The second step, the third step. The distance shrank to 12 meters. The leader finally moved. He slowly turned his head, facing Lin Xiao. The faceless face confronted him like a blank mirror. The pressure intensified once more. Lin Xiao's knees buckled, almost collapsing again. He bit his tongue, the taste of blood filling his mouth, forcing himself to stay awake. With his hands on the ground, he crawled on all fours. Rubble cut into his palms, mixing with blood and mud as he moved forward. 8 meters. 6 meters. Light chains continually rose from the ground, and he smashed each one with his injured right hand. His left arm was scraped, the sleeve of his coat torn. He no longer avoided, he focused solely on that light spot. Every 3 seconds it contracted, each time lasting 0.2 seconds. That was the window of opportunity for the entrance to open. He had to cut in at that moment. At 5 meters, the leader raised his right hand, fingers closing. The entire space suddenly compressed. Lin Xiao felt his organs being squeezed, blood flowing from his nostrils, his vision blurring. He lay on the ground, fingers digging into the soil, nails breaking. He knew he could not wait any longer. He concentrated the last bit of spiritual energy in the palm of his right hand. Not for attack, but for detection. He aimed to touch the light source's wave frequency in the shortest, most direct way. 4 meters. 3 meters. He exerted all his strength, lunging forward. In that moment of liftoff, he saw the light source was shrinking. The next wave of expansion had not yet arrived. Time was up. His right hand, extended fingertip, aimed at the light spot between his shoulder blades, and he released his spiritual perception with all his might. Contact. The fluctuations clearly transmitted back. It was neither an attack mode nor a defense mechanism, but an extremely complex energy coding sequence. It was looping, self-verifying, waiting for external instructions to trigger some protocol. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted. This was not simply an energy core. This was a receiver. The moment Lin Xiao's fingertips touched the source of light, the blue glow of the entire ruins suddenly froze. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, only a low hum emanating from deep within the ground, as if some ancient machinery that had slept for millennia was being forcefully awakened. His right hand plunged into the light, where the skin at the point of contact darkened with char, and the muscle fibers contracted under the intense heat. Yet his arm continued to push forward, bones grinding against the energy field, producing a faint creaking sound. The pulsation continued at a frequency of 3 seconds. He could feel it. The core was not a physical entity, but a receiving device nested within the folds of space, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling energy. His spiritual energy perception dwindled down to a thread like a flickering candle in the wind, yet he clung tightly to that fluctuation, contracting, expanding, then contracting again. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The memory of his body overwhelmed the sensation of pain. When carrying steel beams at the construction site, 300 pounds pressed against his shoulders, his legs nearly trembling to the point of breaking, but he knew exactly when to straighten his back and when to ease off. Now was no different. He pressed all his strength onto his right arm, his palms searing and splitting open, blood seeping through his fingers into the flow of light as he lunged forward. Thud! A muffled sound like a hammer striking frozen earth. The head's form jolted violently. 3 energy rings circled and rotated out of alignment, one deviating from its path and crashing into the ground, creating a deep trench. The blue light web began to crack with fissures spreading outward, emitting a brittle sound like shattering glass. The oppressive feeling in the air fluctuated, no longer intensifying, but instead briefly loosening. Lin Xiao did not stop. He supported himself with his left hand, while his right arm pressed down with all its might, plunging his entire arm into the pulsating source of light. The smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air, and his nerve endings were nearly all destroyed, yet he could still move. He pressed his elbow against the ground, dragging his knee along, forcing himself forward half a meter to insert deeper. The internal coding structure of the receiver appeared in his remaining perception. It was not an attack program, but a communication protocol. It was receiving signals from some distant coordinate. At this moment, his ability was forcibly interfering with the synchronization frequency. The head slowly turned its gaze. That blank face aligned with Lin Xiao, expressionless, yet exuding a chilling anger. Lin Xiao coughed up blood, his teeth clenched tightly. He knew this strike had worked. In the next second, the space suddenly twisted. The rebound force erupted from the core, directly flinging him away. His back crashed against a broken cement pillar, his spine jolting violently as blood surged from his throat again. He attempted to roll over, but as soon as he put pressure on his left leg, the bone emitted a sound of unbearable strain. He had fractured it. Lying on the ground, his right hand fell limply, fingertips still emitting wisps of smoke. The detector, slipping out of his coat pocket, its screen shattered the signal light, flickering weakly. The head stood still, its form swaying slightly. The 3 energy rings realigned, but their rotational speed slowed, their glow dimmed. The source of light on its back surged violently, as if undergoing self-repair. The blue glow on the ground no longer spread, but instead contracted towards the center, forming a circular area about 5 meters in diameter, like a mouth closing. Lin Xiao gasped for breath, supporting himself with his left hand, trying to rise. Suddenly, pain shot through his right calf, and looking down, he saw a spike of blue light erupting from the ground, piercing through his calf and pinning him down. The excruciating pain dimmed his vision, yet he did not let go, still gripping the remnants of the detector, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He looked up. The head raised its right hand, fingers spread wide, palm facing him. The air thickened once more. This time it was not merely suppressive, but suffocating. The ground cracked open, dozens of blue spikes shooting out from the earth, extending towards him like thorns. He swung his left arm, tearing off the lining of his coat, wrapping it around the wound on his right leg, tightening it firmly to stop the bleeding. Just as he finished, a spike grazed his shoulder, carving a deep gash, blood splattering onto the rubble. He did not evade the second spike. The third pierced through his combat boot, embedding itself in the top of his foot. He gritted his teeth, remaining still. The fourth stopped 3 inches from his throat, hovering in midair. The head walked slowly towards him. Its footsteps were silent, hovering 3 inches above the ground. It approached Lin Xiao, looking down at the man, battered, yet still wide-eyed. That faceless visage showed no change, yet a high-frequency noise echoed in the air, like metal scraping glass, directly assaulting his nerves. Lin Xiao clutched his head, his temples pounding. He felt as if his brain was being torn apart. He bit his lip, the metallic taste of blood stimulating his nerves, barely maintaining his consciousness. He knew this was a mental attack aimed at causing his complete collapse. He could not fall. He was still aware. He could still move. He could still see. He focused on the back of the head. That source of light still pulsed, chaotic, yet not extinguished. His attack had caused damage, but it was not thorough enough. He still had a glimmer of opportunity. He slowly raised his left hand, biting down on the detector, freeing his right hand to reach for his waist. The multifunctional detector was already scrapped, but a tactical dagger was hidden on the side of his combat boot. He drew the knife, its blade short and thick, suitable for close-quarters cutting. The head looked down at him. That invisible hand lifted once more. Lin Xiao suddenly hurled the dagger. The knife spun, racing towards the source of light on the head's back. The head tilted slightly, the dagger brushed past the edge of the light and shattered into pieces. Yet in that instant, the source of light surged. The 3 energy rings trembled simultaneously, experiencing a moment of disarray. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, slamming his left hand against the ground for leverage and rolling over. The pain from his fractured left leg pierced through him, but he ignored it. Using his arms to drag his body, he lunged forward 2 meters, dodging 3 blue spikes that shot towards him from behind. His right leg remained pinned down, so he decided not to pull it out. Instead, he rolled, using the momentum to tear his calf free from the spike, blood spraying everywhere. He collapsed behind a half-collapsed concrete slab, leaning against the remnants, gasping for air. His vision blurred, his ears ringing, yet he could still move. He removed the detector from his mouth and took a glance. The signal light was still flashing faint, but not extinguished. He was still connected to the system. He was still alive. The head remained stationary, not pursuing. His form began to distort contours, blurring the three energy rings rotating in reverse. Countless fine data patterns emerged in the air like etched lines on a circuit board, rapidly reorganizing. Those patterns converged behind him, surrounding the source of light, to form a complex geometric structure, as if initiating a higher-level defensive mechanism. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall, pressing his left hand against his chest, struggling to breathe. He glanced down at his right leg. The wound was deep enough to see bone blood continuously flowing outward. He tore off the hem of his coat, ripping it into strips, and bandaged the wound again, tightening it firmly. With every movement, the pain from his fractured left leg pierced sharply. He looked up. The head's reconstruction was not yet complete. The data patterns still flowed, the light flickering. He knew the real counterattack had not yet begun. He could not stop. Using the remaining handle of the dagger to support his body, he gradually stood up. His left leg dangled, while his right leg barely bore his weight. He straightened up, facing the enemy that was regenerating, gripping the detector tightly. The detector's screen flickered, a faint red glow reflecting on his face. He fixed his gaze on the head, remaining motionless. In the center of the ruins, the blue light receded like a tide, leaving only the central circular area still glowing. Lin Xiao stood at the edge, his figure swaying, yet he did not fall. Lin Xiao leaned against the broken wall, the remnants of the detector still in his hand. The screen flickered with a faint light, like a heartbeat that was about to stop. The pain from his fractured left leg was excruciating, and blood soaked his right leg from the calf to the instep. The torn fabric had blackened edges, evidence of corrosion from blue light. He remained still, not daring to breathe heavily. The air felt dense, and each breath felt like it was pulling at his broken ribs. He stared ahead. The data patterns of the entropy shadow core were still reorganizing. Those fine light traces crawled along the ground like currents on a circuit board, sketching out a gradually closing net in the ruins. Three energy rings slowly rotated, their speed slightly faster than before. The pulsation of the light source on his back also stabilized, contracting, expanding, then contracting again every 3 seconds. He was still 2 meters away. Just 2 more meters, and he could once again insert himself into the core. Clenching his teeth, he wedged the remains of the dagger into the rubble, using it to prop up his body. With his left arm straining, pain tore through his shoulder, but he did not stop. He pushed himself up bit by bit, his knees dangling in the air, relying solely on his arms for support. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, mixing with blood that dripped onto the rubble. At that moment, a purple shadow flashed in his peripheral vision. He turned his head sharply. A figure leaped down from above, landing silently. The purple velvet suit glimmered in the dim light, and the single electronic eye on the right flashed red, locking onto him. It was the night owl. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. Before he could react, his neck suddenly felt numb. A surge of high-voltage electricity coursed down his spine to his brain, instantly blocking his nerves. His whole body lunged forward, his face smashing into the rubble, teeth biting into his lip, blood gushing out. The night owl stood behind him, the left hand already reaching toward his waist. The detector was yanked out. The lining of his trench coat was torn open, and a piece of metal embedded in the interlayer was pulled out, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. The night owl glanced down, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiao lay on the ground, consciousness intact, but his body was immobile. The numbness spread from his neck to his limbs, rendering his muscles completely uncontrollable. He could only keep his eyes open, watching the night owl's movements. The night owl crouched down, placing the remnants of the detector on the ground and opening a palm-sized device in his hand. The silver panel unfolded, several beams of light sweeping through the interior of the detector. He was copying data, the energy codes left behind when Lin Xiao interfered with the core's synchronization frequency. Lin Xiao's throat rolled. He opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. The spit splattered directly onto the surface of the night owl's electronic eye. The red light flickered, causing a brief disturbance. The night owl frowned and waved his hand. A dart shot out from his sleeve, embedding itself into Lin Xiao's right shoulder. It penetrated deep into the muscle, the needle releasing a paralyzing toxin. Lin Xiao's eyes rolled back, suddenly the images before him shaking violently. He tried to bite his tongue to stay conscious, but his teeth were unresponsive. His vision began to blur, the ringing in his ears grew louder, even the pain felt distant. He collapsed, lying on his back amidst the rubble, his chest rising and falling weakly. His eyes remained open, staring at the sky. There were no stars or moon above the ruins, only heavy gray clouds pressing against the horizon. The night owl stood up, no longer looking at Lin Xiao. He turned to face the direction of the entropy shadow core. The device in his hand continued to operate, absorbing the residual energy waves in the air. Data streams rapidly rolled across the screen, the coding structure gradually taking shape. What he sought was that interference program. He wasn't here to kill Lin Xiao, but to take away the only thing that could threaten the core. Just as the device was about to complete the analysis, the light source on the back of the core suddenly pulsated violently. The originally chaotic data patterns began to accelerate their reorganization. New light traces emerged from the ground's cracks, resonating with the wavelengths released by the Night Owl's device. The three energy rings jolted violently, returning to their positions, their operational speed increasing to combat status. The communication protocol was restarted. The remote support signal was activated. The core slowly raised its hand, fingers spread wide, palm facing the center of the ruins. Dozens of blue light spikes shot up from the ground, sweeping in a fan shape. The sense of pressure in the air surged, instantly rubble floating in midair. The Night Owl sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated. But one spike grazed his left calf, tearing through his suit and causing blood to spatter. He stumbled back behind a collapsed concrete pillar, kneeling on one knee, glancing down at his wound. The flesh charred black, the edges tinged blue, slowly rotting away. He looked up at the core. The core had floated 3 feet off the ground, its energy field fully rebooted. The three rings spun rapidly, the light source on its back pulsing regularly every 3 seconds, identical to the initial state. It slowly turned its head, its blank face directed at Lin Xiao's position. Lin Xiao still lay in place. A dart embedded in his right shoulder, the wound on his right leg torn open, blood continuously oozing out. His left leg remained immobile, cold sweat soaking his back. He opened his eyes, his vision blurry, but he could still see the core's movements. He knew danger was approaching. He wanted to move, but his body would not obey. The toxin suppressed the nerve signals, rendering even his fingers incapable of bending. He could only lie there, watching the blue light spikes rise from the ground, pointing at him. The nearest spike was less than half a meter from his throat. The core's palm pressed downward. The spikes slowly advanced. Lin Xiao's breathing became rapid. He clenched his teeth, trying to muster the last bit of awareness. But the sensitivity to spiritual energy was reduced to a thread, like a candle flickering in the wind about to extinguish. He could not die here. He was still connected to the system. The signal lights were still flashing. He was still conscious. He still had his eyes. He fixed his gaze on the core, not blinking. The Night Owl hid behind cover, pressing his left hand against his calf wound, his right hand firmly gripping the device. On the screen, the data analysis progress was stuck at 97. He glanced at Lin Xiao, then at the core, his expression calm, without hesitation. He did not rush in to save him, nor did he flee. He simply stood there waiting for the right moment. The energy field of the core grew stronger. The ground's cracks continued to expand, blue light spreading like a tide. The air felt thick like congealed oil, and each breath felt like swallowing knives. Lin Xiao's eyelashes fluttered slightly. A drop of blood slid down from his forehead, flowing into the corner of his eye along his brow bone. Salty and burning. He did not blink. He stared at the blue light spike that was about to pierce his throat, drawing closer. 3 inches. 2 inches. 1 inch. The spike stopped. The core remained suspended. The Night Owl held his breath. Lin Xiao's chest heaved violently. He was not dead yet. He was still alive. His finger moved slightly. Very faintly. Almost imperceptibly. But it did move. The remnants of the detector lay just beside his right hand, the screen flickering dimly. The signal light glowed red like blood. In the distance, the wind swept through the ruins, stirring up dust. A piece of scrap metal was blown, making a faint sound of metal scraping. The fingertips of Lin Xiao's right hand moved again. Lin Xiao's right fingertip twitched again. It was not a spasm. It was a surge of strength. The pad of his finger brushed against the metallic edge of the probe's wreckage, drawing a faint line of blood. The signal light continued to flicker, a dark red like a drop of blood that was yet to dry. He stared at that light, his eyes nearly unmoving, with only the pupils contracting and expanding, capturing the rhythm of each flicker. 3 inches away, a blue light spike hovered in the air, motionless. But the energy field did not dissipate. There was a pressure in the air pressing down against his skin, making even breathing feel flat. His lung lobes expanded and contracted as if gripped by an iron clamp. The fracture in his left leg had long since gone numb, but the spot where the dart had struck his right shoulder was growing increasingly hot, the toxin burrowing deeper along the muscle fibers, igniting his nerves. He could not die. The mission was not over. The scaffolding where his father had fallen still swayed in front of him. That day he had stood below, looking up only to see a hard hat roll down, hit the ground, bounce twice, and then lie still. The foreman said to wait for notification. He waited a week. No one came. The seal on the compensation document could not be stamped because of unclear responsibility. At that time he thought, if only someone could take charge, if only there was a place to report this, would it not be like this? Now he was that very place. He gritted his teeth. Not with his mouth, but with his will. His consciousness sank deep into his body, seeking out parts that could still move. The nodes in his spine were blocked and 70% of the nerve signals were cut off. But he remembered the pain. He remembered how each bone bore weight. Moving steel bars on the construction site, 120 pounds, his shoulders bored deep grooves, walking 3 kilometers without stopping. Did it hurt back then? Yes. But he still had to take a step forward. He pulled this memory out, using it like a rope, pulling himself up piece by piece. His fingertips moved again. Half a centimeter. They reached the button position. It was not the reporting key. It was the self-check trigger. The emergency wake-up program buried within the system's base protocol, allowed to activate only when severely injured and unresponsive. The authorization given by the headquarters was, to put it plainly, a confirmation signal of "you are still alive." He pressed it down. The probe trembled slightly. Blue light seeped through the cracks in the screen. Weak, but stable. It was not enhanced feedback, it was the system's response. Like a walkie-talkie in the night, it emitted a beep. That sound entered his mind. It was not a sound. It was a flow of information. He heard Chunjin's voice: "You are not fighting alone." It was not an illusion. It was a database cache. On the day of the award ceremony, this sentence was recorded into personal files and stored encrypted. Yet at this moment, it was automatically retrieved by the system and pushed out as a psychological support template for high-risk status. Lin Xiao's eyelashes trembled. The nation still remembered him. The organization had not given up on him. He still wore this black trench coat. The belt buckle bore the number X001. His work boots were covered in rubble and blood, yet they still stood on this land. He was not alone. He was a node. He was a web. He was a shield. Blue light poured out from the cracks in the probe, climbing up his wrist. His skin began to heat up. It was not a reaction to the toxin. It was the perception of spiritual energy reviving. He closed his eyes and turned his focus inward. The toxin concentrated between his right shoulder joint and the third vertebra like a mass of solidified oil. He intentionally refrained from suppressing it, instead guiding it to spread, making the pain clearer. To the extreme of pain, his consciousness became more alert. He recalled the feeling of reporting for the first time. A falling object struck his head from above, and he woke up in a hospital. His mind buzzed like hundreds of radios turning on at once. He thought he was going insane, until he saw the current fluctuations on the power pole outside entangled in an invisible light. He called the police. The officers did not believe him. He filmed a video and uploaded it to the government platform. 3 minutes later, a broadcast sounded across the internet: "An abnormal energy source has been detected. Please respond immediately." Then he felt a surge of heat. His vision exploded, and all electromagnetic signals turned into colorful threads in his eyes. He could clearly see the base station frequencies, Wi-Fi channels, and even the load fluctuations of underground cables. That was the first enhancement. Tenfold perception. From then on, he became a human radar. And now the system was moving again. It was not him actively reporting. It was the press of that button just before he died that triggered the belief wave recognition protocol. The system detected sustained mental output under extreme physiological conditions, determining it as combat readiness, while activation automatically entering pre-enhancement mode. The range of perception expanded. Every particle of dust in the ruins was vibrating. He saw it, not with his eyes, but through conscious scanning. The pulse frequency of the blue light in the cracks of the ground was 3 times per second, synchronized with the light source at the back of the head. The night owl hid behind a concrete pillar, pressing its left hand against the calf wound, while the right hand's device screen displayed data rolling to 97. Just a little more. He did not leave. He did not save him. He was waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the head to completely restart. Or waiting for him to completely run out of breath. Lin Xiao had no time to think. All he knew was that he could not lie down any longer. He moved his shoulder. The muscles in his right arm twitched, causing the dart to shift slightly. The rhythm of the toxin release was disrupted. He seized this moment, exerting force, closing his 5 fingers to pull out the dart. Blood sprayed out, splattering onto his face. He swung his hand. The dart veered off course, flying out and embedding itself in a cluster of twisted rebar nearby. The metal clashed, sparking. A brief arc of electricity interfered with the surrounding energy field, causing the blue light spike to sway. In that instant, he moved. His left hand pushed against the ground, his elbow bearing weight, his knee propped up. His left leg nodded and secured itself, barely supporting his body. He stood up. Unsteady, but he did not fall. The hem of his trench coat was torn and dragged on the ground, covered in dust and blood. The wreckage of the probe was clutched in his right hand like a short knife. He looked up. The head hovered 3 feet above the ground, 3 energy rings spinning at high speed, the light source on its back pulsing rhythmically. It turned towards him, its blank face aimed at him. It had no facial features, but Lin Xiao knew it was watching. He looked back at it, his gaze unwavering. He knew that it was dangerous. He was only a step away from death. But he also knew that as long as he stood, this battle was not lost. He whispered, his voice raspy like sandpaper on iron. The mission is not over. As soon as he finished speaking, the probe suddenly lit up on its own. The entire screen erupted with blinding blue light. It was not the wreckage being repaired. It was the system fully responding. The reverse enhancement mechanism broke through the threshold due to the high concentration of belief waves, resulting in a passive leap. The range of perception expanded tenfold, instantly covering the entire ruins area. The flow speed of the underground pipeline, the energy wave bands remaining in the air, even the night owl's heartbeat frequency, all surged into his mind. He heard the world as it truly was. He also saw the weaknesses of the enemy. The energy circulation of the head still had breakpoints. Every 3 seconds. Right at the moment the light source contracted, a millisecond vacuum would appear in the protective field. He could strike. He had to strike. He adjusted his breathing, shifting his center of gravity to his left leg. His right hand tightened around the probe, his knuckles turning white. The trench coat flapped like a flag, unwilling to lower. He did not move, but he was already prepared. In the distance, the wind swept up, dust swirling through the broken walls. A piece of rusty iron was blown down, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. The corner of Lin Xiao's eye twitched slightly. He saw the night owl raise its head. He also saw the head's palm beginning to press down. The blue light spike slowly lifted, realigning with the blue light spikes downwards. Lin Xiao's perception exploded in that instant. It was not through his eyes that he saw, but his consciousness directly pierced through the layers of energy flow. His left leg dragged on the ground as his body flipped violently, steel fragments tearing through the hem of his windbreaker. A line of blood scratched across the skin of his neck, warm droplets sliding down his collar along the collarbone. The spike penetrated the spot where he had previously stood. The ground erupted, blue light spreading like a spider web for 3 meters, the air crackling like glass shattering. He did not stop. Pushing off the ground with his right hand, he used the momentum of his roll to slide forward a couple of steps, stopping with his back against a broken concrete wall. The remains of the detector were still in his hand, the blue light on the screen unextinguished, the signal light shifting from red to steady like a faint heart that refused to extinguish. In the distance, the sound of metal being torn apart echoed. Boom. The collapsing wall on the left suddenly exploded, smoke and dust soaring into the sky. Zhao Taizhu leaped in from the breach, his steel-reinforced arms crossed protectively over his head, squatting down as he landed, delivering a heavy punch to the ground. The shockwave spread out in a ring, shaking several dangling steel bars vigorously, causing a brief ripple in the energy field around the leader. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. Now is the moment. He raised his hand, directing the detector towards the left side of the leader's remaining wall projection area. There was no report command, but the perception lock had been established. He signaled to Zhao Taizhu with his gaze and hand gestures. Left. 3 o'clock direction. Zhao Taizhu roared, his right leg prosthetic bursting with a blue light of enhanced spiritual energy, charging forward like a cannonball. His tempered fists hammered down in a series, each strike accompanied by a sonic boom, directly targeting the weak point of the leader's shield. Meanwhile, the sound of boots crushing rubble came from above. Yi Xinjin leaped down from the broken ventilation pipe, activating the strobe mode on her strong flashlight. The blinding white light pierced through the smoke and dust, shining directly into the vacant area of the leader's face. The faceless outline clearly paused, the frequency of the light source on its back briefly disturbed. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. Fire. Zhao Taizhu's fists crossed, delivering an uppercut at the crack in the shield. Bang! The energy barrier shattered, fragments scattering like glass. The leader's hovering form was pushed back 5 meters, 3 rotating energy rings trembled violently, one of them twisting and deforming. Yi Xinjin landed without stopping, quickly switching the emotional resonance device, with her left hand pressing her right hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder. Her voice was calm. Prepare for conduction. Lin Xiao nodded, closing his eyes to concentrate his thoughts. He nailed the only remaining thought he had, his unwavering determination, deep into his mind. It was not about winning, it was about preventing this land from collapsing again behind him. Yi Xinjin's fingertips trembled slightly as the emotional resonance activated. Lin Xiao's persistence merged with Zhao Taizhu's anger, being amplified and injected back into the leader's mental module. The leader's movements slowed by 0.8 seconds. In this brief window, Zhao Taizhu surged forward, his steel-reinforced right leg sweeping horizontally, striking the leader's jaw area. The muffled sound was like a striking blow, forcing the opponent back. Once more, the energy ring shattered in pieces, and the protective field began to collapse on a large scale for the first time. Lin Xiao took a breath, his right shoulder wound oozing more blood, the toxins making his entire arm numb. He leaned against the broken wall, barely standing upright, and shouted, "Don't chase. It's absorbing energy." Zhao Taizhu halted, his arms tingling with numbness, the prosthetics overload alarm ringing. He turned back. What is absorbing energy? Lin Xiao closed his eyes to scan. His perception covered the entire area and blue light was flowing back along a specific path from the cracks in the ground, converging at a certain point beneath the leader's feet. There is a charging node underground. It is injured, but it can replenish. Yi Jinjin crouched down, quickly modifying the remains of the detector, connecting it to the portable amplifier. I need 3 seconds to complete the next round of resonance conduction. I can't give you that long. Zhao Taizhu glared at the leader, his fists tightening. Once more, it's getting up. The leader slowly raised its hand, its blank face turning towards the three of them. The frequency of the light source on its back accelerated. The blue light from the ground cracks intensified. The temperature in the air suddenly rose, and breathing began to burn. Zhao Taizhu stepped forward. I'll smash it. Don't move. Lin Xiao shouted sternly. It's luring us into action. Once we get close the node, we'll trigger a chain reaction. Zhao Taizhu halted, turning to look at him. Lin Xiao's forehead was sweating forcefully, maintaining his perception. Listen to me. After 3 seconds, the third column on the left, you strike down with all your might. Jinjin, be ready to push my will over. Understood. Yi Jinjin nodded, her fingers resting on the resonance device's adjustment knob. Zhao Taizhu stared at the half-collapsed cement column, his muscles tensing. 1 second. Lin Xiao locked onto the energy backflow path, the blood vessels on his forehead pulsing. 2 seconds. The leader raised both hands, the energy rings recombining, the blue light condensing into a sphere in its palms. 3 seconds. Make your move. Zhao Taizhu roared, his right leg prosthetic activated at full power, charging towards the column like a battle tank. With a thunderous roar, the steel-reinforced concrete column shattered in the middle, the upper structure collapsing. In a chain reaction, a large amount of debris falling precisely, severing the underground energy passage. In that same instant, Yi Jinjin pressed the button. Lin Xiao's persistence was materialized into an invisible shockwave, striking directly at the leader's core of thought through the emotional resonance channel. The leader's movements abruptly halted. Its hovering form shook violently, the energy rings spinning out of control. The blue light sphere exploded in its palms, backfiring against itself. For the first time, it emitted a sound akin to electronic noise, short and chaotic, like the last wail of a system on the brink of collapse. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, cold sweat mixed with blood dripping from his chin. He raised his left hand, wiping away the blood obscuring his vision, staring intently at the enemy. Zhao Taizhu retreated to cover his arms, still injured, yet still standing in front. He glanced at Lin Xiao. When can you command me? Lin Xiao smirked slightly. Starting from the third time you turn back. Understood. Zhao Taizhu said nothing, only tightened his fists. Yi Jinjin crouched to the side, her left hand gripping the strong flashlight tightly, her right hand resting on the signal amplifier, continuously monitoring the emotional fluctuations of both sides. She whispered, it is reorganizing its defenses, but the rhythm is off. That last strike hit its logical core. Lin Xiao nodded, his perception still scanning. Although the underground node was severed, the leader was attempting to draw from the residual energy around it. The sense of oppression in the air had not vanished, or rather it had become even thicker. He looked down at the remains of the detector. The blue light was stable, and the signal was intact. He knew this. The leader slowly raised its hand, the remaining 2 energy rings starting to spin in reverse, the light source on its back shifting from blue to dark purple, signaling a new round of attack was imminent. Zhao Taizhu moved his shoulders, the prosthetic emitting faint mechanical sounds. In the next round, I'll take the lead. No, Lin Xiao interrupted him, for the next strike, we'll go together. Yi Jinjin looked up, her gaze resting on his face. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them, his voice hoarse, but clear. I'll lock it down, Jinjin. Will transmit, the Will Taizhu will break the defense. 3 seconds of preparation, synchronized attack. Zhao Taizhu grinned this time, I'll follow your lead. Yi Jinjin silently nodded, her fingers once again resting on the resonance device. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, spreading his perception wide. Every ripple of energy in the ruins took shape in his consciousness. He found the next breakpoint. Just at the moment the leader raised its right hand, the protective field would have a 0.5-second vacuum period. Wait for it to raise its hand. He whispered, strike when it raises its hand. The three of them fell silent. The wind swept through the ashes, rustling against the broken wall. The leader slowly raised its right hand. Lin Xiao opened his eyes now. The overseer raised its right hand. Lin Xiao opened his eyes now. Zhao Taekwon roared, unleashing his steel-reinforced right leg at full power, his body hurtling forward like a war tank aimed at the support pillar. A thunderous explosion shattered the reinforced concrete, structural collapse cascaded upward, and falling debris precisely severed the subterranean energy conduit. Yi Jinjin pressed the activation button. The intangible force of Lin Xiao's resolve materialized as a silent shockwave, striking the overseer's cognitive core directly. The overseer froze mid-motion. Its levitating form convulsed violently, its energy ring spun wildly out of control, and the sapphire sphere in its palm detonated. turning inward to consume itself. For the first time, it emitted a shrill, distorted electronic shriek, short, chaotic, the death rattle of a collapsing system. Leaning against the wall, Lin Xiao gasped for breath, cold sweat mingling with blood dripping steadily from his chin. He wiped away the blood, blurring his vision, and fixed his gaze unflinchingly upon the enemy. Zhao Taiquan retreated to cover both arms, still trembling from earlier trauma. Yet he stood firm before Lin Xiao. He glanced at Lin Xiao. "Since when do you get to command me?" Lin Xiao twisted his lips into a wry smile. "From your third glance back." Zhao Taiquan said nothing, only clenched his fists tighter. Yi Jinjin crouched behind and slightly to the side, her left hand gripped a high-intensity flashlight. Her right steadied a signal amplifier, continuously monitoring emotional fluctuations between both sides. She murmured softly, "It's reassembling its defenses, but its rhythm is broken." That last strike struck its logical core. Lin Xiao nodded, his perception still scanning. Though the underground node had been severed, the overseer was already drawing residual energy from its surroundings. The oppressive weight in the air did not lift. It thickened, viscous and suffocating. He looked down at the ruined detector. Its blue light remained steady, the signal held. He knew this was far from over. Slowly, the overseer lifted its hand again. Its two remaining energy rings began rotating in reverse. The luminescence along its spine shifted from sapphire to deep violet, a harbinger of the next assault. Zhao Taiquan rolled his shoulders, his prosthetic joints whirred faintly. "Next round. I take point." "No," Lin Xiao cut in. "Next strike, we strike together." Yi Jinjin lifted her gaze to his face. Lin Xiao met the eyes of both comrades, his voice hoarse yet razor clear. "I lock the target." Jinjin transmits intent. Taekwon breaks the shield. 3 seconds, synchronized assault. Zhao Taekwon bared his teeth in a grin. "This time, I follow your lead." Yi Jinjin gave a quiet nod, and her fingers settled once more upon the resonator. Lin Xiao closed his eyes. His perception expanded fully. Every ripple of energy in the ruins coalesced within his awareness. He found the next critical flaw, a half-second vacuum in the defensive field, precisely when the overseer raised its right hand. "Wait for it to raise its hand," he whispered. "Strike the moment it does." The three fell silent. Wind swept ash across fractured walls. The overseer slowly lifted its right hand. Lin Xiao's eyes snapped open now. All three moved. Lin Xiao's perception pierced warped space, locking onto the frequency instability at the overseer's cognitive core. Yi Jinjin amplified his will through the resonator, shaping it into a focused psychic pulse. Zhao Tiechuan's steel-forged fist surged with spiritual energy, slamming into the weakest point of the shield. The three forces converged midair. Boom! The overseer's shield shattered completely. Its energy rings exploded into fragments. Its dorsal light flickered violently. Its body twisting, elongating, tearing apart like a corrupted transmission. Lin Xiao did not pause. He lunged forward, his left fingertips plunging into the disintegrating core. A torrent of violent data surged backward into his nervous system. Gritting his teeth, he endured, then swiftly aligned the detector with the core and slammed the Forsegeplink button. Hum. The device vibrated at a low frequency. Transmission successful. The National Emergency Channel auto-activated, a citywide broadcast initiated. Lin Xiao's body was instantly flooded with counter-amplified energy. His perception sharpened tenfold, every energy trajectory blazing with crystalline clarity across his vision. He saw it. The overseer's core was no weapon. It was a receiver. It had been intercepting command signals from deep space, attempting to integrate Earth into an extraterrestrial harvesting sequence. And now that signal chain was fracturing. "It's over," Lin Xiao growled, then wrenched his arm forward, tearing the core free from the collapsing energy mass. Crack! A brittle electric snap, like a circuit burning out. The overseer released one final piercing shriek, then detonated into countless saffron-violet motes, scattering like summer fireflies, fading rapidly into darkness, extinguished. The crushing pressure in the air vanished. The ground ceased its tremors. Lin Xiao dropped to one knee, his right shoulder wound, torn open anew by exertion, bled freely. Dark droplets tracing slow paths down his work boot, edges pooling into a small, deep red stain amid the rubble. He drew ragged breaths, his left hand still gripping the detector. Its screen dim, but unwaveringly lit. Uplink complete. Target confirmed, neutralized. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Smoke still hung heavy, broken walls leaned precariously, jagged rebar speared the sky like the gnawed bones of some colossal beast. Then he saw it. At the southeastern breach of Sector D7, a blurred figure slipped swiftly along the shadows. Clad in a violet velvet suit, its right ocular implant flashed a faint crimson light, then vanished into darkness. It was the Night Owl. It had taken no part in the final battle, not aiding, not interfering. It had waited. waited for the overseer's fall, waited for chaos to erupt, waited for its chance to flee. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, deactivating the detector's external display, and closed them to concentrate. His spiritual energy perception expanded outward. Every fluctuation of energy in the ruins rose vividly into his consciousness. Residual rift echoes, thermal radiation from metal shards, microcurrents in groundwater flow, and one anomalous ultra-low frequency glide camouflaged as ambient noise moving eastward at high speed. Not a humanoid thermal signature, nor mechanical emissions. Biological electric displacement expertly masked. Velocity exceeding 7 meters per second. Its path meticulously avoiding all surveillance blind spots clearly precalculated. Why's the man in purple running? Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his voice barely a whisper. He raised his hand, reconnected the detector to the comms channel, and pressed the uplink button. Target Night Owl evacuating from Sector D7. Request aerial containment and ground interdiction. Signal transmitted. 3 seconds later the channel crackled. Acknowledged X-001. Drone squadron airborne. Thermal lock established. Lin Xiao did not linger. He pushed himself upright, dragging his injured body, left leg bearing the weight of his mangled right shoulder, as he broke into a sprint toward the drainage culvert. His boots crunched softly on loose gravel. He halted abruptly. His perception registered 3 new energy signatures, simultaneously emerging from the northwest-southwest and due east, each with near-identical frequencies and gate-mimicking movement patterns. Decoy flares. The Night Owl had deployed false signals to confuse pursuit. Lin Xiao dropped into a crouch, left palm pressing flat against the ground. His spiritual sense delved deeper beneath the surface. Vibration frequencies differed. Northwest footsteps were light, hollow, lacking substance. Southwest rhythm was unnaturally even, devoid of respiratory interference. Only the eastern culvert floor carried faint but unmistakable footfall vibrations, repeating every 0.6 seconds, with a subtle drag. The Night Owl's right leg had sustained a gunshot wound 3 years prior. The real one's here. Lin Xiao rose and turned eastward toward the culvert. As he sprinted, he reported, discard decoys from northwest and southwest vectors. True target moves eastward along the culvert. Velocity approximate 8 meters per second. Estimated entry into old city sewer network in 3 minutes. Acknowledged. Perimeter units in position, awaiting encirclement order. Lin Xiao quickened his pace. The culvert was narrow, its ceiling lined with rusted iron plating, moss-licked walls glistened with damp. He hugged the left wall, avoiding standing water. Each step measured, silent, minimizing echo. Ahead at the corner, a ventilation grate had been violently pried open, purple fibers clinging to its jagged edges. The Night Owl had already entered. Lin Xiao approached the grate, pressed his ear to the gap. Inside, soft footsteps and the faint, high-pitched hum of electronic activation. It was assembling something. Lin Xiao did not rush in. He switched the detector to passive listening mode and pressed it flush against the wall. The device captured an encrypted frequency, attempting to bridge into the city's public network. Trying to send a message. Lin Xiao sneered. He exited listening mode and reported again, target establishing temporary comms node inside ventilation duct, likely transmitting intelligence. Recommend cutting municipal power supply from Zone C to Zone F to disrupt signal relay. Executing. Power cutoff in 30 seconds. Lin Xiao holstered the detector and drew his tactical knife, gently prying loose the grate screws. He had to enter before the blackout. Otherwise, the Night Owl would vanish utterly into the dark. With the final screw removed, he took a deep breath and flipped silently into the duct. Pitch black, except for a faint red glimmer 20 meters ahead. Reflected light from the Night Owl's ocular implant. Lin Xiao crawled low, slow, deliberate, utterly controlled. Each inch advanced, avoided resonant metal nodes. No sound betrayed him. 10 meters. 5 meters. Suddenly, the red light winked out. Lin Xiao froze instantly. Only his own breathing echoed in the void. 3 seconds later, a faint metallic scrape came from the duct's far end. The exit hatch was opening. Lin Xiao surged forward, limbs churning, racing toward the opening. As he burst through, he caught only the last glimpse of a mud-caked dress chute descending the final rung of the iron ladder outside. The Night Owl had already descended. Lin Xiao vaulted out, landing hard on cracked pavement. Before him stretched a derelict street. Half-collapsed buildings, sagging power lines, a charred bus blocking the intersection. 300 meters away, a violet silhouette darted across the ruins, heading fast for the old city. Lin Xiao raised his hand. Final report. Target has exited subterranean passage, proceeding toward old city sewer grid. I am maintaining pursuit. Request ground units establish ambush between grid G3 and H9. Confirmed. Thermal tracking locked, guiding containment formation. Lin Xiao broke into a run. His right shoulder tore wider with each stride, blood soaking through his trench coat's hem. Yet he did not slow. He knew so long as the night owl lived, this battle was not over. Wind whipped ash from the ruins, stinging his face. He raised his left hand, wiped away the blood, and kept moving forward. 300 meters ahead, the violet suit flickered once, then vanished beneath the collapsed awning of a ruined gas station. 300 meters ahead, a figure in a purple suit flashed and vanished behind the collapsed awning of a gas station. When Lin Xiao landed, his right leg sank, and the old injury on his shoulder sent a numb sensation through him. Blood trickled down the inside of his work boots, pooling around his ankles in a sticky mess. He did not stop. Pressing his left knuckles against the wall, he pushed himself forward with leverage. The buildings on either side of the street were half-collapsed, exposing bare steel rebar like broken bones. The wind rolled the ashes along the ground, sweeping past the wreckage of a charred bus and producing a faint sound of metal scraping. His senses spread out, sweeping forward for 10 meters. There were ionizing fluctuations in the air. It wasn't a natural residue, it was artificially released. The frequency concentrated in the low-lying areas, occurring every 12 seconds, lasting 3 seconds. Mist seeped from the ground's cracks, appearing light blue, paralyzing nerve endings upon contact. Lin Xiao crouched against the wall, testing the weight-bearing capacity by inserting his tactical dagger into the brick crevices. The wall remained stable. He stared at the low area, counting the seconds. 7, 8, 9. At exactly the 12th second, blue mist surged forth, enveloping a 3-meter radius, only to suddenly dissipate 3 seconds later. He dashed out. His footsteps landed on the edge of the rubble, avoiding the loose tiles. He stepped onto the chassis of the bus wreckage, leaping over the lowest point, landing silently. The blue mist rose again behind him, missing its target. 50 meters further ahead, the soil density of the ground was abnormal. His spiritual perception penetrated the surface, revealing a hollow structure 30 centimeters underground, about 2 meters in diameter, with 3 clusters spaced 5 meters apart. This was a gravitational collapse zone. Stepping on it would trigger localized spatial compression, crushing limbs directly. He altered his path, moving along the right wall, lightly tapping the wall with his dagger to assess its structural integrity through the echoes. The third collapse point lay just around the corner. The ground appeared intact, but was actually supported by a thin layer of concrete. Lin Xiao circled to the protruding corner of the outer wall, grasping a broken drainage pipe, his body leaping 2 meters sideways, landing within the shadow of a load-bearing column. He felt a solid feedback beneath his feet. Continuing forward, the entrance to the old city's pipeline network became vaguely visible 100 meters away. The iron gate was rusted over half, with pipes above intertwining like a spider's web. The figure of the night owl was no longer in sight, but a faint biological electrical signal lingered in the air. His old leg injury caused an uneven gait, dragging every 600 milliseconds. Suddenly, a gas pipeline exploded ahead. With a deafening roar, flames shot up from underground, reaching 10 meters high, with a heat wave rushing towards him. The explosion occurred at the entrance of an abandoned convenience store. The aging pipeline should not have ignited spontaneously, but was triggered by a man-made detonator. The flames illuminated the surroundings. 3 mutated rats charged out from the ruins, their eyes glinting white, fur falling off, and limbs twisted. Affected by energy contamination, they were insensitive to pain, attacking only based on instinct towards living heat sources. Their target was Lin Xiao. Simultaneously, 5 silent spheres appeared in the smoke, each 30 centimeters in diameter, with smooth, unmarked surfaces. The high-temperature activated hidden devices. These explosive spheres would reach critical temperature within 30 seconds, triggering a chain reaction. Lin Xiao did not linger. He turned and slammed into the half-collapsed electrical room's iron door. The door hinges had long since rusted. He exerted force with his right shoulder, deforming the metal and tearing open a gap tall enough for a person. He flipped inside. Outside, the pack of rats bashed against the walls, their claws scraping metal, creating a piercing sound. The explosive spheres floated at the edge of the flames, infrared scans showing internal pressure steadily rising. He removed the outer layer of his trench coat, wrapping it around his nose and mouth. The fabric contained flame-retardant fibers that could filter out toxic gases. Lowering his head to check the detector, he saw there was 17 battery remaining, and the signal reception was normal. The fire had weakened slightly. He lay on the ground, observing the internal structure of the electrical room. The remaining metal frame was arranged in a grid, some still electrified with a weak but steady current. Utilizing the principle of electromagnetic reflection, he set the detector to passive mode, capturing the reflective waveforms of the frame against surrounding heat sources. 3 seconds for modeling. The distribution map of the explosive spheres formed in his mind. 2 were in the left open area, 3 blocked the right passage, with the only cold zone in the southwest corner near the collapsed cable trench. Lin Xiao crawled low, his abdomen pressed against the ground, moving slowly. He avoided the fallen wires, maneuvering around the puddles. A rat emerged from a crack in the ceiling above him. He remained still, allowing it to crawl across his back until it turned elsewhere. He reached the cable trench. The trench was 1.2 meters deep, with traces of water flow at the bottom, now dried up. He proceeded along the trench wall, keeping his body below the level of the ground. 50 meters ahead was the last stretch of open ground leading to the entrance of the pipeline network. As he peeked out, a red light flashed at the edge of his vision. He looked up. The night owl stood on a 10-meter-high abandoned billboard platform backlit by the moonlight. One corner of his purple suit was tattered, his right hand shoved into his pants pocket, while his left hand tossed and caught a small device that flickered with red light. With each toss, the red light pulsed like a countdown. He smiled, his lips clearly forming the words, "You're chasing too closely." The voice was not loud, but clear in the silent ruins. Lin Xiao did not respond. He closed his eyes, activating full-spectrum perception. Below the ground at 0.8 meters, there were rhythmic pulse signals occurring every 0.3 seconds, covering the entire open area. This was a timed detonator network connected to at least 12 buried points. Once someone stepped into the central area, it would trigger a comprehensive detonation. The trap was not a single layer. Below the detonator, there were secondary devices with anomalous magnetic field readings suspected to be microspatial folding units that could create a brief black hole effect, swallowing those who entered. The night owl was waiting for him to act impulsively, waiting for him to accelerate his charge, waiting for him to make a mistake. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and slowly backed away. He turned and walked towards the collapsed apartment building on the left. The wall tilted at a 45-degree angle, with some floors stacked on top of each other, forming a natural shelter. He tested the stability of the bricks with his hands, confirming safety before he began to climb. Rubble fell crashing to the ground and startling a wild cat in the distance. He ignored it. Climbing to the second floor's height, he found a broken balcony with a support beam that still seemed sturdy. He stepped onto it, pressing his body against the wall, moving slowly along the outer edge of the building. Each step tested the weight-bearing capacity to avoid triggering a secondary collapse. 10 meters. 20 meters. The distance to the billboard platform grew shorter. The night owl remained in place, continuously tossing and catching the red light device. He seemed to be waiting for Lin Xiao to reveal himself, waiting for him to step into the trap. Lin Xiao circled to the platform's flank, stopping 5 meters from the edge. He took out his tactical dagger and lightly tapped a nearby exposed rebar. When the sound was crisp, the night owl suddenly turned his head. Lin Xiao remained still. The wind swept through the ruins, carrying a cloud of ash. The night owl put away the device and jumped down from the other side of the platform, disappearing swiftly in the direction of the pipeline entrance. Lin Xiao stood in place, breathing heavily. The wound on his right shoulder tore open again from climbing, blood soaking through 3 layers of clothing dripping onto the rebar. He supported himself with his left hand on the beam, gripping the dagger tightly in his right, his knuckles turning white. The detector vibrated slightly. Signal update: the target was advancing deeper into the pipeline along the main road, speed unchanged. He looked down at his feet. 5 meters below was the area set up for death. The detonator was still pulsing, the red light flickering slightly through the cracks. He no longer looked. Turning, he walked along the ruins towards the pipeline entrance. The iron gate at the entrance was tilted, the edges covered in scratches. He reached out to push it open. The sound of metal scraping was piercing. The passage behind the door was dark, the ground damp, and the walls seeped with water. He stepped inside. His left hand pointed into the depths of the dark passage. His right hand tightly gripped the tactical dagger. At the end of the passage, faint electronic signal remnants were drifting away. The corridor behind the iron door was deeper than expected. The damp air, heavy with the smell of rust, hit Lin Xiao's face as soon as he stepped inside, causing him to slip on the gravel beneath his feet. He braced himself against the wall, his right shoulder colliding with the outer wall of a pipe, blood dripping from his sleeve and creating intermittent dark red spots on the ground. The detector's screen flickered, the signal bars fluctuating erratically. Battery at 16, reception strength dropped to level 3. He didn't look at it, simply stuffing it back into his waist. The device was prone to interference in such an environment, making it hard to discern truth from falsehood. Now he could only trust his own senses. Ahead lay a 3-way junction with the main road extending straight ahead and branches embedding into the walls as if bitten by a giant creature. Electronic remnants came from 3 directions simultaneously, the frequencies close and the intervals regular. Footsteps also emerged, light and brisk from the left, heavy and plodding from the right, mixed with the sound of metal scraping the ground. The night owl wanted to confuse him. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. He spread his senses, penetrating the damp brick seams and rusty pipes. The bioelectric signals were the only markers of the living. Sounds could be faked, but the rhythms of heartbeat, breath, and nerve discharges could not deceive. The footsteps from the left branch were unnaturally synchronized, each step perfectly spaced, landing without the slightest tremor from the arch. The heavy footsteps on the right had a breathing rate consistent at 12 times per minute, like a machine setting. Behind the scraping sound in the middle there were indeed signs of life, but the emotional readings were flat, like still water, lacking the adrenaline surges typical of a fugitive. All of it was fabricated. The real night owl was still on the main road, not having entered the branch. He opened his eyes, drew his tactical dagger, and plunged the tip into the ground's crevice, using it to push himself up. As he exerted force with his right leg, the wound tore open, a rush of warmth flowing down his spine. He ignored it and moved along the left wall of the main road, keeping his steps low, each footfall landing on the solid bricks at the edge of the drainage channel. After 10 meters at the corner ahead, a broken ventilation pipe hung down from the top of the corridor. There was a slight disturbance in the air coming from the third branch to the left ahead. That was the only location without fabricated signals. It was right there. He stopped, intentionally taking 2 heavy breaths, then lifted his hand to wipe the sweat and blood from his face, leaving a trail of fresh red fingerprints on the wall. Then he slowed his pace, pausing for an extra 2 seconds at the corner, allowing his boots to make a distinct splash in the puddles before continuing forward, his footsteps gradually fading. After waiting 5 seconds, he turned and leaped up, grabbing the edge of the broken ventilation pipe, using his arms to propel himself up onto the overhead beam. The pipe was still structurally sound, though covered in condensation. He lay down, crawling along the pipe like a cat. Below, at the end of the main road, the silhouette of the night owl appeared at the entrance of the third branch. He stood in the shadows, his left hand gripping a palm-sized signal transmitter, his thumb adjusting the frequency. The purple suit was more severely damaged, with a tear on his right shoulder faintly revealing the metal seams beneath his skin. He glanced back at Lin Xiao's departure direction, his brow furrowed. 3 seconds later, he turned, preparing to enter the branch tunnel. Just as he lifted his foot, Lin Xiao moved. He crawled quickly along the ventilation pipe, covering the 20-meter distance in 3 breaths. As he neared his target, he drew in his stomach and curled up, pushing off the pipe wall with his legs, and suddenly bursting out, flipping in midair and landing precisely 3 steps behind the night owl. The night owl reacted extremely quickly, immediately throwing a countermeasure grenade. Lin Xiao had anticipated this, sidestepping to avoid it while smashing the detector against the opposite wall. The device struck with a loud noise, drawing the opponent's attention for half a second. He seized the chance to close the distance. The night owl drew his gun, but before the barrel could rise, Lin Xiao had already kicked his wrist holding the gun. The metallic skeleton emitted a dull sound, the gun slipping from his hand and bouncing off the pipe before hitting the ground. The night owl stepped back half a step, swiftly drawing a data card from his inner pocket. Just as his fingertip touched the reading port, Lin Xiao's dagger was already pressed against his throat. "Don't move." The night owl remained still. He tilted his head back, the single electronic lens reflecting faint light, but the corner of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. "You really are slow." "So are you." Lin Xiao's voice was low and hoarse. "Every time you turn, your breath quickens by 0.3 seconds. You can't hide your anxiety." The night owl's pupils constricted. Lin Xiao stared at him. "Do you think I would rush to save someone? A civilian? Surviving in this wasteland until now. You have no idea what it means to save someone. I just want to know." The night owl lowered his voice. "How much you can see through." "Now I already know." Lin Xiao retracted his dagger, but did not relax his guard. He bent down to pick up the fallen gun, checking the safety status before tucking it into his lower back. The detector was still lit, locking onto the night owl's life sign, stable and continuous. He looked up toward the depths of the third branch. A faint blue light flickered at the end of the corridor, like some self-sustaining device on standby. Scattered on the ground were several pieces of metal scraps neatly shaped with edge slots. These were not temporary devices, but assembled parts. The night owl was waiting for someone here, or for a signal. "Are you waiting for a pickup?" Lin Xiao asked. The night owl did not answer. Lin Xiao did not ask again. He moved to the night owl's side and tapped the handle of his dagger against the other's shoulder. "Lead the way." "Go ahead." The night owl stood still. "You're not going to kill me. Your greatest value now is being alive." The night owl smiled slightly this time, not hiding the panic in his eyes. He stepped forward, his pace more hurried than before, his shoulders tense, and his breathing rate began to spiral out of control. Lin Xiao followed half a step behind, his right hand always resting on the grip of the gun. The corridor became increasingly narrow, the overhead pipes pressing down on his field of vision. Ahead, the blue light grew brighter, illuminating the outline of a sealed door on the wall, next to which was a fingerprint recognition module, the screen dark. The night owl stopped in front of the door. "It won't open," he said. Lin Xiao stepped forward to check the door seam. There was airflow indicating that it led somewhere behind it. He patted the night owl's shoulder. "Unlock it." "I don't have permission." Lin Xiao pulled out his dagger, pressing it against his neck. "Last chance." The night owl fell silent for 2 seconds, then raised his left hand palm pressed against the recognition area. The scanning light lit up, green light flashed, and the mechanical lock made a click sound. The door opened. Inside was a small relay station with signal array panels covering the 4 walls and 3 optical fiber lines connected to a central pillar leading to a black mainframe. The indicator light on the front of the mainframe flickered slowly, showing that data was being transmitted. Lin Xiao scanned the room, his gaze landing on the label on the back of the mainframe, T9 node backup link. He understood. This was a contingency set by the night owl to bypass the main network surveillance and send out intelligence. If given a few more minutes, the information would be transmitted. He turned around, grabbing the night owl by the collar and pushing him against the wall. How long has the transmission been going on? The night owl coughed. Long enough. Lin Xiao's expression darkened as he raised his hand to smash the mainframe's power module. The metal casing caved in and the indicator light went out instantly. Data was interrupted. The night owl looked at the darkened screen, his expression finally revealing shock and anger. You ruined it. I don't need it intact. Lin Xiao released his grip and took a step back. He glanced down at the detector battery at 12, and the signal reception was back to normal. That earlier crash had actually cleared the interference. He tightened his grip on the dagger, pointing toward the exit go. The night owl stood still, breathing increasingly rapid. Do you know? I initially thought you were the type to believe in rules. His voice trembled, but it turns out you're more ruthless than anyone. I'm not here to discuss ideals. Lin Xiao took a step forward. You now have 2 choices. Either lead me to find the remaining nodes or lie here waiting for support to come and collect the corpse. The night owl stared at him, the electronic lens reflecting his cold, hard face. Then he slowly nodded. All right. He turned and walked outside, his pace no longer feigning calm. Lin Xiao followed behind, his gaze locked on the night owl's back. The lights in the corridor ahead were dim, and the puddles reflected their shadows. The night owl's gait showed slight, dragging, the weight on his left leg evidently increasing. He frequently looked back, each time being forced to return by Lin Xiao's gaze, until they turned around the last bend. Ahead, the main road opened up, the ground paved with anti-slip steel plates and emergency lights installed on the walls. A sound of wind came from afar, as if the exit was near. Lin Xiao halted his steps. He did not. Instead, he lifted his right hand, gently touching the skin behind his ear. There was a small patch of skin that felt slightly warm, a result of brushing against corrosive substances during his climb. Now it began to spread like fine needles, stabbing into his nerves. He sensed that something was wrong, but he said nothing. He simply watched the night owl's back, seeing him walk farther into the light, his shoulders heaving, his steps unsteady. Then he raised his left hand and quietly activated the automatic reporting function of the detector. Yi Xiao's footsteps cast a long, slanting shadow in the corridor light. His left leg dragged heavier. The hem of his suit was stained with dried blood and grease, the purple velvet long since lost its sheen. Lin Xiao stood motionless in the curved shadow, the skin behind his ear burning, as if fine needles were boring along his nerves into his skull. He raised a hand to touch the corrosive wound. His fingertip came away slightly damp, tinged dark red. The detector's automatic reporting function had activated. The indicator light flipped from red to green, blinking steadily. Yi Xiao walked 5 paces and then suddenly stopped. He did not look back, but his shoulders tensed. The electronic visor adjusted its focus ever so slightly, catching a still silhouette in the darkness at the edge of its vision behind them. Lin Xiao did not follow. This was wrong. By his nature, he would never let a target slip from sight. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. Yi Xiao spun sharply, his right hand flinging a palm grenade. Not an offensive type, but a high-energy interference device. Its silver-gray casing spun through the air and burst into a twisted coil of arcs, instantly blanketing the 3-meter zone ahead. An electromagnetic pulse swept through the air, hummed. Lin Xiao had anticipated it. The instant the interference bomb left Yi Xiao's hand, he pivoted and dropped low, flinging the detector's ruined shell toward the left wall. The plastic casing struck and made a noise that stole half a second of Yi Xiao's attention. At the edge of the arc zone, Lin Xiao slid in close to the ground. His right leg's wound tore open, blood seeped into his trouser leg. He ignored it. With his left hand bracing the ground, he switched the dagger into his right hand, and using his forward momentum, surged 2 steps forward. Yi Xiao reacted with lightning speed and began to retreat, but his movement stuttered for a moment. The metal seam on his left shoulder had been slightly misaligned by the earlier impact, causing a power transmission delay of 0.3 seconds. It was that 0.3 seconds. Lin Xiao seized the opening and smashed into Yi Xiao's defensive radius. The dagger's hilt crashed down onto a nerve node 5 centimeters below the connection at his right shoulder. The metallic skeleton emitted a dull impact, and electrical feedback made Yi Xiao's entire right arm convulse, and the electronic visor flashed white. He staggered back, his spine hitting the blast door frame at the end of the corridor. With his left hand, he delved into an inner pocket and withdrew a thin data needle, aiming it at the port at his neck. He pierced the interface, a blue glow bled beneath the skin, and every muscle in his body tensed immediately. Lin Xiao pressed forward instead of falling back. He knew this was the last resort, forcing the prosthetic to overclock a price that carried an extremely high risk of burning out nerves. Yi Xiao's eyes bulged, pupils shrinking to pinpricks. He gave a low snarl and lunged motion so fast it cleaved the air. His fist struck toward Lin Xiao's temple, but was caught and blocked. Elbows followed in quick succession, thudding into ribs with muffled sounds. Lin Xiao staggered back half a step, his breath hitched, and his foot slipped on pooled water. Yi Xiao seized the chance and swept his left leg. Lin Xiao rolled to avoid it, his shoulders scraping the coarse concrete wall. His work jacket tore along a seam. He rose with the motion, the dagger cutting an arc that forced the advancing figure back. They created 3 meters of distance, and both gasped for air. Blood poured from Lin Xiao's right leg, the burn behind his ear flaring, and his perception beginning to blur. Still he stood steady. The detector kept working, life sign monitoring remained calm. The system had slightly bolstered his pain threshold, providing baseline support in the early stage of neural disorder. Yi Xiao stood, his chest heaving violently. The purple suit was ripped in places, revealing the nested machinery beneath. The visor's signal scrambled, its scan frequency wavered. "You knew I'd fight back," he rasped. "So you stopped, waiting for me to make a mistake." Lin Xiao said nothing. He fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao's left hand, which remained tucked behind him, trembling faintly. "I don't need your confession," Lin Xiao said, his voice low but clear. "I want you delivered alive." Yi Xiao sneered. "Alive? Do you know how they deal with traitors? They strip memory, disassemble parts, even turn the soul into an entry in a database. Then you shouldn't have sold information to Xiangyang. I'm not doing it for them." Yi Xiao suddenly raised his voice. "I'm doing it to live. Do you think everyone is like you, that reporting wins medals and privileges? People like me die if we don't report." Lin Xiao stepped forward. "You die now unless you cooperate." Yi Xiao stared at him, the visor reflecting his cold, hard face. Then he laughed, his shoulders trembling. "Fine," he said. "Let's see who falls first." He shot his left hand up, palm aimed at Lin Xiao's face. The visor switched to memory skin mode, high-frequency pulse waves emitted. The air vibrated. Lin Xiao's vision cut to black and images flooded in. A scaffolding shook high above, the snap of rebar was ear-splitting. A man fell from the 10th floor, his back slamming against stacked forms with a dull impact. Nearby workers screamed and scattered. A younger Lin Xiao knelt on the ground, cradling the blood-slick man and shrieking his father's name. The hallucination was terrifyingly real. The wind, the cries, the heartbeat, all returned. But Lin Xiao did not stop. He bit the tip of his tongue, the metallic tang filled his mouth. His breathing shifted instantly. Inhale 4 counts, hold 2, exhale 6. This was an instinct forged by long training against sensory overload. Within 3 seconds his brainwaves returned to a normal band. The vision dissolved. He opened his eyes to see Yi Xiao frozen, where he stood, sweat beading on his brow, the visor smoking from overload. There was a 2-second cooldown after the skill release. Lin Xiao moved. He lunged, driving his knee into Yi Xiao's abdomen and crashing him against the wall. The other man had not yet found his footing when Lin Xiao spun onto his back, his right knee immobilizing the spine joint, while both hands swiftly twisted Yi Xiao's left arm behind him. Yi Xiao struggled, driving his right leg to push. Lin Xiao's left foot swept out and struck the supporting leg at the knee pit with precision. The man fell face down. Lin Xiao planted one knee on his back, maintained the arm lock with his right hand, and with his left pulled a restraint strap from the tactical band, looping it to bind the wrists in a cross fix. The movement was clean and economical, without wasted effort. Yi Xiao lay on the ground panting. The visor had failed completely, its light reduced to a faint red flicker. He let out a low chuckle from his throat. "You won. But you can't catch everything." Lin Xiao ignored him. He bent to check the detector. The screen read report status stable. The central node had received the location signal, support was en route. He raised his hand and opened the comms channel. "Target control requesting custody." A confirmation came through the channel. Only then did Lin Xiao look up at the restrained Yi Xiao. He pinched the man's chin and forced his head up to face the dead visor. "You're not a strategist," he said. "Just a scout who took a wrong path." Yi Xiao's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Wind picked up in the distance. Faint vibrations from tracked vehicles approached the corridor mouth. The Management Bureau Special Task Force was closing in. Lin Xiao remained where he was, not releasing his hold. Blood from his right leg ran down past his boot and bloomed a dark ring in the pooled water on the floor. The burn behind his ear still radiated heat, but he had grown used to the pain. The detector's battery read 8%, a signal strength at level 4, transmitting steadily. He stared at the light beyond the corridor's mouth and did not move. The wind outside the passage whipped up dust and grit against his face. Lin Xiao stood by the iron gate of the holding area, his right leg soaked in blood, the soles of his boots splashing lightly in the puddle on the ground. He remained still, leaning against the wall, his left hand propped against it, his breathing slowing down. 4 counts of inhalation, 2 counts of holding his breath, 6 counts of exhalation. The burning sensation behind his ears lingered like fine needles, piercing his nerve endings, drilling deeper along his skull. He closed his eyes briefly, his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth. There still lingered the metallic taste of dried blood. The pain returned, sharp, yet manageable. The detector was tucked back into his waist, its shell cracked, the screen darkened, but the signal light continued to shine a steady green. Reporting completed. Target apprehended. Mission concluded. He raised his hand to wipe his face. A tear in the left sleeve of his work jacket revealed the taut muscles of his forearm. The collar of his trench coat was stained with dried blood and grease, and the crescent scar gleamed white under the light. He reached out to adjust his collar, fastening the top button. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. The armored vehicle departed, and the passage fell silent. Lin Xiao stood straight, stepping forward. Each step bore the rhythm of weight on his injured leg, not quick, but unyielding. The sound of his boots striking the metal floor echoed in the vast underground of the Management Bureau's 3rd level. The conference room was on the eastern side of the main building's 2nd floor. The door was open and the lights were bright. He could already hear voices inside. Not raucous, but a deliberately lowered murmur mixed with the sounds of chairs moving and papers rustling. The atmosphere suitable for a summary meeting. He paused at the doorway. The room was filled with people. Special Operations Team, Technical Group, Intelligence Analysis Department. Nearly all the core members of the Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau were present. A deep blue curtain hung in front of the podium with the Bureau's emblem emblazoned in the center, a pattern of hands closing a fissure. The banner below reads 7th Major Crisis Response Summary Conference. No one noticed him. Lin Xiao looked down at his boots. The edges of his shoes were smeared with mud and blood, and the cuffs of his pants were soaked. He did not wipe it away, nor did he shy away. His right hand rested on the detector, gently pressing the switch. The device vibrated for half a second, confirming its online status. He lifted his foot and walked in. The eyes of the entire room almost immediately swept over to him. Someone recognized him and whispered something. The people next to them looked up, their gazes converging. The originally scattered low murmurs came to an abrupt halt. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Xiao did not look up or quicken his pace. He walked down the center of the aisle, his back straight, his steps steady. The sound of his work boots against the floor was particularly clear in the silence. Reaching the last empty seat in the back row, he sat down. The movement tugged at the wound on his right leg, sending a dull pain shooting through. He did not frown, he simply placed his hand on his knee, his knuckles turning slightly white. Someone in the front row glanced back at him, then quickly turned away. A few minutes later, Chen Jun entered from the side door. He was dressed in a standard-issue trench coat, and his left leg prosthetic made a slight metallic clinking sound upon contact with the ground. Walking to the front of the stage, he stopped, scanning the entire room, finally landing his gaze on the back corner. Lin Xiao looked up, their eyes met. Chen Jun said nothing, but nodded slightly. Lin Xiao returned the gesture, though it was minimal. The meeting commenced. Chen Jun stepped up to the podium, opened his tablet, and called up the data records. This operation, codenamed Chain Break, lasted 72 hours, involving 37 kilometers of underground pipelines, successfully eliminating 2 high-risk targets, confiscating 5 anomalous devices, and disrupting 3 foreign intelligence transmission nodes. His voice was not loud, but it was piercing. All results are based on the continuous reports and on-site handling by Special Grade Assistant Lin Xiao of X001. Someone in the audience shifted in their seat. Comrade Lin Xiao initiated the tracking program immediately after discovering the entropy shadow mark in the T9 tunnel. He independently contacted the informant to obtain crucial intelligence without authorization, successfully intercepted energy backflow at the main control node 3,000 meters underground, and in the final confrontation single-handedly subdued the Night Owl, completing the last segment of transport before apprehension. With each statement, a corresponding timeline and system log screenshot appeared on the big screen. All were real-time logs and could not be fabricated. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xiao reported data a total of 183 times, triggering the National Broadcast Reinforcement Mechanism 47 times, cumulatively providing 29 effective warnings with 0 false reports. Chen Jun paused. This is not a one-person battle. But he was the first one to rush in. He turned to look at Please have Comrade Lin Xiao come to the stage. Lin Xiao stood up. His right leg wobbled slightly, and he leaned against the back of the chair to steady himself. Then he walked step by step to the stage. The room fell silent. Chen Jun took a black velvet box from his assistant and opened it. Inside was a silver-gray metal, the front inscribed with Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau Special Contribution, and the back numbered X001. He took out the metal and walked around to Lin Xiao's left side. Lin Xiao stood at attention and saluted. Chen Zhen pinned the metal on his left chest. The movement was slow and steady. The moment the metal pressed against the fabric, Lin Xiao felt its weight, not in a physical sense, but as if something more substantial was pressing down. Applause erupted. Initially sparse, it soon swelled into a wave. Some stood up to applaud, others bowed their heads to take notes, and some stared at the metal for a long time. Lin Xiao did not smile. He maintained the salute until Chen Zhen nodded to indicate he could lower it. He withdrew his hand, standing upright. Chen Zhen picked up the microphone, his voice deepening. We honor heroes, not to create idols. No matter how capable Lin Xiao is, he is just one link in the chain. What truly makes a difference is this system. Every one of us is willing to hand over danger for the organization to handle. He surveyed the crowd. Reporting is not relinquishing power, it is allowing that power to take effect. We do not need lone warriors. We need comrades. Everyone in the audience slowly stood up. There were no cheers, no slogans. Only synchronized actions and a silent acknowledgement. Lin Xiao looked at them, suddenly recalling the scene 3 years ago when he made his first report. That day he lay in the hospital, tubes inserted everywhere, when the television suddenly broadcasted a national announcement about a construction worker awakening their powers and actively reporting it with the state, granting a temporary honor number. At the time he thought it was fake news. Now that medal was pinned to his chest. Chen Zhen finished his last sentence. As long as there is still one fissure unsealed, our battle is not over. The whole room stood at attention, no one seated. After a moment, he waved his hand to signal the meeting was adjourned. The crowd gradually dispersed. Some nodded at Lin Xiao as they passed, while others seemed to want to speak, but hesitated. No one stepped forward to shake hands or offer congratulations. Such occasions required no unnecessary gestures. Lin Xiao remained still, watching the now empty podium. The emblem on the curtain appeared exceptionally clear under the light. The gesture of hands closing together resembled his father teaching him to tighten steel bar fasteners all those years ago. He raised his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing over the surface of the metal. It felt cold and smooth. The edges were finely polished, ensuring no damage to the clothing, just like the safety sign on his father's construction site. It had the same metallic quality pinned to the chest. That sign ultimately could not save anyone, but it at least proved that person had once fulfilled their duty. Lin Xiao slowly lifted his head. On the wall hung the bureau's oath in bold letters, with the body of a mortal guard, the extraordinary realm. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Not a smile nor bitterness. It was an emotion he recognized, but did not want to name. This thing, he murmured, is heavier than a paycheck. After saying that, he turned away. The hem of his trench coat flared with the movement, revealing the detector at his waist. The device was still operational, with 7 battery remaining, signal strength at 4 stable. He walked towards the office corridor. His back was straight, his steps slightly faltering, but he did not stop. Blood continued to seep from his right leg, dripping onto the carpet, leaving dark red spots. The corridor's lights cast a uniform glow, illuminating the metal on his chest. The silver-gray metal reflected a hint of cold light, vanishing in an instant. The carpet in the corridor absorbed the blood droplets, yet Lin Xiao's steps did not falter. Each time he bore weight, a dull pain shot through the wound on his right leg, as if iron nails were scraping against the seams of his bones. He did not go to the office. The metal still hung heavily on his chest. The hem of his trench coat was stained with dried mud, and the casing of the detector had a crack, yet the signal light continued to glow green steadily. A person stood at the entrance of the eastern passage. Zhao Taixian was dressed in tactical combat gear, with half of his shoulder armor removed and his left arm guard resting on his belt. He stood at the doorway of the reception area, facing the wall, his right hand resting on a brass cigarette case. Seeing Lin Xiao approach, he raised his hand and saluted with a standard military gesture. Lin Xiao paused, slightly nodding in response without speaking. I did not come as an opponent, Zhao Taixian began, his voice lower than usual, yet steadier. Lin Xiao leaned against the right wall, his left hand propping against the surface to relieve the pressure on his right leg. His right hand rested on the detector, lightly tapping the crack in the casing. His gaze fell upon Zhao Taixian's face, neither avoiding nor inquiring. For this operation, the people I brought are on standby at observation point 3. Zhao Taixian continued. We observed how the special operations team sealed off the pipeline network, how they reported nodes synchronously, and how they used the broadcasting system to suppress enemy signals in reverse. He paused. I used to think that the ability to withhold information was true skill. Now I know that lone wolves do not survive past the 3rd round of purging. Lin Xiao remained silent. He looked into Zhao Taixian's eyes. There was no evasion, nor was there any probing. Zhao Taixian raised his hand and removed the guard from his right wrist. The sound of the metal clasp popping open was faint. He took out the brass cigarette case from his inner pocket, opened it to find it empty, with a line of small text engraved on the bottom, for those who return alive. He placed the cigarette case on the metal table outside the reception area, his movements slow, as if laying down some kind of obsession. The Alliance convened an emergency meeting. He said just as you entered the summary meeting. We voted. 73 people, 68 votes in favor of registration and acceptance of command. Lin Xiao finally spoke. Have you come to terms with it? I admire two kinds of people, Zhao Taixian said, looking directly at him, those stronger than me, and those who dare to fight for the weak. His lips twitched slightly, not in a smile, but in a resigned acceptance. You are both. Lin Xiao glanced down at his own boots. Blood had already seeped to the edge of the shoe, damp and cold against his skin. He did not wipe it away. His right hand left the detector and gently patted Zhao Taixian's shoulder. Let's go, he said. The lights in Zone B's temporary liaison station were cold. 3 terminal machines were running data import programs, the technician wearing headphones, fingers rapidly striking the keyboard. A main screen hung on the wall displaying the message coordinator database accessing. Zhao Taixian pushed the door open with Lin Xiao following closely behind. His steps were hesitant, but his back remained straight. They submitted the first batch of materials. The technician looked up 3 samples of anomalous ability fluctuations with inconsistent formats, chaotic naming, and the system cannot automatically recognize them. Lin Xiao approached the main console, inputting the authorization code. The screen switched to the manual parsing interface. He pulled up the first waveform, magnifying the frequency range and relabeling the timeline. Then he pressed the reporting button. Buzz. The equipment in the entire liaison station trembled. The loudspeaker on the ceiling emitted a short beep followed by the standard broadcast sound from the National Emergency Channel. Anomalous energy fluctuation detected. Report number X001. Confirmed. Response mechanism activated. 3 seconds later, the beeping ceased. Lin Xiao pressed the button a second time, then a third time. The intervals between the 3 reports were precisely controlled to within 4 seconds, perfectly synchronized with the National Broadcasting System's reception window. The main screen flickered, displaying 3 lines of green confirmation information. Report successful. Mechanism response data archiving. The technician stared at the screen, breathing heavily. Can they really use this system? It's not they, Lin Xiao replied. It's us. Zhao Taixian moved to the other side of the control console. He pulled out a folded paper, unfolding it to reveal a handwritten copy of the Alliance's original roster. He placed the page on the scanner and pressed the confirm button. The base is disbanded, he said. The training ground is transferred to the Management Bureau for Zone B. All members will cease independent operations starting today, awaiting unified command instructions. The main screen refreshed, displaying a new entry: Freedom Awakening Alliance formally incorporated into the Coordinator Database. Authorization Level 3 Dispatch Authority open. Lin Xiao took the medal from his chest and flipped it over. The number X001 was clearly visible in the light. He entered the number into the system, creating a new module: Joint Response Numbering System. The rules are simple. Each Alliance member will be assigned a unique coordinator number upon registration, enjoying resource support, medical security, and task compensation, while also fulfilling reporting obligations. This is not confiscation, Lin Xiao said to the technician. It's co-construction. Zhao Taixian looked at the confirmation prompt on the screen, taking a deep breath. He raised his hand, grasping Lin Xiao's above the control console. His palm was rough, his knuckles strong. No unnecessary words were spoken. Outside the liaison station, the sky was gradually darkening. The lights in the Management Bureau's courtyard lit up one by one, illuminating the concrete ground and the silhouettes of patrol vehicles. Zhao Taixian released his hand and turned to walk toward the door. He paused at the doorframe, glancing back at Lin Xiao. I will gather them, he said. It's time to tell them that the new rules take effect tonight. The door closed. Lin Xiao did not move. He stood before the control console, staring at the member list slowly scrolling on the main screen. The first name jumped out: Zhao Taixian, number X731. The detector vibrated slightly. The remaining power was 5, the signal strength at level 4 stable. He reached down to touch the pant leg of his right leg. Blood was still seeping, warm and sticky. He did not tend to it. His gaze fell on a sticky note beside the terminal, which listed the classifications for the next phase of tasks: energy monitoring, disaster warning, traffic coordination. His finger slid across the screen, bringing up the map interface. The marked points were distributed across the north, south, east, and west of the city, all within civilian infrastructure areas. The air conditioning vent blew a faint breeze, carrying the scent of metal and circuit boards. Lin Xiao's breathing gradually steadied. He focused on the continuously increasing list of numbers until the technician stood up to get water, causing the chair to slide noisily. He looked down at his hands. His palms were sweaty, and there was blood as well. The lights in Zone C of the experimental building are colder than those of the liaison station. The blood from Lin Xiao's right leg has dried into a dark line, seeping from the edge of his pants and trailing down his calf. He hasn't changed his clothes. The trench coat still carries the dampness from the underground pipelines, and the detector hangs at his side, its shell cracked faint red light flickering from within. Yi Xinjin waits for him at the entrance of the testing room on the 3rd floor. She said nothing, merely stepped aside to clear the passage. The access control scanned Lin Xiao's assistant number and emitted a short beep. At the end of the corridor is the resonance scanning chamber, its silver-gray metal door slowly opening. The wound needs treatment, she said. Finish this first, Lin Xiao replied in a low voice, yet did not stop his steps. He walked into the scanning chamber. The ground-sensing panel lit up with a circle of blue light. 8 cylindrical instruments rose around him, their probes aimed at various parts of his body. A system prompt sounded, non-contact detection initiated, please remain standing. Lin Xiao raised his hand to undo the buttons of his trench coat. As he exerted force on his right leg, his muscle twitched, and his knee slightly bent. He leaned against the wall, lowering his breath. Yi Xinjin stood behind the control panel, her fingers gliding over the interface. Adjust the collection frequency to avoid nerve-dense areas, she whispered. Lower the leg's signal intensity by 3 levels. The waveform on the screen began to fluctuate. The initial data stabilized with the spiritual energy perception curve fluctuating within normal thresholds. However, when the system attempted to simulate an abnormal report trigger, the peak suddenly soared, exceeding historical records by 17.30, falling back after 0.8 seconds. The anomaly point is here. She brought up a comparison chart. During your battle with Entropy Shadow, did you feel your perception range suddenly expand? Lin Xiao closed his eyes to recall. In that moment, he lunged toward the core, and the detector nearly malfunctioned, yet he saw the rhythm break of the blue light pulse. Not with his eyes, nor relying on instruments. Yes, he said, it felt like. I knew the opponent's next move in advance. It's not precognition. Yi Xinjin stared at the data stream. It's your reporting mechanism generating a feedback delay phenomenon during combat. The response time accelerated by 0.4 seconds. She pulled up another set of waveforms. Lin Xiao's EEG showed alpha wave suppression at the moment of reporting, lasting 1.8 seconds. During this time, certain areas of his brain entered a brief state of blankness. The issue lies here, she stated. Cognitive overload. You reported at high frequency 3 times in a row, causing the system to reinforce and stack in reverse, resulting in the neural processing lagging behind. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. You mean if I keep this up, I might crash myself first? That risk cannot be. She looked at him. What we need to consider next is continue strengthening or add a buffering mechanism. He did not answer immediately. The air in the scanning chamber felt a bit stuffy. He glanced at his right leg. The bandage was hastily applied by the nurse earlier, its edges already reddening. What if we limit the reporting frequency, he asked. It would ensure safety, but it would slow down response speed. She shook her head. In the current situation, the enemy won't give you calibration time. Lin Xiao fell silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his hand and pressed it against the operation panel of the scanning chamber. Let's try a proactive trigger, he said, reporting first without waiting for the system to recognize the anomaly. Yi Xinjin frowned. Without target fluctuations, the reporting mechanism won't activate. It doesn't necessarily need a real target. He fixed his gaze on the screen. I can simulate an impending ability fluctuation and report it in advance. She was taken aback. You mean? Take action before danger appears. Just like firefighting, he said. Waiting for the fire to start before putting it out is always harder than stepping in at the first spark. The data on the control panel indicated that this idea would put the reporting mechanism into a standby alert state, but the current system could not support non-triggered reporting. The National Broadcasting System's receiver only responds to confirmed anomaly signals. Technically, it can be modified. She reviewed the parameters, but it requires redefining the reporting standards. Moreover, she looked at him. This means you will have to bear the responsibility for false reports. Once a false alarm is triggered, resources nationwide will be mobilized. I understand, he said. But if next time it's not Entropy Shadow but a larger scale impact, we need to seize that 0. For seconds, the room fell silent. The scanner continued to operate, a faint hum resonating in the background. Yi Xinjin pulled up the long-term monitoring program interface, entering the code for the new research direction feasibility analysis of predictive reporting. I will submit a project application, she said, and I need you to cooperate for 3 simulation tests with